Hello. Sorry, guys. I took a bit of a turn, and yeah, I just had to sort a few things out, and I was having a bit of a discussion somewhere else. So yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, nice to see you, raise moi. I guess we can get to have our chat and over here. It's a bit of a shame because I kept canceling and postponing and postponing. So it's not it's not what I wanted. Yeah, sorry about that. Me and my Nigerian time again. So all right, so yeah, we are getting going now. So what I want to start with is just to highlight the topic we are about to discuss. Yeah, like about the best ways to persuade tribal and religious supremacists to put community first. Because we all know, and we've all had situations where we see our fellow black men, African men deciding that their tribes come first. They have to put their tribe first, and they have to challenge the other tribe, even when they know it's at the expense of their greater good. This is something that is done using tribes and with religions too. We heard that the other day on the other panel where Ray Moore was there. We had that discussion, and there was this situation where you had people one side saying we are better than you, the other one saying we are better than you. In the end, all that is balderdash, total waste of time, because we are all in a mess, and we should be focusing on fixing that mess, not about you got this one better than me, I got that one better than you, and the other religion is better than the other religion, and the other one is evil, and the other one is good. It doesn't get us anywhere. It never did, and it will never get us anywhere. We're always gonna be repeating the same mistakes, and it's something that we really have to keep an eye on, because if we carry on thinking that the tribe comes first, the religion comes first, the nation comes first, not the community, not our children, not our women, then everybody will win, isn't it? That's how it works. You can't eat your cake and have it, you know? So I will try to see what I can get right now. I don't want to go too deep at the moment regarding this, but we as a people, we need to start, warming ourselves up to the idea of working together. We need to have ways of talking to our fellow um, Africans, black people, in a way they can understand us. I've had many people talk about how Pan Africanists come across as being rude, as being short sighted, as being impatient with them. And you get that situation where some other person that sees that, or that sees the greater threat and feel like, oh my god, we need to work together, and that feeling like we need to get going. Why are we, this is not even, it's a no-brainer, let's get going. You just think like that. Well, some other guy will be like, why should we, I'm not there with you. I like where I am and all the rest. And they feel like, why? It doesn't make sense. You're just being stupid and you're just being childish. That rubs people off the wrong way. They feel like, oh my God, is that how they are? That's how all Pan Africanists are. And they will not want to associate themselves with people that behave like that. And in my own case, people like to call me Pan Africanist. I never came into this looking at my views as Pan Africanist, like from that point of view. I'm just looking at it as a way of solving a problem. If you have a problem and you see a people operating in a way that is not efficient, if Pan Africanism is the way that makes our solutions efficient, then so be it. What else do you want? Do you want to have suffering for the rest of your lives? Do you want your children to grow up in the kind of circumstances we grew up in? and there are opportunities out there for us right now. We need to take it, and we need to win as many people to our side, as many people to our side as possible. Not all of them will come, maybe not even 10%, but if you have enough, the ones you have, as long as they are committed, that's what you need. The mission of anybody that wants to do well for Africa, their mission is to create a future that our children can live in and feel comfortable, that they are not in a world that makes them stressed. They're not in a world that looks down on them. They're not in a world that wants to kill them. That is our job to do. And this job sometimes is a thankless job. And any Pan-Africanist that has, people that believe in Africa, that believe in black communities, any of them that are there, they know the fight that they have to fight. They know how hard it can be sometimes. I feel their pain because I've been through it myself. I don't even call myself Pan-Africanist. And yeah, look at what the kind of stuff I get many of the time. The people go on saying all kinds of things about Pan-Africanism, even when the issue doesn't have anything to do with Pan-Africanism. That said, on the other side of the ledger, you have people that believe that Africans should work together. But we have to come up with ways to talk to our fellow Africans, our fellow black people. When we start saying, oh, let's throw the North Africans to the sea, are we thinking clearly? When we say we should talk badly about the Somalis, are we thinking clearly there? Because our instinct is to support our own. How is that not just a little bit removed from defending your tribe if you start seeing other Africans as non-Africans? We have to learn who is an African, who is a black person, and where do both sides intersect. To be fair, I don't think I have all the answers on that. I don't think I even have the answer on that, because a lot of people have different opinions about who they consider African, who they consider non-African. There are many people that think that North Africans are not Africans. There are some people that actually think East Africans are traitors, that they like to deny that they are black people. Where is it going to end? When do we start thinking from the point of view of, you know what, it doesn't matter? They would think that. Why wouldn't they think that? Because all they see in Africa is failure. If people see failure, that's what they think of you. They will not want to associate themselves with a system or a people that they consider to be failing. Black people need to start getting their act together, because the world doesn't owe us a living. We have to learn how to deal with other people. We have to learn how to talk to each other. I have a few ideas on how we can talk to people so that you have a better chance of getting a hearing, or at least not having them come after you, or being so angry with you that they now not just not like you, but they also want to do something to stop you. Because sometimes that's how some people can rub people off the wrong way. They can rub them off the wrong way that the people feel like, oh, you know what, these people, we need to put them down. We don't want that. We want a situation whereby when we talk to people, they may not like what we are saying, they may not agree with us, but they can decide that, you know what, you're all right. I know you're all right. I don't believe what you're saying. I'm not going to, buy into the whole thing, but a little bit of it I like. The others I don't like, but you're okay. Go on. You know, they give you a green flag to go ahead, because they know that whatever you're going to do, you mean well, and you're not necessarily going to disrupt their lives. Sometimes you have to tread the middle ground, and other times you need to go full on. When you have people that just don't want to learn, There are people out there that go on encouraging people to be xenophobic. In Africa, we have had wars in the Middle East where millions have now migrated from one country to another. You don't see them attacking each other. And I can tell you right now, the Middle Eastern people, they are not exactly, shy about fighting. Right now in Europe, how many million people have gone into Poland and Romania? They have people moving in and out all over the place. But for us, we are champions. We have to think that fighting has to be the way to go forward. We have to compete all the time. And sometimes it becomes an entertainment even that we don't it's like we've been conditioned never to see each other as allies. But the truth beyond all that is that many of us actually do. No matter what you hear on YouTube and all the garbage you get out there, many of us believe that we are going to live together or we are going to die together. Our fates are tied. Even whether it's said or not, we understand it. And it tells you something about human nature. It's not necessarily about what you understand, it's what a lot of you understand at the same time and are able to match in lockstep. You know, it's like a military that goes on a march, but their marching is not in sync. Everybody can see it from afar, and know that okay, these guys don't know what they are doing. They are not even a unit at all. So, and then they can take you apart. We have to know that whenever we are doing something, we have to appear tied to our beliefs. When we believe something, we want to use that to inform our decision making. You can't claim that you are for Africa doing well, then tomorrow you're happily doing things that would definitely do Africa in. You can't claim that. You simply can't. And some people go about thinking that you can eat your cake and have it. You can't keep doing stuff to damage the continent because every single individual action matters. Every single one. Everything you do to frustrate the efforts of the people that want to do us in matters. And it ties into how you convince people. Because that one person that is remaining that you spoke to matters. Because when you convince that person, the person will think, I just came from a meeting where I was talking to people about how we want to make our system transparent, you know, and they listened to it and they thought it was interesting. At first, they didn't get it, but others were like, "Oh no, no, this sounds like an idea," and they are beginning to understand that there are things we can do to change things for the better. There are things that may appear hopeless, but actually, you have a lot more hope out there. A lot of people are hoping for you to show up. We have not seen each other yet. We will. We will. The time will come. Our time will come. We should always keep that in mind. We should never lose heart. Just keep pushing, keep coming up with ideas. And those ideas, sooner or later, we are here for a reason and we are still here for a reason. We are still here for a reason. Not not to fade into the dark. That will not happen. I see what you wrote there, 7-1. Half of Africa is Muslim. Yes, they are just as brainwashed as the other half that is Christian. Maybe the Christian aspect of the other half of Africa is not very active right now, but the Western part of it is very active. Many of them don't see issues with Western powers, and we literally run to their embassies when we have problems. And how do you convince such people? How do you talk to them to get them to see sense? These type of things are things we need to start understanding as people that believe in the continent, that believe in doing things for the community. We don't want to see African Americans getting shot. We don't want to see Haitians suffering. We don't want to see Jamaicans looking like they don't have a home. We are the ones that want to heal the community, and we should not take ourselves lightly. We are important. I can see Kezo. Praying amen. Have you released your hostage, Kezo? I know you had a hostage in your house today. You are flaunting it. Eh? Where are your hostages, Kezo? You're everywhere. So, uh, as I was saying, we need to learn the type of language we want to use. Eh? We need to learn the language we want to be using to talk to our fellow Africans and black people, because I too am sure I must have, said some things that I shouldn't have to fellow community members. I must have said some things. So I have to also take that into account. We all have to learn. And I think that's why we want to have this conversation, because there's something to be learned, and I believe that I'm going to learn something today, and I will pay attention to it, because this is not something we should take lightly. It's not like you paralyze your life with it, obviously, but you have to understand that it's important. It is important that when you go out there and you are doing stuff for your people and you want to talk to your own people, you have to understand that it has an impact. It's not nothing. And every single one you do makes a difference. Every single one. Because the other people are not leaving anything on the table. They are using everything they've got. They respect us so much that they put so many things in our way. We have to take ourselves seriously in the same way. How can people take us more seriously than we take ourselves? And we need to understand that we have to bring as many people into the tent as much as possible, or at least not have them want to burn the tent down. Like like was it Kifaru? Sometimes we go too far. We say things that put people's back up. We can't keep doing this to ourselves. I've watched so many times when we just fight and fight and fight. When is it going to end? We can't just keep fighting continuously. We have to know that while we are fighting, things are going on. I'm not against a little bit of a rumble, tumble, and whatever we call it. You can do our little tussle here and there. But when the tussle leads to destroying the best ideas and the best minds, we have to stop and take a break. Because these things matter. It's like in the West, when you see people laughing at people that know maths, discouraging people from being like clever, really. It's like anti-clever society. It's like, what is that? Is that a thing now? You have an Einstein, you treat an Einstein like a weirdo. You wonder why the Chinese are running circles around them. You can't keep doing that. If you encourage negative things, you get negative stuff. If you encourage garbage, you get garbage. We have to encourage the best minds, the youngest minds, because the younger generation, they are the ones that may have to clean this mess up. Maybe the older generation are a little bit too frozen in their positions. The younger generation may have to do the job. When they say younger generation, the 20s, the maybe early 30s, and the ones coming behind them. After all, it took the young generation to transform China. They literally went after the older population. They literally went after them. I couldn't believe it when I was, checking that stuff, going after professors. Like, what is wrong with you? Why are they going after their professors? It doesn't make sense. Now, when I see how Nigeria is doing, you begin to understand why that happened. When I see how Africa is doing, Congo, you can understand why that kind of stuff can happen. If you torture people long enough, torture them long enough, one day a spark will be lit in a direction you don't expect, and they will burn everything down. They will burn the books, torture people, kill people for that belief because they decided that, you know what, it is worth the sacrifice now. I hope we never get there. I hope we never get to that point. I don't even think we have that luxury now. Hence why we have to work with the people we have. We have to bring as many people into the tent and discourage the ones that want to burn the tent down. So I think I've said my piece on this, and I'm sure a lot of you have ideas about how how we can engage fellow Black people and Africans, including not Africans, by the way. Some people that don't like that, yeah. Some people that don't like that, I like. You're okay. You're okay. I thought I wanted to say something I shouldn't have said. That's funny because I was just talking about not saying something negative. So I wanted to say something negative at the same time. So I better watch out for that. Yeah, including North Africans. We have to bring everybody in here. Muslims, Christians, Hindus. I don't know what Kezu practices. I think he has some kind of his own religion. So all of them, we all have to be part of the same family. One way or the other, we have to figure it out. I think that's what this discussion is about, because I'm not here to, I don't want to necessarily attack Muslims, Christians, start attacking groups. I want to understand how we can relate with each other, how we can do that. So I'm going to get the link out there now. And I would like to hear some of the tales, if there are positive tales in Africa and in the diaspora, how people work together to do something positive, especially if it's more recent. I hope we can find more recent ones, because it would be sad that we have to go back 200 years, 100 years to find out some positive times when our people actually work together to accomplish something positive. So it would be nice to have your inputs. All right, so let me see if I can get the link out there. All right. All right, so I got the link out there. Anybody that wants to join can come in. And so, yeah, we all do it. I almost, got one insult out there just now. So we have to remember that when we say things, people judge us by it. Sorry, Remoa. I was in a discussion, and like I said, I was trying to talk to people about some of the ideas that I have, and I'm happy that the Nigerian time thing. Oh, who is Kabaka? Can you show yourself? You are backstage. I didn't need to show yourself. I've never seen a Kabaka before. All right, nice to see you. Nice to meet you. All right, come. Yeah, nice to have you here. I've never. Who is Kabaka?
Kabaka?
Yeah, Kabaka. Oh, do you have any other? Did you used to use a different username?
No. I come from Brandon's channel, Pan African.
Ah, nice. So,
Yeah.
are you from the US?
Well, I live in the US, but originally I'm from Uganda. Yeah.
Ah, nice to meet you. I don't think I've had a Ugandan before, actually. Oh,
Okay.
nice. Yeah, nice to have you here. It's very rare. Your guys don't show up a lot channels. I don't see Ugandans actually. Man, I'm a fan of your country. I'm a fan of your country.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, I'm a fan. I'm telling you, man. Man, it's a shame I've not had time to travel Africa. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
People are always hyping about Kenya. Dr. Case.
Kenyans are like the Nigerians of East Africa.
Oh my God, you have now really got somebody. I think Dr. Case is not gonna like that. This guy, he's built his career on calling Nigerian scammers and all the rest of it. He's not gonna like that at all. All right, Remoa, thanks for coming in. And as you can see, the topic is about how we can, talk to our people and get them to understand that when we work together, it will be better for whatever they want. Even it's even better for their tribes. It's better for their religion, and it's better for their standard of living too. So, do you have any ideas and like or stories where your communities has worked together and accomplished, stuff?
Okay, so in North Uganda, well, Uganda in general, is similar to. I think you're from Nigeria, yes?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So there's many different tribes that have many different languages and traditions, right?
yeah,
So I guess we're talking about religion, right? Right now, or
yeah. You can talk about either religion or tribes. It could be anything
okay.
really.
So
You can
I'll
go.
make the religion point. So in my own personal family,
Okay.
um, my uncle, he married a Muslim woman, a Ugandan Muslim woman. In my community, my community in North Uganda, it's not a big deal for a Muslim to marry a Christian woman to marry a Muslim man, or a Muslim man to, you understand what I'm saying? Vice versa.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I understand.
because we're open to intermarriage between different religions and tribes, it's facilitated, I would say, a oneness in the community. So it kind of sounds cliche, but I think the first step is just openness to intermarriage and to joining cultures together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting. You said that because I hear that in good authority, by the way, that Muslims require non-Muslim to convert.
Yeah.
So if you do that more and more often, then you are converting the continent just for the sake of Pan African into Islam. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the thing is, you understand Africans are a little bit different, yeah?
Yeah,
So you will find many families where perhaps the woman is Christian, the man is Muslim, or vice versa, but then they didn't convert. You understand?
yeah,
Maybe
okay,
because the man is Muslim, the children they grow up as Muslim, but then my own wife, actually, she was Muslim. Actually, my own wife, her mom was
mm,
Christian, her dad was Muslim, yes, but then
yeah,
she's living like a Christian. You see? You
wow,
understand what I'm saying?
mm,
So you'll find many examples like this in Africa with interfaith households, because
mm.
traditionally Africans, we're very spiritual people, so we're open to almost anything, which is why they influenced us so easily. But that's another story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me let somebody in that type something in the private chat that only you know about me because I'm just trying to do a bit of due diligence here because I've had a bit of a problem. Yeah, that type something that only me and you would know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just letting the guy behind the scenes type something so that Remois.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I'll just make one final point if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah. So ultimately, what I'm thinking is, um, we should just accept each other's faiths. We shouldn't be forceful to try to convert people into anything, and we should just embrace each other. It's easier said than done, but I think this we have a young population, so I think if we keep pushing these narratives, slowly but surely, people will unite.
yeah, that's true. I think you are right to an extent, but my concern, I still had some concern about the way the Muslims practice their this where they require marriage. Yeah, all right, perfect. That is here. That's good. I had to be sure. Say something that before I chuck you out. I have to be sure.
Hello to Niger. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, nice to have you, man. Nice to have you. I was getting a bit concerned. You know, the other time I got a bit pun bombed, whatever they call it. So I'm trying to avoid it. All right, nice. So yeah, you were saying Kabaka. Let me check your name again because sometimes I missed that name. You know,
Yes,
it's nice.
Kabaka.
Kabaka. Yeah. Um, so through marriage is the way you say you have people come into the tent, but sometimes they will get married, but the wife or the husband will still remain tribal though. Would that
Yes.
does that reduce it?
Yes, I believe this tribalism thing is something that is slowly dying out.
Okay.
Uh, you know, because you even see people from different African countries marrying each other. Yeah. For example, my wife is actually from Rwanda, and then my brother, his wife is from Congo. You see, and I think as Africans get online more and they start talking to each other more, eventually these tribal lines they will decimate. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I think this is something that will happen over time. I think these tribal issues will subside over time.
I
It's just
hope
the
so.
natural progression of things.
I hope so because the less the tribal focus, the better it is for people working together. But how about like if you wanted to talk to somebody, and let's say you wanted to encourage them to, you know what, maybe you should pipe down on that tribal stuff, but that we are all facing the same problem. The other tribe you are talking about, they are just as poor as us, that we need
Yeah.
to work together. So, do you have any kind of language you will use? Like, I assume that you are in contact with your, Uganda. So, do you have any language you can use? Because do Uganda, do you people have your tribal issues there too?
Yes. Yeah.
So, if you wanted to talk to somebody there, do you have any way you can reach them and you think that they will listen?
It's exactly as you say. We're all poor at the end of the day. We're all getting exploited by the West. It doesn't
Mm,
matter if you're from the Acholi tribe, Baganda tribe, Luo tribe,
mm.
whatever tribe you're from in Uganda. At the end of the day, we all have to be one because we're Ugandans. The world sees us as Ugandans.
I
Period.
see.
Yeah.
That makes
When
sense.
when I when and I think for Uganda, because before in Uganda there was a problem between the north and the south, um because the people in the north traditionally are Nilotic people. The people in the south traditionally are Bantu people. But you have to. This is something I actually tell people if they understand. I don't know too much about West Africa, but you see, in East Africa, we have many different groups that have mixed with each other over centuries, right? So we have the Nilotic people that originated from the Nile area, the Bantu people that came from the Congo Niger area, and then you also have the Afro-Asiatic people. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you'll see a lot of people in East Africa today. I always tell them this: you have to understand you're an admixture of all three of these different things. Because if you go further back in your line, you'll find that actually you probably most likely had an ancestor from that tribe. Now you're saying you hate. You understand?
yeah.
So if I explain that to them in at least in an East African context, they start to understand the picture a little bit more.
Yeah, that's good. Remind them that they have
Mm.
ancestors, potential ancestors from there too. Yeah, that sounds like a good way to start at least because I, I think that's quite good actually because many Nigerians they are mixed and they don't seem to always remember that when they point fingers. Right now, it's point finger fest that is going on in Nigeria.
To Niger.
So
Um,
yeah,
unless Ras Moise, do you have anything to say to that as well? If
Yeah, let me chime in a little bit because what Kabaka was saying was true because if you look at in the diaspora, because I'm part of the diaspora, right? And you know, a lot of diaspora, and like, you know, especially the ones that live in the United States, you know, like they got big mouth, you know, like they kind of arrogant, you know, but they always be saying that, oh, you know, like, yo, the Africans sold us to slavery, blah blah blah. But you know, like which African sold you to slavery? Because you're a mixture of those that might have sold like one of your one of your tribal ancestors to slavery, and you're a mixture of that. So therefore, you can't say that oh Africans sold you to slavery. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Mm.
You know, what I mean, for me, you know, like my I found out like you know like my ancestors they were slave traders and I'm Haitian on both sides, on my mother's side and on my father's side. Like they were both slave traders. And then
Mm,
I'm a victim of the slave trade myself. You know, my ancestors were taken to Haiti. You know,
yeah.
so when people, yeah, go ahead. Say what you have to
I,
say.
I, I was just going to agree with Kabaka as well regarding the tribalism. I think that it's going to die down the more Africans get to know each other to Niger. I think in especially in many African countries, I think the tribalism is dying down. If I'm talking about my region in particular, even in Ghana, Africans are intermarrying each other at alarming rates, which is good. The only place that I always find that was going to be a problem was the religious divide. This was always somewhere I saw is going to be a bone of contention in terms of African people intermixing because it has a religious element to it as well. But other than that, because and it has always played, and it's actually what's happening on the ground, even in countries that are supposedly similar people, the same people, they unify on everything else except for religion as well. So I always found that would be a case to stop.
Mm.
As to answer your question, languages, is there a form of? I will address the religion issue later on. With regards to the language that we can use in order to, do you think a language of uh, advantage, mutual benefit, or an inclusion, language of inclusion to advantage, to gain advantage, inclusion to gain advantage, and language of mutual benefit, shared history. Do you think that kind of language would help in this type of situation, like on making people understand systems that could lead to mutual benefit, systems that could lead to mutual advantage as well? Speaking in terms of solutions and systems, making people understand that what, if we implement this, both of us could benefit. If we include these people, we could become advantageous. We could empower ourselves. Do you think that kind of language could potentially help?
I
Uh,
Yes,
think, sorry, let
yeah.
me just add something to that.
All right,
I,
go ahead.
I think that language matters a lot. Simple things like using we and our is a big thing. It makes a big difference. And because when you use I, mine, I've shown a video before. Maybe I will share it again today. When you want to have people see you, you know, relate to you, I think it's important you try to get into their shoes and try to use language that brings them in, because I think those little things can make a big difference, I think. And that's something that, you know, I have to be watchful about. What I find on the ground in Nigeria now is like, okay, you often hear like the southerners complain about what the northerners are doing, and when you have a chance to hear some of the northern people, ordinary people say something, they will be saying, yeah, we are also suffering the same things, that we are not in support of them. But the part of the discourse that actually is loudest is the one that is pointing fingers at each other. So it means that somewhere along the line, because the elites have access to mass media in such a way that they can kind of create the agenda for the country, because they are the ones running for office and all this stuff, and the people on the ground are separated based on religious, tribal, and regional lines, then to get to communicate with them, I guess the only opportunity we have now is the internet technology.
exactly.
And what is happening now is that because the internet technology is there, but even when it's there, we are still separate. You don't you rarely go to a panel and you see northern Nigerians and southern Nigerians on the same panel, like anything close to the same numbers.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
that is the area maybe too will gain from trying to bridge the gap.
To Niger.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to address this Ramses comment about Uganda and Rwanda.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just think that since we're speaking about the language we use, we have to be careful here. We can't say, because we have to understand we're talking about two East African countries. We can't say Uganda is beefing with Rwanda. I know the issue he's talking about in terms of Rwanda and Uganda closed its borders. They had a little bit of a spat, but now the borders are lifted. And the ultimate point I want to say is Ugandans and Rwandans love each other. We're one people. We're all the same. What's happening is governments that have been compromised, and a lot of African governments have been compromised. They're just behaving in ways that the West has paid them off to behave. But as far as the people themselves, we love each other. We're not beefing. We have similar cultures. We're good. I just wanted to make that point.
I wanna ask. It's quite an interesting thing. Inclusion and exclusion, because it seems like we Pan Africanists. Oh, I'm not gonna say we Pan Africans. No, your Tunaja is not claiming to be Pan African, so I will be careful of that. So
Yeah,
it seems like there's been a reactionary movement towards Pan African because of the pushback against those who choose to be contrary. So a lot of us have kind of resorted to say, well, then if you don't want to be part of this movement, then we don't care. You do what you want to do. So we become kind of exclusive in a way. And is that how we naturally are, or are we more inclusive type of people as well? But when you choose to be inclusive and include everybody in, then you have people saying you're docile, you're this, you're that. So it kind of makes you. Why do you wanna? Because one could say is that inclusion of all humanity is one of the reasons that we were quite docile to Europeans, because we saw them as human beings and we included them, and it turned out against us. But at the same time, it there's this. It's like there is a need. Is there a need for us to be exclusive at some point to Niger? And would that actually be of benefit to us? Is that a good solution to be exclusive, especially towards this diverse continent? It's ex-
yeah. I think, are you referring to in terms of exclusive, in terms of the continent, or
in
like?
terms of the continent. Like for instance, let's say like how some people who Pan Africanists who claim to be Pan African have now become. Is that well? If the Kushites don't want to be, if the Kushites don't want to be part of the Pan African, they can do their own thing. We don't care. Make it, bring it down and be exclusive and say we will look after our region, you look after your region. So everybody's kind of like becoming partisan in a way.
Yes.
Who are the Kushites? I just want to know.
Those East African honor Africans and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we have to accept that some people will not be, how do I put it? They will be more like the Jabari tribe
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
this in what they call it, Black Panther.
Yeah.
So they will choose to join when they feel like things are going in the right direction and they see
Yeah.
that you mean well. So I think also that the in quotes Pan Africanists, the people that want to do the right things,
Mm.
should understand that they are important. They are exceedingly important, and the continent needs them. Like this in a a nation needs their military. Without them, there is no hope. That's literally.
So, do you believe that we should continue being more inclusive, even though we're getting pushed back a lot? We should use more inclusive language, including all African Americans and all that, even though they push back and say we're different, we're that, because that's what's going on in the space at the moment. as well. So let's say like take someone like Kifaru, who's now become very exclusive. You say let them honors do their thing over there. We don't care and all that kind of stuff.
But
So
you have to understand that that's only a small minority of. If you come to Uganda, you're going to see so many Eritreans, people from Ethiopia,
yeah,
and we welcome them. We,
yeah.
they come to our country, so that's only a small minority of people who are like that.
I think we are naturally more inclusive than exclusive. I think we are when we choose to be exclusive, it's a kind of a reactionary type of thing. Africans like to gravitate towards positive things as well. So I think, and it's a better way to go forward as well to continue being inclusive, although it's very very challenging to kind of.
Mm. I see. We shouldn't. Okay, I get your point when you said that it's challenging, and it's only challenging sometimes because you don't fully understand your importance in the equation. And I think for me too, I'm beginning to realize it now. Because what can you do? We were like that once, weren't we? So it would be a bit unfair to expect everybody to, toe the line. But they will come. They will come when they see the path that has been set, that they see progress happening. And this is why the ones that are doing these things right now, which we, to an extent, we are lucky, we are at a time when there is an opening, and we should understand our importance and focus on it, and don't exclude people. At least don't alienate them,
Mm,
because they may be the ones that will kick the last door open for you to be successful. So this is why we don't exclude them. So I think we should just keep, even if when they give you a pushback, I say, I hear you. You're allowed to give your pushback. This is my own opinion. I'm here when you need me, when the time comes, because the time will come. The time will come. When that George Floyd stuff happened,
yeah,
it came for a lot of them. Something worse could happen in the future, because it's just life doing its thing, and it's the fact that we were created and we believed in these things for a reason. It's because of a need, and that need will always come back to remind the people that are not in the right place, because it reminded us, and that's how we all got here, and it will remind them too. So we give them the space to, do their thing, and when the time comes, they will join, and especially when we do the right things, what we are called to do.
I like what Tunisia is saying, because at the end of the day, you can't convince people with words. You convince them with action.
Mm,
So we
action
just have
matters a lot.
we just have to show examples of the benefits. We have to prove in practice what we're saying is effective, and then those people will naturally gravitate towards us.
Yeah,
yeah,
and we should not be shy about telling them about accomplishments, because I think sometimes what happens is that you can accomplish a lot and you don't get any benefits. And the reason why that is not is quite almost a sin is because whatever Pan-Africanism has accomplished so far, all people see is failure.
yeah,
They don't understand whether things could have been a thousand times worse without Pan-Africanism in the first place.
definitely.
You
Oh,
know,
really.
so it's like when somebody has a seat belt in a car. You have your seat belt and you have your airbags in the car, but when there's a crash, everything looks ugly,
Yeah,
but the patient is still alive. But if
you
you're
know,
looking for beauty, you're not going to see what the airbags has just done.
yes.
So go
I
ahead.
always bring up this point that I always say Pan Africanists who are those leaders have gained something great. Although you may not think much of it, they have gained great. Today, people are able to call themselves Ghanaian, Nigerian, Kenyan, wherever you come from, because you're free. You have at least political independence today, as well. Although they fell short on economics, but you're able to call yourself that as well because of these people, because of their deaths, because of their sacrifices as well. So that's an achievement in a way as well. They only fell short on the last mile, and it's up to us to finish that job or something like that. It's up to us to complete that job. So
And and,
yeah,
and to add to that, as far as the economy, the future of the global economy is Africa, and then the rest of the world knows this. Just in the next 30 years, by 2050, they're projecting 1 in 4 of the people in the entire world will be African. So a quarter of the entire world's population will be African. And then they're projecting by the end of the century, I think it's something like 40% or something like that of the world will be African.
Yeah. But
So that
tonight,
says, yeah,
go on. Sorry, sir.
I was just going to say, so, that says we have a young population uh, that has a lot of potential to, kind of be the next factory of the world. So I think similar to how China had its economic boom, utilizing its population, Africa needs to look into that direction. Utilizing our population to boost our economies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we need to start doing it now. And if we don't start doing it now, then we are very lag behind, as we speak. So we need to like for instance, like country like Niger, I know Niger is a desert country, but the average age of a Nigerian is quite young. It's like 18 and 16 years old. I think they have one of the youngest population in the whole continent of Africa. So we need to start like moving down, to learn like anything that we can learn because if we don't do any of that, we are going to be taken advantage of. So we need to start doing it now. So
And you need to
if we
remember
are,
we've already
yeah,
made great progress in such a small amount of time, right? Because these
yeah,
Europeans and Asians, it took them hundreds of years to get to the point they're at now. We've already accomplished so much in just 20 years. In 30 years, the majority of Africans will be living in cities. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's
So,
good.
I think the level of competition it makes it unavoidable for every other party. Everybody wants to have a piece of it as well. For me, I just fear that I want to see black people win in Africa. I want to see black people gain in Africa. I want to see black people be the majority elite in Africa as well. I don't want to go back to Africa. You live in the West, you see a different kind of elite. You live in Africa, so that's the kind of thing that I would like to see as well. So but because the competition will be there or not, because these leaders want to see, they want to have some semblance of development. So right now, you have even in Nigeria, tonight as I'm speaking, there's a whole lot of companies heading your way as well, investing and all that stuff. And these are companies with big money from outside. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, I do hear about all these investment in unicorns and all kinds of funny business going on, and one of the problems I'm beginning to potentially foresee is that we create companies relatively, they are becoming bigger and bigger. Then we go and sell them to the West, and what happens is that then we are back to square one. We are not creating billionaires.
Yeah.
We Africa has the opportunity to create like big like companies like Alibaba, all those big and these conglomerates around the world, and because this is what any major group does. The Chinese created their own, the West created their own, so we should be nurturing our own now instead of selling it back to them.
It's
And
interesting that the Chinese
mm,
protected their own initially before they will allow for Western companies to come in. So the Chinese allow the
mm.
space for their own to grow. While in Africa, I don't think the politicians have the space to allow that to happen, isn't it? You
Yeah,
know,
they don't
yeah,
they don't get
are
it yet.
are you saying we need more Idi Amins?
that
Let
would
me
be putting it in the
look at
extreme
what this
sense.
I think this was a Malaysian minister that was saying something
Oh yeah,
interesting.
recently.
Let me just pray that,
Your
yeah.
economy by 2030. That is a lot of consumption. That is a huge amount of demand. Can the world, is the world geared to support your growth or your growth ambition?
Well, I don't know about the world, but I want to continue what the Minister from Peru says. If we just rely on selling a basic commodity, the country cannot sustain. I guarantee you that. But I want to tell you a story. I don't want to name the commodity. We stop the export of one commodity. We got about 1.1 billion in 2019 selling that one commodity. We stop it. we forced people to make a value additions of that. We created stainless steel. Suddenly, Indonesia become number two stainless steel producer in the world. Do you know how much the multiplications? $10.86 billion that very year after. Double that in 2021 to be 21 billion. This year will be 10% of Indonesian export coming from stainless steel. The recipe is value added. Like my friend says, when the developing country created something, the developed country is not happy. So right now, I'm having a dispute settlement with the developed countries almost like every other day. But for Indonesia, we have no choice but fight it.
Did you see that? So
Yeah.
he literally said they don't have a choice, and this is it's something that Africans could have realized a long time ago, and some people do tell them, but somehow we don't listen. We just think our natural resources is more than enough. He just talked about how it multiplied by tenfold in 1 year.
By
Tenfold.
forcing the populace to create an industry. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, H Block is coming in. I don't know whether it's H Block. I have to. Sorry, man. H Block, can you type something that only you know about me? What did we agree on when we discussed on Kezo's channel about your country? H Block, you need to type the answer.
And it's kind of sad because if we had figured this out in the
No,
nineteen
that's not it, man. Sorry about that. That's not it. It was, yeah, okay, about type of government. Was it? Was it? And the way we were doing our this in governments in Nigeria. Oh my, sorry, man. Sorry, I have to this thing because I had some. I mean, okay, that's a bit. Yeah, okay, that's a giveaway. Say something quickly before I kick you out. I have to be sure it's you. H Block, say something.
Yo,
That's
it's
the
me,
Somali
bro.
guy.
Too nice. It's me, H Block. What's up, brother?
I'm sorry, sorry, man. I'm being paranoid here. Sorry.
No,
Come
no,
on,
it's
Somali.
okay. You have a good
Hey,
reason, bro. I know they're
tonight
being
just being
born.
exclusive.
Right, right.
Yeah, just being paranoid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, we were just talking about the main topic was about how we, talk to our own people without alienating them. Recently there has been a lot of issues when West Africans talk to East Africans, Somalis. They keep thinking, oh, the Somalis think that the West Africans Pan Africanism is basically Bantuism because of it. So those type of things is the kind of stuff that is concerning me. That maybe we need to learn how to talk to each other so that at least we don't get people so alienated that they feel like they need to stop us. Even you understand what I mean? Because I know that many East Africans want the best for Africa too, just like all the other groups of Africans. So it would be
It
good
can,
that we know how to talk to each other.
and when we say East Africans, we're being clear. We're talking about, in particular, Horn Africans.
Yes, on Africans particularly. Yeah. Yeah, so H Block, do you have because you are from the Horn, aren't you? So, if you were to advise East Africans and fellow Horners how to talk to each other in terms of being able to put your interests, because we have an economic interest to trade with each other, we have a security interest to synchronize our security so that we are less vulnerable to outside forces that clearly want to keep East Africans, the Horners, in a perpetual farming situation. And in the case of West Africa and other parts of Africa, to exploit us to the max. So, do you have ways that you think will benefit the conversation when both sides are exchanging, ideas? H Block, are you there? Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's disconnected, and he's there again. That's odd. Oh, there's somebody there with H Block. His stuff is disconnected. So as I was saying, yeah, he dropped off, but he's gonna be back. So let me go back to this thing, Remoa. In terms of, you said something about Haiti the other day, how the lighter skinned Haitians um, did some things that seem to have compromised the way, the vision of the darker skinned ones. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, before I start, let me first say, you need to pronounce my name right. 'Cause you kind of mispronounced my name. It's Raz Moise.
Okay, thank Oh my God! You know what? I used to learn French a bit, but this is terrible, man. Ras Moise. Okay, thank you for
Yes,
letting me know.
sir.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Well, Raz is not really my name. Raz is like, because I used to be a Rastafari. I'm no longer a Rastafari, so I just keep the Raz just for fun. But Moise is my real name. Moise is my name though. Yeah, but Raz
Yeah.
is just it's because I used to
Oh,
be a Rastafari. That's the reason why I kept the
okay.
name Raz here.
Great.
But okay, so back to the question you asked. Well, when we talk about Haiti, it's like the mass population of Haiti, like they are overwhelmingly black. When I mean black, it's not one drop wool black. Like you can be of different skin tone and then you black. No, in Haiti, black is you have to look a certain way, like to be black. If you look like pale or like yellow bone, red bone, we would not consider you to be black. We would just consider you part of the. We would just consider you colored. We will call you colored. So in Haiti we have classes. We have two classes in Haiti. We have the black class and we have the mulatto class. Well, yes, yes. Like the Haitian Revolution was very successful, but at the same time, like it failed because our revolution our revolution was in a way like undermined because like the mulattoes the sons and daughter of French slave owner they undermined our revolutions. We thought that they were on our side, even though like one fourth of them own my ancestors or other black Haitian ancestors as slaves. But we thought that we could amend and let our difference let our difference go, and then fought the bigger enemy, which was at that time the French and in other European slave owners that were trying to make our life a living hell. So they
Mhm.
did manage to come to our camp, like we fought side by side. But after independence, Haiti become an empire. A lot of people saying that Haiti was the first republic, first black republic. That's false. Haiti was never a first black republic. Haiti became an empire. So the guy that they crowned it to be the emperor of Haiti was Dessalines.
Mhm.
And this island came from the region of what is now today like like southeastern Nigeria, because in Benin Republic you have a large group of Yoruba that live there, so that's where he came from. So he came from that Yoruba population in Benin Republic.
That's
So
so that is that why they were using that kind of voodoo chants when they started their revolution or something, or was it the
yes,
one?
yes. Yes, of
Ah,
course. Yes, of course. Yes, 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 yes. But so when Haiti become an empire, like we did a lot of things. We wanted. We wanted the country, like like the black that fought for our freedom. Most of them were not born in the island, in the colony. A lot of them, like 75% of the enslaved African that were in the island during the Haitian Revolution, most of them were born in Africa. See what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of them were born in Africa, so still to this day, like they retain that African culture
So
in
so
Haitian
so, so
society.
that gave them a slight difference in the way they view their presence there, isn't it? Because if they still had, remember, being born in Africa,
Hmm.
and then they are fighting, their enemies that are confronting them now, you can see that their determination will be slightly different than when they were born, like the ones that are descendants. And
Exactly.
so it's a bit tougher for the descendants. However, I've always felt that the Haitian Revolution was, he never had a chance, which is sad to say, because the reason why I say that is because eventually it's like a python that is swallowing a whole people whole. And the prey might be kicking and kicking and sometimes wriggle, but by and large we are already half swollen, because the reason why the Haitians are there is because Africa was being swallowed whole by something greater, and they fought the Europeans, but they always knew they were gonna come back, and they were always gonna come back with revenge in their mind, and they were never gonna let that stand.
Yeah,
So
but that was never a problem for us. Like I said, like the Haitian Revolution failed from within, not from outsiders, but from within. And that within were the mulattoes. They were the mulattoes that destroyed the Haitian Revolution. And
so
let me explain the
do you
reason why
believe that
they.
if, hold on, I know you will go on with that, but so you think that if without that fall from within, they could
Mhm.
have been able to hold off all the French and British boats that
Oh,
come
easily, easily, easily,
over
easily.
there? Wow.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So when this Dessalines was crowned emperor, you know what he did? You know the first initiative that he did, he built military fortress in every department in every region within the empire. And Dessalines said, you know what? That the country that is now known as Dominican Republic, since that country share a border with us, we should go there. We should go there, get rid of the Spaniard, and then make that eastern colony of Spain part of the Haitian Empire. So what he did is he said this. I don't believe like land are not borders. Only the sea are border to the Haitian Empire. So he didn't believe in no land being border. He believed only the sea can be border to Haiti. So what he did, he invaded Dominican Republic, but it kind of failed. The reason why it failed is because like there were people back in the western part of the island that told him, listen, there's a coup. Now someone is trying to get rid of you, so he went back. So he went back to Haiti to try to end that coup. But and that's the reason why that is inside of the campaign, like to successfully control Dominican Republic at the time. It kind of failed. But but even with that, this Stalin ordered like to build like military fortress in every region, in every department within the Haitian Empire. That's what he believed in. Like his biggest achievement was is the largest fortress in the America. It's called the Citadel. If you Google it, it's called the Citadel of La Ferrière. It was the biggest military fortress that built in the northern province of Haiti. It was built like to just in case if any European powers try to come back to take the
Yeah.
land from the former enslaved Africans, like we would do anything in our powers to get to destroy them, whether we live or whether we die. So we would do anything
Mm.
in our power to destroy that.
The reason why I said this is because many African countries fought back, defeated them, like the Ashanti. They actually defeated a lot of the Europeans,
Hmm.
and then but eventually they always came back with more reinforcement and more reinforcement because they will not let it go, and then they will eventually overrun the groups even on the continent. So I that's what I am looking at. I'm looking at the people that are
Oh,
able to suppress a whole continent. Eventually they will figure out a way to, you know what, we are not going to let Haiti stand. There's America right there. I get a feeling that they would have found a way to come for you again and still fought a bitter
no,
war, but they may win eventually because
Can,
they
can
had the
can can
numbers.
I explain? Can I explain this to you? You know, like this island had the whole population believe in one thing. We would rather die free than to be a slave. In his day, like the people in the island, you know, they believe that listen, we don't care if we die, we don't care if we die, but we will not be we colonized or be slaved by any European powers, by any white people. That was
Yeah,
our motto. Like we truly believe in being free than to die in to die free than to being a slave. That was
yeah,
And
that
to
was our motto. And
and
right.
to not
and hold on
and
a second, brother. If
okay, go.
and even in our flag, we had this thing called like liberty or death. Now the motto changed to unity makes strength between the black and the mulattoes. It's fake anyway. It's not real because there was never a real unity between us and the mixed population.
Mm. Go ahead, Kabaka.
So
Sorry.
to Niger, you see what 7-1 is saying there.
Yeah, let me read that. I think we are better aiming for unity amongst like-minded humans than some ambiguous term like black or even to that extent African. Um, that's interesting comment.
Mm.
Because there is in some layers you can argue that he does have a point, but the
It's
priority
kind of
is for our people.
counterproductive, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, because that is not where we are right now. You can't start aspiring for a universal like-mindedness when you have a priority to get your people out of where they are right now.
Yeah,
And this, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just saying, yeah, actually, that's exactly what I was going to say. Because the thing is, this mindset could work if Africans were on a level playing field with Europeans
Mm.
Mm,
and Asians and North Americans. But the fact is, we all know and we all realize we're being exploited. So
mm.
how are we then supposed to unify with the people exploiting us?
Yeah, and there's this comment here too. He says, I think this is where this is one of the ones Africa Media have made. He says, Somalis think West Africans are docile, we are, but not the way in which they think.
You
What
know,
does
when
she mean
people
by
say
that?
like this, when people say this, I say, "Have you met every single Somali?" You know?
Mm,
which Somali are you referring to, saying that they
yeah,
think West Africans are this? In my own country, there's too many Somalis who come here because the country is messed up. They come to our country for peace, you know. So
many Somalis in there's this guy on other channels that goes on about how West Africans are docile and all Bantus, he called Bantus docile. So they
yeah,
do that quite a lot, and as if attacking even your shadow is supposed to be aggressive. I don't understand. They expect you to just be
Yeah,
aggressive
he's trolling.
always.
You can't take him serious.
To Niger,
Hmm?
this idea of I see a lot of people have big maths online, but in reality, on the ground, West Africans are outpacing many of these people. They're earning more. They're more educated. They they are participating more in any society. They're richer at the same time. West Africans are about action. You understand me? We don't stand online and just
E-
talk shit and all that.
even
We're
these
action.
even these terms, West African, you have to understand, Bantus came from West Africa, right? So we're using vague terms that to me, it doesn't even
Anyways,
make any sense.
that's that. Well, let's not go into that debate about who was docile. I don't want to qualify that stupid argument.
Yeah.
No, nobody wants to get that started on that again.
No,
That,
it's a stupid.
Yeah. Did
It's
you
a
guys have a
stupid
debate?
argument to
Yeah,
generalize
Tunisia, you
people.
had this debate last time, huh?
oh my God, man! It was, man. Those debates
Uh,
can get very rough sometimes. It wasn't even here we had it, man, and that, man, that went far. I think that, to be fair, some of those things you said about African American, I'm not sure is
Okay, okay.
something was
Let me
building up.
let me say, because I think I said it. I said it last time I came here. Tunisia, if you were talking about people like Brian, I have big respect for people like Brian. But when you're dealing with somebody like Naknizi and you're holding back your punches, you're gonna end up losing. You think I said it
Yeah, you're
was?
gonna lose a brain cell dealing with like music.
I'm telling you, you think I said it was? You should see him and Ligiasu go. Ligiasu said just the same things I said to Naknizi. He wasn't holding back towards McNeese. He said the most horrible things to McNeese, worse than I did. So
oh,
when you're dealing with McNeese, you have to speak to him. You can't be pulling back punches. And I
isn't
never
Nak
said anything towards Caribbean people. So it was all targeted towards McNeese.
isn't
Yeah.
Nakmezi like he thinks he's Native American or something like that?
No.
Never
That's
mind
not
that.
him. He's more like into like pro Black American. Like Black American like
Oh,
this,
like
Black American like that.
FBA type of
They don't
thing.
ever do nothing wrong. He's like he's onto that. Like
Because
you can't really criticize Black American.
he likes to attack people where your character, your people are. Your time, Raja. That's why I'm not the type to come reveal who I am or where my background is and all that stuff. Because you're giving him
I mean,
something.
like for me, I don't mind because he's always like throwing shot at me, especially like when he gets mad at me, like oh you Haitian eating mud cake, blah blah blah. I'm like that don't matter to me because I'm not the type of person that's gonna throw shot, man. Because like if
Yeah.
I keep throwing shot at you, we're not gonna get nowhere. So I allow you to do
Oh,
whatever you want.
oh,
Yeah.
Hey,
Maurice.
Russ, bro, what's mud cake, bro? I really don't know. I heard that a lot of people saying that.
Mud
What
cake.
is it?
Oh, it's like a dirt cookies. It's a dirt cookies that Haitian make from mud. We eat it because like it helps with women pregnancy because when the
So
woman is
is
pregnant.
it like the mud pie that we eat here in America? Because there's a chocolate cake called mud pie. I don't know if
No,
you know
no,
that.
no. If you but what I want you to do, I want you to like to Google like dirt cookies, Haitian dirt cookies. You
Oh,
see,
okay.
you see how we made it. It's good. It's very nutritious. I eat it all the time, so I don't know
Yeah,
what's
see,
so
I
special
never
about it.
understand when someone attacks culture. Like,
It's
no,
kind of it's
look,
kind
look
of
though,
like
look, no, no
it's an
culture.
insult.
Right, no culture is perfect, right? We
Yeah.
all have flaws in every single culture on earth. So like when
Hmm.
you attack another culture for something, it's just like it makes you seem like you're insecure, you know what I mean?
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
mind people like
I just laugh about it. I
Nakmezi.
don't really care because I eat
Yeah,
dirt cookies all the time. It's good.
yeah.
People
Yo,
like
going back
Nakmezi
to
is
going back to earlier what two Nigel was saying. Sorry man, I had a bad connection. But two Nigel, that was a great question, man. And you making a good point. Like the reason that like East Africans, and when I say East Africans, there's two type of East Africans. There's the Great Lakes region, which is Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, and then there's the Horn. And then there's other East Africans, like those small islands that still dominated by the French, like such as the Seychelles and Mauritius and Comoros and so on. So the Horn Africans, the problem is these people, they a lot of them, especially the Somalis, they come from harsh environments, so they've been in conflict in their whole existence. It's like tribal after tribal warfare after tribal warfare after tribal warfare. So that's they know, and these people, they've been isolated. So like they don't even consider themselves as the same race as West Africans. That's why they don't care about West Africans, but they don't see these people as the same race. You see what I'm saying? So somehow we have to convince these people. We have to, somehow, convince them to look at the bigger picture. We are at war with other people, so like we have to save the smoke for us. We have to save that for later. Now we are at war with other people that are exploiting us, that are taking advantage of us, and that religion plays a big part of the way of their thinking. You see, like if someone puts a religion before their race, that's a huge problem. You know what I'm saying? So these people have been brainwashed for thousands of years, and a religion become their identity. So at the end of the day, they're going to choose an Arab Muslim than a West African Christian. You see what I'm saying? But for me, it's different. I know West African still is going to see me as my brother. It's not going to choose Arab guy over me. You see what I'm saying? So a lot. The only thing is like we have to educate the younger generation, because the older generation, their mind, it's like, it's like the same. You can't teach an old dog a new trick, right? So the older generation, bro, they gone, bro. They gone. They done. Like there's no way we can convince those. So, but the younger generation, we have to convince them to see the bigger picture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think East Africans, even Somalis, are smart enough to understand if a functioning system is winning, right? I think they're smart enough to know that joining this system will benefit us at the end of the day. Just like they want to join the East African Federation, just like they will want to eventually include themselves in the African Free Trade Agreement or want to be part of it. I think when systems start working, people tend gravitate to it as well. I think even right now, the many politicians, as even in Somalia, they all want to be part of these organizations as well. I don't think isolating yourself is the way forward in the future.
See, I don't agree with letting the Sudanese and Somalis in the East African community, bro. First, they have to change the way they
Oh wait,
view
which Sudanese are you talking about? North or
God.
South
North
Sudanese?
Sudanese. Nah, nobody's talking about South Sudanese already in the East African community, bro. What are you
Uh,
talking about? They
But
already
do
on
they
there.
wanna do they wanna be part of? Do they wanna be part of it?
Yeah, yeah, they
Yeah.
both applied. Sudan applied, North Sudan applied, and Somalia applied, and they both
So
declined.
for people who are so warlike and don't want to be part of anything, that's quite interesting, isn't it? That they want to be part of it.
I think you guys are going too far saying they're so warlike. I talk to I have friends who are from those regions. They consider themselves black. I
Yeah,
really feel like it's a vocal minority that say those
yeah,
type of things.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
I
I
think it's
agree.
it's more of the cultural thing, bro. Because I'm from that region too, and I see a lot of people, especially around my age in the diaspora, that consider themselves black before they consider themselves Muslim. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was saying we have to, to educate the younger people. We have to, convince them to see the bigger picture.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I think your answer is quite interesting. Actually, I think you put it quite well. But what I can't fully understand, because there's a bit of a confusion sometimes that I feel happens, where some East Africans don't think they relate to Africans very well, that's black Africans very well, and then the others say, oh, we are black Africans. So when you have that situation, it means that whenever you encounter any East African, we that want Africa to progress, you have to be careful not to classify them as one of the ones that don't want to be part of Africa at all. Because if you mistakenly say, "Oh, you people don't want to be Africans anyway, you are not African," then the guy that is from East Africa that is talking about being African will feel offended. That feel like, okay, we are part of Africa, and they even consider themselves black. And then you go and tell them that they should, sometimes Kifaru does that, where he say, "Oh, you guys are Arabs," and all the rest of it.
Well, here's
So
the thing. There's even black
No, no,
Africans that don't
Kifaru
want to
is a
be
soldier,
African.
bro. I like Kifaru. I like everything he says, but he's a soldier. He don't, he's
Tunaja,
telling the truth
I
though
can
most of the
fire.
time.
Tunaja, I can fire is the one that says you let's throw enough African
Yeah, yeah.
people.
It's I can't fight. That's the one that's
How do
fucked
you
up, saying let's
allow that?
genocide and all that bullshit.
Oh my God.
yeah, that one,
The
I
other
can
day he was having a go at me about that again. You think he's
To
changed his
to
tone, but
Niger,
he said,
to
yeah,
Niger.
yeah.
Here's the truth. We cannot be hypocrites as well too, because we know for a fact there's black Bantu Africans who don't want to be African either. We cannot say that,
Yeah,
oh, the foreigners don't
absolutely,
want to
bro.
be
If you
African.
go to Tanzania, the Bantus think they descended from Zanzibar. I mean, from Persia,
Persia,
bro.
yeah.
Yeah, and those are black Bantus, bro. Those
Wow,
are not even honors.
Yeah,
That
if
that
you
they
go
wow.
to
deny their
Sudan,
blackness.
if you go to Sudan, there can be someone as black as a TV screen, and then saying they're an Arab. You know what I mean? So
Wow.
there's there's there's
Everybody running away from the African family. Sad, isn't it?
See, but the problem is though they never had this mindset before the outsiders came to Africa, right? Like before we had our tribal differences, we had our customs, our traditions, and we used to go to war, and at the same time we seen each other the same people. Like but the outsiders came and they gave us the religions, and they, they divide us. So now you have to be loyal to whatever religion you are. So now you don't see your black brothers, you don't see them as the same person anymore, because your religion is telling you literally they're infidels. You see what I'm saying? We never had those terms like infidels or pagans, all that, dehumanizing terms. We never used to have that in Africa before these religions from outside came to Africa. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm. It's a bit of a shame though, because if everybody, at least within some groups in on the continent, they want to associate themselves with somewhere outside the continent, it's because of, you know things are not going well on the continent. And in a way, what do we expect? Our people are being conditioned to wear weaves and bleach our skins. This is what you get. And I think that in the end, it's about how we relate to each other. Because I didn't even know that, like people from Tanzania, things that they consider themselves to be from, somewhere in the
No, not
east.
everybody. It's specific people from the Zanzibar region who have a history of the Arab slave trade and everything.
Yeah, yeah. These
Zanzibar,
people
okay.
are being they're being brainwashed and Arabized, just like Sudan. These people are as dark as charcoal and think that they're Arabs, bro. It's crazy.
Wow. And you see, I think it's one of those things we have to, I think, especially when talking to East Africans. I think, Dr. That you should also, take this into account, and we should be letting others know, because some East Africans don't consider themselves like Africans, while
Mm.
others do.
Hmm.
And we have to distinguish between them. It means you have to know who you are talking to, then,
To
because
Niger,
if,
for
yeah.
me in particular, I already did because I watch a lot of. I know a lot of East Africans around my circle as well, and I watch a lot of Wadamaya videos to know that some East Africans show more Pan Africanism, even when he went to Somalia himself. So the reality on the ground in Africa is different from what the online space is actually creating. That's what I see. So my fear is this cancer that's building up in online space, it growing in Africa. That's the problem there.
So
You
Yeah.
the
know.
thing is,
Also, we have to realize a lot of these online accounts are very young people as well. Like these people that say a lot of things that are off code, the insult, black people and stuff like that. M- Like nine out of 10, man. A lot of them are like younger than 18, so
Yeah.
they don't understand anything. So you have to, because like when you talk to somebody online, you don't see how they look like. You don't know who they are, so they could be anybody. You see what I'm saying? So we have to actually think about that as well.
A lot of these people pretending to be black could also be white or something too.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
is that possible? White guys, they have their ways,
Is
but
that possible?
I don't know.
That's possible.
I don't know how the guys pretend to be black. That's gonna be
No,
tough,
you
man.
you know just like typing, not the voice, but typing,
Oh yeah, the ones that type, they can. Yeah, that one they can cause mischief on that
just to
one.
stoke the vision.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey, Tunaj, I got to get back to work, man. I just wanted to come by to support my brother, man. I'll be back in a little bit.
yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. All right. So, yeah, yeah, we have to take that into account when we talk to East Africans. Obviously, um, the North Africans are a totally different case altogether, because we rarely talk to them. I don't know that whether you have encountered quite a lot of North Africans. I
Yeah.
did I did speak to a few of them. I even know one here in London. No, actually, not more than one actually. But one of them, I spoke to him recently, and he said maybe one of these days he's going to come, to come and share some of his own views about things. Because I wanted to understand how he saw himself in the context of the continent.
I
Because
think the perspective should probably will probably be similar to those of the Horners as well, in which there's the majority African thing, and then because I spoke to one of African girls, they said, "Oh, you guys think you're the only Africans in there, and because you guys think you're the only ones that have juju and all that shit." You see the
I
Moroccan girl.
think it will be slightly different from the Hornets because the
Yeah,
Hornets actually have melanin on their
yeah,
skin.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
I think
I think
yeah.
some of them, yeah, like if you talk about Egypt and all that stuff, you understand.
I
But
think
I
they
think
consider themselves
Algerians,
Middle East.
yeah,
Yeah.
Algerians tend to be quite Pan Africanist. They tend to be quite pro African as well. I think Algerians, Moroccans, and
Algeria is
Egyptians.
very, very anti-European.
Yeah,
Although they do supply gas to some European countries, but they are very, very strict with them,
yeah,
and they don't like France at all. So yeah, that one is there, and to an extent that works in favor of the continent.
yeah.
But there are others like Egyptians. Yeah,
Egypt and
Egyptians.
Morocco, we have to watch out for those. I mean,
Oh,
I,
Morocco wanted to build a bridge. They wanted to build a bridge to Europe.
yeah, yeah,
They literally wanted to build a bridge to Europe. Those guys, don't.
yeah. I
Yeah, that
mean,
is something that we need to watch out for.
right now, don't they want to do like an oil trade deal from Nigeria, build an oil pipeline from Nigeria to Morocco to Europe?
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, that's something that Nigeria wants to do. It's like a project now to supply gas to the north, and I think maybe that could be an earner for Nigeria and all the nations that is traveling to. Who knows? Who knows this is? Let's see. Well, until it comes to fruition, we will not know. This is why I worry when some so people that are associated with Pan Africanism. They
Yeah.
say, "Oh, you are Pan Africanist and you advocate, attack of North Africans." That some of the things like what's his name? I
I
can
can fire.
says it's
Yeah.
like cold-blooded genocide. That's what he's advocating. It's like what is
To Niger, I can fire has been saying this since what's his name? Bijun Noah's channel. He has been following the same pattern. Even me, the last panel I was on, I had an argument with I can fire because he said I was being a little bitch, not speaking the way he's speaking. He said I was being a little bitch, being diplomatic as well. I said you can't be saying that kind of stuff. To Niger, I don't think I have that kind of extreme rhetoric as well in terms of the way I approach these discussions. I'm actually more diplomatic than that, and I've always been the type to even I've been on one of Maya's panels telling him to actually include to go to North Africa and because that will make quite an impact to go and visit North Africa. And you saw a whole bunch of Africans in the panel saying, "Forget about North Africa, no, no, no." So there is some overzealous Pan-Africanists that actually feel that these are different people. So there are some overzealous Pan-Africanists.
Well, and to play the devil's advocate to a certain extent, they are different people. You have to remember that
Yeah,
a lot of the modern Egyptians today are
yeah,
people who descended from like the Syrian Empire who came
yeah,
into those lands, and there's
yeah,
also a lot of blacks in those countries that are oppressed.
yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. So understanding that, from what point of view really can we unify? Because I feel I have an idea and all that. From what point of view can you feel we can be inclusive with these people?
The North
No,
Africans.
yeah, with the North Africans,
I
people that
I,
are different and potentially oppressing people who look like us. How
I
can
think
we be inclusive with them?
from a realistic point of view, and I'm sure Tunisia has his perspective. But for me, I think we just need to cut our losses and then just work with who's willing to work with us.
Hmm.
Realistically,
I think that there is some truth there. My own take on it is we first stop the nonsense. You can't work with people that are treating your people badly.
Hmm.
And if I was in any kind of position to determine it, I would like, okay, stop messing with our people. If you have any problem with them, just send them back, or call us in so we deal with the matter. Don't treat our people terribly because we don't treat yours like that. Then from then you can start working with them based on economics and security cooperation, because
Yeah,
we may have ways of working together to cooperate with each other, and it has to be on equal basis and a honest basis. The moment we have to monitor each other, we can't do things based on trust. We have to do
yeah,
things based on systems that actually
exactly,
work.
exactly,
So, and that is how mutual respect will be built. And
exactly,
over time, if successes are achieved, you start seeing that the relationship will get stronger and stronger.
yeah,
exactly.
that is true to Niger, because at the end of the day, we have to face the reality that we're going to have to figure out a way to work with them one way or the other.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think also I agree with that to Niger, exactly. It's all about systems, making systems that are actually functional, things like systems that actually can work as well, and trading with them on an economic basis as well. Just understanding that part, and that's where we need. That's why I said first. the language we should use should be a language of systems, systems that provide mutual benefit. You understand what I mean? That's if you use that language, say if we implement this, is it gonna benefit the both of us as well? How would they disagree? They might disagree. The only part they will disagree is like, oh, you're different from me. Why should I work with you? But you tell, but the system we're saying is gonna be beneficial. Why would you smite yourself? I forgot that saying or something. Why would you spite yourself?
Oh, cut off
Instead
your
of
nose
Right
to
your
spite your
face.
face.
yeah, exactly that saying. So so if we approach the conversation in that type of way, maybe we could, and understanding, maybe perhaps reflecting and say, look at that continent and look at the rest of the world. The rest of the world has moved on, but that continent is still underdeveloped as well. Is there something that we can all work together to actually uplift this continent as well? Could it be some undertaking or endeavor that we can all participate in as well, or feel, because we have shared history at the same time, we've been
Mm,
colonized, we have
there
shared
was
history. Yeah.
there's one idea I saw. I don't know what I don't know what I should call it an idea because it happened. It was in Nigeria. They had these what they call it, some kind of carnival, and all parts of Africa they came in. You see the Egyptians, they come do their own thing. I think something like that is a powerful thing to unite the continent. Not only when we are competing in football, when we are trying to do each other in,
I
and
think
yeah,
sharing each other's cultures as well, it's
yes, it's gonna
definitely a
be
big thing.
massive.
Sharing each other, like taking over the online space about Africans being curious about each other's culture. I don't think this like I said, with these YouTubers going to North Africa themselves and highlighting some greats about the culture, and then you will start to see that actually those things have more of a positive impact than the arguments online. You understand what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it just occurred to me when even when I said it, I said, you know what, that one even does more convincing of people than what?
exactly, especially these Moroccans, they love Nigerian music. They love
Mm,
Nigerian music. It seems it's always on the recreation or creative aspects that I don't
mm.
know. Maybe it's just that they seem to celebrate African culture, or they seem to celebrate something that's African or something.
Yeah,
They
because
You,
they
you,
see they still this. Sorry, go ahead, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
oh, I was just gonna say about the Nigerian music. The whole continent loves. It's something about Nigerian music that makes you proud to be African.
they hate Nigerians, but they love Nigeria. Even in the horn, they love Nigerian music.
It's something about
Yeah.
the sound that makes you proud to be African.
Mm.
Mm. It's funny, isn't it? Because Nigeria is one of those countries that has this dual nature, where even Nigerians, they are one of their biggest critics. I was there having conversations with them today. So we have a lot of problems that we need to worry about. But in terms of this cultural exchange, where you have carnivals, those
Mhm.
things, man, it has a lot of power. Because when I saw them, I
Mm.
was like, wow, I'm surprised to see North Africans here. What are they doing here? But they
Yeah.
were just celebrating. And guess what happened a couple of years after that? The
Mm.
state canceled that carnival
Yeah.
because the governor he felt that manufacturing industrialization mattered more, and that governor has accomplished a lot in that field, but he
Mm.
killed tourism for it. I don't
Mm.
understand why you pick one and kill the other one. You could just have both, but
Yeah.
he killed it.
Yeah, yeah. I think because yeah, you see, that's the thing. A lot of these cultural exchange kind of what's the word, endeavors are actually promoted by the government. We need to reel that back in from the government by using what we have available as well. And that's why I say a lot of these YouTubers that are going around traveling and all that stuff, sharing. I think that's definitely going to do a lot to help as well.
We have to be careful. You see, there's some things that I've seen on the continent that I find a little bit disturbing. Like there was a time there was this competition that they did in Nigeria that was quite good for technological stuff,
Yeah.
and when it ended, everybody was so happy. The people that were in the commission were so happy. The next year they cancelled it. They killed it. Something that was good, they just killed it for no reason. They don't tell anybody anything. Then this one again, very good, successful. Nothing was wrong with it. It was perfectly
Yeah.
working. Boom, killed it again. It's almost
Yeah.
as if they see anything that works for us and they
They
just
kill
boom.
it.
Like, why would you want to bring the continent together? How dare you
All
kill
right.
it?
All right.
It's like,
All
what
right.
is that? I don't get it. You
then
know,
that goes back to the argument is all the politicians, is the politicians, you know that argument.
saboteurs now,
Yeah,
saboteurs that want us to come together,
yeah,
and they are all traitors going to foreign countries to go and take
yeah.
their
But
instructions.
mind you, to Niger, one thing that I do watch out for is you don't want to unify from a weak position as well. So, although we want to be inclusive, there's a level of exclusivity that's required as well. Like black nations should not be taken advantage of as well. Like we should definitely be inclusive from a position of strength,
And I
and
think
it's the only way you're respected as well.
that's a point as to why a lot of these vloggers like Walter Maya, they prioritize Black African countries
Yeah,
because of the stigma that the world has around them. So I think what's happening is right now we're focused on trying to change the narrative about
yeah.
Black African countries.
Has Wodemaya been to Egypt?
No, and I went to his panel. I told him, and he said he's gonna visit North Africa. He just hasn't done it yet. He's focusing on other, and he's planning to go to the Caribbean first before going to North Africa. That's
Oh
quite
my God, that
interesting.
guy! It's very interesting why he's taking his time not to go there.
Yeah,
Maybe maybe he's getting bad vibes.
yes, I
Who
mean,
knows?
so it's quite interesting. But I see what he done for the Horn of Africa when he went there. It like a lot of the YouTubers, Horn of African YouTubers, they were so proud as well. It's such a different tone compared to what you're hearing online in the
Yeah,
debates. It's such a different tone. Or what the Somalians who welcome him there and the Ethiopians and all that kind of stuff. It's a different tone from the arguments going on. But maybe the argument is symptoms that were always there and they needed to come out. But who knows what is going to be the result at the end of the day?
yeah. On okay, let's swing to South Africa, and I think one of the Southern Africa anyway. We never see people from Botswana and all those South African regions. Namibia, I don't even think we've ever had anyone from Namibia before. That's on any panel that I've been on. But those regions, what you tend to find is that like the people that come online, they tend to be like people that just support them, it's really strange because it's not so dissimilar to the way the North Africans behave or the East Africans, the Honors behave. It's like they want to keep themselves separate, and they literally sometimes even attack fellow Africans. And the ones that show up online anyway, they seem to want to advocate, let's keep everybody away from us because we don't need them. They are just coming here to wreck our countries. So how do you reach out to those ones? Because there are South Africans I've seen on the panel like, oh, you are talking about all this stuff you did for us under apartheid. Get over it. We don't like you. Go away. How do you get to such people? It's like
It's because they have
it's what-
it's because they have a superiority complex because of their proximity to whiteness, because they've been living in I guess quote unquote white country, because there was a time when South Africa was considered a white country, right? So
mm,
I think that's where it stems from. But I will say I've met other Southern Africans that have been very Pan-African, especially
Yeah,
Zimbabweans.
I'd say to Niger, to be honest, they are so far in few in number. Like I think they're so few, right? I'm not even worried about the likes of Lucy. Although I like Lucy because he's quite, he still sounds like a reasonable guy, but to a certain extent, even Josie Gold is all right. So I think they are few in number. They are a minority that can afford the internet. But if you think about it, really, I think there's more Pan Africanists, Southern Africans than there is the Lucy
are
type.
you sure? Are you
Yes,
certain?
I'm
Because the
hundred
signs
percent
are
sure.
that they are
I,
actually
it's
attacking foreigners on the street.
all right, all right,
That's
all
what
right,
we see.
all right.
So
Okay,
Well,
okay,
I
okay.
mean, if you look at a character like Julius Malema, for example, right,
Yeah, yeah.
in
yeah, they
South
do create
Africa.
Pan Africanists. You have to give that one to them. They do create Pan Africanists.
You know,
But
and
Julius Malema hasn't made any impact. Okay, maybe he has made an impact because people listen to what he has said, but he hasn't really done anything outside his country. And that's my concern with many Pan Africanists, actually. Even Lumumba. I saw Lumumba. One of the things I didn't like about Lumumba was that there was a time they said something about whether they wanted to give him a certain position or like an idea like he was going to be a leader or something. And I could see the flash in his eyes like, nah, this is not my job. I'm not going to go there. Nah. It's like
mm,
his own position is to talk, not to do
Yeah.
anything really. So, and that's something we as that believe in, doing stuff for our continent, really need to start waking up to. Like, okay,
The actual doing, yes, of
yeah,
course.
we have to do
Yeah.
something. You can't just talk.
But Tunaja, when it comes to the doing, a different. There's two approaches to it. Like there's the collective approach, and then there's the individual approach. You understand? So you have to focus on. That's why in my last conversation with I Can Fire, he was talking about teaching black love and all that kind of stuff. Like he was saying, we should teach them black love and all that kind of stuff. And I said, all right, you teach him to love him, so you teach him black love and everything. But you still haven't given him hard skills to liberate himself first. You understand? He needs to liberate himself as an individual. So what you're supposed to actually to show him black love, you're actually supposed to pass on your technical skills to that child so that he can liberate himself, and then he can liberate. So there's then individual liberation, which then goes into the collective movement as well. Because how can you tell people to come as a collective when they are both in their own individual lives? They won't have time for it. You understand what I mean, Tonaja?
It reminds me of the African men who complain about African women who look for men from different cultures. At the end of the day, if we're doing what we're supposed to be doing, that won't even be a problem. Yeah. So I agree with you on that.
So, Ray, okay, okay. I I can't believe I tried to pronounce his name. Ramois. No,
Raz
Rasmo
Maurice? Raz Maurice?
Rasmoris. Yeah, Rasmoris. So, do you know much about the continent itself? Are you there, Rasmoris? I think you are muted. I think he's probably
Unmute yourself.
doing something else somewhere there. So he's from this thing. I think he knows it's more about Haiti and also. I wanted to confirm whether he knew much about the continent because I'm not sure many these thing Haitians are conversant with what is going on in the continent as much. But it's okay. I think if there's anything we have to take away from these conversations is that we are quite important. Actually, that's what I'm beginning to realize. We are far in between, so we are important. And without people that think like the way we do, where will the continent be? Nobody will fix anything. So, and we have to remember that when we talk to other people and not bring ourselves too low. Yeah. Why are you laughing?
All I can say,
We've all got there now. We've all got there.
there's
Ah,
a better side of us and there's a worse side of us. I hear you too, Niger. I mean, I've prepared that kind of shit for Nakmizi. I've been long since preparing for him because tonight I've seen you go toe to toe with him for a long
yes.
time, and this guy is saying the most vile things for you. I say, in case I end up in a fight with Nakmizi, I know what exactly I'm going to say. You
Yeah.
understand what I mean? I don't mean it to people like Brian because he's respectable as well. You understand? And I'm still preparing more weapons for Nakmizi just in case I run into him. It just so happened the other day that he had other people on the panel and all that stuff. But when did Yasu say the same shit to him? Nakmizi was reaching for the white flag to Niger.
Yeah.
Tunisia,
Nakmizi was reaching for the white flag to Niger. I was listening to that. I say, this guy, I thought you were the troll. That Yasu was saying the same thing to Nakmizi. He was reaching for the white flag.
Tunisia, do you remember Nakmizi used to be on Brandon's channel all the time?
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah. Brandon is not having him there anymore. Brandon is not very happy with Nakmizi at all. He feels that Nakmizi is a very hateful character, which is interesting for Brandon to work as well.
Brandon is funny as hell,
right.
man.
Anyways,
Brandon
let's keep his name. Let's forget his name before he starts.
Brandon has grown quite well. He's done quite well because I was with him. I was on his channel when we were just about two people, talking and stuff like that. Now he's getting a lot of people coming there because the guy he really puts his work in there. He went to Kenya. He built Airbnbs and stuff like that. So this guy puts the work in. That's what is needed. When we keep talking. I mean, I'm working on the continent too, and I'm putting as much this and every single day. Sometimes when I'm online so much, people forget that I'm actually still walking away somewhere. So
Yeah.
we have to do what we can.
To
Um,
Niger, I don't think any African that comes to the West doesn't have any ideas of investing back home as well. I've never heard of African. Most have ideas of investing. I think the diaspora, most of them have caught onto it and they also want to invest in Africa. But most Africans have such plans. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing
you sure
that
Nigerians think that way? Nigerians, they want to, maybe they want to build a house, but I'm not sure they necessarily want to invest in Nigeria. You
right,
know,
right, right,
Yeah,
right.
because they hear people talk saying all kinds of nonsense to them. Like I was on one Nigerian panel and somebody was like, a doctor was like, "Oh, I'm not so sure it's such a good idea to go and invest. They don't have
Mm,
all the tools there for us to go and survive in there and all that." There was one doctor that took some MRI machine over there, then he went and died of a disease that could have the MRI machine could have cured. I was like,
mm.
so you said all those things. What does that mean? That nobody else should go to Nigeria because the one went and died there? That's not how it works. The country
Tonight,
you're in, somebody built it.
yeah, to Niger, Nigerians are the ones that they are very self-deprecating as well. When you go online and Nigerians talk about their own countries, some of the most deprecated stuff that you ever see as well. So that's just the current situation.
No,
No,
what you're saying is true. I had a roommate. He was Igbo, and then every single day he just found something new to complain about Nigeria. Yeah.
Igbo man, they're
But
always
but
complaining.
But what I know is I see a lot of powerful telecommunications companies as well to Niger that head into Nigeria as well. Some of them who have discovered, oh, there's no constant power supply, have even engaged in the power infrastructure kind of situation as well. Nigeria is just unavoidable. There's just too many Western companies that are interested in that
Mm.
place, and not just Nigeria, Africa itself. You know.
Nigeria attracts people because of the population. It's quite obvious, isn't it? And I think its location too is also important because to get into the main West African region, you have to cross through
Yeah,
Nigeria. So
yeah.
it offers that bridge too. In the end, it's about what we have done for our countries. Nigeria has accomplished some things. I'm not going to sit here and say everything is all bad. There's quite a few things that has happened in the last couple of years that has advanced forward. But before the end of this year, we might get our refinery firing and a second one firing next year again. And with all the train infrastructure, they are even opening a Nigerian airline this year, which should be already getting on the way
Oh,
now.
wait, Nigeria never had an airline before.
Not one particular. We used to have one. It shut down, and then they
Okay.
had one smaller version. Then it went down again. But now they want to come back fully again, like a proper Nigerian Airways and stuff like
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Because
Even
yeah, I'm
states have
surprised by
airline.
that.
Even states in Nigeria have airlines now.
Because
Different like
even
Air Peace and all of them. Go ahead.
yeah, because even Kenya and Ethiopia have a national airline. So I was
Yeah,
surprised.
Let
I
me
think
respond
Ethiopia
to
one is one
Baby.
of the best actually. Go ahead.
With Baby Rodriguez, I do not know why Senegal's claiming they're the origin of soul music, but if they say some Senegalese music, especially the blues type of music, it's noted to have origins from Mali, Senegambia region, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know about soul and all that stuff. So I never heard of that. That Senegal is claiming to be the origin of it. But anyway,
Well,
Oh
if
my
we're gonna
God.
be
Baby
honest,
Rodriguez, you brought this one here too. This guy, he always
uh,
comes up with something that he wants to argue about. But
uh,
this is like, see, I think there are some things you have to be careful when you underestimate this thing because I was really shocked when I saw the video of Africans doing breakdancing moves. I was really shocked by that. Like now, it's like an accepted fact that this stuff originated in Africa. But 2 years ago, nobody will admit that until they brought proof that. And the weirdest thing is that why would the Europeans hide this footage for this long? The footage they took in the 1950s and they kept it quiet and they watched us argue amongst ourselves where this stuff originated from. Only to find that Nigerians have been doing this stuff for in the 50s, which is weird. But how do you know jazz didn't come from there somehow? How do you know?
Everything, all of this, a lot of this black expression of art originated, in the West, originated from Western African countries. But
I tell you, even I can tell tonight, yeah, you see, this is me making this claim, right? I usually make this claim. This trap music, this beat that goes like this trap music that I hear, the current trap music that the Young Thug and Gunna kind of sing, the beat sounds like Mandinko war drumming. Anyway, it sounds like Mandinko war drums. You understand me?
no,
To be
that's
honest,
true. That's true, actually.
you understand. So
Tonight,
because when I listen to it, I was like, man, these sound so like it reminds me of when we were in Africa marching and all that stuff. Not saying that I'm Mandinko or something. No one's gonna know that. So, anyways, no one's ever gonna know about my tribe,
yeah,
but it
tonight,
definitely sounds like Mandinko war drums and all that stuff. So
tonight.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make this final point before I leave. When you look at it, Nigeria really is sort of primed to be the first I guess the first Black African superpower. So the question to you that I have, and it's a pretty loaded question, but the question to you I have is, what steps do you think Nigeria needs to take to be able to take that place as a quote unquote superpower?
Oh, I think to an extent, in my mind anyway, that one is quite straightforward. Um, we need to upgrade our security posture. The way we see our security is of a country that is not running itself as a sovereign state. We need to, and that is capable of defending itself. We don't have that, and we need to change that. That's one. And the problem, the obstacles to doing that, one of the biggest one is that the people don't trust the state. And to fix that, I propose that they make the government accounts public, other than for security purposes, like for the military and stuff like that. That should remain private. But the other aspects of the state has to be opened up to the people. After all, it's their money. Why should they be cloaked in the dark? In the continent that is bereft with corruption and distrust between the government and the people, one of the best ways to close that gap is to open the books so that the people can see where their money is going. And I think that if you can do it in a way that they can see the transactions going on in their accounts, the government accounts in real time, and people can decide to subscribe to any account. Like they decide that, you know what, my governor is been looking dodgy lately. I want to be seeing what he's doing with our money. You can subscribe to the account and you'll be getting all the transactions that are going on there. And the same thing with the federal government and any department you want to track. The reason why I say that it's important to do and is because it will reduce corruption. That is one of the bane of the continent, and it will increase trust in the government. And that too leads to the people contributing more to the state, which is another big problem of the country. Nobody likes to contribute because they feel that the politicians are going to steal the money. So to stop all that, you are going to make everything transparent. Now they will put money in that you can now use to spend on your defense. And if you spend money on your defense and your country is strong and secure, people can go out in the middle of the night, because that's my standard. If anybody can go out in the middle of the night and feel safe in your country is safe. And if you can get there, you can see that business will flow into that continent. The Europeans like it or not, if you can secure your country enough for business to come in, they will have to come in to do business. And Asians will come in to do, everybody will come in. In short, Africans will come in to do business. So
Yeah.
I think if you ask me, that is a path I would take. Those two, transparency and security, are the key in my mind.
That's a very smart way to look at it. And the real thing is, Africans should be concerned about what's happening in Nigeria, because the truth is the day that Nigeria is secure, that's the day that the continent will be secure. You know.
Yeah.
So.
That guy, that Igbo guy that complains all the time, half of his complaint is going to be about corruption, and the other half is he wants Biafra. So that corruption aspect is a big one.
But tonight, there was a recent attack in a Christian church in Nigeria, isn't it? There was a recent attack there. I mean, you see, that's why I say religion is one of the major issues as well that's stopping unity as well, and even it shows itself in Nigeria. What do you have to say about that?
Religion is one of those things that is a big problem on the continent, in the sense that both sides has been brainwashed, and we have all become, religious supremacists on our own side. We feel the other side wants to dominate us, the other side wants to dominate the other side. And now you have this mixture of, people coming in from so-called Muslim nations and coming to kill people in Nigeria. So I think what makes this different is that people believe that the people that came and did this were people from outside the country that came and did it. So, and what do you think they want to spark? They want to spark religious tensions,
Wow.
ethnic tensions in the country. So there are forces out there that really want to sabotage the country, and many Nigerians online were using that kind of language. Oh, those Fulanis, those this, and others are telling them, "Come back, pull back, go back."
Aren't Fulanis a very small minority in Nigeria, like 10% or something like that?
Fulanis are 6% of Nigerian population. The Hausas are the big group. The Hausas are 30% of the Nigerian population. So there are about 70 million in the country. And even that number, many Nigerians don't agree with it. If you tell Igbo that you are 30 million, Yoruba is 30 million, Hausas are 70, they don't believe it. I was like, what is it? Sorry, let me just say, what is it going to take for you to believe it when your men are busy going to educate themselves in the West and come and have 3 children, 4 children, maybe if they are lucky 5 children, while the other side they are busy having polygamous marriage and have some of them having 3 children. What do you think is going to happen?
And let's be honest too. A lot of the men, even in Uganda, it's the same thing. They're chasing women from different countries, right? Like from the West.
Yeah,
Sure.
you see that. So their population is declining. The ones that are doing polygamous marriage and marrying many women, and their women are staying at home raising children, they will have many children. And why are you shocked that they have more population than you? That's the thing that the South sometimes they have not reconciled themselves with. And then when I go to this panel, I don't miss what I tell them. You have to follow. You say you all are more educated than the North, and it was the Southern president that was there when they took the census. You can't dispute the numbers. The numbers says they have more numbers than you. So you have to treat them accordingly. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere with all this argument that we are having. So they listen to it, and I hope that it makes an impact, because I get fed up when you have our people keep regurgitating fake information like, oh, you compare yourself with the Northerners. You're not the same. They are bigger than you in number, at least individually as a tribe versus tribe. They are bigger. So, and this is why you see Northerners dominating if it was a democracy, they win all the time.
Yes.
They win all the time. So, and yet, Southerners, since the last dispensation of democratic system, have run the country. Actually, Southerners have run the country longer than the North right now, as we speak. I think it's 13 years versus 10 years of the North. So it's not so bad, but we are walking through it. Let's put it this way: Nigeria is a work in progress, serious one. And I know if Nigeria does well, many African countries will do well. That said, I think maybe that is a long way for us to see it. We want to see that any part of Africa can break out any moment.
Yeah. That's true.
I think people look at Nigeria because they're the one, at least in terms of like a Black African country, the one that has the most potential to have the military strength you're talking about, because they have the populace, and they should be able to have the brain power as well too.
Yeah, I think Steven 7-1. I mean, he's saying that was a good idea. I'm not sure what good idea he was referring to. I think he was probably talking about, I don't know, maybe it
I
was
think when you were talking about transparency, security, when that guy asked you the question about,
I don't know if 7-1 is a troll, because he was saying breakdancing comes from kung fu.
the people say all kinds
Kung
of
Fu.
stuff. Yeah, right.
It's an interesting thought.
The Chinese are busy trying to scare the the Taiwanese. Those ones are paranoid right now. They are not in any mood for nonsense, because the Americans keep threatening them all over the place. And America took out the Pakistani president recently. And
Oh, for real?
oh yeah, they did. They took him out. He came online. Let me see what I can even find that video. Actually, that reminds me.
So he
So that
got assassinated recently?
no,
Assassinated.
they removed him from office.
Oh, okay.
They removed him from office because I think he wasn't towing the line enough.
I see.
They can't stand for that nonsense when you're not towing the line. And what makes it interesting is I think you guys will hear it anyway. He said something about them not even hiding it. They like we're saying it publicly. Like you better do what we ask you to do, otherwise you face the consequences. Like what is that all about? They read him around, and then they went ahead to get his members of parliament to vote him out in a no vote confidence, whatever confidence vote that they normally have. So they took him out. They took him out from office. He didn't toe the line and he paid the price for it. So this is the kind of world we live in, where if you don't toe the line properly, yeah, they're going to show you
We
the.
have to be strategic, most definitely. Yeah, in terms of our approach to this.
That's a nuclear power. This is not. That's a nuclear power. So let me see if I can shed some of this stuff. So you see, because if a nuclear power, this can happen to a nuclear power. God help us. You know, and
Yeah,
this
we
is
have
the
to be
kind of
very
stuff we're
strategic
playing
with how
here.
we approach it. Yeah, most definitely, because they can squash us at any moment.
Yeah, what is gonna say?
On bail, the Prime Minister was about to be sentenced in a corruption cases of billions of rupees, and his son. One has become the Prime Minister, the other one has become the what bigger injustice in a society than this?
Let me deal with a couple of things that you have just alleged there. Let's start with the following. Pakistan's information minister has said in response to your call for a march, quote, Imran Khan can scream, whine and cry as much as he wants, but the next general election will be announced by the government in collaboration and consensus with all allies, and that your announcement, quote, is a direct effort to sabotage Pakistan's negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and we know how difficult the economy is at present. Your response?
Well, let me just put certain facts on the table. Number one, in the last 2 years, in our last 2 years, we lasted 3.5 years. First year, we inherited a bankrupt economy, and you can.
I'll play it fast so that we can move on.
The biggest current account deficit in our history. Second year, we were hit by the coronavirus like the rest of the world. In these circumstances, Pakistan posted in our third year 5.6% growth rate. In this fourth year, it's 6% growth rate, which is one of the highest in our history. So to say that the economy had anything, which is what they're blaming us, we left one of the fastest growing economy in Pakistan's history. And all sectors were growing: the industry, the agriculture, IT. Since this government has come in, the confidence has gone because there are a bunch of criminals. And of course, the currency is falling rapidly. Stock exchange has gone, and they rushed to the IMF.
Right.
Now, we have nothing to do with this. It's the conspiracy that got us here.
Right, let's be quite clear here with respect. Despite the economic growth that you have just laid out, the economy is still in crisis. Are you intending to run again as Prime Minister in the next elections? Are you confident if you do so, you will win? And how will you solve Pakistan's economic crisis?
Okay, the Pakistan's economic crisis didn't happen overnight. It's over the past 3-4 decades that the mismatch between our imports and our exports, dollars coming in and dollars going out, that always created the current account deficit, which means that we needed to go to the IMF to borrow money because we ran short of dollars. Now, when my government came in 2018, you can check, in our history it was the biggest current account deficit. We then salvaged the situation. In the third year, we brought down the current.
No, I need to go to where you talk about
foreign policy, not least towards Ukraine. The US has denied that. What evidence?
Okay, yeah.
In the weeks leading up to your ousting, you repeatedly insisted, and you continue to do so, that a US conspiracy was hatched against you due to what you say is your independent foreign policy, not least towards Ukraine. The US has denied that. What evidence do you have to support this claim?
On the 7th of March, Becky, Undersecretary of State in the US, who's responsible for South Asia, he calls our ambassador, meeting between our ambassador in Washington. He tells our ambassador, in an official meeting, there are no takers on both sides. He tells the ambassador that unless you get rid of your Prime Minister Imran Khan in a vote of no confidence, which by the way hadn't been tabled as yet, but he seemed to know about it, he said, unless you get rid of it, Pakistan will suffer consequences. And then goes on to say, of course, if you get rid of it through the vote of no confidence, all will be forgiven. Such arrogance, apart from anything else, by the way, Becky, this guy should be sacked for bad manners and sheer arrogance. Imagine telling a country, ambassador of a country of 220 million people that you can get rid of your Prime Minister. So this is where it started. The next day, this vote of no confidence is tabled in our parliament.
And then why have you never made this public before? You are being very specific about what you allege was set?
Well, Becky, I put it in front of a cabinet. The cipher was read out in the cabinet. There are minutes of the cabinet. Then I presented it in our National Security Council, where all the service chiefs were present. And then because this the internal affairs of Pakistan.
Prime Minister, at the time, did you get in touch with the US President, with the US Secretary of State? What happened?
The council decided to give a demarche, protested to the US in Pakistan and in the this small military. Then we presented it to the Parliament Committee. Then the Speaker of Parliament, the President of Pakistan, who has this cipher, he sent it to the Chief Justice of Pakistan that there should be an inquiry held in this blatant interference in the.
So as you can see, this is quite obvious from what he said, that clearly that they just went in there and did whatever they liked with this country. They told him they didn't even bother to hide it anymore from official records, that they wanted him out of office if he doesn't support the agenda on Ukraine. You can see how brazen these things can be. He rejected their offer, and he's out of office. So he actually went on to talk about how they, gave some people some money and stuff like that, how they voted him out, and the people that were put in charge were basically criminals. This is what we are contending with. It's real power that these people have. Our leaders are picked like this. This is a nuclear power that they did this to.
Tunisia, it's actually interesting because of the Ukraine issue, because now there are several African countries that are trying to align themselves with Russia, I think.
They don't like this thing, the idea of us just being free to say we are unaligned. They don't like that. They want us to pick a side. So,
but to Niger, it's always been that way. That the reason why American exceptionalism or European exceptionalism is popular is because the votes at the UN were always because Africans were voting alongside them. It's only due recently that Africans started to actually vote towards China. The voting in the UN changed, and that has major impact as well when it comes to those countries, like those Security Council countries members. That has a major impact as well if you can gain the side of Africans, especially for China with the Taiwan situation. So this is something that they do not like as well. It's something that they do not like. It's not just the economic issue; it's just the way also it swings the politics at the UN level.
I feel sorry sometimes when you see this type of stuff for our African leaders, because you just have to imagine what they have to deal with.
But but don't they feel the humiliation when they go to the UN and nobody listens to them? They're talking to empty chairs.
Oh God!
Don't they feel that humiliation? I know you're a puppet and all that stuff, but you still be able to feel the humiliation of standing there and then everybody walking away and you're
They have, some of them have no shame. Some of them have no shame. Tunisia?
Yeah.
I have a question for you actually. So do you think these African countries have more to gain by aligning themselves with Russia and China versus the United States or Europe?
Okay, if you want to align yourself with anybody, you have to align yourself in a way that, or align yourself in a way that benefits you. And I feel like there is no point bothering to align yourself if it doesn't benefit you significantly. These half-baked alignment we keep having now and again, where you have like the way Mali is aligning itself with Russia. You bring the soldiers in to come and help you out. I'm not a big fan of that because it really doesn't transform the country enough. I am still waiting. I'm watching Mali closely to see, and I encourage that to do that, because that too is, is one of the we disagree on this, and so we want to see what the change Russians bring into that country. Whether you see their military size increasing in Mali, Because if he doesn't, then what is the point?
Right.
He just jettison another guy for another one to just
Yeah.
remain weak again. I don't like that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying tonight. Yeah, you want to go for the real big thing, that the actual thing, the actual help that makes an
Yeah,
impact as well.
that changes
As in,
stuff.
if you really want to play the game to that level as well. But I feel like the Malians definitely it gives them the space to have this Russian security force and tactical training group train their people. I think they just there for training and helping them as well. So they're not really. I think the Malians will bolster the army because this now gives them the space as well. Because the French were not allowing them to actually increase the amount of military, and they're not even allowing them to go even to certain areas in the country. You understand what I mean?
Mm.
So I think this gives them the space, that you always talk about for them to actually start going on a recruitment campaign. If they don't do that, that's not the fault of the Russians, because the Russians are there to protect security and training. That's what
Yeah.
it's all
Yeah.
about.
You
Would
know,
they
it's
offer them a nuclear weapon? I don't know if they will offer them a nuclear weapon. It's a bit far fetched, but I understand your sentiment. That's the
yeah,
to be.
Ballistic missiles, but offer them something, or offer
Yeah.
them nuclear something that
Do you see the results in Central African Republic? That you see the results that they have achieved, even though now the Central African Republic have just completely wiped out all French. They have full control of their country now. That some of them are even willing to go fight for Russia in Ukraine. Do you even
mm,
believe that? Because
yeah.
they had the terrorism issue. Now they've completely wiped it out. I think now they are facing sanctions from the United Nations and all that kind of stuff.
But with China, is it not slightly different?
China. I spoke to my Chinese friend, and maybe he was a Chinese are like this. They don't fully commit. They want it to work out, but they playing their bets right. So they don't fully commit to what they start. They just started to see and read out the information, and they say, "Oh, it's good. It's producing results." Then they commit. Like when you hit a commit command. You know.
Mm,
Anyway, yeah.
yeah.
my concern with China is how much we're borrowing from them, and then what we are offering as collateral. Kenya is offering their Mombasa ports as collateral, which is, if that gets transferred to China's control, will have huge impacts on the East African economy. And I think Nigeria has the airport as collateral or something like that. So that's the thing about China I'm concerned about.
Um, the Chinese generally their deals are not as pernicious as the IMF's one, and they come in with only one hand. The one hand is you take my money, you better pay me back my money, or
Yeah.
I'll take your stuff and run your stuff until I get my money and walk out. So that is their deal. While the other ones will say, I will give you this money in a massive interest, with a massive interest, then I will tell you what to do with your economy and your banking system and your religion. If
Yeah.
you don't do it, we'll not give you the money. So, and as a matter of fact, not just only that, then they go out of their way to make sure you don't develop. So it's like, why give me the money just to punish me at the same time? It doesn't make sense. Because they know, you see, how they do it is that when they give us money, the interest, by the time we pay the interest, we pay more than they actually gave us,
Mhm.
and at the same time undermine our systems. So they are going out of their way to damage us. But the Chinese are new boys on the block. They will probably do the same thing if you give them the opportunity.
Yes.
So they'll probably do the same thing, but they need it now. Not This is not a luxury for them. The Chinese need Africa. They need people to trade with, and Europeans are looking to choke them right now. Like, you have grown too much. Now it's time to choke you before you come out. That's the way the Europeans are doing it. So the Chinese need us, and that's why I even argue that the Chinese, if they are strategically thinking about this, just as they saw that it was strategically important to give Pakistan that nuclear technology, they should see that as important to give Africa too, right now. Strategically, it's important for them, because if they do that, Africa will now be able to exert itself against the enemy of the Chinese right now, which is the West. and then the West will be in a lot of trouble. You see what I mean?
I'm waiting for the day where either Russia or China will give an African country nuclear weapons.
It's far fetched, but I understand. I understand what you mean
Well,
tonight.
you see, if for me, if it will be far fetched if we have not seen it happen before. I don't know. Maybe I guess it is far fetched to
I think in the
think that
modern day
Nigerians will
context,
get it.
I think even in the modern day context, because there's already like laws against that, everything established. At the minute you saw that somebody else will perceive that as a threat as well, so they have to fully be committed to a situation where we are already ready to go for war. We're ready to nuke the entire planet. For China to take a nuclear bomb and give it to an African country, and you think that the rest of the world will sit back down and just that's a sign of aggression.
Yeah.
So they
You
have to
see,
prepare to go all in and commit to that.
yeah, it's a very very interesting this is an interesting way of picturing things. Anyway, my view of China is slightly different from many people because I believe that there is a possibility there. Now, the Russians don't need us necessarily,
Yeah.
and as a matter of fact, Russians don't care too much about anybody. The Chinese don't care; they don't like us for sure. And the truth is, China doesn't pretend that they like you.
Yeah.
They let everybody know we hate you, but we want to do business. So I feel like there's a level of honesty there of what
Yeah.
the way they approach people, and historically they've been like that too. So I don't know, maybe they will change now. However, the point is, if you want to be in a relationship with this in any country, it has to have an element of equality, and for that to happen, then they have to give you some reasonable weapons. You can't say we are friends and you carry
Nadia,
the.
which nation in Africa? I know probably you've been at it. Which nation in Africa do you think right now is suitable to actually to
Maybe
be the one
South
to have
Africa.
a nuclear weapon? Yeah. Which
Maybe
country?
South Africa, I think.
Nigeria, Ethiopia, Kenya, Angola is one, but Angola is too full of the German. It looks like that place they control it too much.
Yeah.
Zimbabwe, Ghana. No, Ghana is too hot. Um, yeah, Ghana they are too close to Europeans. Liberia, you see, it can be in a country you don't expect. Uganda is one. South Sudan, country you don't expect because nobody will be looking out for it. And because once you get it, you get it. That's it. You can't stop those people now because if you try to stop them, then they will just like, okay, fine,
You know,
let's
the
throw the
interesting about South Sudan, because it's a country right next to mine, is a lot of those people there. The tribes are very like warlike. They're
You
a lot of
see?
their ancestors were very warlike, like warriors. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the culture they have there is they really have a strong military culture there. So it is true something like that could develop in South Sudan in the next few
Yeah,
years.
I really would appreciate to see South Sudan. Imagine they are some of the darkest group on the continent and some of the tallest group on the continent. Yeah, if anybody can have it, they can have it too. So those people,
You want them to nuke the whole entire planet? Are you mad?
what is what, why are
Those
you
people
worried about
they
that?
don't have restraint. They don't have restraint. You have to
Well,
not give it to the Muslim countries. Those guys will start the genocide immediately.
South Sudan is
The
South Sudan
Muslim countries
Muslim.
don't have restraint
No,
yet. I'm sorry.
South Sudan is mostly Christian, but they have some Muslims there, I think.
As I suppose the Muslim
Pakistan
countries
is
shouldn't have
Muslim,
nuclear weapons.
Pakistan
Come on.
is Muslim. They've not even threatened the world once.
Say that again. Which one?
Pakistan is Muslim.
Okay. But you know
They've
what
not
Islam?
exactly
You
threatened the
know
world
Islam.
once.
Come to Nigeria, Islam and African people. Look at what's happening into Nigeria already. Islam on black people. Do you think it's completely?
See,
Look at what's happening
but one thing you can be sure of is that if Islam is present and nuclear weapon is present, the West are not going to mess with us because they know these
That
people
is true.
they mean
okay.
business.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's kind of true. But would they have their priorities set straight, though? Would they have their priorities set straight? Because their priorities might be in spreading the religion, and those who are infidels will be completely genocided. You know what I mean? So those people,
Are you
their
sure?
priorities is the
No,
problem.
come on. Yeah, I look at it from the point of view that they a total Muslim nation. Like Nigeria is not pure Muslim now. They
Yeah,
suffer now, and I
yeah,
think there's something that happens to people when they acquire high tech
yeah.
and weapons. because their head clears now. They revert to their real nature, which is about power. They revert.
Tonight, I hear you. I hear you. But with these Muslim people, I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it.
This man, he doesn't want any Muslim country to
What
have
are you
anything.
talking about? Are you
I'm
trying to
gonna
say
leave
that the moment they are quiet, they'll be like,
These
they will be like,
people,
this
they're a bit
is
mad, you
the
know.
time of the caliphate.
Look, I
That's
have
what's gonna happen.
look. Yes, we've seen it already. Like we've seen it already. I mean, I don't know which other. I guess Pakistan. Even them, they are still not. You know. So
No,
I don't know which Muslim state is kind of safe as well to leave such dangerous weapons with them and all that stuff.
Iran has got it, you know. The other day, I think I just saw a video of Iran showing off its nuclear weapon. No, not nuclear weapons, drones.
Yeah.
Underground bunker where they put their drones. That kind of stuff will give Americans
You know,
heebie-jeebies. And
Maybe you should give it to Senegal. Senegal is quite secular,
and you, my,
Senegal is a good candidate too.
but they will just be giving it to France.
no,
Oh,
the Senegalese are very proud people, actually. Yeah, they
You
wouldn't.
see, you see, that term is the key word. The moment any people get it, they become proud.
Mm.
That's what happens. Suddenly national pride takes over, and boom, they will not let it go again. That's what the Iranians did. That's what North Koreans did. You see what I mean? You will not let it go again. You'll be like, this is your opportunity to break free. And you will not let it. I think that China, that's something that if I won't be surprised, really won't be surprised that in the next couple of years or 5-6 years, we hear one African country has gone nuclear. I won't be surprised. I
Because
think
China's growth
just
has
makes
been
sense.
remarkable.
Pardon?
I said China's growth to the world power it's now has been remarkable, really.
I think to Naja, do you think the Chinese were chosen or the Chinese attracted the greed of the West? Which one do you think?
Wow. Let's see.
So somebody keep pushing that the Chinese were chosen to play this role or something like that. So apparently you have to be chosen. I say, was it chosen or did they play the West? Did they attract the greed for cheap labor and slavery and all that kind of stuff and profit?
I think whenever I see the West, and I think that's something you find quite consistently with the West, is that the way they behave is that they choose for strategic reasons first, then economic reasons second, and two of them you find that they overlap. And most of the time, people notice the economic reason; they don't see the strategic one, and they are very, very clever at that. What I think happened there was that they thought, okay, if the Chinese and the Russians are too close, that will be a problem for them, and so they had to figure out a way to set them, separate them, because it's clear. The reason why I can see that is because I told you the last time I saw the video of I read the document about how the Chinese nuclear technology was built. And the Russians gave them the technology, helped them build it. They were building it together. Then suddenly the Russians were like, you know what? Yeah, we're building this nuclear weapon for you, but the American brothers, they want to make peace now. So maybe we should give the Americans some chance to do peace while we protect you with our nuclear umbrella, China. China was like, up yours. I'm not having that. I'm going to go and build my nuclear weapons while you make your peace with this in America. So by America approaching Russia, they separated both of them. And then they went to China and offered China, you know what, we're going to help you, do trade and all this stuff. You see why they wanted to keep both sides apart. Because if they keep them apart, they make them weaker. And it's not for economic reasons at first. It's for strategic reasons they went to China. Then the economics kicked in. Because China and Russia together, next door to each other, population, nuclear powers, that's too much to take. I suspect that's my suspicion anyway. It's not 100%.
But in a way, the Chinese kind of preyed on them preyed on their fears or greed or something, and actually came out to benefit from it. Do you think it was a calculated plan from the Chinese? Do you think the Chinese had agency in their, especially in this?
Oh yeah. They definitely did. When they agreed to it, they knew exactly what they were doing.
What are you getting to?
Yeah, they knew they were going to get
And they
extorted.
capitalized
Yeah,
on the
of
gains
course.
they made.
They're not stupid now. They knew exactly what they were doing. They went for it. Like, okay, you want to trade with us and your company? Okay, that sounds good. Come in, come in. After all, we are the chinkos. We are going to do everything you want for. This is the
Mm.
Iranian nuclear this thing. They said it's a bunker underground. And
It seems like drone warfare is taking off, isn't it, to Nigeria? Like,
the drone is the in thing now. The drone is the in thing. You just look at the size of those things and how many they seem to have underground.
I can't
And
seem to hear you.
okay, hold on. I said, look at the size of those things and how many they seem to have on the ground. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's quite a bit of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're not even hiding it anymore. Before they used to pretend that they weren't building a nuclear program.
Oh, this one is just drone, so they can show it.
Yeah.
They don't need to hide this ones too much. They can just show how they have all these things all over the place in the underground, hiding it away from Americans. Because they always are afraid that Americans will drop something on it. So this is the name of the game, and this kind of stuff will give the Israelis heebie-jeebies, and that's the kind of stuff they don't want to see. Because these drones have done damage in Saudi Arabia now. The other time, you remember they attacked their this thing oil fields in Saudi Arabia. So these drones they do some serious damage, and
Yeah,
I think
actually, even Israel has nukes. It's crazy.
yeah, they do. They do have their nukes now. Everybody seems to be doing their own thing now to keep themselves safe. I think Israel, I have to give it to them, man. They move quickly. They really move quickly. They saw the opportunity in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and they just went nuclear fast.
Yeah.
South Africa did and decided to hand it over again. No, you
Yeah.
can't.
No,
Black
actually,
man.
what happened is the white government dismantled it before the black government came in.
Yeah, why did they not stop them? Delay the process. Is it not black people are all around the country? If you have to put hole in the tire of the vehicle that's going to carry it, stop it. If they ask you to send a letter, delay the letter until they hand over to Mandela. Make it
South Africa
impossible.
would be in a different position today if it had nukes still. Yeah.
Exactly. Just delay everything. If the driver will be driving slowly, driver, what's going on? It's like the car
Yeah.
we are supposed to be heading for a meeting. It's crucial so that we can dismantle these weapons. No, the wheel is not going very fast, okay? So slow them down so that they don't get that thing away. I don't know how South Africans didn't care. They were just about freedom then, isn't it? They didn't know what the intricacies of what is going on. Can you imagine that?
And that's the problem with a lot of our people. We don't seem to. I don't know what it is, but we don't seem to want to think farther than the now. You understand?
Yeah, it's like we just feel like okay, let's just get what we want now. I think I don't know. I think it's a human thing now, isn't it? They just want to like enough is enough. This thing is getting too hot for us. Like they've given us this one. Let's take it. If you told South Africans anything about nuclear weapons, they will not even listen to you. Like what? Why do you care? We don't even want the. They will tell you don't. As a matter of fact, at that time, many African countries don't care about it. They won't. If they won't, you can't convince them to accept it. They will be thinking. Because when I was growing up, I remember when we thought about nuclear weapons, we thought it's a killer. It's not something we want around us at all. So, but now I've grown and gotten, I don't know, what I wiser, I don't know.
Yeah.
That we realize that, oh my God, maybe we should have, been, looking forward to such things because, if we had started since then, by now, one African country would have had it. Do you know, okay, you are from Uganda, isn't it? Do you know anything about the nuclear plant in Congo?
No, they have a nuclear plant in Congo.
Yeah, there was one there that was decommissioned. I think they call it something. I think, let me see, let me confirm that again. Yeah, there was one that was done there, but we don't hear much about it because they said to bring it back online, whether it's going to cost them too much or something. Nuclear Congo. It's funny. I just
That's
typed nuclear
crazy.
Congo.
Can
Yeah,
you
regional
imagine nuclear
centers.
weapons in Congo? Oh my God.
Yeah, there was one there. There was one there that they used to have there. and they kind of decommission it somehow. Missing keyholes in fence and a single padlock. Welcome to a nuclear plant, Congo's nuclear plant. Yeah, the this thing, what they call them, the Guardian wrote a report about it. Yeah, they had a nuclear plant that they wanted to take forward. In the 60s, things were going on in Africa. They were making moves.
Yeah,
But somewhere along the line, it just got stopped.
They just
Oh,
got
I
stopped.
see. Yes, Congo had a nuclear plant
Yeah.
in Kinshasa in
It's
1958.
interesting to Niger. In the 60s, there was a lot of development, a lot of movement. Like a lot of these countries were rapidly developing, even not just in South Africa, not just in Africa as well, even in Afghanistan as well. A lot of these nations were following the clear blueprint to developing a nation. So I don't know what happened in between that. Obviously a lot of them got assassinated and all that stuff. So, and then ever since then, it's just been a reversal or a stagnation.
Yeah, you see, recently there's something that happened. I think is it 2022 or 2020? I don't know what date this is. That the Democratic Republic of Congo seeks to expand nuclear applications, strengthen its nuclear legal framework with IAEA. These IAEA people, they are the ones that will kill you with a nuclear program process. They will slow walk you for 20, 30 years, saying that you are building something that you will never build. And I don't think it's just a way of denying you nuclear technology if you go through IAEA route. I don't even know how many countries has ever had it from them.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I just did a quick search to Niger because you were talking about South Sudan having nuclear weapons, and then this is an interesting excerpt here. It says today all African states bar South Sudan are members of the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. So South Sudan is the only country.
At least they don't have any legal obligation anybody can accuse them of. Like, you just broke the law. I wasn't part of the deal. I'm a new country. Because they are a new country, probably they haven't signed up yet.
Oh, they have not signed it yet. Okay, that's good.
Probably.
No, they have not signed it. No.
That's good. So what's the problem with breaking it? Why can't you just break it then?
No, because at least legally they can't come after you that easily. Because they'll have to start writing rules. Rules that will be tricky for them to enforce too. So, but they will come after you nonetheless. But
with sanctions
it's harder
with sanctions and everything and all that kind of stuff.
the local sanctions now, because if they are not part of the treaty, it's hard to accuse them of breaking the law. So that's one of the things. I don't know how many countries that are not part of it in Africa. I think all African countries are probably part of that thing that keeps crippling African countries. But if China means business, if Russia means business, they can. Like, that's why I think we should have to have leaders that have
a condition where I see that will happen to Niger is if the regional bodies become strong enough as well. I can see them saying, okay, this is fair. This is a huge entire body. It's fair for them to actually, you understand. But under these small little states as well, I don't think they're not powerful enough. They're not powerful enough, or they do not carry enough weight to be handed. I don't know if to be handed or something like that. But I don't see Russia giving a small nation like Gambia or Guinea-Bissau or something a nuclear weapon. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be under a great military federation.
Yeah. Okay, I have to go now, my brothers. It was nice to. I have to go to work. I'll catch your next live tonight. Thank you for having me.
Right, man. Thanks for coming in, man. I didn't even know you were here.
Say
Nice
it.
one.
Yeah.
What
I'll
was
see you
I
soon.
going to say again? I can't remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, that guy, he just came from nowhere. He says he came from Dinah's channel. That was nice to have him here. Kabaka from Uganda. I don't know whether we've met anybody from Uganda before.
I can't hear you tonight. I can't hear you. And also, yes.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, have you met anybody on the panel that is from Uganda?
That's what?
That is from Uganda.
Have I met anybody? No, I've not met anybody from the panel that's on Uganda. That's from Uganda. Hey, Mr. Uganda. Hey, Mr. Uganda.
Yeah. That's how you can't make
Yeah,
it up. His name is
yeah,
literally Mr. Uganda. I wanted to show you
yeah.
something about Mali during their fall. The one that I found. You see, I don't know whether you can see. Let me zoom in again further. It's very interesting because I think people should be understanding these things. I probably will be pulling them out as part of
Hey,
some kind of reel that people need to be seeing the patterns.
say,
Um,
say that again. Okay, go on. Just repeat what
no,
you
no,
just said.
I
Yeah.
was saying that I need to have people see these things so that they can understand the
Oh
patterns,
yes. Oh
yeah,
yes.
of how
Yeah.
our nations fall.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to, where is this thing? It suddenly vanished again. Empire, Zenith, the Empire. This is about this in a Portuguese, this in a Mali Empire. So if you look at defensive empire, with the exception of Musi, state of this thing collapse. Okay, so this is interesting. The collapse of the Mali Empire. So let
Yeah.
me zoom on in now. Yeah, so that we can finish this and go. So you see that, I don't know whether you can see that it says Portugal did
Yeah.
far more than hinder Mali's attempt to modernize its army. They also
Say
undermined
that.
Portugal
Yeah.
did far more than hinder Mali's attempt to modernize its army. They undermined the empire's authority along a coast that was getting farther and farther from the influence of Niani's court, thanks to the Changela incursion. So Africans were busy fighting themselves.
Say that again. Say that.
I said Africans were busy fighting themselves
Yeah.
when the Portuguese were undermining them
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
And if you read on, you are going to find that the threat from the Songa Empire became a graver threat matter during the reign of so conquered
Tonight,
this.
stop the screen share. Stop the screen share and just read it like that. Because I
Okay,
can
yeah, from here,
I
yeah,
can
that makes more
yeah.
sense. You can't see it. Okay, let's see. Let's stop screen share.
Yeah,
All
just
right,
read
so
it. Yeah.
yeah, let me see what I can see here. It says yeah, because I want to see the part where they ask the Portuguese for weapons. And man, when I read that, I just, Askia, Raid, Galam, River. In this one, they were just talking about the wars and all the rest of Parliament, Occupy
Yeah.
Mali, contested Mali, but they were busy fighting each other to the death. This
Yeah.
Tangela, do you know who the Tangela are? Because you are from that region, isn't it?
That's
They,
Tangela. Nah.
yeah, they call them Tengela. So they kept fighting the Malian Empire like crazy during
Yeah.
that period. And let me see, Songhai control area. Then Songhai came in. Tengela invaded Diara. Tengela, I don't know who Tengela is, but it seems to be showing up everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, who are these people?
Yeah.
Which conquered Songhai to defend them. The fact that they call on Songhai instead of Mali says just how much prestige the Mansa had lost in the region. Songhai responded with an expedition. This is okay. The Songhai respite and battle for Smoke. The one for weapons. Okay, Portugal. They say rise of Kabul. Absorbed Mali's coastal region. Let me see.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Military tradition.
Kabu was like around Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, the region there. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
see.
It's another one that rules after the fall of Mali or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, the blacksmith it says the blacksmith's activity helped the warriors by smithing weapons made of metal. No, that didn't save them. All right, it didn't save the infantry.
Yeah.
Madinka. Yeah, because I'm trying to find where, because I remember reading this stuff and they were asking the Portuguese to help
For
them with
weapons.
weapons,
Yeah.
and the Portuguese just didn't show up, man. That, you see, those quotes, it's something that I need to be taking up because it's not only happened to them, it happened in Nigeria, it happened in Ghana,
Yeah.
where they are desperate situation. They thought these people were their friends.
Yeah.
They were just using them. Clearly, you saw where they talked about how the Portuguese were undermining them by the coast.
Yeah.
While they were supposed to be allies, they were undermining them.
Yeah. Because don't you think the creation of thinking about it, the creation of Senegal also cut off Mali from the coast, from the sea?
Pardon?
The creation of Senegal also cut off Mali from the sea.
Oh yes, they wanted to undermine it. This is what they do now. Why would you give it access to the sea so it go and recreate its glory days? Nobody needs
His
that
glory
drama.
days, yeah.
Nobody needs that drama, man. That would be
But
too
you
much.
know, it's interesting. When they went to Japan, they were willing to share the weapons as well. But in Africa, they were not. In Japan, they actually gave the Japanese the weapons to replicate.
Yeah, okay, look at this. Let me read it. Say Mansa Mahmud II, known as Mamadou in Portuguese account, sought out Portuguese assistance or at least firearms that same year. The Portuguese responded in 1495 by sending an envoy laden with gifts, but no weapons. Firearms in the hands of the Mali Empire might have changed the history of West Africa.
Definitely.
If their track record with native weapons is anything to go by. However, Mali never became a gunpowder state, and the Mali military Mahmoud II passed on onto his son in 1496 was virtually the same as the one inherited by Musa I in 1312. So man, that this chapter is sad. It's just sad. I need to pull it out. It's just sad.
Tonight, I understand how you feel. Like it's like, where did we go wrong? When you're looking back in history, where did we go wrong? As well,
it's just sad.
It's clear to be seen as well. I mean, but there were some of these chiefs in Ghana that were gifted some of these weapons. But we never replicated them.
They never did it to the point where they can use it, because by the time he got to Ghana, it was more like this. How do I put it? More like it's around 18 something, 17 something. We're talking about early period, 14 something. Okay. These were early times when they started coming in, and that was because the fall of Mali allowed them to come further south.
Yeah.
Mali was the bridgehead. Yeah. Mali Songa Empire. I think Songa Empire was the one that really, really felt bad. Songa Empire literally collapsed and let them in. It's just a tragic tale. Just imagine it. Like, he asked them for weapons, and they said, you know what, we are coming. They brought him gifts, not the important thing. And this is what is happening today. Mali still allow Russians to come in with gifts. Basically, they are not giving them anything to help themselves. What is the difference between that and now?
I mean, yeah, I see your point. I see your point there. I guess it's the case of let's watch and see, aside from nuclear weapons, what else they have been, or have you looked into it lately, what the Malian military are operating with?
Right now, I don't know what they are operating with, but I know that they are going on operation with Russians.
Yeah, and, I think it will be good to see what kind of equipment and up to date, so that you can get where they are at right now as well. And it would be good to get an update on that as well, to see if because obviously the nuclear weapon situation is a bit, but at least in terms of helicopters and all that kind of stuff, something that will enable them to have an advantage over the terrorists.
It's true. Mali, Russia, military.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, it's my first time being on here in a long time. But did you know that China and Russia, they're having a nuclear energy arms race in Africa?
China and Russia?
Right. They're the past few years they've been trying to compete of who can share not necessarily nuclear weapons, but nuclear energy. I'll send you the link.
Wow, definitely I would like to see that. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah, I
definitely would like to see that one. Because if they start competing to give African countries this technology, you see, this in that, I told you that it makes sense strategically. It makes sense for them to do that.
No, I agree. I mean, I didn't say this. I was the one that told my Chinese friend, if you really want to make an impact in Africa, you really gonna have to get involved with the politics of it, with the geopolitics as well. Trade alone is not enough as well. You really gonna have to get involved with the, uh, but it just attracts bad things like the espionage aspect of it as well. You understand?
Yeah, but since when does because you are afraid of espionage, then you run away from progress? You have
Yeah,
to head towards it because that's the responsibility of grown men. You
yeah,
know, you can't say. You see, the idea is that I can understand that instinct, but the idea is that sometimes every growth brings their own challenge. You
yeah.
know, a rich man. When you're a rich man, you have so many people that are your relatives suddenly,
Mm.
and so you have to
Yeah,
cope with those things. You know, it
yeah.
just comes to. I would rather we have that problem than have problem of poverty and deprivation.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Moscow.
Okay.
So I'm looking at Moscow. I'm looking at this one is about Russia mostly, but let me see whether they put China there. There has to be China. Okay, yeah. This is an initial relationship that Russia China are building up, said Jonathan Gobb. So they seem to think that Russia and China are trying to build, but you see, I've seen a lot of Russian footprint in terms of nuclear in Africa, but the one I've not seen enough of is China. And that is interesting why we have not. It could be, the Chinese are doing it undercover and they don't want to show their hand. I didn't know China was giving Saudi Arabia nuclear materials till recently.
Mm,
So, China, they do their things undercover. They don't necessarily announce it all the time at the top
yeah.
headlines. Man, nothing will make me happier than one day just to hear like China or Russia has worked with an African country to build something. I don't care what country. If you're
Mm,
acting
Tonight,
like let it be like Ghana,
tonight,
Gambia, I don't.
if Nigerians are literally serious about becoming nuclear, though, they should be sending millions of the kids that don't have a job, subsidizing the education to send them to do nuclear engineering, genetic engineering, that AI type of engineering in China, because they're the leaders of that at the moment. The number one to
I'm
number
gonna
two
go
to
to
number
sleep.
ninth university is in China to study that kind of stuff. But I don't hear about
No.
anyone doing that. Because
To,
literally,
to,
Yeah.
Nigerians like to travel. They can literally when they're negotiating a deal with their country and then do not necessarily have the U.S. dollars to do it, they can literally say, "Oh, we'll send some of our nuclear physicists to work with you on some power plants, stuff like that."
Mm.
Yeah,
tonight, tonight I gotta catch a kip, and so that I can wake up tomorrow on time as well. So
Of course. Yeah. We are going to be rounding up soon anyway, so that we can.
otherwise I'll be sleeping again. So anyways, in a bit.
All right. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in.
Uh, all
All
right.
right. All right. So yeah, as I was saying, what is your name actually? That's your YouTube name.
Pi. I try not to use my
Pi.
real name
Okay.
on here because
Oh no, don't.
I say,
Never, never do that.
I say some really provocative stuff, and
Oh
every
yeah,
once in a while it
never
affects
do
me in real
that.
life.
Never do that. We have to protect our people here, man. We can't allow people's details to just come out like that. So yeah, I'm just looking at this page that you sent me, and it's indicating that some of the countries that are. Let me just show you what I'm seeing. Boom. That's it there. Some of this country, if you look at it, it's a really bit sad, really. When I don't know whether I should be crowing about this one. Cause look at it. You see the areas marked in this thing. They are like, let's say, let me remove this one. Well, why is this thing in the way again? I need to hide it. So you can see that only one is operational, and that is in green, and that is in South Africa.
Mm.
The rest,
Right.
construction scheduled, developing plans, and one of them is in consideration. So, like, there's no other one that's even in construction. There's no other one
Mm.
even in construction as we speak. So it's the only Egyptian one that seems to be ahead of all of them that says scheduled construction, and the rest. I really worry, but I just hope somebody is doing something behind the scenes to fix these deficits. This is a massive continent. It's about three and a half times or 2.5 times the size of this in the United States, and look at that, nothing to show for it.
Yeah, no,
I'm
DRC
sorry.
is like 2.345 kilometers squared. It's bigger than most countries.
Yeah. So, like, what age bracket are you? 20s, 30s, 40s?
Oh, I'm in my early 20s. I'm studying
So you
Taiwan. I don't
see,
know if I told you before. So
yeah,
China. China.
yeah. Please accept our apologies. We have not left you people with a lot to be proud of. This is not good. What we see here is a shame that we shouldn't. Are you from the Horn?
No, I'm from the Caribbean, but I was born in the U.S. But right now I live in Asia.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's a shame really that we didn't leave much for our children to be proud of. It's just not one of those things we should be bragging about. That our countries are just like, look at that, just look at that. It's
Kenya
not
does
getting us
have a
anywhere.
lot of geothermal energy, though. Their air quality is pretty good because of it. They don't use oil like that. They mostly strictly use geothermal and gas. So I wouldn't say it's too much of a disappointment.
I don't know if I don't know, man. I think this young generation they should demand a lot more because they have a right to, and we have a young continent. The continent is very young, and you can't keep like going on in this snail pace. I don't know. I don't see anything on the horizon that can change things radically. Maybe I'm mistaken. You can argue that maybe because the African Union seems to be, they are doing a few things. So, but you say you are in China now, didn't you? Or is there any
Yeah,
other country in Asia?
I'm in Taiwan. Some people think it's China. Some people think it's Taiwan, but pretty much China. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. China is not exactly very happy with Taiwan right now, is it?
No, not really. It's because they don't. During like one of the revolutions, it was funded by the U.S. government, but like they were getting involved in a lot of their affairs, like all of their old like the KMT leaders, like
Mm.
they would like literally when they used to come to Taiwan, like they used to like get rid of all their symbols, get rid of all like the stuff that they were proud about, just so Chinese representatives can come into the country.
Mm.
But yeah,
Oh.
I think in the next 10 to 15 years, there's gonna be like a big war, like NATO versus Russia and China, and maybe India, in
Mm.
how it's like turning out right now. Before I wasn't too worried, but when I saw that super carrier that they created a few days ago, and there was a leak about 2 weeks ago of them planning an invasion. That's when I'm just like, all right, I have to start creating backup plans in case there's a war like where I am the next 10 years or so. So yeah, it's not looking good.
You think it's going to take up to 10 years? I get a feeling that China will not have that patience. I don't think China will. You see, what I think may happen is that the West, they do have the power to determine how this goes. If China is given free range in, just allowed to do their thing like they were doing before, they will not have any issue with Taiwan doing its thing too. But I think now the West is worried that China has grown too big. Now they want to curtail it now. And Taiwan is like, okay, if you are curtailing me, so I might as well take my chance with Taiwan and increase my population and my resources from there. So, and
But Taiwan
I,
is like Saudi Arabia, though. You know
how
how
do
we
you mean?
talk about what I mean by that is the U.S. to use the Middle East as about the petrodollar, right?
Yes.
China taking Taiwan is basically, if that were to ever happen, that's basically their petrodollar because they have access to over 80% of all the technology that's needed to build during this fourth industrial revolution. So literally, if you want a TV, a phone, or computer, if you don't have good relations with China, they're just going to mark up all the prices and just tank every other economy. That's why you see all these reports of Biden saying, "Oh, we're going to defend Taiwan," because they're starting to take it seriously now. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Because if you defend Taiwan, okay, let them go and defend Taiwan, but I think it's not going to help really, because the Chinese wants to take it, they will try their best to take it quickly. They will not want to take too long with it. And if if I was China, that's the way I would look at it. I would want to take it very very quickly. But the Chinese, they do things very differently. They might want to take their time. Because the problem, what I see there is that one, it's technically China, and I don't know why Americans are acting as if it's not China. And if this was the US, no, it's not fair, because it's like literally China. That's why they went there. Those people that left China and went to that country, they didn't go and occupy a new country. They knew it was China when they went there. And it's just that the government of China didn't exactly have enough power to take over that island from them at that time. Now they do. But by the time they did that, the Americans are now all in their business, telling them, "Oh, if you do that, we could do this." And so, I feel like, for one, Americans are not being fair to the Chinese. But if they have to trade it, Chinese will be willing to trade China, this in Taiwan, for a better relationship with the West and the rest of the world, and being able to get to Africa and do their thing. But if the West is blocking them, then China will have to fight its way out. What choice have they got? They don't have a choice then.
Yeah, but they don't have the military experience, though, in my opinion. Like, they have most of the advanced weapons, but a lot of their children, they're from one child family, based on the one child policy that was created during I think the Mao era. So
Mm,
when that's why you see, if you look at a lot of the Chinese weapon tech, it's built for defense. It's not built for attack, because they
yeah.
want to keep loss of life as low as possible. Like, people, like, it literally in Africa, when you see these Chinese UN peacekeepers, they are nothing compared to Wagner Group. Like, they're so scared. They guard stuff, but you don't see them deploying in like hot zones like Somalia. Like, I think Uganda,
Mm,
they're dealing with both Christian and Muslim extremists. I
mm.
think uh, I think Burundi is too. But yeah, they don't go in these kind of places. They just mind their business. They just
I,
protect stuff. It's
I
like
think
security.
yeah, of course, the Chinese try to. They've always been defensive. They've not never been offensive. This is why they never go out occupying and invading people as much, even in ancient times, apart from their own countries where they fight each other. Um, However, though, when you look at it, don't assume that they cannot do damage, because I think the fact that they've not fought any major war before, on paper, they will not underestimate anything at all. They will not underestimate the slightest thing. They will make sure everything they plan in their document is as close as possible to the way it turns out. And I've seen that before. You see, when America went into Iraq, it was almost a perfect mission at first, the first mission to Iraq, because that was when America is using its new modern warfare that they've never been able to deploy against the Soviet Union. So they just went
Mm.
there with all the planes, blah, 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 and everything just worked smoothly. And I get a feeling that that's the kind of stuff you're going to see with China. This is not like Russia, and people will be shocked. People will be
Mm.
shocked, and because Russians
Yeah, they
are,
have they have both laser. A few years ago, I think they already have it now. It's probably finished now. Working a bunch of like electronic denial weapons and laser weapons. It looked like
mm,
stuff out of like some kind of sci-fi movie, some kind of
which people?
space
You mean
movie.
the Chinese have
Yeah, yeah,
lasers?
yeah. They have laser
Oh yeah,
weapons and they have electronic denial weapons.
they said they flashed the Australian Navy with those laser weapons now, so they are not having a laugh with that. They are not joking around. Those guys mean business. The Australians flew close to China the other time, even if it was international water. The Chinese went there with their aircraft and put aluminium balls inside this Australian this aircraft engines. So I don't even know how they do that with an aircraft, but I think they probably release the aluminum balls in the air and it just goes inside the engine. So they are really being hostile. They're not having it right now, and I feel like a nation with hypersonic nuclear warheads, with their own submarines, with their own warships. I feel like the West, needs to give a bit of space sometimes for other people to exist. Uh, because how long are we going to carry on like this, where one side wants to advance and dominate and dominate and dominate? Because the only way it's going to end is a confrontation. And how is the confrontation going to play out that is going to leave all of us okay? That's what I ask people all the time. You are not going to. Who gave this example? That was a brilliant example, actually. He said, we are like a people in a. We are in a tub soaked in petrol, and one side has three matchsticks, and the other the other side has two matchsticks, and we are like, you try me, I'll light it. You try me, I'll light it. So, as if when you light it, you are going to remain alive while the other person dies. That's not how it works. You light it, all of us die. That's how it works. And my problem is that the people of the world don't really get it, and the major superpowers of the world don't understand that. They understand that in their knowledge, but their instincts don't get it yet because they've not see. What do you expect? Look at America. America has not lost any war, any major war. Let's put it that way. Because I don't consider Iraq, Vietnam. That's not even a loss. They did what they wanted to do. They've never really lost any war. They won this major war, which is the Second World War, and the UK, as it is, never really lost any war. They won most of their wars. So if you notice, the world right now is being controlled. Technically, we like to think it's just white people. No, the key people that are controlling the world is the Anglo-Saxons that are controlling the world, and they are the one pushing this war hardest. How many jet fighters and weapons have you seen from France or Germany? Most of them is coming from the US and the UK to
But to
Ukraine.
Nigeria, that's why I don't agree with Western type of development for black countries, because if you just copy off the West and you build these skyscrapers everywhere in Africa,
Oh
the
no no
world's
no no
going to
no no!
constantly be at war.
I'm not for that skyscraper stuff. To be fair though, the West didn't like the UK. They didn't like go for skyscrapers crazy. Yeah, maybe the city they did, but most of the other areas they still maintain their traditional buildings. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, this skyscraper thing, Europe didn't buy into it, man. I think there was one city in Germany that built those buildings, and the people hated it so much, like they decided to start dismantling. So Europe is quite different. It's not like China, where the Chinese build high rises everywhere like the US. I don't know whether Africa is going to take that same path. Lagos has done. Lagos. Some parts of Lagos has done it
Lagos
already.
needs it though, because Nigeria is an industrialized country. They need it. I'm saying if everyone's competing for the same steel and cobalt that's in DRC, and we just copy off the West, the world's going to be constantly at war over the little resources that we have.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
you see, you know what I think may happen, because I believe that most of all those things the West is doing, the technology, what the cobalt they are getting from there can be replaced with significant research. If they do it, they can find a substitute for it. But you know what? I don't fully understand, because I know that some of the part components they get in Congo, they use it in their weapon systems. So I don't fully understand how it works. Whether it's something that can easily be substituted. It's like somebody saying, "Oh, we're going to substitute petrol for electricity." It's easier said than done. You see what I mean? So I don't know whether they need like to debt what is in Congo. They may not. And if it becomes that way, we are just thinking now that they will need us. But if Congo decide to block them, they might, say, let's invest the money and get an alternative to this chemical. So I think that maybe that's something we have to keep in mind when looking at how the West exploits things in this thing in Africa. And it doesn't matter. Who cares? Who cares whether they buy anything that we have? Anyway, the important thing is that we stop the suffering,
Mm.
and then we
You know, one
reclaim
thing I
our.
think Nigeria needs to do though to get out of this, like, because sometimes I do research on, like, based on stuff that you said, because you said a lot of things that I did research on. Like, I'll see something where I see the Nigerian military, they're going into West Africa, clearing out clearing out bandits, and then the next day they're being controlled by Shell to down protests about the oil being extracted from the communities. I think they need to, like, build, like, the Atlantic bridge between, like, Brazil and the Caribbean and the US, and try to because, like, a lot of these countries, they're going through, not Brazil, Caribbean, they're going through a demographic crisis. But if you were to team up with a country like Trinidad, they've had over 100 years of oil and gas production. They already know the what's it called? They already know how that industry works, but they don't
Mm.
have their population is getting quite old. Like I think the median age is like 36. So if they send like some Nigerian kids that don't have any like work to do to work on that kind of industry, like a few thousand, then you'll be able to create
Wow.
like the kind of a land bridge to Nigeria, and then send them that are experts to work on that kind of. But you would have to protect them though, because as soon as you do
Mm.
something like that, the US, they will respond to it. So you would have to
Yeah.
protect them with kind of militia. You know what I mean?
That's very interesting that you said that. Actually, I
Yeah,
think you're.
this is an industrial. It's an industrialized island.
Yeah,
That's
when
where a
you
lot of
say
people get
land
their oil and
bridge,
gas.
that is very interesting because I've never thought about it like that. But when the bridge itself, oh my God, that is a nice country, isn't it? Yeah, Nigerians would definitely like to go there. Trinidad looks like a nice place, so they would definitely like to go there.
Yeah, Nigeria. They have a lot of. They have a
I
lot
don't
of.
know why I'm
It's a
laughing.
mixed
When
country.
imagine
They have a
Nigeria
lot of
going up there,
African.
man. They'll be like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, they have a lot of Nigerians, Chinese, and Indians because of the
Uh,
slave trade and the yeah, pretty much slave trade.
like, yeah, Nigerians will be like, "We're here, man. You make your peace. We're here. Make your peace with it." But these Asians, are they going to be so happy? Some of them look Asian. Are they going to be so happy to see Nigerians popping up from every corner?
Who cares though? Like I mean, at least the black population, they have control over their own politics. They have
Mm.
I wouldn't say majority, but they have control of their own politics. I think
So,
as long as
so
they'll
the
be
black
able to
population
integrate.
control the country.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Do the black population control the country?
No, it's a mixed control between the Hindus, the Chinese, and the Africans, the African descendants,
And
particularly.
then you are going to ask for thousands of Nigerians to come in there. How are the Asians and the Indians and the Hindus going to feel? Are they not going to feel like, whoa, this is a bit much?
No,
They
I
may not
think
like it.
as long as they integrate, I don't think it'll be a problem.
Ah, okay. Nigerians would definitely be liking it here. Oh my God, they will like it. Nigerians will like it. Those people, man, anywhere you throw them, they'll be fine. I agree with you. That bridge thing, I don't think African leaders have done a good job of it. I
Actually,
guess
they have. You know
you
they
think
have,
so.
right? Yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah. Kenyatta.
they've
I
had
used to
like
think.
CARICOM meeting and all that, but I don't. Have they? Are they really? Okay, tell me what they've done. Have they actually done anything?
Okay, I used to think Kenyatta was this kind of like tribalist, like neo-colonized leader of the UK, and then I started to do some more research. They're literally discussing. They're gonna build some because we don't really have the in the Caribbean. We don't really have the resources to build all these embassies like these small countries. But they're gonna work together to build these kind of embassies in like Ghana and like Kenya, so that they could have access. And they're also like, as I said before, like one of our politicians, our most famous one, Mia Motley. She literally was talking about like building the Atlantic Bridge between Africa and the Caribbean and South America. Because a lot of Caribbean countries, they're not in the Caribbean; they're in South America as well. So you could create like a triangular trade between like South America, Caribbean, and Africa. So when something affects one person, it'll affect another person. So you have more power. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I really, sometimes when I see sometimes when I see the black people in the Caribbean, it actually does move me to an extent. It's like, wow. You see, when you see the African Americans, to an extent, you can feel a little bit better because one, they are in an English-speaking country that you see all the time. Um, but these other groups of black people that are in the Caribbean, many of them, their countries don't even have any links at all with Africa in any way, and many of them are in the mindset of even trying to transition, become um, mix as much as possible. In the case of Brazil, what they call it, bettering the race or what lightening the race. I don't even know what they call that in Brazil. But it's like a way of they think that when they mix with the lighter colored people, is making them better. So it really, really gets me when I see them because there's something about it that seems sad. that these are our children from the continent, and they seem quite detached, completely gone, and they are all there just doing their thing and thriving. Some of them are actually thriving, but it's a bit sad. It's like a parent that lost their child and the child doesn't even know they exist. It's sad to see. And it's just one of those things. You just see them happy doing that. Look at this one here. It could be in somewhere in the Horn or Kenya or anywhere, but no, they are there doing their thing. And many of them, and in many of these countries, even if they know they are of African descent, but what they think of Africa itself is often negative. I think I've seen some programs where they were talking about these things, and it really, makes you feel down. It's like, God, man, how did this happen? How did we get to this point where our leaders allow this to happen? I think I don't know why not even one major African country like Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Nigeria is needed. And now I'm beginning to see the importance of Nigeria. You need a country with a lot of people, a lot of sway to do these things. And could this be why they really try to keep Africa and Nigeria down? Because most of these people, many of them come from Nigeria and West Africa and Central Africa, and nobody's reaching out to them. I saw one Jamaican lady, she was talking like even throughout when she was young until she became older, she kept asking, why have they not come for us? That she was asking her, why have they not come for us at all? And you can understand that this is not like the 1800s or 1700s where we don't have ships. There are planes now.
Nah, I look Nigeria. They have 834 merchant ships, so they could easily do it. A country like Kenya, it will be really expensive to go all the way over there because remember they were a lot farther away. Nigeria is right there, and so is Ghana and Cameroon, Senegal.
They did have a meeting in the with CARICOM recently. I think it was the Kenyan president that chaired it with African Union, which is good with the
Yeah,
African
I saw that one. Yeah.
So that was good that they did. I really think that Africa's, the schism, and sometimes I actually call it's not a schism, it's a sin that happened with all our diaspora that left the continent. I think sooner or later Africa need to they have to exercise that demon. And if we don't confront it, it's just gonna be there. And
But tonight, can I ask you a question? Are there any communities in Nigeria where the North and the South are integrated? Like the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas, the Fulanis, they all are integrated.
Yes, now Lagos. Lagos is one of them. Lagos, there are quite a lot of like some towns in the Yoruba areas that are connected to the Hausas that are mixed. And even the Igbos are also mixed with the middle belt people that sometimes are considered part of the north. So there are see, it's not like there's a border within all these people. They are just flowing lands. And there's no major barrier in Nigeria now. So it's weird how those people can speak so many different languages and there is no natural barrier really that's separating them apart from the River Niger. So they mix quite a lot. Nigeria mix a lot. Sometimes when we talk, we forget that we actually do that a lot too. So, but conditioning is conditioning. Yeah, I don't know, man. When I see some of these, especially the the ones that are somewhat southern, the Caribbean ones, because maybe the weather, I don't sympathize too much with them because they have good weather. Like you twats, you're enjoying all the coconuts and everything. So I don't. But the ones in like Panama, all those countries on the main block of the South American continent, I really sometimes feel bad about something that happens to them. And although one of the worst things I've seen is how the Dominicans treated the Haitians.
Which Dominicans? Dominican Republic or Dominica, the black people of Dominica? There's two
I
different
think
countries.
Dominican Republic, because they
Okay.
share border with the Haitians, isn't it?
Yeah, they
Is
share a
it not?
border.
So And let me see, Dominican Republic. Yeah, the way they treated Haitians and this thing with the Haitians, they have this market that they share with the Haitians, and
Mm.
wow, they treated the Haitians badly there, man. It was like, wow, this kind of hostility
I
is
think the
really
Haitians they're more isolated from the rest of the Caribbean because there's more people that practice African spirituality and that's taboo in the Caribbean. They're really
yeah,
isolated. And
yeah, they're
I
busy
would
hating on
say
them.
Haitians are the most I would say they're the most African. Like they didn't have as much mixing. Like there are people if you were to integrate them and find like where these where what tribes they came from, they literally wouldn't look any different. Most of them.
Yeah, look at them now. They are like in Africa, really. The suffering of these people, it's almost like they refused to toe the line and they made them pay for it. And
Right.
dearly, they made them pay dearly for it. Yeah, this one is even a nice one because there was the video that I saw where they were really being maltreated by the Dominican Republicans, and I think I think that one, I think they were using boats or something. Maybe I'm mistaken. They were using boats, and it was, yeah, it's supposed to be a neutral zone created by the UN or something. And but this is when the market has opened. They said first the Dominicans come in and buy everything that they want to buy or do whatever they need to do or something. Then they allow the Haitians in. And that day, that video, I don't know why I can't find that video. It was really that I just didn't like it. And what I saw was people looking somewhat black, treating another black people so badly. And I was taken aback by the level of animosity that they were showing towards fellow black people. But I hope that stuff
But
is like,
it's because of oppression because they went through a generation of some force, some unforced of mixing. Like in Brazil today, you'll still see police going in and just shooting up black neighborhoods. This is the kind of people's power that you have to like compromise with people to see what they want, see what you want, to strengthen them, and they can strengthen you. Because there's literally over 56% of the population is of either black descendant or fully black, but no one
mm,
no one reaches out to them. They're just on their own.
yeah, this is the border crossing to a market.
Oh,
What
okay.
what kind of border crossing is that? It's like it's just strange for a border crossing to be like this. It's not plain. I don't know why it's not plain. It's just being funny now. They don't want to share it because that video when I saw it, and I asked a friend of mine that was from the Caribbean. I think it was from Saint Lucia or something. I was like, what is going on here? How can these people be treated so badly by? Because normally when you see people treating black people badly, it tends to be Europeans. But this one were being done by fellow black people in the Caribbean. And I guess the Dominican Republic, they're a little bit mixed. So for me, that was like,
I'd say the DR and Venezuela are more loyal to Spain than they are to loyal to black people.
yeah, yeah,
Like
that's the
literally,
way.
Venezuela, they have problems with piracy with all these other countries. Because literally, I know how you talk about, we don't have enough military in West Africa. A lot. There's some countries that don't have military at all. Like Haiti, they have UN peacekeepers. That's why they treated the way they are. They don't have any power. I feel bad for them sometimes. Even though they're not even my religion, like I would want them to be able to integrate with people that are their religion in West Africa, so they wouldn't be so isolated. You know what I mean? Because most of the
Yeah,
Caribbean is Christian, so they just treat. I think that's why they treat Haitians bad because they think they're gonna put some kind of curse on them or whatever.
yeah, and the president of Haiti too, Haitian president, isn't he? The guy died last 2 years. Is it 2 years ago or last year? I think it
I
was
think
two
it
years.
was I think it was a prime minister.
Yeah, yeah. Was it not last year? Wow. Yeah, yeah. He just died last year. Wow. Time flies. What is the latest news on him? Even nobody cares anymore. U.S. charges third man over Haitian president Moa's
It's
killing.
obviously the U.S. though. What? Obviously,
They're always there now. They're always there in the mix of things. And black countries have lost more than 10 leaders in how many years in that region. I guess when once I mention Haiti and the Caribbean, Grace is going to be around. He has to come and represent. How are you, Grace?
Hey, how you doing, buddy? You know I had to represent somehow.
is that Brian?
Uh, yeah. I ventured
Oh,
into
what's up,
his
man?
territory
Hey,
now. I
pretty guy, how you
ventured into
doing?
his territory.
It's funny though. I mean, I was looking at a video. Nigerian has now a trade agreement with the Dominican Republic. What's that all about?
Typical Nigerians now. They don't do they have a trade deal with Haiti?
No, they have a trade agreement with Dominican Republic.
Nigeria is one of those countries that they are just weirdly like
Well, I can show you the
they are
link.
off
I mean,
code. Nigeria is off code.
it's right on YouTube actually.
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, I'll
Nigeria
show
is
you.
off code, I tell you. Yeah,
Yeah, they do have some type of trade agreement with the DR. I was really surprised.
you're nasty. That's not nice now. They should have I don't know what's wrong with Nigeria. Some don't they see how? I don't think some of these our leaders, they are, especially the northern ones, they don't see anything. They don't see how Dominicans treat the ones that look like them most. You know, the Dominicans they really treat fellow black people badly. You know, sometimes most of them are lighter, so they just treat them. And this is why I asked you that question, Grace, in America too, because there is a slight difference between the way the lighter skin mixed ones see the black community versus the way the darker skinned ones see the community. And in Haiti, this was made clearer because of the way the events unfolded. And one Nigerians came on a panel, I think was it yesterday. He actually said something that I found interesting. He said that from his experience in America, he sees that the lighter skinned ones are preventing the darker skinned ones from relating to Africa. They are like
We
telling them
we
you
talking about
shouldn't you shouldn't do that.
as far as among Black Americans.
Yes, among black Americans. That's what he said. And that he said, have we not seen this empowering Edos? That she's very, very light skinned. And if you look at Yvette Cannell, very, very light skinned. Those ones don't want the darker ones to relate to the continent because to them they're already halfway there, going white. So and
I
maybe
wouldn't. I
there's some
wouldn't.
truth
I
to
mean,
it.
you do have. You do have light skinned Nigerians.
Yes, that's true. That's for sure. But
Right.
this light
Right.
skin, I think what he's referring to is that this light skin part is about not about the Nigerian part. It's about saying, oh, you are believing that you are now one of them. So why, you know, bother to conform and be
I don't
like,
think. I mean, who told you that? A Nigerian person told you that lighter
yeah,
skinned African Americans are
yes,
preventing darker skinned African Americans to.
yes, and it's funny because I never
That's
found the
weird.
right word for it. I never found the right word for it. He actually used the right word because there is evidence for this in Haiti too. I don't know whether it's happening in Brazil and all the other
I mean,
parts.
I would say that is more like I wouldn't say in the general context of African Americans in particularly because you have a lot of I would say dark skin or what people might say traditional African looking, whatever that means, who are in power. A good example is Clarence Thomas. We all know
Mm,
what Clarence Thomas is all about. Um, you know, people like what's her name out of California. She talks a lot. Maxine Waters. You have tons of them. Even Jesse Jackson. It's fun. It's funny. Jesse Jackson and Rollins in Ghana. They kind of almost look alike. It's weird. Um,
mm,
you have so many different ones, so it's hard for me to. If you look at the Black Caucus in Congress, most of them are what we might consider dark skin. So I don't know where that
mm.
person get his argument from.
No, I think his argument is that okay, if you look at Haiti, it was
Mhm.
clearer because you see many other countries other than the US have delineation between different the shades of color and the mixtures. But American, the moment you have one drop, you are black. So, but other countries they have slight difference, and what they found was that the ones with the lighter the connection to the Europeans in terms of admixture, m- their decisions were mostly based on it's slightly different to the
Mhm.
interests of the black people themselves. So this is something that is playing out even in America from the point of view of that Nigerian. And the way he put it,
Mhm.
he's not connecting it to Haiti. He just said it from his own experience that he notices that the lighter skinned ones are the ones saying to the darker skinned ones not to associate themselves with Africa.
I
And
think religion is big in Caribbean. Most people are religious; they're Christian. I think religion is the bigger thing than the race. Because if you look at some of the Bahamian leaders and the Barbados leaders, they have their human development index is like 0.800, and they're like top 30, top 20 in the economic freedom index and the corruption index. And these are dark skinned people, but they're all most of the same religion. The Haitians, they practice African spirituality. That's why most people are afraid of them.
I
yeah,
Like
mean,
Ryan was
Spike
talking about
Lee
that
did. Yeah, I
earlier.
mean, Lewis talked about Spike Lee and movie. Yeah, they do. Talk about colorism. Colorism do exist in the Black community, no doubt about that. But it exists throughout the Americas. I might say, not within Black people, but within various different communities of people of African, and let me just be frankly, Native American ancestry as well in the Americas. That featureism, colorism, looking more African, looking more Native American, in the context of certain Latin American countries like Peru or Mexico, those things do exist. That's no doubt about it. The more European you look, because they use a term in Latin America, the better the race. The better the race basically means marrying a white person, whether you are Black or a person of African ancestry or a person of Native American ancestry.
mm,
The more you marry white, the more you're in the top of the scale of society. And then, of course, in Mexico and also other places in Latin America and also the United States to a degree, um, the more closer to European blood, the higher your status. What makes the United States unique, they did apply the one drop rule. Places like Louisiana, which was pretty much run by the French and Spanish, they went by the Spanish system. So if you look in Louisiana in the context of when the Creole population, even today to a certain degree, they are pretty much the most prominent. They even said the last mayor of Louisiana, who was Black, New Orleans, was the blackest one. It's usually a person be of Creole ancestry who held those positions in Louisiana. But but that doesn't apply to all of Black America. Like I said, even the highest amount of European ancestry, I think it's in Virginia. I mean, you find Black people there, or what we call Black, 70% European ancestry, but they always identify it as that. That's
so
why I always tell people Creole.
you don't detect a pattern though, don't you? Don't you detect any pattern, like the African was saying that the lighter skinned African Americans tend to share a more how do you call integrationist um, ideas than the darker skinned ones.
From living among my community, actually, some of the lighter skinned ones were the most proactive about Africa than some of the darker skinned ones.
Hmm. Well, that's interesting. I don't know
I
why you
mean,
would say that.
even though I don't consider people call Africa, like Malcolm X light skin. I mean, he had very much African features where he would not be distinguished from anything else besides being an African. That's pretty much obvious by looking at it. But since he has supposedly Irish or Scottish ancestry, way back, he was very, very pro Africa.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
don't, definitely. I think like Malcolm X is on a different this a level altogether from that point of view. I see. Okay, then if you don't see it, then how do you explain the bit that happened in Haiti then, where it was more clear?
I mean, Haiti was a lot more clear and like I said, they have a French system. Like the French and Spanish system was totally different. Like even in New Orleans, they had the French system because it was run by the French and the Spanish, and they actually had it categories like octoon, quadroon, all these different racial categories, mulattoes for people during slavery. And colonial America, it wasn't not the case. So it was a totally different. Like I said, places like Louisiana was not part of what is now the United States. They was not ruled by the Anglophone world. They pretty much follow Latin American concepts. It's kind of funny because I remember I did a tour in New Orleans, and he said, technically speaking, we're Latin America.
because that's the system that they have there. Like if you go to New Orleans today, the architecture and all that is French architecture. If you go to if
Yeah.
you look at old records, it's in French. They don't call them counties; they call themselves parishes.
Yeah. I wanted to play this video. Imagine how
What's
this
up,
would
my
look.
brother?
That issue though, that issue with this thing. Let me, I just to finish the point, at least to add to it.
Hmm.
The fact that, okay, I agree with you that the French, they had a different system.
French and
Oh
Spanish.
yeah, French and Spanish, but you have, it's still there because
Oh yeah,
I
I mean,
think
of course.
the human nature aspect of it is still playing a role, and they even if they had that system in America, it doesn't exist. And I think the reason why a Nigerian can pick up on it is because the way those people probably interacted with him. You see what I mean?
Probably.
Maybe
Hmm.
other darker African Americans relate to him more. This is sometimes you can't. Um, it's not something that is revealed when you are dealing with amongst yourselves. But when
Right.
an African pops up, shows up, you can see the difference. Then you can see the way the lighter skin will react towards you, because they don't. They instinctively may not see you completely as 100% one of them, while the darker ones we just, "Whoa, oh, that guy looks like Jake," or looks like
I mean, the thing is to Niger. Even when you might have in the same family,
mm,
in some African American spaces, you might have someone who looks supposedly African, and then you might have somebody within the same family, even now I wouldn't say brothers or sisters, but let's say cousins or their uncle might look mulattoish of the one who looked like like a person who might be from Benin or Ghana or something like that. You know what I mean? So it
yeah,
becomes a little bit more because, like I said, the mixed race people, the admixed people, pretty much mixed in with the African American community. I mean, with I would say the 20% or 30%, whatever you might call it, mixed
yeah.
in with the 70 and 80% of the people
Okay.
in various different families. Not all families, in various different families. So you have that. It's hard to point out who's who. You know what I mean? Like a good perfect example is Don Cheeto. According to Don Cheeto's DNA, he looks very, very, what we call traditionally African. He has 20% European, ancestry.
Mm,
But
that's a lot.
if you probably look at some people in his family, then you might say, "Oh, okay, I can understand why."
I see. Okay, I think I will take your word for it. It's a bit of a mixed bag over there. So one has to be quantifying this in. And I think if that Nigerian had a point, it
Mhm.
may be because he. Hello, can you say something quickly before I kick you out? Because sorry, I'm worried about people bombing this place.
Hey, what's up, Tunaja? How you doing?
Ah, nice to have you. Nice to have you. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for coming in.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I won't doubt what the Nigerian guy says. I mean, I won't, deny his analysis or, be totally supportive of it. But,
Mm,
I would say in life, I encountered like both groups. I encountered some dark skinned self hating people who are the most self
mm,
hating in my
yes.
life, both dark skin and light skin. And I encountered some, I mean, because, you have light skinned people in Africa too. So it's just kind of like, sometimes I see some African Americans with light skin, like Tisha Campbell. I'm like saying, "Oh, she looks very, very Igbo."
Mm,
You know what I mean? From her
yeah.
features and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And we know that Igbos were very, very prominent in places like Virginia,
Yeah.
and they mention about light skinned Igbos coming to the United States, and also in places like Jamaica.
Definitely. You can see that in this picture that you sent this video, didn't you?
Yeah,
Um, yeah, these guys, they are all Nigerians in that picture. In
yeah.
this
They
video,
they
this
they were talking about the trade deal with the Dominican with the DR.
yeah, yeah. And as much as I love my Nigerians, these guys looks like, I don't know, man. They're a little bit. They don't. at all. Look at this guy's jacket. They didn't present themselves very well. Come on, man. Dress a bit better. And the typical Yoruba man, he's the one on the stage. It's all good. Let me just
It's
play.
all good, man. I mean, I think the reason why they probably dealing with the DR is due to the fact that tourism, probably make exchanges, in regards to how the way they set up their tourist shops and stuff like that in the DR, because DR is pretty much known for tourism. And
Why
you
Nigeria.
lying?
it's a bit off code though. It's really off code. I really don't like that kind of thing because next door is Haiti that is like black as like them, and you go to
Let's be for
Dominican
real.
Republic first. What is that? I don't think
Well,
that is.
technically speaking, the Dominican Republic is the majority of the island. Actually, Haiti only got like about 33%.
Yeah,
Dominican
so
Republic owns
It's
like
the
60% of
let's
the
be
island.
honest. Let's be honest. The reason Haiti is the reason nobody does the business with Haiti is because they get blackballed. We all know that that's not
That's
like
true.
that's not the reason.
yeah,
Like so
that's
so so
sad.
I don't even give so the simple fact that we all going around these circles is just being stupid. You know why. I know why. We all know why. They fault. They got hit with a stick. It is what it is. Just stop lying to yourself.
It's just sad then because I really feel bad for that country. What is going on with them? They are just being punished over and over again. And Nigeria, so what? They're getting blackballed, so we take a hit. It's ridiculous. I don't understand. I don't even know why Nigeria is afraid of anything. Do you know how badly our lives are right now? Things are so bad that what else can they do to us? You know, I don't know. You just do what you need to do. Do the right thing. Our people are suffering all over the world, and our leaders in Africa are just acting timid. It's really, I don't like it. I'm tired of seeing these type of things. And Haiti and South America, I see African Americans when they get tortured and all these things, you feel it at that time. But most of the times you see African Americans, they are doing well. They are in the music and all those sort of things. So you don't necessarily see them being tortured and all those things. But the Haitians and many of the Caribbean, you don't necessarily see them being tortured, but you just feel bad because it just looks that nobody cares. And, can you imagine you having a child, you're looking at that child, and the child doesn't.
But one thing about it, some nations in the Caribbean are doing pretty good, like
Yeah,
Barbados.
that's what I was
Yeah,
saying before. Like
yeah,
Barbados
they are.
and
Yeah, they're
Bahamas,
doing good.
Trinidad, that area.
I mean,
Go ahead. Sorry.
they're doing a whole lot better than all of the Caribbean, especially Barbados.
No, I said that too. I told him that I don't feel so bad for the Caribbean countries because of their weathers, but but the South Americans, because their weather is so nice, why should I feel bad for them? The ones that are living in the South, those ones are the ones like the ones in Colombia, Panama, all those countries where they are real minorities, they are really small populations of Africans. I really feel for them because they are like
They
in the
getting
no
over.
man's land.
They get
You were saying?
Oh, what'd you
that's
say?
basically what's happening over there. They getting ran out by virtue. They either get ran out or they just you know how they say they kind of better the race. So it's either one or two. That's basically what you got. So they either get ran out or going better the race. So either or. They take your poison basically.
Wow.
I mean, it
That's
depends on the
nice.
demographic of the country. If you look at Colombia, it's pretty much broken down into mestizos. Actually, Europeans are pretty much. I mean, pure Europeans are pretty much the minority, and then it's the mestizo population, which is supposedly part Spanish and part Native Americans, and then it's probably the mulattoes or people who are all three races. Black, white, and Native Americans, and then it's the natives. I'm talking about like Colombia, and then it's blacks. And that's how a lot of countries in South America, besides I would say Uruguay and Argentina. Now, Argentina is predominantly European. That's just facts.
Yeah, I mean they killed them all. We know what happened. We know what happened there, man.
Right,
They killed them all.
right. Predominantly European there, and also Uruguay. Uruguay is definitely predominantly Uruguay, but other countries like Bolivia and Peru and Ecuador are pretty much almost the native population is the dominant population, and mestizos. And Spanish is the ones who pretty much rule, to be honest.
Basically,
Yeah.
because I mean, because lying to yourselves and not being honest, y'all just go, y'all then you're not going to better yourself. But basically, in South America, that's pretty much it.
That's the motto.
Basically, how I'm seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from basically what I'm seeing is, as it's looking currently on the let's say the world map necessarily,
Mm-hmm.
I think what the point is to kind of get rid of all the black populations I'm guessing in the Western Hemisphere, and then necessarily to when Africa can probably finally get itself on a decent foothold, to have all the African population. I'm guessing every area just basically just cut down to like almost nothing. If I'm guessing.
I mean, to be honest with you, African populations in those areas wasn't, besides Brazil. I mean, Brazil to a certain degree, Colombia, in Peru, the black people were used as a mascot against the Native Americans for the Spanish. If you read their history, to suppress the Native, I mean, even though they have them slaves, but also to oppress the natives. In other words, to keep them from rebelling, just like the king in Morocco utilized the Black Guard as far as to keep local Berbers at bay, and that's pretty much happened in places like Peru. Is to keep the natives, is to suppress the natives there, and then I can understand as far as I don't understand it, where you might get pushback of people of indigenous ancestry in those places due to they utilize the blacks as a buffer there.
I didn't know that. I'm about to look that up actually. You have any
Yeah. I was reading. It's funny. I read that in a fucking guidebook when I was reading about Peru, and I try to get more information on that.
Yeah, you gotta get more information on that, because honestly, guys, when it comes to Peru, it's a lot of stuff went twisted in Peru.
Oh yeah, everything went down in that country, because, like I said, the majority of the population is indigenous or part indigenous, and then it's whites, and then it's blacks. And actually, blacks did do, in regards to Peru, blacks did contribute a lot to the population there.
I mean, most likely.
Can I ask a question though? How did Asian people? Sorry. I just wanted to ask a question. How, man, I don't know how this was did. How did the Asian people manage to remain darker than some Africans?
No, not all Haitians are darker. It's not all.
Well, look at their pictures now.
I mean, that's
first off.
Yeah.
Let's be a little bit more honest with ourselves.
Look at Asian people. If I type Igbo people.
No, I met Haitians who are dark in New York. I met Haitians who are light. I met Haitians who are in between. Like anybody.
I think compared to the rest of the Caribbean, and though they have a higher percentage.
Yeah, they are. Igbo people are lighter than Haitians.
It depends on African contribution to the population. I mean, a lot of people from Haiti, not all, have ancestry from Benin. But like I said, I met all types of Haitians. They don't have one singular, Pacific look. And sometimes you're like, oh, you're Haitian, that type of thing. You're like, oh, okay, that person's Haitian. I didn't know that. He don't look Haitian.
I mean, the only people, the Haitians that don't look Haitian are the Haitians that's mixing with the Dominicans and all the other people, or you have foreign dudes coming from over there just knocking up the chicks. Let's be like, I need to be a little bit more honest with y'all selves.
No. I mean, I think what you're doing is to be honest with you, I think you're doing is a generalization, because I grew up with a lot of Haitians in New York, and in places
in
like
York.
that. Yeah, in New York.
Not in Haiti.
Because
correct?
New York do have a large population of everything, from Jamaicans to Haitians to, of course, Dominicans I met in the city. And I grew up.
What sizable chunk do you think the percentage of the population that it reflects that?
I would say New York is problematic sometimes. I always tell people I learned how to be African American in LA. It was like every other 1 in 5 person was someone from the Caribbean of Black people. When you go to New York, you're going to encounter, you're going to talk with people. You're going to find out that their mom was from the Caribbean or dad from the Caribbean. My dad is from Haiti, or my dad is from Jamaica, or my mom is African American. My father is Haitian. You find Caribbean people all over the fucking place. And plus, places like in Brooklyn, you have a huge, they have whole neighborhoods, which we don't have in LA. That's people of Caribbean or, origin.
Yeah, it's an international city. When you say New York, you're basically saying an international city. You have people.
Correct. But in LA is a totally opposite. I mean, LA, even though we're an international city as well, we're the second largest city in the country. However, probably due to distance. It's, you know, African American. I mean, people here are predominantly African American. You do have like minority of people who are like Caribbean, but it's small. It's like a chop shoot in comparison with as far as what New York has in the East Coast. I mean, I say if you come to LA, you know, you have to find people from Nigeria unless they tell you. You have to find people, you know, you see Ethiopians here and there, and you might encounter people from Belize and very few Jamaicans. It's very, very minuscule in comparison to what you might see in the East Coast. I mean, we do have a Louisiana Creoles here. I mean, you know, they're from the United States. You know what I mean? And they have like a whole lot of Creole restaurants in the hood and stuff like that, and a lot nice restaurants actually.
I think actually, if you go to like what is it, Los Angeles, you're going to find a lot of Mexicans because that area was previously owned by Mexicans necessarily.
Exactly, you're gonna have tons. You have Mexicans of 3 different generations. You have Mexicans who have been here. You have Mexicans who just got here. It also depends on the region of Mexicans where they come from. And, you know, it's like now we get mostly the native ones that coming from Oaxaca and southern Mexico who are short, brown, and usually do the jobs what nobody want to do. The Mexicans who've been here, like during the Zoot Suit area, they came from the north and, you know, places like Zacatecas, which my ex-wife, part of her family was from. And, you know, and they have a different view. You know, I'm not going to say you're going to be seeing them who are in the gangs and getting in trouble, but, you know, I would say they're a little bit more Americanized, and sometimes a lot of them don't even speak Spanish.
Brian, I have a question. Are there any Afro?
Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit more honest with it.
His line is breaking up.
Those were the ones who got hit first, basically.
No,
the ones you're talking about, those are the ones that came first.
What did you say? I didn't hear.
That's usually what it is.
Which one you talking about?
Who was talking?
I think Pai was saying something.
Somebody was saying something.
Yeah, the guy. I'm asking, are there any Afro-Latino construction companies, like major ones?
Where, in LA?
In the US.
Afro-Latinos construction companies. No, I never heard of it.
There's almost little to no Afro-Latinos in America at all.
I mean, unless it's in New York, and you know, if we do the one dropism, you know, on light-skinned Dominicans who look like light-skinned blacks, then that's a different story.
How about African American construction companies? Right. Do African Americans own construction companies?
Yeah, they do. You do have some African Americans who do own construction companies. You do.
What kind of construction do you know about that they do?
You gotta figure out how much.
Various different companies.
That's not my area.
Right. I mean, I encountered that as far as real estate. Certain African Americans who own construction companies. I can't name them names offhand, but I have encountered that.
How about like the type that construct like bridges, rail tracks, things like that? Have you?
That no. I mean, construction meaning, you know, like I had African Americans who are contractors. Let me just talk. African Americans who are contractors in projects that I had to sell real estate or I had to sell property in subdivisions. Yeah, you do see African Americans doing that, especially in the real estate field. I would say African Americans are very active in the real estate industry. That's one thing I'm happy about. And when I started doing real estate,
they have a huge monopoly on the blue collar work necessarily. We are necessarily kept out of white collar work for the most part. That's basically
I would say, because we always had an organization called NAR, National Association of Realtors, where they pretty much counted us out of being real estate agents or brokers. That we still do have that organization, and you could pretty much look that online, and you could pretty much look up information on that. But as far as realtors, owning brokerages and stuff like that, yeah, you have African Americans who do that. As far as investors, you do have African Americans who are a lot of African Americans who are investors. It's like a lot of the title reps I deal with in LA, which I was surprised in the real estate industry, were African Americans, and they own their own little title rep companies, and lawyers and stuff like that. Real estate attorneys I deal with.
Okay, let me try to circle back because both of you, like Lazulu, has not talked about the main topic, which was what are
No,
the.
you know, I want to ask him this question. You know, what question did you
Go
ask
ahead.
to me about? I don't know. It was not crazy, but you know, it is what it is. Would your Nigerian friend notice? You could ask the last Zulo his.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wanted to. Yeah, I did state to Grits about how a Nigerian guy was talking about how in America his experience was that the lighter skinned ones in the community tend to want to tell the darker skinned one not to associate with Africa, that they are the ones that tend to hold you, they more likely to hold the opinion of wanting to integrate than the darker skinned ones. uh, at least from his experience of going to the community, he finds that the darker skinned one are more open, but while the lighter skinned one are like, no, 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 we are not Africans and stuff like that. And I asked him whether he has noticed anything like that, because in Haiti, that was clearly an issue. But because Asians have a different system from the African American the community, so I
It's
don't
more
know
of a
whether
mixed
you
bag. If you want to
stuff.
be honest tonight, it's more of a mixed bag because you have some dark skinned people who have the same. We're not from quote unquote the African don't like us necessarily um sentiment. And you have light skinned ones that have the same mentality. It just depends on how they were raised and their outlook on
There you
life and
go.
whatnot.
He basically said the same thing like I
White
did.
people raised.
It's very
But you have
interesting. Both of you said exactly the same thing.
and medium tone ones myself too. So that's kind of a
Mm.
mixed bag.
So, but you see, I guess maybe from the point of view of the African, can you imagine that when he comes into the country
Hello,
and he meets the darker skinned ones
hello.
and he feels like he gets. Can you hear me? I don't know. Can you hear me?
Last Zulu, can you hear us? No.
I think yeah, he's having some connection issues. So okay, I guess I can leave him since that was mainly for him anyway, because we've already talked about it ourselves. Um, about the main topic, you know, that everyone has had someone like I can fire talk about trying to sort the issues out in the community. Sometimes you have people that use inflammatory languages talking about, basically genociding people, like the North Africans, because they are not one of us. Or some people, instead of, approaching the honors in a more diplomatic way, they use certain languages that are alienating. So that's why I asked the question: are there more persuasive ways to talk to people so that you bring more people under the tent, and at least prevent the ones that don't want to come under the tent, not to want to burn the tent down? So in other words, not alienate people so much that they hate the Pan-Africanists, because I think Pan-Africanists are important. They are like an essential ingredient in healing the community, because without them, what have we got? Nothing. We are just going to be operating individually, because in the end, when we come together, that's still Pan African. If we like, we call it one name, what name we like. If we come together to organize and do stuff together, that's Pan Africanism. Because what Europeans are practicing right now is Pan Europeanism, because they are doing stuff together. So, how do you think is the best way for? Can you say something, please, Lazulu? I can't hear you, Lazulu. I might have to put you backstage. I've not heard from him, so I have to put him backstage. I don't want to take chances, and because that was not that was not his this thing that he
I
came
just
with.
I just want to make this comment to Lois. You know, not everyone is about the media. I mean, you're talking about dark skinned black men or black men in general marry light skinned black only light skinned black women. That's not true. I know plenty of dark skinned women who are married to black men who are successful. Not everyone have to put themselves out on social media or go through a Google search. Just go to your local bloody goddamn black churches and you could, I mean, with prominent people, and you could see the reality of the situation.
Mm. I think I'm just asking me a question right now. So yeah, I get your point on that. So sorry, what did you say? I think I missed your answer. I don't know. Were you answering my question?
No, I was answering to a person. Said, she's making these weird type of comments like, name highly successful Black American males under age 50 and not in sports that's married to dark skinned Black women. I said under age 50 in order to execute Denzel. He's a common answer. All light skinned Black women. I mean, like I said, not too many people put themselves out on social media or want to be famous. They go on with their own lives. And you see, I see successful people. Well, because I don't judge people by colorism. Who are dark skinned, light skinned, or who's married to a dark skinned person or whatnot. They don't put themselves out in the media like that. And they highly accomplished people, doctors, lawyers. Uh, you know, Hollywood do not determine what society looks like. You to go to any place in in a predominantly Black church or Black or one of those Black expos, and you will see that reality.
Okay, this one is light. There's a
Yeah,
watch
what I'm
this.
saying is
Oh, okay, this one is dark.
Google is not a denominator of society, to Niger. That's just facts.
Well, come
But
on, man.
going to the areas and meeting people as as normal people, then that's the reality.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, Lazula has come back with this.
I mean, when I go to places like Baldwin Hills, which is pretty much most of these homes are $1 million homes. You know what I mean?
Say
Like,
something. Lazula say
yeah.
something.
Oh, what's up? How you doing, too, Niger?
This is very good, Yeah, nice. You see, this stuff can cover this thing until the person says something before I take it off the label. Because sometimes they will just come and put some nasty stuff there. Nice to have you back. Yeah, so
Yeah,
but you have to admit though that look at this is light skin. If I keep searching, maybe
Right. What I'm saying
maybe the
is
lady has a point.
this: Hollywood do not always reflect society. That's the
Okay.
thing.
Do you have any other
Hollywood do
name?
not always reflect society.
Do you
That's
have
what I'm
any other
saying.
name? Okay, Obama married a dark woman, but first him, a dark. Let's see who else. Claire Bond. Claire Bond. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Tunija, these are celebrities.
having-
These are celebrities, Tunija.
Yeah,
Usually
you're
in
having
the
a problem.
Okay,
Well, go ahead.
Gladman's wife is represented. She looks African for sure. He's not having it, man. Yeah, that's an African family there. They are not playing around. Okay.
Tunija, you can't judge people by their celebrities, man. They're celebrities. They're everybody.
I mean, yeah. I mean, people get. I mean, with me, celebrities are one thing, and then you have the real world.
Right.
You know
You'll see like
The-
some white American celebrities like married to a Jamaican woman. I mean, what
I mean,
what
like,
is
am I gonna say like every white guy who might be with an Asian woman, is married to an Asian?
What do you mean? Okay, hold on, wait a minute. Let's like, what are you talking about? Because
What this person was talking about on the panel, like she's like saying something in relations to, like name a Black American male who's not married to a light skinned woman or something like that.
Okay, let's be okay. First off, we got to be honest with ourselves. This chick is sexual politic, and she's trying to keep the best dudes to herself. Let's be honest. We all know women do this because we know we know what's down here on the ground. Let's be honest. So she's sexually politicking. You can put it together. You can understand what that is. There's the degree of social engineering in this country. Let's just keep it a buck to a degree. With media that's so and so and so and so. They they'll show one dude that what is it? One dude, and he'll have a light skinned wife, and they'll blast that dude all throughout the necessarily the internet, the TV, on whatever and whatnot, and say, "Oh, that's a Black dude," or whatever, or necessarily, or that's just what they do to rile women up. They do that intentionally, and then also to kind of make them feel insecure. But in reality, these women are already insecure for a number of reasons beyond that. So,
right,
it's a number of things. See, like we see, you guys,
I mean,
you can't answer these questions without being honest. If you're trying to play with it, you're just going around in circles, man.
Exactly. Now, like for example, to Nigel, will a person get mad if a dark-skinned Igbo guy married a light-skinned Igbo woman?
No.
I mean, so what's the hell's the difference?
I think you have a point there, but I think what they are referring to as the light skin one. No, hold on, hold on. See, because the light skin Igbo women are Africans, that's slightly different. I think what they are referring to is that the ones that are mixed race, and then they want to go for. And sometimes these can be okay. Let me give you an example. Of what I'm referring to, African American, African American weddings. So okay, weddings. Let me just weddings. I think that's what will give you an idea what I'm talking about. So as you can see, dark, lighter. That's the kind of trend you tend to see. Let me see. This one is even close.
That's false. That's false. I mean, okay. Let's be okay. You going to spell some nonsense now? Okay,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. See, hold on. I'm not making anything up. Yeah. Okay. This one is African American.
I'm giving you the direct. You're getting direct information. All right. Legitimately, the light skin chick. We don't have that many light skins. It's rare. Let's be honest, like that. There's like a light skin chick is rare. Like that. There's not that many unless you go to like specific zones where they had a huge mixed population. Like if you go to the Creole or like what is it, Louisiana? Yeah,
Louisiana Creoles and certain definitely the population in Virginia. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. When I've been there, I'm like saying I'm the only you know that guy who does Finding Your Roots, Skip Gates.
Yeah,
He comes from a region where I've been to in Virginia where a lot of the people, not all of them, where the same place where Russell Wilson's from, the same place where that basketball player family's from. His name is Kerry or whatever his name is. He's from that region. His parents are from that region. A lot of them are admixed, not all, but you find a lot of admixed people there in certain parts of Virginia.
See, now we gotta be more honest with ourselves. Like, I always trying to not be honest. The reality is, in the Spanish, that was the Spanish and quote unquote French zone necessarily. How the French get down, they mix it up. That's how it is. In the U.S., it was you over there, we over here kind of thing. That's what it was. So when the U.S. necessarily bought or quote unquote bought them areas, let's go with that. Those people just got incorporated into the society and just got put off into the group, into the quote unquote the black side.
Right, in Louisiana, but in Virginia, the admixed population was still considered, because the American system was very different from the Spanish. Because what I was surprised about Louisiana when I've been there, with my lady, and when I did a tour, was I thought, as I've been taught in school, is always the French. But I didn't know the Spanish ruled Louisiana too. I was really shocked when I found out when I was at the Creole, the Laura Plantation or the Creole Plantation, which was pretty good. It was pretty much honest about slavery, and it wasn't this fucking gone with the wind shit, which I've been to another plantation in Louisiana.
So
very honest.
African American Creoles,
huh?
And these African American Creoles that we're looking
at. They could be. I mean, like in all honesty, they could be. Like the majority of African American population is brown. Let's say dark brown to dark skin. That's majority. You see what I'm saying? Now,
Louisiana Creoles. I mean, because we have a bunch of them in LA. I mean, because when the Great Migration happened, my family from South Carolina, they went to New York, like South Carolina, Georgia, and maybe Alabama, whatnot, and also Virginia as well. In LA, it was a little bit different in the West Coast. It was mostly the black people who came from from the South were usually from Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, Kansas. And like I said, and what followed with them was the Creole population from those regions. And in places like Kansas City, where certain African Americans who do have, who I met, who do have Native American, admixtures as well.
Why do they like have so many weird photographs instead of just?
I talk to Creole people all the time. Like I said,
no. You misunderstand what he's saying. Like you have propaganda is a tool of warfare.
I got what to say, but what Creole is basically, what I learned is not necessarily about, because I think the mixed race people pretty much, or the admixed race people pretty much hijacked it. If you lived in Louisiana back in the day, whether you're white, black, or mixed race, you was considered Creole by default by living in Louisiana and by speaking the Creole language. That's what a Creole is.
I see. And
in other words, it's kind of like Latin American. You could be a black Latino, a white Latino, and an admixed Latino. That's the same thing what a Creole was. If you look at the old, as far as the documentation of what a Creole was or is, whatnot.
Would you say that most African American females will fall under this bracket, or they are more?
No.
I would say it depends on where you live at.
No,
I would say in LA
The
specifically.
answer is no.
For me, this is his opinion, but for me, I would say a lot.
He lives in a highly mixed zone, so that's why he lives in a very highly mixed zone. So that explains his thought process. But most of if you said the most,
most of them look like this one.
Yes.
Okay. You say like this one. Okay. I think it makes sense actually to an extent. I think it makes sense to an extent because this is almost half and half. It's not even half and half. This one is black, but you can see that she does have a little bit of admixture there, and I think by and large that's what I tend to see.
But then again, what I'm saying is this: you're discounting your own diversity in your own country too, Niger.
You really like to bring it back.
I'm just playing what it is. I mean, you have in your country what I've pretty much been, looking up and looking at in our land. You have Igbos who are fair skinned. You have certain fair skinned tribes there. You have houses. You have Fulanis. You even have people like who call themselves Suarez, and you also have Tuaregs in the north.
Yeah, I don't know why when I look at this picture it makes me happy. I don't know why this picture here, and there's something about it because it's almost as if,
like if I look up something Igbo queens and kings and Instagram, if I put that in there, if we're going to be totally honest.
I like to see African Americans, at least black people, especially the ones outside the continent. I do like to see them happy because there's something about that is almost visceral. Maybe because of the tragedy of the past and stuff like that. And when you see them,
I mean, not everybody talk about doom and gloom all the time, man. It's
true.
You know what I mean? Like, people go on with their lives.
Yeah.
Not everybody's waiting for a reparation check.
They shouldn't. I think the more you do all those things, then it will come to you anyway. I think to be fair, I think the American state owes the African American based on. See, I don't care too much about the feeling part because that mule one, they talked about this mule thing that they are supposed to give the African American community, and they didn't give it to them. No, that case, you can tie that then to all the other things that has happened because of that lack of the government giving what they are meant to give. I think in time, if the community becomes stronger, they will pay.
I just want to answer this question to Duarte here. Out of curiosity, are all African Americans mixed to some degree? I would say not all. Especially with areas like parts of South Carolina, which have the highest degree of a lot of people with African ancestry of clearly 100%. But in other areas of the country, like I said, you might have a mixed bag, especially places like Virginia, which according to I was reading in DNA wise, these African Americans, some of them might score a good 60% or 70% European ancestry, 30% African ancestry. But these are people who've been mixing for generations and they don't know about their white ancestries. And also population groups, not everyone in Louisiana, like the Creole population, which is pretty much a cultural group more than anything else. And then as time went on, they isolated themselves and even married within their own cousins, not to mix with other groups.
There's one other type of African American I want to ask.
I'm just being honest. We all being truthful. I've been learning from the Creoles here a lot. Okay.
So, but when you see Africans and you see Africans doing okay, like from your point of view, as somebody looking from America, what do you think when you see Africans? They are enjoying themselves, doing their own thing. What do you normally feel?
Be honest with you, there's not many Africans in my neck of the woods. Like I said, LA, California.
I meant even on YouTube, like anywhere.
I mean, they don't really have no veiling. I mean, our issue here is pretty much I'm talking about from a California perspective. It's pretty much dealing with other groups of peoples and protecting what is ours, especially places where, where you have an area with Black home ownership and basically getting money for the buck, or in other words, protecting what is ours, basically.
Okay.
Like Baldwin Hills, which is pretty much a predominantly upper Black middle class area. People see the view they have in LA. And, Baldwin Hills has one of the best views of downtown LA by far, even better than Beverly Hills. And people want that property up there, that old Black money. And, most of those houses are over $1 million tops.
No,
But
what I
that's
mean
prime real
by
estate.
what I mean by that is, if you see the people on the continent, like you watch your Igbo people or Yoruba people doing their thing, or East Africans doing their thing there, what do you normally feel when you look at them? Like, oh, these guys are on the continent and they are doing their thing there. What do you normally think?
They're doing it. I mean, God, honestly, let's be honest. For us, we just, if they're doing their thing, they're doing their thing, but we don't really too much really care. Like, I mean,
Exactly.
because we know they're doing whatever they're doing over there, and because like let's be honest, we know ain't nobody coming for us. So when I see people out there doing what they're doing, I'm like, oh, that's nice for them. You know what I mean? Like I know there ain't no gonna be no, oh, the so and so's got, the Evo's got a what is it, a new shipping line. Oh, that's gonna be some money coming for us. No. But how we look at it, we be like, oh, they're doing good over there. That's maybe motivation to probably do a little bit more yourself. But other than that, it's about it.
I mean, no. In other words, nobody don't really care. I mean, it's like anything else in, to Niger. It's, unless like we would notice. Let's say, like certain African countries were pretty much good at stems or something like that, or, producing, microchips and, and pretty much exporting that, and then having these companies, and then people would notice.
Yeah.
And then you'll get our Black, our top Black, students, that's coming from, like AT&T colleges, and then it'll be talked about, especially among professional Black people. Until you guys start doing stuff like that, then people will take notice, and then other Black people, not only just in Africa, probably even in Brazil, will start to really take notice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's pretty much it is what it is. Like when I look out, I'll be like, okay, what country doing what? They ain't doing nothing. Right. Well, damn, I can't go over there and do nothing over there. I look at what they doing over there, nothing. Can't do over there, nothing. Like, I mean, the only place I really hear something about is like South Africa, maybe Kenya.
I think the reason why I'm asking that is because I don't know why it's like that. Maybe I'm the one that felt that way, but I've had some Africans say this similar stuff. When they see African Americans doing well, instinctively we feel happier. I felt happy about it. Or you see Jamaicans, they are doing well, you feel happy about it. Just as much as you see, some of all the bad things happen, and you feel bad about it at the same time. So that it's funny because Africans say that too. When they see some of the bad things happen with the African American, they don't like it and they feel it viscerally. And they also are very happy when they see African Americans doing well, like when they go on to listen to their music, copy their hairstyles, all those things. So they're happy when they see it. And why I'm saying it is because that kind of feeling is not the way they feel about Europeans. It's not the same. And it will be interesting to understand how
I would say like for
Yeah,
example, I seen a Nigerian guy who was something I was interested, talking about utilizing nuclear energy in a clean way. I pretty much shared that with the channel with Queso, because I know Queso is really into science, and those of us who are science minded. I mean, I give him a pound for that. You know what I mean? As far as that, he's doing something to make a difference to not just only his country, even though he's in Philadelphia and one of the universities here, but to everyone. So I do look at those type of things where I remember it was another guy from Ghana. He's in Silicon Valley, and he's one of the head of the artificial intelligence department. at one of those companies in Silicon Valley. He's trying to teach computers, which my cousin's trying to do as well. She's trying to teach computers how to see better. Trying to make machines a lot more intelligent. Like, I give kudos to people who's doing that, and a couple of Canadians. One Canadian guy, scientist, who came up with I wouldn't say a theory of nanotechnologies, but he was one of the forefront people for nanotechnology. Yeah, I mean, I give him kudos for that. I mean, I give him a shout out for that, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I love black excellence.
Yeah, I appreciate that you did that kind of stuff. But what I was going for is the visceral one, because I think maybe I just wanted to get an idea, because sometimes I feel like from my own stereotype or from the stuff you hear from some of the people that don't care for Africa, is that when they see African, they feel like, oh, you people sold us, or you forgot about us. Because I've seen a video of a Jamaican woman, as she was growing up. Because some people feel this thing more viscerally. It's like they are born with it. They are born to want to understand where they are from, while others don't care. And
I mean,
she
what
was
I
like,
can't stand, I get so tired of that.
which one?
People say they sold us, where some of our own ancestors did sell other people, but they just got caught. They wound up getting caught in the
Yeah,
process.
they don't care. The point is, the ones that sold us let's put it this way: there are some people left on the continent and they are stuck here. So that is their
Right.
feeling,
What I'm
and
saying
they
is
feel
some
like,
of our ancestors who was sold was selling people in Africa prior to them getting caught.
it's true, but it
That's
doesn't matter.
fact.
It's almost as if we are all doing the same thing, but you end up on the continent and the other one ended up outside the continent. So it doesn't even matter. They just feel, some of them feel like, oh, why should you be on the continent, stuff like that. And like I was saying, this Jamaican lady was like, why didn't they come for us? And that she was saying it, and throughout, when she was growing up, she kept asking similar questions. That why was that? And because now I think she was in Africa when she was saying this, and I think the question is, it has some weight, especially now that there is
The thing
airline
is,
travel and all.
it's like people are ignorant of history.
That's really what it is. That's like, just like he's about to say, the God honest truth is most people have an amnesia of history. The thing is, most people do not. I know for a fact they don't teach you correct African American history in the United States. You have to go dig it up and look it up necessarily, and that can take years, and that depends on how much information and time you put into it. And all honesty, same thing with the Caribbean. It's all throughout. It's more of an amnesia thing. I see that in Africa too. They'll be like, well, we don't know we was taught this. Well, it's an amnesia thing. If you don't necessarily know the collective history of your group or whatever, then you walking around basically somewhat blind to things. That's what the issue is.
I guess, but I understand. As somebody from the continent, I understand that feeling, because if your ancestors left the continent and then you get the feeling that you don't have any record of people from the continent coming over, and you see them, that they do exist in great numbers, they didn't show up. Yeah, I will ask, where are they? What is going on here?
I
Why
mean,
are these people not
the
coming to
thing
check up
is,
on us?
I mean, it's so many different African kingdoms that and regions of Africa. So what people don't understand, it's Africa was, it's the people who the slaves came from multiple different regions in Africa.
The people,
from West
Especially
Africa,
the Congo.
from West Africa, Central Africa, not just the Congo, Angola, and then it's probably went as far as Zambia, the coast of Mozambique, and along with the island of Madagascar. So that's just facts. That's just historical facts.
I know.
I'm just
You
pointing
always have to make sure that you stated all of them.
all of them. So because we might have multiple. So I mean, the guy, me and this guy at the bottom might have multiple different ancestors from all those different regions. Yeah. So we have to pretty much look up what happened in each and every region as far as which groups of people participate in what. You know what I mean?
So what do you think? Okay, let's move on from that a bit, because I still think that on that anyway, that the African side, no matter that we are going through hell, they should have done more. No, they there's no way. Come on.
I mean, are they able to do it?
How
I mean,
bad can it
do
be?
you think the average citizen or leadership in Angola will be able to do something?
Not the average, the leadership.
Yeah,
Anybody that's
yeah.
a chief,
I think we gotta be honest.
because some of these things happen through kingdoms, not these nations were
Right, that's what
didn't
I'm saying. I
exist.
mean, do you think that kingdoms will be able to do something, especially when some of those people came more central in Africa? Those villages got ravaged and taken all the way to the coast.
We gotta be honest with
Europeans just did all kinds of hell in Africa. They really visited hell.
I mean, think about it. 15 million people, or 12 to 15 million people, were transported to what is now the Americas, from the North America to South America to the Caribbean, and the United States only
40.
got, huh?
I keep reading it was 40 million. But
I don't.
I think it was 11 million, 11, 12 or so. They said.
Right. I'm thinking about all those millions of people, and then the United States only got like 380,000, and the rest of them went to those other regions. That's a lot of people, and you can't just take them from Nigeria.
We know that. We know that. We know that. Like I just donated about not even up to 1/3, really, about 20% or so. But you have to. You still have. Nobody has answered me the question: why is it that many people come with such high numbers of Nigerian DNA in the US?
You know what?
I can tell you the truth of that. I can tell you the truth of it. The truth of it is, let's be honest. It was two parts of this thing from how I read it necessarily. The first part was basically, quote unquote, let's say the mass killing part necessarily, and then we got now we're just going to Grom over here necessarily part. That was the two-part system over here. The first part was, we got people that was enslaved necessarily. They kept necessarily rebelling because you can't have nobody, quote unquote, raised free necessarily, right? See what I'm saying? Because it's a lot harder to keep me necessarily enslaved. And this is when I know freedom. So when they figured that part out, it was like, well, okay, now we're going to start getting people and just getting specific areas and just quote unquote grow them over here necessarily like that, just in captivity.
I think. Go ahead. I'm sorry. You finished, Lulu, or no?
Yeah, I'm finished.
I think what it is they cannot decipher between the different African groups as of yet, as far as DNA wise. Why I say this, because we know that slaves was taken from Benin. We know about the history, even though people like to deny it, that there's a connection between, let's say, Nigerians, especially Eastern Nigerians, with the people in Central Africa, or what some people classify as the Bantu expansion. We know that these people are interrelated groups due to the language family, which is Niger-Congo, even though most West Africans do not speak Bantu, but people along Central Africa do. What makes East Africa pretty much different because, as we pretty much know, like a lot of the groups over there have been mixing, especially like groups like the Kikuyus, with Cushitic groups. So their DNA would probably be, different versus a person who lived in Gabon or even in Angola.
But the samples were taken from what was there now, what is there right now versus what the African American
because what I noticed with South Carolinians, they usually get a high number of what they call Congos or Central Africans.
Okay.
And along with people from Mali. And people from Mali, that's pretty much vague. It could encompass, like places like the Windward Coast, which is probably like Liberia and Sierra Leone and those areas as well.
Okay. Say granted, but I think the genetics are actually accurate, except you are saying that Nigerians are the parents of all Africans.
I would say the Nigerians were most dominant in places like Virginia. Virginia, that's no doubt about it. As far as Igbos in particularly, because there was no Nigerian back then, was consistently mentioned along with Central Africans and also Malagazis too. With the Malagasy DNA, it's pretty much easy to spot
But
due to
hold on. You saw the ledger. I think you were on the panel that day
right,
when somebody brought the a kind of book, this in documentation
right. I'm
of
talking
the
about states,
yeah,
states.
yeah. But I wanted to highlight something that they
That
literally grouped all Central Africans in one group. Then the
they shouldn't have.
Nigerians,
They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have.
then
They
in,
shouldn't have. I mean, they
I
should
can't
have.
believe
I mean, they always
I
did. You know,
how
it's
many
like
years.
Central Africans. It's like Central Africans do not have no
I
personality.
can't, I can't believe after many hundred years you're still saying they shouldn't have.
But you know, because you know, interesting enough, the Central Africans were the most rebellious ones, especially during the Stono Rebellion. Stono Rebellion was started by Central Africans from the Congo and Angola.
But you have to admit it's a little bit interesting. Even in those days, they were like, yeah, this group, let's just group all of them.
Let's screw with the Central Africans.
Let's group all of them together. Why did Nigeria's evil? These ones are crazy.
Let's be
But you know
real.
what? Igbos were known for committing suicide.
Yeah, they gave them different categories. Even within Nigeria, they have different categories. You had to just see that there's something in that place that made them feel like, you know what, we have to we have to make sure we don't mix these people together. Something is not going to be right about it. So that it's funny. Nigeria has always been a problem spot, and it's not surprising that that was the place they call the white man's graveyard, that area. But, so you can see why they did that, and then when you go on to today, you start seeing that the part, and you can also look at it. The Igbos are quite light skinned. Generally, they tend to be, a bit more light skinned than your average black man.
I
So
mean,
could that
you know
be
why
that
they
they
are
are
light
the
skinned.
house Negroes?
You know why they're light skinned.
I don't know. I think they came like that for a long time, though. Sorry, let me remove your.
Okay, look, we gotta be a little bit more honest with
You got a
okay.
bit of echo. You got a bit of echo.
Okay, I don't know about that. I think that's somebody else in the back actually. The issue is when, let's say, when Europeans got with a lot of these quote unquote when they met with a lot of the tribes, whatever, you had to marry in to a, like what I'm researching is basically you had to marry in to a lot of tribes, basically, right? So they had basically built a whole European African little swirl thing going on back there, basically, all the way from Ghana to, not actually from all the way to the tip necessarily, all the way down to the southern region, not all the way to the tip region, was to Angola, all the way up to, I think, was the top part of West Africa. So they had their own little quote unquote little villages where white dudes was like in a Mexican with whatever little chicks they were doing. And when they was doing let's say the slave trade, they had to have somebody to be the go between. Who was the go between? It was the chicks, usually. So that was the go between that.
But the thing is, most Igbos are inland. And
right.
there were certain groups who
the people they could have met were our people, and our people are not light. That light, anyway.
Well,
right.
Yeah, you gotta. But that's just the same thing. Like when you go to Ghana, right? If you go to Ghana, you can still see people who I literally it's a chick on from Ghana who literally looked just like me. I mean, she looked exactly like me, same color and everything. But if I'm willing to bet necessarily is she probably come from that lineage of chicks that was or the lineage of chicks of people that was like interacting with Europeans to a high number. That went on a lot necessarily, because how was you able to get necessarily people from way far in coastal necessarily? You had to have somebody go down there for that.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, there's always been a level of diversity in Africa. I mean, like, for example, if Papua New Guineans who are pretty much isolated from the rest of the world have a diversity of skin colors among themselves, and Africa being a much bigger continent, I mean, I would feel that Africans would be a little bit more diverse due to the size of the continent and the population that live in there.
I think that makes sense, because if you look at this in Nigeria, the Igbos, they talk about coming from other places, so it shouldn't surprise some people that they are light skinned, because even in Nigeria they call them Anyocha, and I'm partly from some part of their side, so I'm not my own this thing, they are a little bit lighter too. So, and they are quite light. They do get quite light. It's really surprising. And it's not because they were with the white people, because the people that were in the coastal region that actually have white people's names. They use white people's names as their first name, sometimes even as their surnames. They are not even that light. So it tells you that they are inland. I can if you look at the Igbo people, they still use their traditional name. But the people that were really closest with the white people use the white people's name, and they were in the coastal region. So it makes sense. They had contact with the white people, but they didn't mix with white people.
Not from these books that I'm reading.
It happened in Ghana, but not in Nigeria.
So not Nigeria. Okay, I gotta get.
At least I don't have any evidence for it. If there was evidence, I will let you know. I don't have any.
I mean, what I noticed, there was a couple of Igbos who did a DNA test who were very, very fair skinned, and they had 0% of European. Versus Don Cheeto, who was very dark skinned, who have 18% or 20% European.
Yeah, these are all Igbos now. And Igbo do come with different colors too. Look at them; they are really light. The reason why I think it's not European that did it is because they are many. They are really many. Igbo is 30 million people in Nigeria, and then that's the one that are class Igbos. There are others that are not class Igbos that actually speak Igbo-like languages. You see, so there are quite many, and they have the similar color. So it can't be a white people that lighten their skin, because they've not managed to lighten the Haitians.
I mean, you even see that among Kikuyus in Kenya. So, some of them have a Kushatic look, and some of them are very fair. And some of them are very dark.
Yeah, I met a Kikuyu girl. She was hella light too. I thought she was like mixed up for some reason, but yeah, she was hella light, man. She was hella light. Yeah, she was about right that color too. Yeah.
Kikuyus are hilarious though. They like to drink. I'm not going to generalize. I'm going to generalize people.
Oh yeah, them some party animals, man. They party a little too hard though.
Yeah, they do.
Kikuyus are to be respected, though.
They get drunk.
I really respected them from reading about them on Wikipedia. Some of their practices and their ideas about how they treat the world. Man, those guys, they don't take prisoners. They said anybody that came to their territory, man, be careful, man. You might just die. And their religious practices, customs, they were on point on many of them. So I have to respect. So these are the Igbo. As you can see, they are quite light skinned. Then you go to the Yoruba. I think the Igbos are the one that. Let me see. I will check something. You see how your audio is echoing? I tried to. So Yoruba people. This is quite light. It's still okay, good. This one they are darker, as you can see. I guess Asians. They said
that looks like Cuba right there.
Yeah,
with the woman with the dress, the Muslim people.
That's Yoruba people for you now.
Right, I'm talking about the woman who's dancing. She looked like Cuban, like Cuban Yoruba dancing.
Yeah, it's in introduction to the Yoruba people. So these are Yorubas people, and they don't play around. This is them and their talking drum. You know about the talking drum?
Of course we do.
Wow, is there nothing you don't know about Africans? You seem to know everything about Africans already. So
I mean, because we live we live around this stuff.
Yeah, the Yorubas, they have a rich culture. In Nigeria itself, when I was growing up, we didn't really appreciate them for what we tend to focus on more was hygiene. Because we felt like their hygiene, they didn't take it too seriously. and we also felt that their when we say hygiene, we're not talking about personal hygiene, their surroundings. Um, they are also, what was that again? And their attitude towards danger. They are very, very cautious about danger. They tend to try to avoid it at all costs, not confront it, avoid it. So that's something we notice. Very respectful people, my God. You see, Nigerians may be the most arrogant groups you have on the continent, but they are also the most respectful and some of the most humble people. And you know, when you say that about Nigerian, people don't understand. Well, it's
Be
actually
honest with you, I never had an issue with a Nigeria ever. To be perfectly honest with you, in real life.
Yeah, that's good to know. Quite a lot of people accuse Nigerians of all kinds of stuff.
I mean, I would say I had a lot of issues with my own people. you know.
I mean, wouldn't that be more realistic? I mean, because you
Exactly.
run into your people more often, so you have more interactions, and there's more of your own people. So that's kind of a false, claim.
But you know,
But our reality is, I ran into a lot of Nigerians also. Dudes are pretty okay. The chicks depends on our mindset, because you got the educated ones, like that's kind of I don't know the ones I want to say this. The ones who took the feminist class necessarily, they own some different stuff now than the ones that I've met lately. Depends on how hard she stuck to the culture. If she stuck to the culture pretty hard, then she was pretty fine. If she was pretty much, American raised necessarily to the bone, yeah, she was gone.
Right.
You
And
see this
also,
you see these images of this one that claims to be Yoruba. I can question it sometimes that this may not be Yoruba, but if they are Yoruba, it will be very rare to see this where you have light skin like this. It's not
that
normal.
won't be considered light skin in the United States. Right?
This would be considered light skin for Yoruba.
Not in the United
What
States.
do you think?
Okay, so that would probably be like in the South. That would probably be like where we start at, like right there. It's like the light brown necessarily, and then it kind of scale up. That's how we got it. Like, at least in the South necessarily. Like I said, I've been to Las Vegas a few times. That color ranges from different, but in the South, it pretty much ranges from there to jet black.
I must say, man, sometimes when I look at when these people dress up, my God, they really dress up heavy.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way the Yoruba dressed up personally. I like the way it looks. Out of my
Oh, sorry, did I just meet you? It's the echo. Sorry about that. You have a bad echo, though.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Let's see.
Hey, Major, you gonna be on here tomorrow?
Are you referring to me?
Yeah.
Yes, I plan to be here tomorrow. Yeah, I plan, but there's a chance that sometimes I go off because I have work to do.
Right.
Sometimes when I when I show up on panels, they don't understand I do works too sometimes. So
Right.
it's one of those
All right,
things.
because I have to get ready to go to the gym. That's why. But it was good talking to you guys. Talking to you to last Zulu.
Yeah, we were supposed to even end around 3 to 4 hours, but we've gone almost 5 hours. I guess 5 hours will be more than good enough to wrap up, because this was, you see, you didn't even discuss the topic.
What was the topic?
The topic was how to relate to people that believe in tribal and religious supremacy, because
like throughout the African continent.
Yeah, throughout the continent and maybe even diaspora, because the diaspora technically they consider themselves like an ethnic group now. So
We always been an ethnic group. That's just
exactly.
I mean,
So
we always been. I mean, various different groups of the diaspora always been an ethnic group. The Jamaicans, Haitians, the Jamaicans would call us the Americans. We always been our separate ethnic group, if we like it or not. You know what I mean?
Then that is the point. Now we are trying to figure out the kind of ways to be able to get other people among the group to set aside their, not necessarily set aside, still be within the African this community, while remaining within their groups. The way to convince them, because generally some of them, when you just say, "Oh, better we work together," but they were like, "No, no, no, I don't care about all that stuff. I care about my tribe. I care about my ethnic group. I care about my religion more than anything else you are going to throw at me." So,
Mhm.
because I find that while we are doing this individually, we are not getting anywhere. To get past that, then the so-called Pan-Africanist needs to understand, if you want to do something, it helps to have more people with you than not. So then you have to persuade people with the way
I
you
would
communicate with
say
them.
I would say do kind of like exchanges. Like whether it be
Exchanges.
educational institutions.
Okay.
Like more Africans probably from Nigeria going to like certain African American colleges, African American colleges going into Nigeria. Doing kind of like scientific, investigations, whether it be nanotechnology, and work collaboratively with each other with our institutions,
Mm.
to make those differences, from collaborations from the various different institutions, whether it be United States, Caribbean, or hell, even Latin America is a different story. Even places like Latin America, I would say, even the Dominican Republic. Let me just put them out there, since it's a mulatto nation. The Dominican Republic, or even Brazil, whatever.
Mm.
Just collaborative type
But how,
situation.
how do you convince them in the first place? Because sometimes that's what I mean by you
Let's
have
be
to
honest.
get them
Hey,
to see the value in doing that.
tonight, we
Yeah.
gotta be honest. Look, with all things, it is a relationship. If you do not extend no hand of any kind necessarily, you have no relationship. All business is a relationship. All anything necessarily, any community thing necessarily, or anything between any groups of people is a relationship, right? The reality is, African continent, countries have no interest in reaching out. They have little to none necessarily, no reach to
Mm.
necessarily, right? So they don't, right? It is simple as that. And so other groups over here, they either are content with having their own power necessarily, and working in that way. So at least until you have other African necessarily countries willing to, let's just say, quote unquote, reach out or actually make some kind of investment, and vice versa, nothing's really going to happen. You know what I mean? Because you're just going to sit there and say, well, I'm just going to get this benefit for myself and do whatever. That's pretty much
Mm.
it.
So what if the Africans reach out? What would be the kind of language they want to use? Because you can't just reach out
I
and say,
think
you know what?
I think it should start with the institutions,
Yeah,
whether it be
it will
like
start with institutions, but that's why that. But let's be honest. Like, if you know understand the U.S., I mean the United States of America, like they make sure necessarily to stop that fact a long time ago. With our people, they made sure a long they even wrote the book and said the downfall of
Hmm.
America will be African Americans reaching out to Africa. They
Mhm.
said it. So they literally spend every dime and doesn't necessarily either make sure that we over here is our either depending on their institution specifically, or we don't have our own institution necessarily. If it get too big, they had to buy it out. That's legitimately what happened. Like was it Shea Moisture, the person who came with the little hair care product stuff necessarily? I don't know if y'all heard about him. When he was here, I think he had bought, quote unquote, was it Shea Moisture? I think he had got to $1 million so business. They bought his stuff out. Just like that. You get too
it can
big,
start. It
you buy
also
your
can
stuff out.
start with. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It also can start with the investment community. I mean, because you have a lot of black investors, and you also have Nigerians who are investors, and people do talk and try to encourage each other, as far as making investments in Africa. They do have like like expos and stuff like that. I think will pretty much help and educate people. Like I said, a lot of black investors will probably be willing to invest in different areas. Hopefully they get a return for their money, of course, as well too. And and having Africans who are pretty much business people over there, who do have an understanding of the layout, obviously the understanding of the layout, and probably interpret the like, let's say, the Nigerian business community in Houston, because black investors, both African Americans and Nigerian investors, especially in the real estate market, they deal with each other all the time. And I wouldn't be surprised that this conversation is not going on.
It probably is going on, but it's going on small levels. What you're talking about is a mass appeal. For that necessarily, you need mass influence. You need massive money. You
Right.
need massive
I mean,
media.
the small details could make something larger.
We understand that, but like if you're talking about okay, you need massive movement necessarily because you're talking about within your lifetime, basically. I mean, you could probably do it within 20 lifetimes, but yeah, if you're
Because
moving that
there's
slow,
tons of African Americans who are on the ground in Africa who we don't see on YouTube with their
of
smart
course.
and, and
It's
doing
just
business.
reality.
Right.
We understand that there are smaller groups, people here, people there. We understand that. So if you say that, yeah, there are like always one or two guys necessarily, or a couple guys. But I guess if you had a more massive necessarily media network, then you could do that. You know what I mean? You could interact with people like that. You can have 40 people or 100 people or a couple 100,000 people being informed at one point in time. Which is harder to do necessarily because most African Americans don't have control of their own media no more. Either got bought out, like I said, or
Right. I'm saying you do have tons of African professionals. Do have lots of African American investors. I talk to them quite often. And some of them are interested in other. Some of them are working in other markets, like in Brazil, and also the DR. Some are doing a thing there, and it'd be good if they pretty much expanded. And this is ones I'm talking about too in LA. With countries like Tanzania, and I think one person who I know is looking into that as well. So it really depends. It's a step-by-step process, but I feel I'm pretty much encouraged. People will get there, and I'm encouraged as far as seeing other African American investors. They pretty much encourage me, and a lot of Black people who are in the real estate field. Very encouraged by that. But having said that, Mr. Two Niger, are you still there?
Sorry, I was saying something that I muted myself. Sorry. I was saying that you were referring to this as a group interaction where one group interacts. But I guess the question I was asking more was about even individual ones, because that's where you often get the resistance and arguments where, like, some people accuse Pan-Africanists of being like dismissive of the Horners, and they want to genocide the Northerners, and they accuse the Muslims of being a problem on the continent, and vice versa to the Christians. So, is there ways to talk to each other? Because if you believe in
the first thing first, we do have to understand is each other's culture. It's kind of funny though, because it's like when I hate to say, people gonna say, "Oh, Brian's talking about that Sudan again." I found people who really there, regardless of how they look like, want to engage with Africans. There have been, Nigerians going there as far as Expo, promoting, what's that soap? That soap people always use. I forgot that was.
Soap? Oh, I don't know.
It's kind of like, it's a soap that a lot of people use. But what I'm saying is this, and I met some people there in Sudan like saying, yeah, I mean, if we collaborate with each other, the different African countries, we'll make things better for everyone. I mean, I remember one person that I talked to in Khartoum, he was like saying, since we live in a desert region, we could probably provide a lot of, I guess he was talking about solar power.
Yes.
Solar to other different nations in the continent. And, we could only do things if we collaborate each other in trade. I mean, you do have some form of business. I mean, not with all the population here, obviously, but I did encounter people who might have that line of thinking.
Okay. But you said we have to understand each other's culture, but to understand each other's culture, then you have to know how to talk to them by understanding the culture,
Right.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Because sometimes even people within cultures, they communicate badly, and I think it comes down to, because see, I think one of my first videos I shared an instance where people, based on just simple phrases that we use and pronouns that we use to refer to each other, it makes a big difference. It makes a big impact. But sometimes, like we see on
understanding the
some
culture.
panels. Yeah, sorry, let me just say this. Sometimes we see on some panels, it goes all out. People just start fighting each other, even when they are trying to have an important conversation, because we don't know how to relate to each other. We don't know how to talk to each other, and it makes me fascinated by, how do you talk to people that prefer their religion and their tribes and their ethnic group to anything
I mean,
to
those are
work.
the people you don't look out for. You're gonna be looking out for people who is pretty much open minded, who's pretty much do look at the continent, not necessarily as a whole, but as far as bettering their own people and also bettering their own economies. Those are the people you're gonna look for. Don't look for people who are just pretty much gonna, they're just to argue and just to cause division and friction. In other words, you have to find the people who are pretty much like-minded as yourself, who
Yes.
know the full picture of the events. And like I said, I've met people like that in Sudan. Those who look Arab, those who look Dinka, those who look like Ethiopians there, those
Yeah.
like Coptic Christians. Man, the Copts are pretty much very into Africanism, even though they look like have white skin, some of them.
Yeah.
But I
Definitely.
mean, those are the ones you look for, who might be in the same line of thinking as yours and who might have the same concerns. Not those who's going to be, it's going to be like a waste of your time. In other words, don't waste your time for the people who don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Did you encounter the dark cults? Because some people say Coptics. I mean, some of them. Some people say they have dark
Yeah, I
cults.
have. I mean, I actually met a Coptic guy. I mean, if you consider dark, who look kind of like even one I know in LA. His name was George, who was brown skin, who looked like an average brown skin Sudanese person, Northern Sudanese person.
I see.
Brown skin, and what I mean is like reddish, like most Northern Sudanese are like reddish brown skin people.
Okay.
I would say 60% of the population. Then you have another 10 or 20% who was light, and another 10 to 50% who's like really, really dark. In their groups and in their ethnicities. But George, I met, brown skin. I mean, the cops don't look one way. I mean, people have a tendency of thinking the cops look all this way, but when you encounter them, they look like, I met Egyptian cops who have, 4C hair, like Afro hair, and I met some who looked like who could be from India, and I met some who looked like they could be from Syria, and then I met some who looked like it could be a Northern Sudanese or Ethiopian.
Yeah.
So it really depends, I mean, I look at it as far as an individual. It's the same thing with Egyptians. I met some who look like, Arab, like a Syrian, and then those who look like Northern Sudanese or Eritrean.
Wow. Then it looks like Sudan is quite. I think they did say that they are quite diverse and they have different
Yeah.
kind of looks among them.
Yeah, they
Anyway.
do. Yeah, they do.
Uh,
Because the main reason is because they bordered all those countries. You know what I mean? They have an overlap of all those people.
It makes sense, I guess, because with all the movement in that region historically, you're going to get that kind of. Even Nigeria is mixed, and we don't even have that kind of traffic in the Nigeria. I really appreciate this your take on these issues, and I hope we revisit them because I think in the end it's about winning minds, and
Winning minds and finding people who are like-minded, and then we utilize those group of peoples from their societies, and then they could pass that word to their people where they could understand it.
Exactly. Some of the stuff I came up with just by being on panels and discussions. When I spoke to Nigerians about it. They are listening. They found it fascinating that this is the first time I've spoken to Nigerians about these things, and they found it fascinating. And there were like 700 people watching it on the panel there. So it's interesting because these things we think is of no use, but it might it might help because we are here spending hours doing some of all the things. Yeah, it's fun, we enjoy, having a conversation, but in reality, it might actually make an impact if you translate some of those good ideas into what is going on the ground, And I did that today, and they were looking like, okay. The first time I said it, the guy was like, "Oh, that's like airy fairy idea. It's not going to work, and all the rest of it." Then by the end of the conversation, which was barely 15 minutes, But even people on the panel were telling you, "Shut up! You don't know anything.
You know what
What
you're
you said
talking
is
about,
correct.
right?
Yeah, what you
Right.
said is correct, and all the rest of it." You were like, "Yeah, it looks like now that you explain it, it makes more sense now." So
Hmm.
it's just one of
I
those
mean, I
things.
mean, what did my explanation was it okay?
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was okay actually, because you did say that you have to understand the culture and know how to talk to them. And but what I would want to also learn, if you know, just in case you can process on it, is the kind of wording you want to use, because
It depends.
wording
It depends on
matters
a
to
given
quite a lot of
society.
people.
You know, like if it's a Muslim society,
Mm,
Salam alaikum, whatever, and then you get on to your regular conversations, whatever language it is, and whether it's in Arabic and stuff like that. I mean, you appeal to people common sense. I mean, like for example, in Sudan right now, the youth culture is trying to get rid of tribalism
mm, you see,
and
so
regionalism.
let me just show you something. These are the job people that encounter the white people, the south of Nigeria.
Mhm.
They are the ones, and as you can see, by and large they are lighter than the Igbos. I think some of all these things, pictures you are seeing of lighter Ijaw people, is partly to do with maybe some of them are doing a bit of photoshopping on all the rest. But to be
Mhm.
fair, they too are not
I
totally
like. I
dark.
have to admit, I do like the hat though. The hat is cool.
Yeah, man, that guy looks like a pimp, man.
He does. He does. He looks like a lot of
I'm
African
like,
Americans
what,
I
what
know
is
here.
that all about? You see that hat? That is exactly that he picked up on that hat. That hat is not an African traditional hat.
I
It's
know.
a
I love
British.
it though. He looked like a lot of Afro Americans here though. He
Yeah,
does.
it's part of our traditional dressing now because of that encounter we've had, and that's the kind of stuff Last Zulu needs to understand. That the ones that have the encounter, you will see it on them. They really had, because they were the ones when they bring the slaves from the hinterland. They were the ones that loaded them to the ships and took royalties. Their chiefs took the royalties from the British and from the slave traders alike. So they were in the middle. They are not the ones catching the slaves. The Igbo people will bring the slaves in. They took the royalty from the slaves, the Igbo traders, and they took royalty from the white people, and then they load the ships. That is their job. At least that's the description one Igbo lady that her dad, our great great grandfather, that used to sell slaves, did.
Right.
That's what she said that they did, and that
Right.
was
That's in the
interesting to
Igbo
hear.
side, but we're not going to be talking about what happened in the Gambia side, where Fulanis and Mandi
Oh,
people,
no.
Mabara people were selling each other, went to war with each other, and sold each other.
Yeah, once you hear Fulanis, no good thing comes out of it. People really,
Well, some of them got sold as slaves too.
yeah, Fulanis are stressed people right now, and I don't know why everybody's bashing Fulanis left and right. Those people, they came to have a meeting on Sunday in Nigeria, just last Sunday, and I looked at them. I was like, is it the people are like, these people look like life is bad for them. They live in the
Right, right,
desert
right, right.
regions,
What I'm
you know.
saying is, as far as a lot of Africans basically sold each other out,
Of
and
course.
due to their the conflicts, God knows what happened in Central Africa. That must have been like a mess. And
Mm. Bijinoa has some Fulani. As a matter of fact, I think Brandon has got Fulani too. So their genes show Fulani. Fulani's definitely ended up there now. Come on.
it's
But
obvious by looking at certain people I know, especially in South Carolina.
yeah, let me even check. I never really bothered to look at Fulani. Fulani. People are really obsessed with Fulani these days.
Not
Buhari.
really. It's usually whenever African American have a North African DNA or
Mm,
a little bit percentages, is usually from ancestors from the Sahel region.
mm.
And a lot of Fulanis, do have not significant, but they have some percentages of North African DNA.
Yeah, I
I
must
mean,
say.
those are the only two groups you could really detect easily is the Fube and people of Malagasy origin.
Mm.
The only two
Wow,
groups.
but looking at these pictures, though, Nigeria does have some crazy people in it. It's
Yeah,
like just one country with so many different variations of people.
right. And you also have some people called the Suar Arabs who actually came from Sudan.
Oh, into this in northern Nigeria, you mean?
Right, in the Bono region, right?
But no, oh yeah, And I like Bono. I couldn't believe that's the state Boko Haram was plaguing, because I really didn't know about it a lot. But when they cleared that area and they were showing the town, oh my God, I like those people. For some reason, they didn't seem like the average northerner you saw. They had these blue dresses that they wear, and oh my God, the Bono people, I do like them. I just gravitated towards them when I saw them in Nigeria. Does have variations, man. The
Yeah, it
variations
does.
is
It
scary.
does. It is. I
It's
mean, because you
crazy.
think about it, your country in Niger used to be like kind of like the Hausa Kingdom was like one kingdom, and it consists of all those ethnic groups there. The
Mm.
Hausa, the I forgot
Fulani,
Fulani, the
Kanuri, mm,
Kanaris,
yeah,
and then of course the Tuaregs. You
yeah.
know, yeah,
Those ones are they have to be everywhere now. The Tuaregs, the Tuaregs and the Amezi, and I don't even know what the difference is. There are so many groups roaming around in the desert there. You can't
yeah,
keep
yeah.
track. Hmm.
But I know the Tuaregs always been coming to Kano though. I mean, as far as living there, and I was reading somewhere they even have a district or a street. Like
Yeah.
every ethnic group had like a street with their
Yes.
names on it. And I
Mm.
think the Tuareg has something like that as well. And of course, they intermingle with obviously with the Hausa population and married, and everyone speak Hausa.
Yeah. Hausa is the key language,
Yeah, which
and
makes sense.
yeah, I really would like to learn more about how Hausa became, because they said the Hausa language itself, the people that spoke the Hausa language is not necessarily the largest population. At
Really,
least, yeah, even if they were, but they were not. It's like Swahili. Swahili is not doesn't mean the people in the Swahili region are the largest population there. It's just that the language they started using it.
you ain't lying. Swahili is not. I mean, they live along the
Mm,
coast mostly. I mean, I'm
yeah.
wondering is Swahili divided into different tribes, or is it just Swahili people? Or I get confused with that.
The Swahili people themselves are just a tribe, a small tribe, but the language is everywhere. It's in East Africa now,
And
so
you know what
it's just
I can't hate? I hate when people talk about Swahili. They call it an Arabic language. So it's not an Arabic language.
hey, what they say is got 15% of. Since somebody told me it's got 15% of Arabic language,
So
I
so
just
so do so do English. English have like 30 or 40% of what of like
French.
French. Is English a
Yeah,
French language? No.
no, but it really grazes up. See, the reason why that is, I feel a little bit funny about it, because the other groups in Africa that speak totally different languages, they have the majority of the population that is Swahili speaking people. So why should we necessarily take it on? I'm not saying I'm
No,
against
but
it.
the good thing about it though, because I'm listening to Kafaro and other people from South Africa, they were able to pick up Swahili terms and sentences, which is good.
Because they
In
were
other
conditioned to
words,
pick it up because of their Eastern connection with the Arabs.
no. The reason why they're able to pick up because Swahili, by its foundation, is a Bantu language, and all
Oh, fair
Bantu
point. Fair
languages
point. Yeah.
have similarities. So that's why Kafaru from Cameroon was able to understand certain things what they was talking about in Swahili.
I get what you mean there, but I just feel like if you want to pick an African language, you want to pick 100% African, like Xhosa.
I mean, like all languages, right? They're gonna have influences from other people, regardless. You're gonna pick up terms and stuff like that where you might not have in your language, and you're gonna adapt that to it. And that's how language has always been.
Mm,
Regardless. Like it might be an Igbo language, and then when Benin took over, like part of Igbo land, they adopted probably a whole lot of Benin languages, words and phrases as well too. You
yeah.
could you could find that like let's say when the Songhai Empire ruled Hausaland, it ruled part of northern Nigeria. Part of northern Nigeria was part of the Songhai Empire, but Hausa probably got influenced by words and phrases and stuff like that from the dominant ethnic group who ruled it during that time. So all languages always have interactions and influence with each other,
Yeah,
but
that's true.
that do not erase the core of the language, which Swahili is. Swahili, by sentence structure, is a Bantu language, and that's why it's easy for people who speak other Bantu languages are able to pick up on Swahili versus a person who do not speak a Bantu language.
That's true. I think I get the sympathy from that point of view. I see when they say that the whole Africans should speak the language. that's something one has to think twice and think. I guess it makes sense because at least, and the North Africans speak Arab too, so Swahili will not be too tricky for them to
It will
understand.
be. It will be. It will be because Swahili is no like. I mean, besides
They said they've got
numbers.
15% Swahili,
I mean,
50%
but I'm saying
Arab in
besides
there.
numbers, but it's the sentence structure. The Arabic sentence structure is. I studied the Arabic language. It's totally different than Swahili.
Mm.
I mean, there's no Kaitholic in Swahili. It's Mambo. Kaitholic means how are you?
Ah, I see.
You say quiet. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Waenta. And you. They don't have that. You know what I mean? That's not in Swahili. It's something totally different.
So Wayanta is like something from the Arabic language.
It is Arabic. It means and you. Wa means and. It's with
Why is and? Wow,
wa
that's interesting.
anta and wa anta. Anta means you. You have anta is you for he. Anti is you for she. Anna means I. Huma means like
Uh,
he or they. Huma. You
you're
know.
making see the way you're making Arabic language sound. Generally, when you hear Arabic people speak, it's like like
Well,
coming
you
from
have
their nose.
certain words like khubs. Khubs. Khubs means
Exactly.
bread. Khubs means bread.
Jesus.
Ibn Khala, Ibn Khala, my
Yeah.
brother, Ibn Khala. Umi is my mommy. Abi, Ab means, father. Abi, my father. You put an E, which means possess ownership.
Yeah.
Beiti, my house. My house.
Mm.
Beit means house. Beiti means my house.
Beiti, my house. That's in Arabic. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Beiti, my house.
Ghorfa, room. Ghorfati, my room.
Hopti.
Ghorfa.
Hopti.
I can't even know how to pronounce it. Ghorfa, room.
Hopper. Hopper room. Okay.
Ghorfti, my room. Umi, or mom. Umi, my mom.
Me, my mom. Yeah, that one always sounds sweet. Hold on. So you learn these languages. Okay, did you learn
I mean, I
anything?
forgot a lot. But go ahead.
Did you learn
Like
did you learn anything? Okay.
I might say, someone say, my smook or my smook or, I might say, it's me, my smook. What is your name?
Man, smoke. That's interesting actually, because I always thought that they were like grunting all the time, their language.
Yeah.
Uh
Yeah, I might say,
so
it's me, Brian. And yeah,
mm,
Minanta, where you from or what have you. I say, Anna min, New York, El
mm,
An, Mintaka, El An, LA, Mintaka, downtown LA.
mm. But how do
Mintaka,
you
the area.
from what you've learned of linguistics, how do you think all these
Oh,
how like
that's
what
part. That's
how did
part.
they
That's no.
evolve?
That's one of the. That's the huh sound. That's actually a letter.
Yeah, but
You
how
have.
did they evolve? Why would anybody want to talk like that though? Originally, I'm
I mean,
curious.
even in German, I heard they have like a gutter sound for German
Yeah,
letters.
Germans are like kings of that. They decide to take it to another level. They just speak all the way from inside the nose and inside the this. But
Mhm.
why do people have to speak like? Is it something in the weather? What? Why?
I don't know. Like, I mean, the word for under means in Arabic is taht,
You
taht,
see,
taht.
tats. At least that
Yes,
one
you
is
have to
lighter.
breathe underneath. Taht.
Wow, tat. Okay,
Taht.
fine. One can live with that than the one that comes from the nose. That's just I like okay. And I'm also curious with the Xhosa, how why they came up with all those clicking sound.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know
It's, it's just
how people
it's just
evolve
human
these things.
diversity of languages. It's just what it is.
Man, Africa has got something.
Ibn Khala.
Mm.
Yeah.
All of them, we have them. And if you see, I'm just looking at Somalis as you can see there. These people, if you ask me, they are practically they look more like the people that they have direct links to the Indian subcontinent and
I don't
maybe in
think
the
so.
they look like that though.
No, not really. I mean, I could tell the difference easily.
Okay, let's see Indian then. first of all, let's get here. These are Somalis, so just in case you didn't know.
I
But
know that.
when I'm done, I'm going to go Indian on you,
All
and then
right.
see what's going on. Okay, let's see Indian weddings. I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken here, but yeah. Okay. I see some differences, but the clothing is similar. It's not that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the Indians have similar kind of like clothing to Northern Sudanese when they do it. Like if you Google Sudanese wedding, you see what I'm talking about. Now, when
Yeah,
Sudanese wedding, they usually show Northern Sudanese.
yeah. See, hold on. This Indian one we're looking at, those ones were like Indian Hindus because which their wedding is slightly different from the Somali that
Yeah,
you
I
saw.
can tell Indians right away.
Yeah, okay. The way they look, yes, I think you can tell. To be fair, these are not all the Indians. You see, the
I know
Indians
they're
we see
not. That's what I'm
here,
saying. Google's not always a good representative of people.
yeah, they tend to be the Brahmin ones. You tend to
Like if you
see.
go to Sudanese wedding, you see what I'm talking about.
Mm. I think it's good to travel. I think it's good to travel to
It's
actually
very
see
good to travel,
people.
so you could get an idea of places
Mm.
and then you could really hear people's views.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you get an understanding like, oh, not everybody in the society what the news tell you is this way or that way or
Yeah.
whatnot. I mean, but it's a good thing too is like read about the culture before you go there. That's what I did with places like Fiji. I definitely read to make sure you know basically I won't be unguarded.
True. I'm just trying to see something here. See, when I look at okay, that Indian image that I saw there, let me just go back to this last one.
Mm-hmm.
You see this, look at these eyebrows, look at this shape of face. Then when you go back and say, okay,
Go to
Egyptian,
Sudanese. Go to Sudanese. Sudanese is pretty
okay,
much a good example of it.
Sudanese, let me see, let me not type it properly.
Sudanese wedding.
And then, oh my, wow, that's really West Arabic and Indian looking. Whoa. Okay, I get why you say Google is weird. This is really, really
Well,
Arabic.
I was reading in that wedding. The guy is a Coptic Sudanese.
This is Indian.
No, that's Coptic. That's typical Sudanese attire when on a wedding.
He really look Indian.
Like if you go further bottom with a guy who kind of look African American is weird. In the bottom to the
This
left,
one,
huh?
this one,
No, in the
to the
middle.
left,
No,
middle. This one,
that one right under, further down, the cute girl.
this one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. This looks like an African American. This is Sudanese, eh?
Yeah.
Wow. You see, that's the thing. That is the thing I see. These people, and there's a reason why. You see this lady here. See this guy. I'm not gonna go with the guy. I'm going with the lady. When I got here, and again um, this face. What I see between these peoples, they seem to be the closest groups in some of the later statues of the pharaohs that you would say is associated with the pharaohs. It's very interesting. I don't know why I felt that way.
That's what I'm talking about. I always told you that. I'm like, and you know what I'm saying is like,
we're not about the pharaohs of Egypt, though. We're not talking about the ones like the Sudanese, the pharaohs of Egypt itself.
What I'm saying, when I'm talking about like part of Sudan, right? I mean, you had Egyptian cities in places like Amara West, along, Amara West, what is it? Sai Island was New Kingdom Egyptian cities. You know what I mean? Like I said, Sudan is like one of those backdrops of both regions. And then you had the other kingdom of Kerma, which is a separate kingdom of the New Kingdom period.
Yeah. I want to give, because the reason why I felt that way is, okay, let me see. One of the key ones are really, wow, why did I get, am I getting Greek statues and Egyptian statues now?
I don't know, man.
Okay, look at the Tut is a good example. You see that eyebrow, that's why I highlighted it. Because it tells you that there are specific features that you tend to see, especially in the later kingdoms, that's why I highlighted
not those people. Probably the ones who look like, I hate to say African American, but I think it was that group.
This shape here that you see is almost exactly what you see here.
Right.
And although the lip area is similar, but you can't account for the head shape or the color and all the rest. But the shape, and I know that we have these features in Africa itself. Obviously, it's going
Right.
to be,
Right.
and somewhere in Sudan, those Sudanese, this area. The question now is: are Egyptians like that now? And
Which
if you
one?
go to Egypt,
Which
uh,
group? Which group of people are you talking about?
Egyptian wedding. Let's just go Egyptian wedding, I guess. You let's see whether it represents similar set of people. I will just try to go as close as possible to this one a little bit like that,
Hmm.
but I'm not. It's not coming across as them. Like this one that you're seeing here. Maybe it's just the images that are biased. Maybe I need to find one that really
Right.
looks
I
like.
mean, if I take you to like villages and and share that with you, you see you get a different.
You see, what is bothering me is that I'm finding it harder to find Egyptian pictures that look like their statues, but I can find it more easily in
All right,
Indians
I'm gonna show you. I'm
and
gonna show you something where
Sudanese.
where you can look at it in a village level.
Mm.
We're gonna get real here, and this is Upper Egypt, which is closer to Sudan. Okay,
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you a
Okay.
video.
I'm not sure that is fair, but fair, because that's closer to Sudan. They are basically Sudanese in some parts of it.
I mean, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, it's kind of like it's a cultural region, so it's just kind of
Mm.
it depends on where you go to in Luxor or Cairo and all those other places. You have different groups of people even within Egypt. So what people don't understand, even Egypt, are divided in those things.
Yeah.
Among themselves, they talk about that.
I'm a bit surprised about how Arabic, or no, not even Arabic at all, in Indian, that the Sudanese wedding looks like. I'm a little bit surprised by that, and I
This
shouldn't
is
be.
North. This is North Sudan. They actually been doing that for a very, very long time,
Mm, I don't know
hundreds
why
of
I'm
years.
surprised.
I mean, if you look at the Christian outfits back in the Christian period,
They look even lighter than Somali. These ones, anyway.
no, that person is Coptic.
This one is Coptic, eh?
Yeah, that person's Coptic.
Oh, it has to be. Has to be.
But those people, those girls in the center, you went down on the other side. Go up a little bit. Those go right there, right there. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Down. I mean down, down. Go down, go down. Okay, down. Or in the center,
This
right
one.
over there. Those are Sudanese.
Okay. Okay. Could it be the color of the image that? But what is the difference between this one and these ones?
They differ. You could tell from the face. They look more
I
like Ethiopian.
guess.
How about
Yeah,
you?
you're right there. You're right there. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you know how to look at them a bit better. So these ones are Coptic then. Oh,
No,
so
she's not Coptic. She's Sudanese. You could tell by looking at her. Just a light
okay.
skin.
You really, I'm sure you. Is your wife Sudanese or something?
Nah. I deal with these people. I dealt with this. I've seen these people in Khartoum.
Hmm. Wow. They are real. I'm surprised how Indian they are. I'm really surprised how
They don't
Indian.
look. There's not any. They'll get offended if you call them that. Get them mixed up with
Yeah.
Hindus.
Or the Indians look like them. Whatever way they like it, they don't like it. It is what it is. And this, I'm telling you.
Here's the video of Upper Egypt. Let me put it on the screen share better. It might be better to do that. And
These look like the pharaohs to me.
which one is that?
Like this lady now, you look at her features, it comes across, at least in some of the pharaoh statues you see.
I would say the majority of Northern Sudanese are reddish brown.
Yeah, I guess you in the statues you can't see colors that much, but I'm just looking at the structures that you tend to
Right.
see.
They are reddish brown. Like, do you see the couple you seen down here in the bottom of your picture thing?
This one here?
No, over the other way to the side. I'm talking about Northerners. More over to the left. The guy and that lady. Oh,
this
left.
one?
That majority are that complexion.
Yeah, this is the brown color. Yeah, the
Right.
copper color.
Right. The guy right there with the girl with the Mexican. That's a Sudanese guy with a Mexican woman, and with the one you have your cursor at.
Oh, this is a Mexican woman. Eh?
Yeah. And the guy is Sudanese.
How do you know that she's Mexican?
No, because I read it in the shout out. I'm on Sudanese shout out. They shot me out a few times.
Okay, that's a Mexican woman.
Yeah.
That's it. I guess it's Spanish. I guess Mexican passing for Spanish. Spanish
Right.
is Mexican now.
Right.
Okay.
A Mexican who's probably predominantly Spanish descent.
Yeah. My
And
God.
that's Sudanese. Yeah.
My God. I'm surprised how Indian they look. See, okay, Indians look like them. Some Indians look like them. You see, it's not that it shouldn't be that controversial to them to believe.
Right, but
Because I've always
there's a video I have right there. Those are
Mm.
stubborn Egyptians. I have it right on the
Yeah.
screen share. You can look at that.
Okay, let me check. Okay, Southern Egyptians. Okay, I'll get the video down here.
It's on the screen share.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, you okay? Sorry. I think I was the one that I don't know how to do this. Okay, good.
All right, then take it from the private chat. I posted it over there too.
Yeah, it's okay. If you want to show it.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Hold on. I got it. Got it for you.
So, do you think that the demographics has changed a bit?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, to say you see a lot of guys who look like that in Egypt.
Like this. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are
A lot.
Egyptians.
Yeah, they're Egyptians.
Wow.
They, you know, mainly in the south, like Luxor, Aswan, all that. But you see a lot of them in Cairo.
Yeah, and then they all, I guess, to be fair to the Egyptians, they never truly said they were Arab. They were just Arabic culture to them. So that's how they treat the situation. But I guess they are okay. But these ones don't give me the vibe of pharaohs, though.
Say what?
They don't give me the vibe of pharaohs. I don't know why. Why is it that the South Sudanese gave me more vibe of the pharaohs than these people? I don't know why.
Huh.
That's interesting, isn't it? They gave
Yeah,
me.
that is interesting.
Look at this image again. That shape that I'm telling you, you see it repeatedly in pharaonic this in statues, and you know I don't see it in some of these guys, and I find that peculiar.
I would say, you know, like I said, told you before, part of ancient Egypt was in Sudan. Like I said, there was Egyptian cities in Sudan. Like if you read up on it, Sai Island, which was a big city, Hamar West, which was another big city. You know, among those, and also you also have Egyptian monuments like Soweb Temple and also the Temple of Queen Tai. That is pretty much known. This is not Afrocentrist talk. This is just facts based on archaeology. So it don't.
But look at this though. Look at this. You see, this one doesn't necessarily represent the image that I was talking about. This one is a little bit different, but it still follows the same pattern. But these are late, what do you call them? New Kingdom pharaohs. I think
New Kingdom pharaohs,
after
right.
the Hyksos, after the Hyksos came in, and but man, the artwork, my God,
Yeah, the artwork is amazing. I mean, when I went to both the museums in both Egypt and Sudan, I was totally amazed.
What was going on there?
I don't have the slightest idea.
They went to town. They went to town with artwork.
With statuaries and all that in both countries. Yeah, I mean both regions. I mean it's pretty much
Mm.
one region.
They were not playing around, man. They were just like, let's carve stones. We need people to know this. You know what? I don't even think they cared whether people noticed. They were doing it for themselves, but it just maybe coincidentally just happened to be stones that lasted so long. Because generally people use what is surrounding them to build, and who
Right.
knows? But man, this guy left.
I
They
mean
left
these
a lot.
people built like cities.
They left
Like
a
like
lot.
I told you about the discovered city in Sudan, Dengale, which is 24 football field in size, very well preserved city, and along with the
Uh-huh.
Amun Temple.
They build like crazy.
They did.
We're not taking prisoners at all. These guys were just building rapidly. And to be fair, they did it for a long period of time. And that's the thing. Their
Right.
supremacy lasted so long that they left so many things for people to come and find. I have to give it, man. This is why people respect them as well. They are sure they were the greatest civilization that's ever existed.
You think so?
Yes. Okay. Which other civilization that we know that existed beyond that is greater than the Egyptian civilization? Which
Oh,
other one?
I don't know. I mean, it's you could be, I want you to share this one. I mean, do you think these people have the pharaonic look?
Okay, let's see.
Screen share. I think I have it there.
All right,
This is a Sudanese wedding. Those people are to the right.
okay. I can't see them close up, so I can't be sure. I'm not sure.
All right, hold on. You not sure? Let me. Could I go in there?
You can either right
I'm
click
pretty
it
sure.
and say open a new tab, then it will open a new
I have
tab.
to open up a new tab. Oh, that sucks. Okay,
Yeah,
hold
right.
on.
Then you can be able to zoom into the image.
Okay. Let's see. I'll do that for you.
Mm.
Okay, good. Hold on for 1 second. I'll do it. I'll do another screen share on it.
Okay.
I'll do another screen share on it. I mean, cute couple.
Yeah.
If you go to Sudan, they're gonna invite you to numerous goddamn weddings. You're gonna be like, "What the hell did I get myself into?"
I would
All
like
right.
to. I would like to do those things actually.
They love weddings.
Okay. Yeah. This one. Okay. She was losing it a little bit with the smile part, but yeah, it does give me the. You see, that's the thing. If you look at their eyebrow areas, it's all consistent, and
Yeah, that's consistent. That's consistent with
that's
those people.
it's
It's
very very
consistent.
consistent with them. So, and you notice that these people look like the people that I see in those statues, and because there's something I've looked at the statues closely, and I try to see whether there was a time the like the sub-Saharan Africans were thinking, oh, they were part of the Asian. I was like, when I look at them, I'm like, I don't get the vibe of sub-Saharan Africans. I
Well,
get
they
the vibe of
some of them
Sudanese.
consider themselves definitely. They said, "No, you are in Africa now." They'll tell you that.
Yeah, they will say that. Okay, yeah, of course, they are Africans. Obviously, there's the Egyptians, but I mean, when they say that they are like the Bantus, I was like, well, I don't see Bantus in these statues.
Oh no, no. I mean, just saying. As far as these people here, if you go to Sudan, and they like, no, this is Africa.
Oh
It
yes,
won't
yes.
be, where well, we're this and we're separate from Africa. No, this is Africa. They deal with, people like the Dinka and the Nuba Mountain people and Darfur. You are in Africa. And they accept that fact, even though some people might say, oh, I also have a make believe Arab family. I'm just saying that. You know what I'm saying? Which doesn't really mean anything. They don't even know what this Arab lineage come from. You know what I'm saying, for some of them. So yeah.
I find them okay. So you were saying, and when I said that the Egyptians were the greatest civilization, you were a little bit surprised by that.
No, I
What
wouldn't
other
say. I wouldn't
civilization?
say. I mean, I'll give credence to it. I mean, because how Horn and Africans used to like to fight about that.
Oh no, those ones they should go and sit down. They can't even they can't compare to Egyptians at all. They need to stop that.
The weird thing about it with the Sudanese in the north, I didn't see the xenophobia that I see among Somalis. It's interesting.
Okay, Okay, I don't know because Somalis. I don't know. That one is a bit tricky because the North
And
Africans they can be
also,
quite
and also,
hostile.
Northern Sudanese consider people who are nomads primitives. They do. They consider Arab nomads and anybody who's a nomadic primitive because they're farmers and their families, their civilization was built on farming.
Yes, that's true. And to be fair, even if you look at the people that have thrived on the continent, the people that do farming, they are the ones that thrive most on the continent, and you can
Yeah,
argue that farming is superior. But the
they
East Africans,
Northern Sudanese do believe that they
mm,
do.
the East
They
Africans,
do.
I don't know why the East Africans keep talking about civilization. They barely left one statue for anybody to find. Like the other day when Mo was going on, I was like, okay, let me go and search for the Ponce statues. I can't find. The only thing you see is the obelisk, and I actually found something about that interesting because they had the obelisks,
Hmm.
but they rarely had statues. And I asked them. I said, is it by coincidence that you didn't make human statues, but you had obelisks? Could that have informed the way Islam was formed? Because Islam, they don't like making images too. They would
Right,
rather
right.
make structures, not just structures of other things, not images. That is it tied to it? And the guy couldn't make heads of it whether it's true. But that is interesting fact that you rarely see statues of Queen of Sheba or any nothing. Just obelisks,
Hmm.
and things that are not human. And so, but that's on the side. And they reigned for how long? Barely 1,000 years.
Hmm.
Egyptian civilization lasted for such a long time.
A very
It's
long time.
not. It's nothing that, and the way they did their stuff, you have to admire the style. My God,
And
these people had
here's you're gonna
style.
see something that's gonna be similar to Nigeria with this old lady having her cheek. I'm gonna show you real quick. This is at a Sudanese wedding.
Okay.
You're gonna be like, what?
Hmm.
Here we go. I'm gonna share it. You see
Hmm.
it?
No, yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen it now. Let's see.
You see her face?
Yeah,
Scarification.
I can't see her close enough though to see scarification.
You don't see it now, or no?
No, I can't see it. Okay, is it
And
the elderly lady?
the elderly lady.
Oh yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. I can see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. She put her mark there. Yeah,
yeah.
they always do
They
that.
used to do that. They used to do that.
They stopped it there.
Yeah, they stopped
Uh they used to do that. You see, they used to practice all those things that we used to practice in Africa.
in Nigeria. I know that.
Oh,
I
Nigerians
know
are
that.
hardcore, man. They are really
I know,
hardcore.
but
They are,
Sudanese, certain ethnic groups in the north used to practice that as well.
wow. You see the link. It's all there.
Exactly, exactly, exactly.
The link is all there. Sometimes we pretend as if it's not there anymore. That's our job, isn't it? That's the job of the majority of the continent. They need to fix their family, and all these people will start returning to the fold in due time. And I don't know how we are going to do it. It's easier said than done,
Right.
because the depth of our the scale of work to do to get ourselves out of this mess we are in. I don't know.
Definitely.
I don't know how hard it's going to be because the world is moving so fast now. Before you know it, China just go there and say, you know what, I like Nigeria now. I'm going to make them nuclear powers. All hell breaks loose. Suddenly, Africa was
Yeah,
like,
I mean, because you have a lot of smart Africans around the world, and like I said, some who are involved in nuclear. I mean, in other words, you have every field a person of African origin is in, whether it
it's
be in
true.
physics, whether it be a nuclear scientist, whether it be in mathematics, every single last field we are participating in.
Mm.
You know,
You have to give it to them. Let me just share this thing again. You see, there is something about Egyptians that just says, you know what? I don't care, man. I'm cool on my own. Screw you all. I will do my thing and be me. They don't care. These people,
right?
if you look at their art, it's almost like they didn't even bother copying anybody. They just had it all in one place. It
They
just
did
came
it their
together.
own way.
It just came there and they just did their own thing. It's like a flash in the pan. Boom. We just did it. And good luck trying to replicate this. And
Hmm.
and I think if any other people try to do it, then it's not going to come out right because it's just them at that their time. And you look at how they cross that. They say these people like style. You can tell they're Africans, man. they
Oh,
like
definitely.
style. They really do like their style with their regalia and everything, the way they dress. So
Uh-huh.
that's what I admire about it. The Akhnatons, they look a bit weird though, but we
Yeah, he
can't
had a.
do that.
You know the weird thing about it? I seen a black guy that I used to work with. He had a shape like Akhenaten, which I was like, oh my god, that's just really bizarre.
They are
Like big
hanging
hips,
around.
big hips.
Oh yeah, I've seen that when I was younger. I've seen
Yeah,
that when I was
yeah.
younger before.
Oh, that's a bunch of that's a Sudanese wedding again.
Yeah, yeah. You start seeing those some of these features again.
Yeah,
These are
exactly.
these people are linked to Indians, man. They like it or not. They can say whatever they like.
No, they don't consider themselves like Indians.
They got.
Actually, as far as their DNA wise, it's
Mm.
usually East Africa and North Africa. Hardly no Arab or any other group.
I find that really hard.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna show you a DNA of a Sudanese girl. Her name
Really,
is Amina. Okay, she's
yeah,
married to it's on YouTube video. I'm gonna post it. She's married
mm,
to a Ethiopian guy who actually had a lot of Yemen DNA. Might add you.
mm. Wow, Yemeni.
You know,
Okay, I can see they are not entirely Indians. Could it be that the Indians were copying them in terms of their way of doing makeup and stuff like that? Because
I'm gonna show
there
you
is
Amina right now.
similarities, though.
She's Northern Sudanese, and
Mm,
you're gonna see her DNA, and she hardly has no type of like Arab in there. She thought she did, but she realized she didn't. I'm
mm,
gonna show you. We're gonna look at her DNA, even though it's kind of loud. It's kind of weird.
mm.
Amina. Oh, here we go. And I'm gonna share it.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yep.
Excited because I finally have my DNA test results that I did with 23andMe. Okay, so a little bit of background on me, just in case there's
She's kind of ghetto and
that
crazy.
doesn't know, even though I
Grew up in America.
So basically, I'm 100% Sudanese. Both of my parents came from Sudan. Both of my parents live in Khartoum, Sudan, which is the capital, and tribes are a big thing in Sudan.
Mute your mic so that their hand mic can come through.
Mine is Denagla, so I'm a Dungulawiya. That's kind of in northern Sudan. So I have never seen a Sudanese person do a genetic test video, at least on YouTube. There might be, but I've never seen it. And so I'm actually really excited. I am looking on my laptop right here. Let's get into the actual results now. So I'll start off with my maternal haplogroup. And for those of y'all that don't know what that means, your maternal haplogroup tells you about your maternal line ancestry from your mother to her mother and beyond. So this is my mother, LOA. And the thing that I found really cool about this haplogroup is that this existed 55,000 years ago, which is crazy. That's like ancient times, and it covers the region of Central East.
I'm surprised. I thought she was going to be L3.
What is that? What does that explain that?
L3 is the one of the youngest of the L and this in the maternal genes. There are three major ones. It starts from L0, then you have L1, L2, and L3. But she's all the way back in L0.
Oh, really? So that's very old.
It's one of the earliest ones. It's a variation of the oldest DNA.
All right, we're gonna continue.
The maternal DNA. Yeah,
we're gonna get.
Wow.
Eastern and Southern Africa, which is pretty broad. But anyways, all right. So then let's get into the reports. That's what everybody wants to see. All right. So my highest percentage was 62.3%. And that is dun 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 sub-Saharan African. Not a surprise. Of that 62.3%, we have 54.1% East African, 6% West African, 0.1% Central and South African, and 2.2% broadly Sub-Saharan African. So basically, I'm every type of African there is. No, basically, I'm East African and a little bit of West African, which is cool. I didn't expect that. My next highest percentage is 28.8%, and that is Middle East and North Africa. Now, this is the crazy part. Majority of us thought like Sudanese people are mixed Africans and Arabs. You know, it happened over 1,000 years ago. Arabs came, they mixed with the people, blah, 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 blah. But according to this, I am 28.6% North African. The Middle Eastern that I could possibly have is 0.3%. Somebody can maybe tell me what that means, because for me, when I look at this, I'm reading that I'm not Arab. Like not even 1%, according to this thing. I don't know the history exactly of North Africa, but from some of the comments, I don't know, y'all were telling me that North Africans are not Arabs, so
Yeah, they are not.
this is really weird. This is really weird. Okay. Hey. All right. So then the next percentages are so small. They're like 3% and below that. I'm not going to spend that much time on them. So we have 3.3% South Asian. I really don't know where this came from, but okay. It says it can be anywhere from India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh. Fine. Then 2.5% European. And then we have 3% unassigned. So they just don't have enough information to exactly pinpoint what it is. When I look at these percentages, I guess if I'm adding up like all of the African percentages, then I am 90% African, which that's pretty pure. That's pretty damn pure. Most people are mixed. So that was my
Yeah,
test
she's quite
result.
hardcore
And this
actually.
is only with a 50% confidence rate. Keep that in mind. They really don't have that many people right now. When I looked at how many people data they had to compare it to, they only have like over 600 people. So they really don't have that much information. Actually, I forgot to mention this, but if you're from Sudan, you can actually get your DNA tested for free. You just have to have all 4 of your grandparents born in Sudan and you have to live in the US. So, you know, if you guys are interested, there's some other countries too. So I'll list them all like right here. So if you guys are interested, I would take advantage of that like right now because it's free completely. I really don't see my results as that surprising. I think it fits with the history, at least that we know, because of all of the ancient empires, you know, pretty much back then, Egypt and Sudan were one country. So it makes sense to me that I would have a lot of North African in me. So that part makes sense. The East African part, I mean, that makes sense. Sudan is literally in Northeast Africa. Well, it was before it split. The big thing was the mixture. A lot of people were telling me, you guys are telling me, like, I bet you're going to be mixed with Arab, which kind of leads me now to believe more so. The Arabs did come and mix, but it's like putting a spoon of salt in water. Like you have traces of it here and there, but it's not major, you know. Please, please, please let me know what you guys think. Share any information and knowledge that you have regarding Sudanese genetics. But yeah, that's it for this video. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. I'm being so awkward because I'm holding my mic in one hand. So yeah, I will see you all in my next video. Bye.
Wow.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Amina. So today I have my husband's DNA
Ellis, her
I
husband.
actually looked at them, but
He's from Ethiopia.
no idea what his results are. So basically, for those of you guys that don't know,
Yeah,
tell me
these
where
are
you're
the
from.
Africans that were
Ethiopia.
dominating that
Ethiopia, and
region.
which ethnicity?
Amhara.
So you're 100%.
His is gonna be totally different than hers, though.
100%.
And you
I
have
am
Mm.
100% Ethiopian.
okay. And you have
You're
no
right.
mixture that you know of, right? From your mom or your dad's side of the family?
I have no idea.
We will see. We will see. Can I just ask you, what do you think you're gonna be?
75% is African,
Okay. What do you think you're not?
Latin,
Latino?
American.
Because everybody thinks he's Mexican, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Let's get into the results. Don't look at the computer. Don't try to cheat. Stop looking.
I'm not.
Stop
Okay.
looking.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's get it.
So this, I'm gonna. Don't look at the laptop.
All right.
I find it kind of weird that she's Muslim, he's Christian
I'm
now.
going to talk about your
See?
haplogroups first.
That's interesting.
So, Mama, her haplogroup
Okay,
is
but they're in the US.
R0A1A,
Yeah.
and this existed 19,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's
It's
baby
fairly
gene.
recent, right? I mean, my mom lived 50,000 years ago.
Oh my God! Everybody's trying to embarrass him.
Are you
50,000
sure?
years ago.
Fine.
Maybe you're upside
That's
down.
baby G there.
You wish. Your mama's ancestors, the example populations that they give are Saudi Arabs, Yemeni Jews, and Bedouins.
Yeah, like I said, I told you, right?
You said Yemen,
yes,
yeah.
Yemen.
Okay, so dad, his haplogroup is JM267. The example populations for your dad are Bedouins.
What is that?
Bedouins, desert people, like people that live in the desert, like Arab Bedouins.
Okay.
Bedouins, Ashkenazi Jews, and Algerians.
What
A
the
what?
heck? Oh my god.
What's
What's
the
going
last
on
one?
here? I don't
I go.
understand. Maybe maybe they sent wrong one.
Wait. Okay.
That's not mine.
Jews and Bedouins, desert people, like people that live in the desert, like Arab Bedouins.
Okay.
Bedouins, Ashkenazi Jews, and Algerians.
That makes sense
What the
now.
heck? Oh my god. What's going on here? I don't understand. Maybe maybe they sent wrong one.
Wait. Okay.
That's not mine.
Are you ready for your DNA?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You are Jewish.
So you are.
Oh my god. What?
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm waiting for you.
63.6%.
63?
63.6% East African.
I knew it. Almost.
Almost
I
what?
was too close.
Half.
I did the 75, right?
Yeah.
East African, 63.
Mine was 54%. Okay. You are less than 0.1% West African.
Oh my god.
You don't have no West African in you. I had 6% West African, so I'm more West African than you.
Interesting. She's a proud of her West African part.
Broadly
It's very interesting why they do that. At least the ones in the West, anyway, they do that quite a bit.
What do you mean?
It's like when you're in the West, they are happy to be West African, but in Africa itself, they pretend as if they don't care for West Africa. It's really strange dynamics we have in Africa where they badmouth West Africans, but they listen to our music, do all these things we do.
Oh yeah, they do listen to West African music in Sudan. Some of them.
Yeah,
do.
they often do, but then why do West Africans get the impression that they also want to distance themselves from us?
I mean, because you got every group of people, you have some idiots. You know what I mean? Who spoiled a bunch? You know how that goes. Let's continue with it. Yeah.
You are 32.9%
Okay.
Middle Eastern and North African. And of that, you got 32.7% North African.
Wow. That's so nice, babe.
Yeah. Well, the North African could be Arab because the North African, according to 23andMe, they include Saudi Arabia, Yemen.
They include Saudi Arabia, Yemen.
And they put that together with Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia.
Oh, they are Saudi. I mean, the northern, right?
Yeah, they put it all together. It's confusing. I don't know why. So your 30% could be North African Berber, and it could be pure Arabian.
So why they say this North African is if they put Yemen, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they did. I don't know. I really don't know like why they call it North African. They can say like Arabian/African. That would make more sense. So we don't know. You could be North African like Berber, but we don't know because 23andMe doesn't separate them. Okay, and then you are 0.6% European.
0.0.
0.6.
0.6.
Maybe your eyebrow is European or something. It's so small.
Yeah, I like.
And then you have 2% unassigned. So 2% they have no idea what you are. So basically, you are 64% Sub-Saharan African and 32% North African. So 97% African. Pretty much. Yeah.
Nice. I never expect this 97% African.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Pretty much. But you do have ancestors from your mom and your dad that came from probably Saudi Arabia, Yemen. Probably Yemen, right? Because Yemen is close to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
Do you think for people these days, human
The
beings,
crazy thing is,
if they
like,
find
the
that they
crazy
have
thing
genes
is
that are
you
tied to
got
Africa, they
almost
feel
exactly the
proud
same
about
results
it
as my mom.
as because it's the base of humanity?
Hmm. I mean, human beings in general.
Yeah, because I get a feeling that if they find that they have a gene that is tied to, instead of the ones that mutated outside the continent, if they find that they are linked to the continent, do you think it's something that they will be proud to have? Like, oh my God, I'm still linked to the homeland or whatever. Do you think it's something that would be plays in their mind when they do the genes? Because to be fair, when you see these Americans do it,
Mhm.
often it's like a good thing. But whenever they see the European in the list, they don't always they don't want to acknowledge that. Or like,
Oh, let me show you one then from the United States. It was kind of hilarious. She just found out something about her family. I'm gonna show you when she
okay.
did her DNA. It was a good one too. Because her mom was adopted. A little backstory, and she found out that that she had African American ancestry, and I think she always knew. Hold up,
Okay.
12% black DNA. That's the only way I could find her.
Yeah.
You
Let's
know,
see.
let's see. I'm gonna show you who this girl is. It was a good one too.
Yeah.
Very very good one. Uh, I'm 12% black. DNA. I think it was ancestry.com. A good one. Gotta find this girl. She was really good. And she went through the story, and then she later found her mom adopted, real parents, which was really,
Yeah.
really a good story. And she's kind of like the reverse of what I guess some African Americans are, really. She's definitely predominantly she's white.
Wow.
And and she found out her mom was, like biracial or whatnot. And
Hmm.
she just, she found that out, discovered that. And she actually really, did the boots on the ground to find her mother's parents because the mom was kind of like adopted. I mean, not kind of adopted. She was adopted, not kind of. She was adopted, and she went through great length, going to, doing the research, doing, putting in the boots in the ground, finding out, basically Haman's family, which I think I give the kudos for that, for doing that,
Hmm.
for finding her mom biological family, which was a missing link to her mom. You know what I mean? As far as discovering her DNA, why is my hair this way? All those different type of stuff. Those questions, they were asking, and
Yeah.
it was good. It was a really good story. I mean, I followed her for a little bit,
Wow.
and she had no issue about having that ancestry because she's like 12% on there, African ancestry, and I mean, do I consider part of the African American community? Of course not. Um, does she have African ancestor? That's just genetic. That's her genetics. It's the same thing with another actor who played. Oh, here it is. I found it. Good. An
Okay.
actor who played in Modern Family. His name is Burgess.
Hello everyone,
Tyrell
welcome back to my
Burgess.
channel.
Burgess.
So this is a very strange place to do a video. I'm literally sitting in a drive-through, but
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna show
line
you
is
real
really
quick.
long, and I don't have any other time that I'm away from my kids.
It was a good story. Let's see.
Look at that. Nak has made his way here somehow.
Yeah.
Hello, Nak. I hope we are not trolling today. Let's see.
Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. This is on screen share.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So
Got it.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
it.
All right.
Well, this is a very strange place to do a video. I'm literally sitting in a drive-through, but the line is really long. And I don't have the airtime that I'm away from my kids. And my mother-in-law is staying with us this week because it's just awkward to film videos in front of people. Anyway, so today I got my ancestry DNA results. You are not familiar with me or my channel. My mom is adopted. So me and my mom both did ancestry DNA. Number one is to find out our nationalities because we just never knew, like on my mom's side, what the hell we were. But mainly the reason for us doing the test was to find biological family members. But this is going to be more about what my nationality or ethnicity, I don't even know what the proper, I probably should have looked it up before I made this video. I don't know what the proper words for it are, but I'm just going to tell you like what I am, I guess. Of course, my phone wants to die and restart. Well, while it's restarting, let me just talk to you about the reasoning, I guess. So my mom is adopted, and we are currently kind of like on a journey looking for her biological family, parents, I guess parents, but most likely just family because, I don't know, she's an older lady. She's not like really old. Sorry, Mom. She's 47.
47 is old. Okay.
We have been just looking and looking, probably for a good couple of years, but recently, in the last like 3 or 4 months, I've been like kind of obsessed with it, and so is my mom. Just really interested. Like, I don't know, once you get like a little bit of the way, like you find one thing, it's like you just can't stop. So anyway, I wanted to give you guys my DNA results because I don't know, I just think it's really interesting. And then talk about what DNA matches that I had so far. So we found somebody who could possibly be my mom's sibling or half sibling. That person also took a test, but we have not gotten those results yet. So we just have our DNA. Well, my DNA, hers hasn't even come back yet. I don't get why mine came back first, but whatever. So this is not sponsored, by the way. I have a very big family on my dad's side. So 90% of the people that I was matched with genetically were just from there, my dad's side. Like, at least close relatives. So basically what Ancestry does is they give you your ethnicity estimate, your genetic communities, whatever that means, and then DNA matches. So without giving away my name, so this is what it says for me. And I haven't contacted anyone yet because I'm waiting for my mom's DNA results to kind of like put the pieces of the puzzle together. And also we're also waiting for this possible biological half sibling, their results to come back so that we can kind of like, you know, see if we actually found somebody. I mean, there's a chance that it's not, that person is not my mom's half sibling, but there's also a chance that they are. So, okay. So my ethnicity estimate. So this is funny because, okay, my mom kind of looks like she's mixed, like African American, because, and everyone that sees like even just videos of her, me doing her hair, I've had people comment and be like, is your mom mixed? And I'm always like, I don't know, she's adopted, we don't really know. But her hair texture is like almost that of an African American, but she's obviously white. So this is my ethnicity estimate. This is not my mom's, it's just mine. And when my mom's come back, I will make a video as well. So I'm 85% European. I mean, I'm white as a piece of paper, so we just kind of all just guessed that already, didn't we? So I am a 48% Western European, 16% Scandinavian, and 15% Irish, which is way less Irish than I thought we were because my mom is a redhead, but it's funny. And that could be also coming from my dad's side, obviously. And then I am 15% African. And I looked at this and I was like, really? So it's technically a low confidence region. Basically, I am a bunch of different tiny percentages of different parts of Africa, probably like generations and generations and generations back, or possibly closer than that. So that's my genetic breakdown. Basically, I'll put a screenshot of exactly what it says. But I'm 85% European and 15% African, which is so freaking random. Also, I am not Asian at all. Big surprise there. And not Native American at all, which is strange because my dad claims that we had some ancestor or whatever back in 8 generations that was supposedly Cherokee Indian or something. I think everybody has those little stories though of that their family says that they are and they're just not. But yeah, that's all for this video.
See, black people don't only group of people who be claiming it's Cherokee shit. A lot of white people do the same thing.
And it tends to be
you heard it from the horse's mouth.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's funny. She said it turns out not to be accurate. You know what? The part where she said the African part was random. I guess our mom was probably had 30% African gene, isn't it?
Yeah, probably so. You
Mm.
know what I mean? Yeah, she's 15%. So she even mentioned that. And actually there's other videos about it. Because she do the research and she did find her African American relatives as well, along because her mom was adopted. So her mom, her mom discovered her sister who was white, and to make a long story short, her sister pretty much told him because she was pure white, whereas her sister, she knew that her mom was in a relationship with an African American male for quite a long time. So, and which produced her mom.
Wow.
They talk about it through the video. Her father looked like something like a Will Chamberlain type of person, as I remember from the video. But yeah, I mean that's what she is, and she goes through she does she actually really did the
It's okay to be human.
like the research and looking for searching for her parents. And
Okay.
and here's another one. My mom is she talks about it again.
Hello, everyone.
And here's another video of her.
Wow. He won't stop
Yeah.
talking about how our mom is how our mom is black.
I mean, she didn't care. I mean, she was kind of like, whatever, This is another video of that.
Yeah, 15% white. What can you make of it now? She's already white. About 15%
Right. She's
black.
85% white, so it's just like black people. Some black people are the reverse of that.
My road trip, we still not unpacked. So I'm going to be posting this video the day that I'm filming it because I wanted to film this video and put this video up before I put up my vlogs from LA. But I know you guys wanted to know the results of my mom's ancestry DNA test because of my last video where I found out that I was 15% African, and I just had a feeling it came from my mom's side, obviously because my dad is. First of all, my dad is not adopted, and we know his parents and his grandparents and everything else, and they're all very, very white. I wanted to know where the heck this came from because it's crazy. So, little backstory if you haven't watched any video before this video. My mom is adopted. I'll link her adoption story in the iCards if you guys are interested in that story. It's a pretty interesting, it was a private adoption. Basically, long story short, my grandpa was the doctor who delivered her, and then they ended up adopting her. Her whole life, she has thought, or people have told her, that maybe she was mixed because she has very kinky, curly, textured hair. Although she was born a redhead, she's very light skinned, but she has freckles. And so we've always assumed about her nationality, but never really knew, obviously. So on our journey to find her biological parents and biological family, we wanted to do an ancestry DNA test to find out what the heck she is in the first place and maybe find cousins or something, someone related to her by blood, because obviously any match that she gets from ancestry DNA is going to be a blood related biological person. So I'm just going to get into the results first because I know that's why you're here. So she has 13 ethnic regions. The first one being that she is 39% African. So basically she is half African, or half African American, I guess, because obviously her father had to be from America. So let me back up a little bit. I found some information on who her parents are. So that's why I'm saying her father, because I know that the African American side has to be from her father, from what we found out just doing all this crazy research that I've been doing for the last week. So 39% African. So in that breakdown, 14% from Benin or Togo, 8% from Cameroon, Congo, 5% Ivory Coast, Ghana, 4% Senegal, 4% Nigerian, 3% Southeastern Africa, and less than 1% South Central Africa. So she is definitely African American, which is crazy. So yeah. So the other half of her ancestry basically is European. So she's 60% European, basically 40% African. Really, it's 39% African. They say that she's 1% Asian Central. And so 60% is the European side, which we are not surprised, obviously, because I was 80% European. So it had to come from, probably both of my parents. She is 60% European, 28% of that being European West, 19% Scandinavian, and 10% Irish, 2% Iberian Peninsula, and 1% Finland and Northwest Russia, which I had none of. I had 0% Asian and 0% Russian. So yeah, my mom is half African American, and I've thought that my whole life, honestly, because I'm the one who does her hair, and honestly, the texture of her hair is African American. We've always treated her hair as if it was African American. She's used African American hair products her entire life. She used to relax her hair. She has textured hair. It's cool. I don't know. I don't know. I've always thought it, and it's crazy to have confirmation. So basically, my mom is mixed, which on one hand does not surprise us at all, but on another hand, doing all this research to find her biological parents, it narrows things down a bit. I'm just going to end this with like a little update on where we are as far as finding her biological parents. Basically, we are 100% certain of who her parents are now, which is insane. Like, insane, because we've been looking for not too long, or I haven't been looking for too long. Obviously, my mom has wondered her entire life, but she was kind of on the fence about looking for her biological parents back in the day because she just felt like she was going to offend her parents who adopted her. And then my grandma passed away, and she was like, you know what, let's just look now. And I told her, I was like, look, Mom, you can wait until whenever you're ready, but you could be waiting too long because she is older. You know, her parents' ages on her original birth certificate were older. And unfortunately, we found out that her mother has passed away and her father has passed away. But we have their names, we have their birthdays, thanks to Ancestry. Honestly, this Ancestry thing, if you are an adoptee, I 100% recommend doing Ancestry. This is not sponsored at all, but we have found biological family members through Ancestry and through this whole DNA. And you could also upload your results to other websites. And I've uploaded our results to 2 other websites, and we found people. And just through connecting those dots and through connecting the information that we had, and then also you'll see in a vlog tomorrow, me and Alex went to downtown LA to find some information about her biological parents. So I'll link that vlog once it's up in the iCards. But this is crazy. It's like a crazy journey, and we're actually like, honestly, somewhere. I thought for sure we would never find anyone or anything related to my mom, and it looks like there are people who are related to my mom, and we found them. And yeah, it's crazy. So I hate to leave this on a cliffhanger, but I'm going to be talking about in detail, or more detail, at least not completely detail, obviously for privacy reasons, but I'm going to go into detail pretty soon in a video, just talking about finding her biological family, which is insane. But tomorrow you're going to be seeing a vlog from, like I said, from LA, when we went to the Hall of Records downtown LA to find information about my mom's family. But yeah, hope you guys have enjoyed this video. This is a crazy exciting time. And yeah, that is it for this video. My mom is half black and I am a quarter black, basically. That's insane. I obviously don't look it. So yeah, that is it for this video. I hope you guys have found it interesting, and if you did, make sure you subscribe down below so you don't miss another video from me, and I will see you guys in my video tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, is it normal from 40% to drop down to 15% in one step?
No, you know what happened is probably, let's say his father was like Don Cheeto, who had like 18% or 20% European admixture.
Oh,
yeah.
That
You know, those reasons.
could explain it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like this one African American girl. Oh yeah, we know she's white. Come on, we know that. Oh, not an easy. She's white with an African American admixture. Yeah, exactly. That's why I just now told Najee. I mean, to Naja. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what it is.
Hello.
Yo, how is she black? I'm so confused. Is
she's not black. She's not. She knows she's not black. What I'm saying is she have African ancestry.
Right. She doesn't even look like admixture. She looks like 100% white.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, that's what she's only 15. She's only 15%. But you snipe.
Yeah, but 15% is a large number, though. Like,
that's
you know
not
what I mean?
large. Not in comparison to the amount of white people been in her. I mean, not in her, but you know what I mean.
But you know, Brian, like the whole U.S. one drop rule, I find that very racist, bro. Like,
right,
like,
it is. What I'm saying is, for her case, she's white. Nobody's gonna say,
no,
look at that black person.
This lady goes to Africa. No one will ever.
but
Like
she
people will
knows.
say you lying if she says her mom is
Right,
black.
right, but she knows that though. I mean,
Yeah.
she's not saying, "Oh, I'm a black person. I'm a black person."
But
But
I've seen people like her though who say, matter of fact, one of my high school mentor, he was just like her. This dude was like looked like 100% white, but he was like the blackest person I've ever
right,
seen in my life.
like look at Don Cheeto, right? He's
Yeah.
80. I think he's 80% white. Now, are we gonna say Don Cheeto is a white person?
But the difference is, Brian, Don Giro never would say that he's white.
Right.
That's
Same
the
thing.
thing.
I mean, for her, in reality, you know, because she expected. I mean, the difference between her and Don Cheeto is she always expected her mom being mixed. You know, doing her hair.
Yeah.
She talked about that, doing her hair, and all that type of stuff. And she thought it was really cool in that way. I mean, that's why I was showing to Niger. You know, people discovered that they have that ancestry. Like, I give you a perfect example. Like, I would never consider Wentworth Miller as being black, even though he do have black relatives.
Yeah.
But I would never consider him black.
Yeah. So, to Niger, if that lady goes to Nigeria, will she be considered black?
No. Come on, H-Block.
I know.
But even the girl there knows that she's not a black. Even the girl who did the book One Drop, when her father was like a Louisiana Creole and he pretty much hid his ancestry, she knows she's not black. But but they do maybe have black relatives, or you know what I mean, connected to it. That's what I usually put it.
But she looks even whiter than the Creoles.
Yeah, of course, because she's white.
Yeah, but
I mean, with Creoles, they could be like 30% black, 30% Native American, 30% white. They like everything all between. She's not. She's majority of her DNA is white. Same thing with the majority of Don Cheeto is black. They like two separate things of the same coin. An opposite direction.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is though, like the white Americans, like overwhelmingly majority of white Americans do have some kind of black DNA as well.
Mainly the ones in the South, in the Southeast.
Right. I've seen some TV show. I don't think it was Oprah. I think it was a different TV show when this white KKK guy went to the TV show and they revealed his DNA, and the dude had African DNA and he was KKK, but the guy looked like 110% white.
It's usually the ones that have that's usually from the South.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not the ones too much in the Northeast who just came here through Staten Island. You know, because we had to think about that. A lot of whites in places like in the Northeast just got here, like immigrants in the 1920s and 30s and all that. Yeah,
see, like in Africa, even if you're a little bit lighter skinned, they just call you white. Even if you still look black, but literally like the Creoles in Africa, they will classify them as white. They literally will call them a Zungu.
Oh, you're talking about like half caste?
No, not the half caste. I'm talking about like a lot of biracial people are categorized as white in Africa, especially in East Africa.
I know Nigerians, they say half caste, but we have to make sure there's a difference. In Africa, you do have light-skinned Africans, but they would not be called half caste.
No.
Yeah.
Light skin is different. Light skin just means admixture. It's different than having a white parent. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I remember,
because like a lot of light skin, like Igbos. I seen one who did a eDNA. He was 100%. No, she was 100% African. No.
Yeah. I know a lot of Igbos are light skin. I know some.
Not
guys
all.
that are
Not
very
all. They have a considerable number.
Right. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them here in the U.S. Guys that you think they're biracial, and they're saying, "No, I'm 100%."
I wouldn't even think they were biracial due to their, the phenotype. Most of them.
Yeah. Hey, Brian, do you know who Trevor Noah is?
Mm-hmm. He's South African.
I remember him saying that his own grandmother, his own black grandmother, used to call him white man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy because like he looks black in America. He like the guy, like pretty much average black person in America, Trevor Noah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Especially out here in LA, yeah.
Yeah, but like the culture differences in Africa, they would not consider him black at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You think they will not consider Trevor Noah black in America?
No. In America, he's black. He's like a average African Americans look like that. A lot of he's like a normal black person in America. It's not like the lady we saw. Trevor Noah looks a lot more
Yeah,
black than the
yeah.
lady we just saw. But I'm saying
Yes.
though, I remember him one of his stand up comedy. I remember him saying that in Africa, his own black grandmother used to call him a white man.
Yes.
Yeah,
In Africa, it will be different, especially in South Africa. They have
yeah,
differentiation between his color and the normal black people.
right.
So I wanted to share something that happened in Nigeria just I think 2 days yesterday,
Oh my
and it
God,
was
yeah,
a
I heard
tragic
about that.
event. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
you talk about the people that are killed, right?
yeah.
We've
Yeah,
had
yeah, I heard about that too, man. It's tragedy.
Yeah,
January, about 200 people were killed in Zamfara state by
didn't it
some.
happen twice?
And then in April,
Yeah.
that's just
So
2 months
multiple
ago,
places that this has happened.
106 people
She's
were
just
killed
narrating them.
in Plateau State in one day. And let's not forget that in December of last year, 52 people were killed in one day in Nasarawa State. Let's not forget that security forces are also doing their own. In the southeast, for example, it was reported that at least 1,400 people were killed both by security forces and jihadists. Unknown gunmen are also killing people in the southeast. The list goes on. And now 50 worshippers were gunned down. Don't we see that we have a problem of insecurity as a nation? And it keeps happening over and over. Why? Because nothing is done whenever it happens.
So I guess the point she was making, I think that one about 1,000 security, people. I'm not sure how accurate that is because I've never heard about southeast 1,000 people being killed by security officials. That's quite an accusation against the officials. But in terms of unknown gunmen, this is a problem because these people they never get caught. What kind of gunmen do this sort of stuff, but they never get caught? Are they any ghosts?
They being supported by people on the top.
Okay, then who the people on the top? Why are they doing it? Who is making them do it? Why would they want to be killing their own citizens at random like that?
I don't know. Must be some type of financial gain, selling weapons. You know what I mean? Something to do with their own political gain or purposes.
Hey, which state did this happen to, Niger?
This one happened in Ondo State in the south. This one, but some of the most grievous ones are actually happening in the north. And sometimes I worry that we are being conditioned here to really um, become divisive and hate each other. Because these people are coming to destabilize the country, and most of these bandits are referred to as jihadists too at the same time. So, and I don't know whether which one is true and which one is not, because they are not caught. They are not caught, and the Nigerian government sits there and says, "Oh, we are going to do something about it," but they are not. They just leave our country to be vulnerable, and I feel like sometimes we are just being conditioned so that
I think Lagos is going to get targeted next.
they will try to target Lagos. Lagos is quite well secure, but they will try because the Lagos police is slightly out of the control of the federal government. The Lagos governor decides to start paying them and give them benefits. That's told them if anything happens to them in the line of duty, their family will be taken care of. Things like that. So they have gone a long way to ensure that it doesn't spill over into Lagos. There is Port Harcourt too that they have kept it out. Quite a lot of states are safe by and large in terms of them. They are not able to bomb like they used to bomb before. Now what they do is they go into areas that are not secure and just kill people mercilessly because this is a problem, and I've said it a thousand times. Our countries are not secure because we don't have enough security officials. They can't be everywhere. They are busy stopping bombing. Then who is going to protect the people at the bus stop or the churches?
But to Niger, the perpetrators are in your government, though. The northern government are the perpetrators. They're the people who are killing the people.
For
You
what
see what I'm saying?
purpose, though? What does it
Huh?
serve them? What purpose does it serve them?
What purpose? It's all religion, bro.
So they are using because of religion to kill innocent people because the religion is going to dominate the country after that.
Right, but the thing you have to Tunaja, you have to realize, these people, Northerners, they have zero respect of the Southerners. They see them as non-believers. You see what I'm saying? So this whole mess is because of the fucking excuse my Somali, because of the British colonization who put the Northerners in charge. You see what I'm saying? And this happened all over Africa, and even the genocide in Rwanda. It was a direct result of the colonizers, picking one tribe over the other.
In a way, this ties to the topic we are talking about, because those people too have been brainwashed. They have been brainwashed to hate fellow Africans. They don't want to associate them. So they see fellow Africans as infidels, and they want to attack. And some of all these people are destabilizing agents. They are sent. After all, Mali caught some of them in their country. They caught some Europeans among these jihadists that are causing problems in their country. So, what do you make of that? They just come into villages, and they see these so-called Fulanis. They are good, but I don't think they are that good. Where they just come like specialists, come and kill people and disappear. These people are professionals. The people that are doing these things are highly professional. They know what they are doing. Not one has been caught in the line of duty. What kind of unknown
But
gunman is that?
who's gonna catch them though? Because the government themselves are sympathizers of these people. One Nigerian guy told me there was a case when a Muslim man uh killed a Christian person, right? Like a few years ago in Nigeria, and that person, it did happen in the north. The person who killed the Christian person became I think it was like a director of a bank or something like that. Do you know that story, Tunaja?
No, I don't know about the story, but I think some of all these things they distort them to make it look like, this person killed somebody and they just made him a director. That's not exactly how it. Maybe he was innocent. That's why they let him off. Nigerians don't just let things go like that. Um, it, I think all this is like, we are being conditioned to hate each other, and ideally we start fighting each other and do their dirty work for them. What is going on here is this is why they went into Libya, to cause that insecurity so that the flow of arms will come through the Sahel. And this is something that was known before they went into Libya. And they've now spread that problem in the Sahel there. And question is, why has Nigeria not responded? I that's one of the things I said with my discussion with Nigerians. I said, why have we not responded the way we are supposed to? It's because some of all these our leaders, I suspect that either they don't have they feel that if they do that, they are going to be penalized because they have to spend money on it. They are and change policy on it. They will be penalized by the IMF or whoever they owe money, or directly by the Europeans, or they are in cahoots. They just want to do what their master tell them to do. Don't do anything and leave it. And because see, question you have to ask yourself is, why are black countries so weak in terms of security wise? And the only answer I have for that is our leaders know they are not in charge. So their job is to run the government as caretaker governments, awaiting instruction from the previous colonizers or recolonization. Why is it all black countries uniformly don't have strong security? Not one. We have
Yeah,
at least 40 of them.
because look, the Europeans and Americans will never let a black country become strong. You see what I'm saying? That's a threat to them. That's not their best interest. So there's a reason why black countries are weak, bro. There's a reason. It's not coincidence that every single black country in the world is weak. No security. It's because there's people in the world that working overtime to keep it that way. You see what I'm saying?
Let's say for every single one of them, and they are doing this, so not one of them can break free and say, you know what, I want to go and do my own thing properly. I guess To an extent, that's what Mali is doing now. Mali is going in, trying to push the French out. But I don't know whether they've done any better because they just brought the Russians in. They are not. I don't see them recruiting a great number of their people into the military, but we'll see. I'm just watching the space. Um, the problem remains. People are dying, and our leader just sit there saying, "Oh, we need technology." And one useless man that was on TV panel, this man, I've told him that we need more soldiers. You know what he said? He said, "Oh, yeah, we need more soldiers. Maybe get 10,000, a year in, and or like 10,000 a year." And this is the same man that gave an example of Sri Lanka. He said, one of our generals said that we need to copy from what Sri Lanka did and how they secure their country. And I just said, okay, yeah, is that what you said? Okay, let me go and check Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is 21 million people and they got 400,000 soldiers. 21 million people, 400,000 soldiers. Nigeria is 200 million people at least, and we've got about 220,000 soldiers. That's a country that is about 10 times smaller than Nigeria's population.
To Niger, can you check the Eritrean soldiers? Like, because like the country of Eritrea is three. What is it? 3 million, right?
Yeah.
But they have a very strong military, and that's why.
Eritrea is okay. Let me say Eritrean population. No, Eritrea in Africa is the only one that can speak his mind. Eritrean military
Yeah,
size.
and that's why they put gazillion sanctions on Eritrea, bro. They want to weaken Eritrea because Eritrea doesn't answer to the West.
You see, that is a sign that the Eritreans are not doing what they want. Hence, they do what they are doing to them now. You see, Eritrea has altogether almost 300,000 because they have a reserve force of 250,000. This is the difference. This is what the difference means. 300,000 for a country that small in population is ridiculous compared to what Nigeria is doing. Look at their population. They have more soldiers, technically more than Nigeria. But yeah, their population is 6 million. This is the mystery.
Yeah. Also, to Niger, Eritrea has also a mandatory service. Like every single person in the country, male or female, when they hit 15, they have to serve in the army. Did you know that?
I heard about it. Then because that is not know why some of them are running out of the country. Like, hey, this is too much. We are not doing this.
Yeah, that's why a lot of them are running away from Eritrea and going to the Mediterranean to get to Europe. If you look at those people from Africa, Eritrea is overrepresented. Like people that trying to get to Europe. You know what I mean? Like all those boats. A small country like Eritrea, they have huge refugees that live in the country because of the all of that because of the West. Man, West put so much sanctions on Eritrea. Eritrea can't progress. That's why people are leaving, and that's not a coincidence either. That's on purpose. That's West is doing to Eritrea because the West does not want Eritrea to progress. You know what I'm saying?
Why would they let it progress? Because then it will be a good story for other countries to copy. So they punish Eritrea so that other countries don't try to do the same thing, because they are going to blackball the country and try to keep it intact in the position so they don't progress really. Let me check the military size of Singapore, because that's one of the ones that surprised me. Military size, I mean, that one surprised me a bit. Because this is a country of about 5 million people too, and altogether almost 300,000. It's almost like Eritrea, really. You can see that Eritrea is the only country that compares to any non-African country. The rest are like just look. Let's check Ghana. And Ghana population is not 5 million. It's not 5.6 million like Singapore. It's about 30 something million. And look at their military size. 16,000. Did they even bother having reserves? No. The reserves are too much. How dare you talk about reserves? We just have 15,000 soldiers to protect our summer camp. That is the attitude of black countries. How can leaders, African countries, do this to their nation? This is a country of 30-something million people. And this is what you have to protect them. That's the
Are you
ratio.
serious? 16,000 soldiers?
Okay. Am I making it up? This is it. Now, these are numbers. Look at the Microtrend website. Microtrend website will show you clearly. This is a military side, 15,000. That's what they've
That, that
got.
that's a huge problem, Tunaja. That's a
Are
huge
you
problem.
telling me? Are you telling me this is bad? It's really bad. And I think people, if they understand how bad this is, they will start looking at their government suspiciously. Like, okay, it's like you are a slave master here or some kind of pimping us out or something. Because this is crazy.
But the thing of Tunaja, like the only way that Africans can escape from this trap of the West is to support countries like Mali. See what I like what Mali's doing right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the Africans, instead of helping Mali, they're actually like the ECOWAS put a sanction on Mali, right?
Yeah.
See, that's why we will never get ahead, bro. Just because things like that.
I think Mali is doing the right thing, and I think ECOWAS, they are having a conversation with Mali. I think all they needed
So,
Mali
how the hell
to
they put a sanctions against Mali because of the French, or what's the deal?
no, it's
Yeah,
because
but
they violated an agreement that they had with ECOWAS. See, I think we should not let our feelings cloud our judgment on this one. The regime took over the government of Mali, and ECOWAS had a meeting with them. They said they were going to hand over in February this year. And before February, they just came and announced that they're going to postpone it for 5 years. And then ECOWAS went ahead and sanctioned them because they didn't live by the agreement that they had. And now ECOWAS has given them an opportunity to present a transitional government that is going to leave office, I think, within 2 years or so. They are still having discussions about that. So I'm worried that these guys, they are coming in, they are not looking to plan any exit to a democratic system. And that is not good. There's no reason why you cannot be democratic president and still do these things that they want to do if they are so popular. So that is what I don't fully understand, and let's hope they resolve it because I don't think ECOWAS wants to put sanctions on Mali. I don't think they enjoy doing that, but they have to because other countries will just copy them. Again, it could be Nigeria tomorrow. It could just happen there again because they think, okay, ECOWAS didn't do anything, so we might as well try our luck. And that's the kind of stuff you want to deter. So that's what I see in it anyway.
hey, Tunaja, pull up like the top five the strongest militaries in Africa. See how many countries of that top five is non-black countries.
That's going to be embarrassing. Look at the population of Ghana versus the number of soldiers they have. And look at the number I got, almost 2,000. That is what one Ghanaian soldier needs to defend. One Ghanaian soldier has to defend 1,900 and something citizens. That's what they have to defend. One man.
That's embarrassing, man. That's very embarrassing for
Mhm.
Africa.
That's awful. But and I think the UN was coming in 50 or so, and for the level that you need to have. Okay, so he said I should check what?
Top five is strongest militaries in Africa.
Okay, top.
I know Egypt is number one, but it's just crazy that the top five or top 10 strongest militaries in Africa are dominated by non-African
Egypt,
countries such as
Algeria, yeah.
Algeria.
Look at them now. I don't even know how Nigeria made it to five really, because I just think it's just sheer numbers. But they are the largest population among all of them. But look at them, they are number five. And the gap between this, sure, this one shouldn't even be on the list. This is 5 million people. It shouldn't even be on the list.
Yeah, it's 5 million people, bro, but they have a 300,000 soldiers, bro. That's a large
Exactly.
number.
That's why the number that Nigeria has here is misleading because of their population. Their population indicates that they should be at the top, by far the top. They double the population of Egypt. So they should be well at the top. But look at where we are, number five. And that is black countries. And before you know it, you start seeing them, then it's always black countries you start seeing now that have the worst security outfits. So it's
So
not,
the top three are Egypt, Morocco, and Algeria, right? Top three.
yeah.
See,
Egypt,
that's
Egypt,
embarrassing, bro.
Egypt, Algeria. Egypt and Algeria are the top. Algeria is not playing around, man. Algeria, Algeria they hate the friend. Morocco, all of them are North African countries. That's
Yeah,
why I said this is not a North African
non-black
problem.
countries.
Yeah, it's a black country problem. That's what we have. As a
Yeah.
matter of fact, this Sudan, you can say, okay, yeah, it's reasonable size military that they have for their size, but it still doesn't match the kind of stuff you should be seeing out there. This is not bad. 200,000 personnel. Their population. Let me check Sudan population. I'm not even sure I know their population. Let me confirm.
It's about 40 million.
That is not bad, actually. That number, if that's Sudan, and this is Sudan, not South Sudan, is it?
Yeah. It's South Sudan. It's not even top 50, bro.
No. You
South
see,
Sudan is not a strong military.
now, you see, interesting, great. This is very interesting because Sudan itself, some of the people there are like Indians and
You call them Indian.
yeah.
Don't ever call Sudanese Indian. They'll get pissed off at you.
Yeah, there's no Indian populations there, to Niger. It's mostly Middle
he's saying
Eastern.
that how they look, some of them, and with the
they don't like it.
Wedding.
Hey, one thing I found very interesting, Brian. They have gypsies, right, in Sudan, the Roma people.
I think they do. Yeah, I never met one.
Yeah, it's one of the few countries in Africa. I think it's just Sudan and Egypt. But those people are Indian origin. Maybe Tunaji, that's what Tunaji is talking about.
No, he's talking about the normal Sudanese who I know, and some of them do have an Indian look, but they're not Indian.
Hey guys, I got to get back to work, so I'll catch up with you later.
All right, then. Yeah, we should be wrapping up soon anyway.
All right,
I know I missed my workout because of Tunaji. Can you believe it?
Oh my God! Sorry about that.
All right.
Maybe see, Sudan is one of those countries because the people that control it tend to be they consider themselves Arab, and which is interesting.
I'm pretty much down that that's the Sudanese army. It looks like an army in Uganda.
Yeah, which is weird. They put
because it don't look like Sudanese army clothes. It's usually
normal. Normal Sudan. Maybe this guy thought he was referring to South Sudan, but actually referring to North Sudan. So
because the Sudanese army, they usually have like light brown camouflage outfits.
Wow, South Sudanese too. They are really kitted. They do have the numbers high, relatively high. And do you know the population of South Sudan?
I think it was last month seen about 10 to 12 million. Let me check again.
10 to 12 million. With this is not too bad actually by the African context. This is not too bad. I
was correct. About 11.19 million.
Wow, 11.19 million. That is one of the best in any black country I've seen so far. This is the best I've seen.
They have to protect themselves. They got enemies.
Yeah, they just came from war and all. That doesn't help. 1,000. That's not bad, actually. That's one of, and this is a country that just came out of civil war. Look at that. If they can do it, you see, this one is going to embarrass Nigerians. And the funny thing is that you don't hear about terrorism in South Sudan. That's another thing.
I mean, regardless of what Queso says, I met a lot of smart Southern Sudanese who are nilotic. They're not dusty.
Wow.
A lot of smart ones.
Look at that number. That number indicates that one Sudanese soldier needs to defend about 60 Sudanese citizens. That is low. That is one of the lowest in what it's 11 million, not a very massive country, but still, that is quite low. And they are doing well for themselves. I have to give them that. Let me see. Yeah, Sudan too is relatively okay, and I guess the war got all of them alert and get them to do what they need to do. Nigeria should match. Okay, I'm not expecting Nigeria to reduce it from over.
But one thing I have to admit, the Sudanese armies do have a tendency to being, like the foot soldiers, to be nilotic, though. That's fact.
Yeah, which is good. Now those nilotics, they look like they are the threat from hell. And yeah, man, when they come for you, you know that you have really offended the heavens or the earth, and they are huge and as dark as they come. So yeah,
they've been used as foot soldiers throughout history.
Yeah, and they are warriors, and maybe that explains it now. And some people have actually said in Nigeria that some of the people that come to cause these problems in Nigeria are from that region. So who knows? Yeah, some people say South Sudanese did some stuff. They're not South Sudanese they just said Sudan. They are from the Sudan, and they came and did some stuff in Nigeria because they have a lot of what they call it mercenaries that come from them because of the war that go into the Arab world and all the different places to fight for money.
Right.
And maybe they are doing it in Nigeria now. Who knows?
I hope
But
not. I hope not. They don't. I hope they're not.
you'll be surprised, though. You'll be surprised what people can do for money.
Yeah.
These people
Yeah.
have a lot of money to spend to destabilize
I
nations.
mean, yeah, to civilize and kill women and children. I don't like that.
They see it as a cost of business. And these people, when they want to do business, that's what they believe in. You see, these things that people do, it's really strange how people can become so detached from the fact that they are actually taking lives, because they feel that the greater good is all that matters. I think once you get into that mindset that the greater good matters, you'll be shocked what you can do. You will take lives and it will not make any difference. And I've said this before: when Africans keep failing and black communities keep failing, there might be a generation that will show up and they will think, okay, enough of this. We are tired of tribalism. We are tired of ethnocentric thinking, which is tribal, ethnicity kind of divisions. We are tired of religion. We are going to destroy all of you. In short, they will also say we are tired of the old generation that has been failing them, and they will
That's
go
what I
after.
hope. That's what I hope would happen with Nigeria in both the North and the South, and regardless of religion. They get tired of the older generation who's failing them.
My concern with that sometimes is that I just worry that how do I put it? That the wolves will hijack it, because if you are being circled by hyenas, you don't exactly go about fighting and yourself before you go and let them in to come and start tearing your people to pieces. That's my worry. But if not, I would have said, my God, people should go and demand and make the changes that they need to make. It's a sad tale, but I must say, man, this picture, I just like this picture. I don't know why, I just like this
So
picture.
what wedding is that? What country or what area of the
It's
part of the world?
African Americans.
Okay.
I just like I just enjoy seeing them this happy. Really, it's interesting picture.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's not always everyday doom and gloom, and the white man is about to get me. Every type of nonsense.
Yeah, it
I mean, that's why kind of I was critical. Me and I think it was Crazy was talking about that. Sometimes people give the white man too much power, and especially if you're not performing correctly. Do not blame white people for what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
that's a personal issue. Is nothing to do with white men. If you don't graduate from high school or you refuse to, you want to hang out with your friends and smoke weed and drink a 40. That's not a white man telling you to do that. That's you're telling yourself to do that. You know what I mean? So you can't blame whites for everything. I mean, yeah, they do. Whites in power. I'm talking about whites in power. I mean, because the common white person don't really have any power, really. They don't. They don't.
Yeah, I don't. Do they need power when their kings have got power?
No, a lot of them don't. A lot of white people are poor. I mean, I see poor whites all the time. They're not collectively all rich. That's for sure.
But you have to acknowledge. I think one of the problems you know what, we know all that already, because you know that the real struggle, though some people believe, and I, to an extent, I used to subscribe to that, was that is actually between the rich and the poor.
Yeah,
and that should happen around the world. However, what tends to win out is the tribal one. The tribal one is the one that wins out often. So people won't care whether the other guy is a rich guy that is mean to them. They will protect him because he's a tribal, is from their tribe.
Right.
Which is really interesting how human beings behave. And that's why I just cut it down the line. I said human beings, there are things that they are loyal to. First, their family. Secondly, their clan, tribe,
right.
Ethnic group.
We do have a race. I think in the United States we have a race tribe. I mean, that's just pretty much apparent. And it's kind of funny because I read this case, and I think some African was talking about criticizing African Americans, and I looked up something as a Pew report. It was talking about. It was an interesting report. I could put this on, and I'll put it on your chat. You can read it on later, and about the statistics about demographics and how the Hispanic category is pretty much being separated, and nowadays by race, really, and how the way people are treated according to their skin color, which is pretty much interesting. It says The majority of Latinos says skin color impacts opportunity in America and shapes the daily life. Latinos with darker skin color report more discrimination experience than Latinos with lighter skin color. And it goes on with the statistics here. The U.S. Latino skin color shapes life experiences. Percentage. Having darker skin color hurts Latinos' ability to get ahead. 62% says yes. Having lighter skin color helps Latinos' ability to get ahead. 59% says yes, it does. Skin color shapes their daily life experiences. 57% says yes. Discrimination based on based on race or skin color is a very big problem in the U.S. 48% of them said yes. So that brings you into what's the reality of the situation with people of darker skin color with the United States. However, having said that, having darker skin color do not prevent you from graduating from high school or for doing the right thing.
Okay. It doesn't, but it does have an overarching effect that you may not necessarily perceive, because clearly the outcomes are showing it that the lighter skin ones are the ones doing better by and large, because they tend to get more favors and whatever.
Well, the ones who are predominantly Europeans versus the ones who are pretty much admix or Afro or Native American ancestry. And white people could clearly see that they're different.
Yeah, if they can see that you are very different, then obviously I think black people are the ultimate, I think one lady put it, that the ultimate racially order, like in terms of the other one, the one
Not
that is
really.
on the
It depends on
other
how the way you
extreme.
look. It depends on really how the way you look. And it's like this, I have friends who look Native American Mexican, got stopped a lot of times by the police, who pretty much got harassed by whites.
What part of America was this happening?
California.
Okay, they will stop them there because they would think that they came from outside the states. That's
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, you remember those little people you seen on the video I showed you?
Yeah.
Okay, do they look white to you?
No, they don't.
Okay, so white Americans could see that. If you could see it, I could see it. They could see that. And
yes,
a lot of them.
But why do they assume they don't have papers?
No. These are usually American ones, who've been here for a while, and they get harassed and incarcerated for no reason and all that type of stuff.
And because of whom they are, I guess
I mean, because we do have a lot of them as gangs here too. They have a lot of Mexican gangs and stuff like that, and you know what I mean. I'm assuming that probably sometimes they assume that, but it's not always the case.
This lady, oh my God, where is she? I think I just moved her past. This lady,
which one is that you're talking about?
The one that says she's not backing down from being black. How do we treat women that say, okay, or men that claim to be black?
She's a white lady. She's a white lady.
She's white, all right. She's white, but she says she identifies as black. Is that a thing?
No, I never even heard of that.
It's not a thing where you just change your race and say. But sometimes I don't know. A part of me feel a little bit sympathy for her, because it's like, okay, if she's serious about it, she really identifies herself as black, then why are we trying to shut her out?
I mean, she got two white parents. She's not like that white girl.
Hello, can you say something, please?
Right. She's not like that white girl who pretty much had.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure my mic was working. I was trying to.
Yeah. I just want to say she's not like that white girl who don't identify with black, who have like her mom is 35%, she's 12%. She's not a fraud. This lady is a fraud.
Okay, she's a fraud, but a fraud that was found out and still stuck to her story. That's in terms of still holding on.
She has no type of. I mean, people who look white, who I know, they don't be going up and say, "Oh, I'm 12% black. I'm black." No, they know the realities on the ground. Like a good example is Wentworth Miller. Okay, he has African connections. You know, his family, and he have a little bit of African ancestry, but he's not claiming to be African American, even though he knows that some of his ancestors were slave, and he talks about that. He talks about that, you know, quite not often, but you know, often enough that, you know, letting people know, yeah, I you know, I am white, but I do have relatives who look black, and I don't identify with black, and you know what I mean, because physically I don't look it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a strange one, really. This case, when it happened, I just find that a little bit, you know, confusing, because at first I was like, okay, this is crazy. She's been caught. Move on. No, I think till today she's still identifying as black. So I don't know what.
Her mind is. I don't want to get on any other communities because I know that community is kind of controversial. I'm not going to go there. You could get in trouble, and then you could get you could have strikes. You know.
Oh, they do that. Okay. Oh, yeah. You don't want to mention names that is going to like attract these Google algorithms and.
Like that lady in the left right there. She's not a woman.
What?
She's not a woman.
That's a guy.
I'm just letting you know. That's technically speaking a person who changed their who felt that that their gender was wrong.
This is a man that turned into a woman.
Well, you said it. I'm not gonna get you in trouble.
No, but it's a fact now. That's not. There's nothing wrong about that. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. These people, I don't know, man. They are human beings. They are okay people.
Do you know that for sure? I mean, I've never.
Yeah, her name. Just Google her. Her name is Janet Mock.
Janet Mock. Why would I want to Google her?
I'm just saying that's who it is. I can see the face.
Oh no, man, these things. Oh God.
I mean, because she's a producer. She did some type of, you know, one of my kids watch it. Some TV show called Pose or something like that.
You see, this is kind of stuff. Sorry, you know, I've had cases where like some guys go out to a nightclub, they pick up a girl, they thought it was a girl, only to find out
you pick up a girl, man.
Yeah.
You know, the bad thing about it, when she said on one of the TV shows, I think, what's that, The Breakfast Club? You know, what's that name? That game, Charlamagne interview her and the rest of the Breakfast Club, and I was really shocked that she said this, that about like if she had a one night stand. You know, he asked her if she had a one night stand, will she tell the person, you know, her true gender? She's like, no, she won't. It'd be like, I hit it and quit.
I mean, let's be for real. Like these are what these people are hunting for. Like these people are mentally disturbed. Let's not act like that is not the reality.
Yeah, but you know, don't say it online because you might get.
Wow,
man.
What I'm saying is you might cause his channel to get strikes and cut off.
Yeah.
You didn't say anything to anybody specific. All you said.
I mean, but you know, that's how Queso got almost cut off a few times by saying almost exactly what you said.
Wow, please, we don't need trouble. You know, Her Majesty, we are your humble servants. We are here just doing our.
But I totally agree with you what you said, Zulu.
Yeah, but people of that kind necessarily are mentally ill in the first place, and they have that's like 1% of the population. The reason these people are pushed are to cause chaos amongst the group. I don't even see that as a relative issue. Well, it is a relative issue.
Well, since they're trying to change society as far as bathroom, like when I go to a restaurant, you have a genderless bathroom.
I have yet to see that.
Yeah, you see that in LA. Multiple
LA, like I said though, like LA is a special place, man. Like I keep telling you, tonight I keep telling you, it's LA. Then it's the rest of it's when you go the farthest you go.
Well, you gotta include Hawaii because Hawaii is a lot more permissive than. But Hawaiian culture, to be honest with the truth be told, South Pacific culture have a special place for them anyway. Because that person right over there, she is actually part African American and part Hawaiian.
But is it not inappropriate? Oh God, is it not inappropriate to let people know, like to not let them know that you are like a kind of like what they call it transgender now, isn't it? So,
yeah.
But you got to let people know that this is what you are. Otherwise,
I
it
mean,
doesn't seem right.
she said on on the Breakfast Club that if the person relationship is serious, yeah, but if it's just like hit it and quit or one night stand, she's not gonna let him know.
Well, first off,
Why? That's not, that's violation, really.
wait a minute. Let's not even go that far because like
Right. Like I said, let's not get his channel cut off.
Can we let that one go, Mister? Let's not go there because it looks like if you go and say things that they misconstrue to discriminating against them, then I could get into trouble. I don't know. I've
Exactly.
never done this before.
No.
Like I said, we're on YouTube now, bro. YouTube pretty much be monitoring shit.
That's nice. I like that. I like that look, actually.
Like I said, but like we can
see,
have that conversation.
But this is scary though.
Right. I mean, we gotta have that conversation on another platform.
Yeah. Are you not allowed
Like
to
I
have
said,
conversation about
YouTube
this?
cut things down. That's just facts. They do.
Wow. Okay, that's what we
They're
are now.
very serious about that shit now. Because you notice when you make a comment, like even though if it don't sound offensive, when you make a comment to somebody and YouTube algorithms automatically thinks it's offensive, and your comments is not there anymore.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
That pisses me off.
What are you gonna do now? The algorithm is the god.
So put like this, man. If they're gonna cleanse they're gonna cleanse what you're gonna say regardless. You might as well gonna say what you're gonna say regardless.
Yeah, but still, this is Two Nigel's channel, and you don't know if he's trying to get monetized or what have you. So we have to respect that.
I ain't gonna blow up the spot. I understand the reality of the world.
I guess if you don't want to get monetized, then as long as they don't ban me, I don't care too much about their money. As long as you don't get banned, I think that's the one I'm worried about. Where they're like, "Oh, boom, red flag! You are messing about." Nobody needs that.
In all honesty, if they don't want your page to grow, they'll just shadow ban you anyway. So most likely that's probably what they're gonna do. If your page just randomly you just can't find it, one day you try to type it in yourself, you can't find it, they just shadow ban it. That's probably what's gonna happen.
Wow.
That's
is that shadow ban real? Is he a thing?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Wow.
This is their platform. They control it. So they can do that.
Wow.
It sucks.
Good for them now. They have the authority to do as they please. That's as a matter of fact, one has to acknowledge the fact that it's their platform. They put all the stuff together. We have to stream for free. Technically, it's an interesting business module, isn't it? Where people just come and do whatever they like. They find a way to monetize it and make money out of it. So it's all good. It's all good. I'm not going to fault them for it.
I think somebody else go to they go to one that's on like a phone app. I heard a lot of people do. I forgot what it was called. They were just telling me. I think Casey was telling me
Clubhouse?
Yeah, Clubhouse. Yeah.
Yeah, I recently downloaded it. I heard about it. I keep hearing about it, but they said they chat quite a lot there. I've not been on there once.
Be careful where you go on Clubhouse, man. Clubhouse is
why.
You know what go down on Clubhouse, man.
No, I never been on Clubhouse.
Why? Two people have so good to now have said don't go to Clubhouse or be careful when you go to
crazy?
Clubhouse.
It must be really
What's
crazy.
going on there?
It's dangerous over there, man.
It's something like a dark web or something like that.
No, not like that. You just be careful, man.
No, what is it about? What is going on there?
Just be careful.
I'm gonna take his word for it. No. Maybe he can't say it online. That's why That's why he's telling you to be careful. He's using it. He's using coded stuff for you.
Okay, I'll watch out. Cause you are the second person that I mentioned Clubhouse with, and I said, okay, you may not want to go there, and I probably need to get details about it. I'm on there, but I'm not. I don't go online. I never checked it once.
I never did. I didn't even know what it was until I came on these platforms.
Yeah. I say, you see, you go to now play this. When I mean I don't mean like you gonna like get killed kind of thing. But I mean you gonna end up seeing some stuff you did not really think you knew that was out there. So be careful. Yeah.
Well, I need to be careful then. I have to definitely. There are some things you cannot unsee.
Yeah, what I'm telling you, it's some things out there on Clubhouse, man. You don't want to see after you see them. So it's like I tell people, it's just watch where you go in there, man.
Oh no, this world is getting harder and harder to navigate, and they are
especially
making
for
me
children
feel
too.
older and
Especially when
older.
you have
Eh?
children. Yeah, especially when you have children, it's get harder.
I'm not exactly that old. They're making me feel too old now. It's ridiculous. Now, there's so many things changing, and they even care that they should pace these things a little bit. You know, if they are going so fast now, then why are they not giving us polygamy back? You know, and that's another thing. You know, why a guy is not this in campaigning for polygamy when they have gay marriage, they have all kinds of
No, because you
marriages.
got feminists. The feminists will definitely put a clap down on that shit in this high second.
Then we'll give them polyandry then. You can have polyandry all you want. Marry multiple men. I'm not even sure men will complain.
Well, you can probably you can do polygamy. The reality is, I don't know if you can do it, just not with these like group of women. Well, you can do it with these group of women, but not really with these group of women. Now maybe in
Yeah,
the
but it
African
might change your
context, maybe.
mind. See, just because you create the law, it might change your mind to it. The attractiveness to it might change. You see, we don't know. And I'm thinking maybe that's the way to go. You know?
Nah, you gotta understand. First off, for you to have a quote unquote polygamy, it's a system. You gotta look at everything like a system. How in this environment can that necessarily work? Yeah, the women are cultured that way. I mean, in this environment, probably not. Maybe in Africa, maybe so, but you're in a different kind of environment.
But it might work though. You are just assuming that it's not going to work because now you have, instead of having single parent homes, you have one dad that is capable of managing
Nah,
multiple
I
homes.
talked to Nigerians, man. They told me polygamy did not work for them. It was too much competition with the wives, too much competition with kids.
Man,
it was a whole lot of disorder. I mean, this is from his perspective. So
I guess that's in the worst. That's in the worst position. Like the reality is, you can't have one motherfucker having 5 wives, 6, 7, 8 wives. That shit is unsustainable. That's reality. If you have maybe 2 wives, cool. Maybe 3 wives. It has to be a cap system to this shit. You just can't have motherfuckers out here. Oh, I got 25 wives. Like, come on. Let's be honest. Like, I mean, you can't.
Okay. Okay. Who is going to have 25 wives? Maybe you cap it at 3 or 5. But
five,
we need.
Then I have to ask myself this to Nigel. I have kids. Do I want any of my daughters to be involved in such a relationship? Of course I don't. As the father.
Because you don't know what it's like. They technically, you've never really seen it.
No, I don't. I wouldn't want my daughters to be. I would not want my daughters to be part of something like that. And I mean, my daughters are pretty much have my. I wouldn't say they have my mindset. They women, but one of them do have a lot. My mindset, very strong personality, and I don't think
they have your mindset. Yes, they think the way you taught them to think. That is called culture. That's the way you cultured them. You cultured them to go into that system, go into that mindset. That's where they're probably going to go because you taught them to go that way.
So if you had taught them now to, like, you know what, appreciate, let's say they are in a multiple polygamous family, then they will learn from you, learn from their mother, learn from the other mother, learn from the other mother, then brothers, sisters, they have more blood relatives by and large.
But I won't want that for my kids, period.
Yeah.
You know what is going to happen? Some people, let's say 70% of people will not want to go near it, or even 80%, but the 20% that goes near it, suddenly they will become the popular kids on the block. You see what I mean? That's why I feel like if you pass the law, maybe that's why they don't want to pass it. Its popularity
at the end of the day,
challenge the paradigm that we
that
have.
That will not work because we have a lot of political organizations here who would definitely speak against it. Especially we have a lot of women in powerful positions nowadays who will definitely be against it. So it's just going to be, it'll be all hell broken loose. So we might as well just keep things in the status quo. It might work in certain societies, but it won't work in the United States. Even though in reality we do have it, but a lot of societies have it. Where we might be cheating on their wives or even their husbands. In some cases, I've been looking at a lot of DNA reports, and people have been finding out.
Yeah, a lot of your kids ain't your kids. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like their father is not their father.
Yeah,
and then the father took the DNA test, and they found out that they're related to the mom side and they brothers and sisters, but they're not related to the father.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah, so
You can see why. You can see why in the ancients and our forefathers decided that women should be kept in check, because they can go and get a child from some other guy and you will be none the wiser as a partner. You see what I mean? So, but if you have a way of curtailing that, then you don't have that kind of situation where you have people. Sorry, Mike, say something please, so that I will be sure it's you.
So Niger Alpha, I know you don't say you get channel yourself.
I get what, yeah. We did this corner, all this man.
I just see, I still say just come last. This thing not too Niger, so I get channel. I been follow you earlier now, so later on tonight, I still say sit there on. I say this guy no dey sleep.
What do we go to? We were supposed to finish 4 hours, 3 hours ago, and we just kept going and going.
Tonight you had me held in hostage.
Tonight doesn't sleep, man. That's why I just told him in a broken English.
We're gossiping about Sudanese and all kinds of people. So yeah.
But I heard you guys talk about polygamy. That's why I quickly call it. Like I see you guys have so many. You have negative perception of polygamy. That's why I had to
hold on.
Polygamy fans are already coming.
He has a negative view on polygamy. That's to say.
Now the reason why I say that is because I come from a polygamous family. So. My grandfather had 5 wives, and to me, and I keep telling my dad, like, hey, you should have had doing the same thing, because when we were kids, my grandfather's house was always the fun place to be, man. I mean, here's the deal about polygamy. Polygamy, monogamy, it all depends on the relationship. How the people carry out the relationship will determine whether the relationship will go well or not. So it's not really, if a polygamy goes wrong, it doesn't mean it's polygamy that was the problem. It was just the man and the women, or however they decide to put their relationship. The same way you can say about monogamy. Monogamy relationship go wrong a lot. So does it mean monogamy is wrong? So there's really not a kind of relationship, a category relationship is wrong, right or wrong. It's just how it's done. Because my grandfather, the way it was structured was so perfect. It was a marriage that was discussed. There's an order. There's almost like a rules, constitution. So there's rules in place, and everybody knew what they were doing.
Exactly.
And yeah, so it went well. It wasn't like a man just forced.
Question, Mike. I'm gonna throw a kickback at you. Do you have any daughters?
Yeah.
Would you want your daughter in a polygamous relationship?
In a right polygamous relationship, absolutely. If a right man. A man is pretty. If an upright man, that's very positive, a very good man, and he decides he has a wife, and he discusses with his other wife, they wants to marry my daughter as a second wife, and he comes to me to pay my bride price, and he discusses how the marriage is going to be, where he's going, the legacy is trying to be for my grandchildren, and we have that discussion. Of course, why not? I'd rather have my daughter marry him than marry some other guy that's just useless, So it all depends on the context of how the relationship is put together. So it's not really whether polygamy is right or wrong. Because I think what people are mistaken is they see a polygamous man as a pimp, like someone that's it's a category of kind of we picture a man as polygamous.
What about a woman want to have 2 husbands like in Nepal? They do have that.
Well, she can get it done, fine, there are 2 men that are willing to.
That's Nepal. But I'm saying that's not America. Polygamy is not in America either.
No.
In Utah, polygamous is legal. You know that, right? Polygamy is legal.
The majority of the United States is
because the United States is a country run by.
What about in Nepal and other countries or what have you in Asia?
See, as where we black people.
Can I get a moment?
Would you support the opposite? That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, first off, okay.
I'm talking to Mike, not you.
No, I understand that.
I'm talking to Mike. Then you can go on.
You're missing basic stuff.
No, do me a favor. I'm talking to Mike.
You're missing basic
stuff. I'm talking to Mike. I'm not talking to you. I'm addressing Mike.
But I'm talking.
But what I'm saying, yeah, you're talking, but I'm talking to Mike. We having a discussion. We having an exchange. But Mike, do you accept the opposite?
See, it's not about. The thing about you have to understand.
I'm answering.
I'm not the creator of this universe. So it's not up to me to decide what the world should be like, what should be accepted or not. If the opposite is going to work for who wants to practice it, absolutely, who am I to get in their way? If a woman, if two men or group of men feel like, hey, we can both marry this woman and we'll all be happy together, who am I to say I'm against it? Who am I? If they're going to be happy, that's the choice they make. It's beautiful.
All right, that's
You
your
understand?
opinion. Go ahead, Zulu.
Let's be honest, man. The reason that doesn't work down here is because you women are kind of fucking backwards. Let's be honest. To define how the structure of America is set up, necessarily by how finance is set up, no. How our cities is set up, no. You need more room necessarily. You got to have an environment for that to happen. Like I keep telling you, it's not these things don't exist by itself. Like he said, it is rules to this, which is rules means it has to be a system to it. All things run on systems. First off, no two men are gonna be going to the same chick. That's not gonna happen. We know that
it does happen in some parts of the world.
I see it. I see it happening here in America. I'm not white, man.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The only time you usually let me finish. The usually only time you've seen stuff like that happens on when people have a tragic necessarily event that happened in those people's history. Usually, if you look at those people's history, they have had a shitload of war or something like that is usually happening. That's the only time you see something like that happening. Only time.
But the thing is,
check their history. I
study anthropology, and it still do go on in countries in Asia, particularly India. These countries are not fighting any type of war of any kind, but it's part of their culture.
That's right.
They call it where two brothers share wives.
You're misunderstanding. Like I said, just like in the Ados tribe, you have a whole bunch of dysfunctional stuff that is protocol baked into the culture. That is reality, right?
I mean, how would you? Go ahead, brother.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? That's because you have had tragic things happen over here. You had to adapt to it. That's why you have that there.
But how do you know that? Have you read their history personally?
I've read history of all groups of people all over the world.
Okay, then tell me about the culture in Nepal and the reasons why they practice.
Nepal was absolutely destroyed by the goddamn Spaniards.
Somebody got some music, man.
Nepal was destroyed by the Spaniards. What the hell is that? Somebody got music in the background?
I don't know.
So now, Jai, you watching Hollywood movie or what?
No, I'm just listening to something. Yeah, no, I'm not watching Hollywood movie. No, I was just listening to this program that I wanted to show about. No, I think in terms of polygamy, I think it's just about time in the West now. It has arrived. They are worried that population is dwindling, and
the population in the United States are not dwindling that much. We have over 330 million people.
Yeah, because of the people moving in.
Actually, United States has always been underpopulated, and being a country with so much.
I mean, we're kind of like the third or fourth largest population.
But landmines.
If you use that excuse for Europe, okay, you got somewhere to fly.
Yeah, you're right.
But in the United States, it's pretty much one of third. I think after is China.
India, what's the landmass? The size of the land.
But still, look at the landmass of India. Look at the landmass of Australia.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like you have to understand that there are different categories of nations. There are nations that are overpopulated. There are nations that are balancedly populated. And there are nations that are underpopulated.
The United States is the largest. It's like third largest population. Our landmass is pretty much about the same. Almost close to the same as China, or pretty much bigger than China.
Yeah, but what's the population of China then?
China's 1 billion, but the United States is still the third largest population.
But do you know why China has been kind of like taking advantage, having more advantage?
But then again, China also had a one-child policy at one time, and
they were overpopulated.
That's why they did it, man. That's why they did
it. They were overpopulated, and they use their population to their advantage over the United States. Now they're able to produce more in terms of productivity over the United States. That's why America is so pissed off at China in terms of productivity. Because now China can produce more doctors, more engineers, more professionals in areas where they have to produce products and then compete in global markets. You know, so that's
I
what
would say
America.
the United States. I would say the United States have been dumbed down since we didn't. I mean, because me and my friends always argue. I mean, we debate this. We did not. We don't. In regards to education, we do not. We don't encourage it much. Even when I was going to school, being a nerd, you were considered like an oddity. I mean, we have to get out of that mindset as far as smart people are nerds and worthless, and sports people, we galvanize, we grab, sports are like everything are considered, the up and up, especially in school.
But that's more like in the minority community.
It's a lot to do with culture.
No,
and we need to work on.
That mentality is more something pushed in the minority community. Where
No,
even
it's I went to a white school as well, and I seen
among white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Among white folks,
they were pushing sports over academic.
You had the sports guys, you had the pretty princess, and then you had the nerds. And the nerds used to be fucked with all the time.
Yeah, but in the white schools, they push the academic more than they push athlete sports.
To a certain degree.
But compared to the black schools where they just all about sports.
To a certain degree. Yeah, dealing with white people a lot of times and living on Long Island, be Pacific. Not always the case.
Oh, the East Coast. In the East Coast is I mean, you guys, the education in the East Coast.
I lived in New York. I lived in New York.
Yeah, it's completely different from the rest of the country. Trust me. But that area, it's very difficult. Yeah.
Long Island again.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I lived at, the suburbia of America. And living with white people around that time, you do see your divisions. You had your weirdos, you had your sports, your jocks, your cheerleaders, popular girls who, a lot of guys have a resentment towards for some weird reason. The blondes. And then you had your nerds, who were pretty much an isolated group. They had their own little sector who pretty much they were like an outcast.
Are you saying among the kids what's more cool, like who's more popular? If you're saying among the kids, of course, always, no matter where. I mean,
those teenagers,
the athletes and the.
But I'm saying, college. When you go to college, is a different story. But when you're in high school, where you're developing and you're trying to become your own, you do have that sectors where people pretty much separate into these groups.
But what I'm saying, who do the teachers and the faculty? I mean, when I say the faculty, I mean the people that run the schools. Who do they celebrate more in those white schools? Do they celebrate the athletes or do they celebrate
the goddamn sports?
The nerds.
The goddamn
no. In the white schools, they celebrate the nerds more than the athletes. But in the black schools, they celebrate the athletes.
The sports teams, man. The sports teams. Why you
think?
In
the white schools,
why you think these football teams are so popular, bro? Why you think?
No, that's in college. In college, yeah.
Why you think in the South, in particularly, sports teams are like fucking king there? I mean, motherfuckers.
Are you talking about college or are you talking about high schools and things like that?
I'm talking about college teams and high school.
No. In college, first of all, the athletes. Wait. Let's put it in context. Hold on. Let's put things in context. Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, because
in college, who celebrated athletes that were recruited into the school to actually come represent the school? Wait. Let me just. If I finish, you understand where I'm coming from.
Well, I understand what you're saying.
But you can't tell me that. Wait. But let me just say. Let me just finish.
Go ahead.
Because you can't wait now. You can't tell me that if you are attending this.
Have you ever gone to the all-white school? Have you ever gone to an all-white school?
Yes, I went to almost all-white university. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about being reared in America and going to a white high school.
Yeah. I've walked in high school. I've been around my
not walk.
And my kids are going to all white school. So I went to mixed school.
No.
But wait, let me if I don't know what I'm talking about, I won't be saying it. I'm just trying to let you know.
Right. I mean, like I said,
I'm trying to let you understand.
I'll say it like this. We're looking at it from two different perspectives because I've seen a whole lot of different things going on.
Okay, I'm gonna add a little context to what you're saying.
Because plus, I'm gonna let you know my age. I think I'm older than you, Michael.
Yeah, it could be age different, generational different as well. I don't know.
Right. I grew up.
What I know about America is.
Let me go on because I'm older than you.
Okay,
I grew up in the 1980s.
Okay,
that's my generation. I'm Generation X. So I'm the first kids who pretty much had the computers and had the video games and went to the malls and all that type of stuff.
So you're
And
70s baby.
There you
Or
go.
60s baby. Which one?
I ain't gonna tell you.
Okay. I was trying to confirm if you're actually my elder. So you claim to be my elder, so I want to confirm so that way I can know if I can give you the elderly respect, because I like to respect my elders, so that's why.
Right. I'm a 70s baby.
Okay, you still my elder, so I'll give you that respect,
Yeah. But I'm saying, as far as going to a white school, that's, it was the sports guys. The nerds were respected, but they weren't expected as far as this white boy going to some type of Division I school, playing football for I don't follow football playing, SUC and all that other shit. This white girl, a cheerleader for this university, and sometimes a lot of those white boys who was fucking up in their tests, they got help from the teachers to pass. Because they want to get in that sports team.
Yeah, I agree with you, and also disagree with you. I agree with you in the sense that, if you're the athlete guy, you're the physically built guy. Of course, the girls want you. You're the athlete
not the
guy.
girls. It's the sad thing about it.
And also, in the university, the schools make a lot of money from these sports teams in the university, right?
Sadly, that need to change.
Exactly. So they do everything to curve to make sure the athletes meet the grade and everything. So in that context, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, when the original argument was that does America promotes sports over academics, sorry. And I'm trying to tell you that from my observation, in the white high schools, the schools will celebrate the kids that make the genius or doing great things academically. They're actually performing well more over the kids that's athletically performing. But in a black school, they just celebrate the athletes. They don't even celebrate the kids that are actually a black nerd, for example, in a black high school. If you're a black nerd, they don't give a shit because it's part of the racism system. The American society, they don't care about blacks becoming the geniuses, acquiring brains. They don't promote it among the blacks. So in the black schools, they don't really care. They don't, because obviously white people, by their nature, they really don't want the black kid to become the next genius. They want the white kids to become the next genius. So in the white schools, they promote more of the brain than the physicality, the athleticism. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yes and no, but I throw you this one. Good cold ball. Why do you think when you go to Silicon Valley, and I'm always on the train all the time here in Los Angeles, going to San Jose, I notice that the majority of the employees up there are Asian, usually from India. India. I know in England they consider Indians Asians. Here it's just Indians. Chinese, Japanese, and others who pretty much dominate Silicon Valley these days. And even the CEO of Google is of Indian origin. And it's been a lot of complaints recently. I remember some years ago, as far as not enough white males are going into those fields, so they're recruiting a lot of Asians.
Yes, that is true.
Like for example, here in LA, right? We consider the second Silicon Beach, because I guess
what you think that has to do with being immigrant children?
No. Some of it is immigrant children, and some of it is
immigrant parents are completely different from American.
No, but also immigrants straight up from India and China who went to colleges here and getting jobs, landing jobs there. Half of the Indian people, I was looking at something on YouTube. A lot of them not going back to India. Because usually the Chinese people,
most Indians, they don't go back to India.
Right. Because usually the Chinese go back to China.
The Chinese, the Chinese government.
The Indians, they usually stay here. Yeah. And a lot of them, are in those STEM fields in Silicon Valley. I see them all the time. Every time I talk to an Indian client, I say, "Oh, you work for the STEM? You work for?"
Oh, but the Indian government actually, they've been pulling all their people down. They've been pulling the people back.
Well,
that's why India is becoming too advanced now. You notice that, right?
Right. But I think
pulling their people from the West.
With India is salary, because a salary index do not equals the United States.
Yeah, and that's been the problem of many third world countries. But the smart thing China did was they make their arrangement where their people
Yeah,
that
they
go
do
back
have
to
a better
China.
arrangement.
Yeah, they give them that arrange their special money, salary, this thing. And I think what eventually all these third world countries like Nigeria and all these people, if they have serious government, that's what they need to start doing, because a lot of Nigerians in America, they have become very advanced. Like
Right.
for
I mean,
example,
I would say
for
one
example,
thing. I think
but,
one
but
thing.
many of them don't go because the government is not willing to pay them the same amount that US they were making in America, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's the same thing with the Indians back then. They wouldn't go back because they know that okay, if they go to India, their pay is they're gonna pretty much the pay will be the same as what the other Indians are making. But
Right. Be reduced.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
I,
that's the
I
main thing.
I think what the schools in the United States need to do, and I hate to use New York City because I lived in Long Island, but the New York City method, and I noticed that a lot of kids do really, really well. They need to create all areas of the country like magnet schools where you take kids won't be pressured too much. You take like in New York City, they had like Brooklyn Academy of Science, Bronx Academy of Science, schools that's for academic, computer engineering and all that type of stuff, high schools. The thing is, you take a test again at school. If you pass, you get in. If you don't, you just get zoned in your area. And I noticed that kids who went to those schools, like my cousin, they usually start off doing, like almost college, well, not almost college levels courses, because what makes it interesting. One of my buddies, he went to AT&T school, which is in North Carolina, and he noticed that the kids who went to those magnet schools in New York were like way ahead of them in the engineering department. It was just like to him, he was like really, really struggling. He said for them, it was like review. And I think we need to create more schools like that throughout the country.
Oh,
Okay.
actually, go ahead. Yeah.
I would like to speak because I've been quiet for a minute.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, my brother. Sorry.
Okay, first off, that's not the issue with the schools. The issue with the schools are the schools are being absolutely feminized by the feminist agenda. That is the fundamental issue that you have with the schools. You do not have boys do not learn the way girls do. You do not treat a whole bunch of boys, tell them sit down necessarily and act like girls and crisscross and happy applesauce. That's not how it works. I myself am an engineer. I went to Kennesaw State. That the reality is the way the boys are being taught or the way the students are being taught in the school. That is the real issue. And most schools necessarily, they have the boys on one side, they teach them necessarily. Like I think he was talking to two Niger, well, I think it was like a week ago or like a couple of days ago. He said, oh, well, I think it was, we said we had the girls in the school where was wearing all different type of stuff, distracting the boys. And the reality is you teach the boys necessarily on one side, teach the girls on one side necessarily, if you want to do that at all necessarily, and then you teach them that way. You don't have them all mixed up in one society. That's the reason you're having the issues. Because when you go back,
can you expand a little deeper on how they teach them differently? Like let's say in a classroom scenario, for example, like can you explain like how, let's say boys and girls in the same class, and how would it being taught differently?
Well, okay, well, how would you? Okay, let's be honest. Boys are more rambunctious. They're more hands-on necessarily. That is the nature of just men, right? All right, you can probably get a girl necessarily, and she will just sit there and just sit still. You don't really teach boys like that. You bring them into the environment. If I wanted to teach a boy something, I bring him into the environment, let him see it, let him put his hands on, let him get his understanding of what it's going to be. You teach women differently. That is just the nature of the sexes, right? In society necessarily, who are the main teachers in schools in America?
Females are.
Yes. So do you think so we all know for fundamentally females cannot raise men. So necessarily, so you think they can actually teach them?
But here's the deal.
I mean,
the teacher is not actually there to raise. I know what you're saying. I know where you're going. I think I listened to Dr. Omar Johnson, and he kind of broke similar point that you're breaking down. Like, okay, the female teachers are not able to control the boy students, and they don't understand, especially black male students. And which I get that point. Well, you have to understand that teachers are not there to raise the kid; they're just there to present the material, the information, and it's up to the kids to now grasp it and decide whether they're interested. Now that comes down to parenting, and and your point is actually valid because naturally boys they really need more they need someone to actually. They need more discipline than girls. You know, they're less disciplined than girls. They need someone to actually push them more than girls are needed to be pushed. You know.
That's why you
So
put them in.
yeah, you have a point
The
there. You have a
reality
point
is,
there.
like, you
So
put boys in an all boys necessarily military school, and then put those necessarily boys and put them in that environment.
Mhm.
Another group of boys, and you put them in an all feminine environment, and tell them boys, all right, necessarily, we're going to teach you. The reality is, the boys that go to the military school are going to be vastly more, as I'm saying, capable than the ones that don't. This is simple reality.
yeah, but I
This
think I
ain't
don't
rocket
think.
science. It's
But
not
I
Yeah,
rocket.
think,
but
I kind of agree
I
with
agree
Mike.
with your
It has a
point
lot
though.
Not
to do.
rocket
It has a
science.
lot to do with parenting, and
It has to
which
do. A lot has to do with parenting and discipline.
right,
That's
right,
what it
because
is.
you could tell,
That
like,
too.
I'm not going to say, I'm going to be extremely honest. I noticed kids who came from single parents homes were, I mean, not all of
They're
them,
raised by a woman, you know, so there's
right,
no
right,
man to
single parents
discipline them
home
and things like
were
that.
a lot more undisciplined in school versus kids
Hmm.
who came from two parents homes.
Superism, exactly. Because
You know what I
when a
mean?
dad is there, you know, yeah.
Right, right, right. I noticed a big difference of even when, my classmates, who I went to school with, those who didn't grow up with their father, don't even, few of them didn't know. I was really shocked, to be perfectly honest with you, growing up,
And
because
my
everybody.
brother, let me add to that, and you probably can relate to me since you're older than I am, and you grew up in that era. You know,
Mhm.
during the time you were growing up, like there used to be more discipline in schools, right? Where even
Oh
in
yeah,
fact, I'm
a
pretty
little
sure they
bit,
used
a
to,
lot more disciplines in schools. Like, for example, everybody in my
yeah.
street when I was growing up had a father at the house. Only took one person who did, and we thought he was weird.
And even like, do you guys used to get whipped and stuff like that in school during the 70s, weren't you? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
From
yeah,
what I
we
heard,
did.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we did. Some of us did get spanked, but the whole issue
You
is,
spanked, yeah.
right? One person on our block didn't have his father in the house, who was weird. And two, I
Mhm.
started getting to know other people who didn't know their father. I thought that was kind of like, even though I might have issues with my parents, my father, I'm like, wow, these people really don't know who their father is.
Yeah,
And I
but
thought it was.
don't you think like if the school themselves like take that position, that role of discipline that father could have give to a child at home, if the school can put that factor in place in the schoolyard where they give teachers more power like they did in the 70s in that era where hey,
I mean, the
the
thing is,
teachers can
the
actually
school,
like we have it in other countries right now where, for
right? I mean,
example,
Exactly.
if you grew up in, if you live in like where me and Tunaja comes from, whether you don't have
mhm.
your dad in the house, once you go to school, the male teachers or even the teachers, they will discipline you, dude. Like you will learn that discipline. If you don't learn it at home, you'll learn it in school. But unfortunately, in the United States today, if you don't get that discipline at home, you're not gonna get it anywhere.
You're not gonna
Because in
get it nowhere.
schools,
Exactly.
yeah, you're not gonna get it nowhere.
Yeah.
So because
But
in schools, the
one thing I
discipline has
noticed
been
though,
taken out, you know.
one thing I noticed though, kids who weren't undisciplined, they definitely. I remember one year they expelled a whole lot of them, and the kids. I mean, the school was at peace. You know what I mean? Everybody was able to do what they had to do
Yeah, that's
when they
another
got
way
rid
they
of
can
all
do
those.
it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, these days, schools don't want to expel kids because the funding they get is based on how much children they retain in the schools and things like that, you know. So
Basically,
there's
yeah.
so much, yeah. Because there was one,
They
yeah, go
turned
ahead.
the pimping to privatize pimping, basically. They turned the pimping to privatize pimping.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did through the state. That's like I said. It used to be the East growing the was it Prussian school system model. That's how we used to necessarily do it. Then they changed the whole system up and said, you know what, we're going to introduce the feminist agenda into the school.
Mm-hmm.
Got all the male students out, male teachers out necessarily. I think around 1960 or something. Before then, around that time necessarily.
Right.
It used to be majority male necessarily in most of the schools. Got rid of all the men, they brought in all the women necessarily, emphasize and put in a new system necessarily, and then that's what you got now. That's why you got white boys failing everywhere else. That's why most of the boys necessarily dropped out of school altogether.
But that's why I like the New York City. I like the New York City method as far as God. I probably would move. I should have moved back to New York where they did have those magnet schools where you take the tests. I mean, kids who really want to get in those schools and really want to become engineers and really want to become computer scientists. I mean, because environment like that, I believe, especially for smart kids like that, is very, very healthy in comparison going to a normal, school in that aspect. I mean, that's my opinion. And I like how the way New York City have that structured. They have schools of performance, schools of science. They even have a school of performing arts. I think it's LaGuardia High School with, people who want to get into entertainment or orchestra, work as far as orchestras and whatnot. They even have a school of fashion. They have multiple different schools where you take the test, and if you pass it, you do, and if you don't, you just get zoned, they call it, in whatever school district they find you where you could fit.
Grits, I came. I am an engineer, correct? And I did good, right? I mean, it's clear. It's kind of clear in the way I talk. Clear.
Mm-hmm.
You do understand that, right?
Right, I understand that. What I'm saying is this: schools like that is good to have that. I mean, you have specialized schools for students like that, especially the ones who are gifted.
I'm telling you, it's the system itself, man. That's the issue.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Like I said, all things run on the system. Once if the system itself is flawed, everything that comes through the system will be flawed. That's how you set it up.
The way I see it this way too. Like, for example, and even though it's kind of effed up, like if you have a gifted person who live in the most worst conditions in the city of New York City. Mm-hmm. However, his school district is pretty much horrible, and he have no other avenues to go to. It's good to have schools like that, those magnet schools, where he could excel more instead of going to that school that's within his zone.
Yeah, but don't they have that in place? Because I noticed my younger sister, like when she was a kid, we were living more like
we don't have that in LA.
And they do. That's why what I respect about America. I think some, especially these third world countries, can actually learn from is they create special school for the gifted children. Yeah. So when the moment they discover a child that's just gifted, they would pull you out of the regular schools and just put you in that.
But unfortunately, in Los Angeles, we don't have that.
No, we don't.
If you want to go, no, we don't. If you want to go to a good school, you probably have to lie. Use another address.
No, it's different between trying to go to a good school and just being gifted with a good school. Actually,
right. I'm just saying. Certain schools in LA have certain programs, and other schools in LA don't have certain programs. So what a lot of people do here is, if they have a relative or that live in another address within that school district, because that's why real estate is really, that's what sometimes parents look for when they buy a house, is where the school district is. And they always ask me, is this a good school district? What are the school district rates? For my son to go to, or my daughter to go to. So what a lot of people do is they lie. They lie, or they utilize a friend or relatives who live in that district to have their kids go to that school. Sad.
To me, I think ultimately, like what I always tell people is, all this education that you want your kids to go get. I mean, you can actually give your kids the education yourself. And to be honest, like you can. I'll be honest with you.
I think I'm a little bit.
I don't rely on schools to educate my children. To me, like I have sessions where I'm giving them knowledge. Like by the time my son was 7 years old, he was already reading on the 12th grade level. Like, because I was so focused. Like, hey, I was involved. I had my own curriculum at home. I was teaching him. I had my kids in language class. They were learning Mandarin, learning my Nigerian language, learning French. Like, I just invested so much in the kids, So they were already ahead of kids, even in private school. So when they hang around, when everybody thought they went to private school, I know they in public school. All these, like by the time they went first grade, I was teaching them third grade math. But they were always ahead, So you can give them the education at home yourself. You just gotta be devoted parent. That's all. You gotta be devoted. Once you know that, okay, you have the kids and this is where you want them to be. This is the level you want them to, because what you're sending them to school to learn is a human being that's going to teach them. You can teach them yourself. Or you can even hire somebody, special someone to come home and
tutor.
Exactly.
You have to educate your children. Don't rely on the school. Don't let, if your school deny your kids of special school, whatever is in that special school, you can get those materials yourself and have your children learning at home, or hire someone to just educate them yourself. I can literally educate my kids without them even going to school at all.
Mike, I think, I don't know if you know what happened out here in America. These chicks be having babies for checks. Let's be honest. I mean, like, because I just talked to a white girl just yesterday, and she was just like, "Yeah, I'm getting $800 per kid." They having baby for checks. These chicks having baby for checks. So if you having a baby for check, you are not here putting that time into that kid. Let's be honest. That's what I'm seeing on the ground. Like I said, on the ground, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm is getting bad out here. That's all I'm about to say.
I think one way to kind of kill dysfunction is people start condemning it. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And people start like people like you and I, we just come out and say, "Hey, this is terrible." One thing about humans is if something is being condemned, you don't want to associate with that thing. You understand? So if you know that, hey, in society, people condemn this thing, right? Even if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it in secret, you know. So the thing is, we see all these girls, like you mentioned, they publicly do this thing and even brag about it. They openly display it, they do it because nobody's there to condemn them, make them feel stupid about doing it, you know. That's all this is about. Because soon as I can attest to this, like where we come from, like, you know, like once a girl like sleeps with the same two different guys from the same neighborhood, our image in their neighborhood, she's constantly being condemned, you know. Like, like we have strong like norms that will make you think twice before you behave certain ways because you know when you behave that way, everybody around you will start condemning. They will just make you literally want to move away from that environment. Like certain behavior. When I came to America, is when I discovered like, oh my God, I can do whatever I want, man. Nobody's gonna judge me. When I was in Nigeria, man, like I couldn't just even like certain bad behavior I couldn't do because I just not because I don't have the access to do it, but I just know that once everyone in the neighborhood know that I'm doing this thing, they're gonna start condemning me. They're gonna start like calling me names and things.
Yeah, it's
so I
called
think
social
that's one
shame,
way to
man.
eliminate those bad behaviors. If people just start condemning it, that's all. Yeah.
I mean, let's be for real. Like in America, they push that shit here, man. Let's be for real. Like they
deliberately push,
push
especially
that
in the
here.
minority community. Yeah,
They
push
push
it.
that here, man. So
Yeah,
like
they
when
push
you
it.
see it, it's like, oh, okay, now you understand. You got an environment set up into to one degree, right, on one part, and then it's pushed in the media on the other side, and then you got, and without nobody to personally check it, it's just gonna go quote unquote wild or rampant.
Let's
Like I
watch
say,
these crazy people
made
a
to be
bit.
that way.
Junaja, what is this, man? What is this from?
Those that they see where they come from now, the crazy people that they come from.
Well, they come
No,
from evil
I
land.
just thought you guys you have a bit of a break. No, it's a festival, a kind of festival they do every year.
Is that your village in
Is that
Equale?
Calabar? Calabar?
No, it's no. This one is a Pobo. It's in south of Nigeria, next to Calabar. Actually, it's less than
Nijo,
5
Abi.
miles.
Nijo land.
This one is a Pobo. You know there are
Okowo is
many.
Nijo land now.
Yeah, it's the joy. Yeah, it's the joy. Yeah, you win. Yeah, they're crazy people there.
I know they do. I know they do a whole lot of festivals over there.
Yeah, Nigeria is very colorful, man. Africa is colorful, dude. Like
it's crazy, man. These people are crazy.
In Africa, every some places in Africa, every few miles is a whole different country, man. It's a different.
Agriculture where people go chop.
You know, I saw the weirdest video yesterday. I got some with I think my job I had hired like a whole bunch of like I think some Ghanaian day laborers. And I was talking to one of the guys, whatnot, right? And as I'm talking to, he showed me this video. I think it's some like tribe in Ghana. I can't remember the name. I think it's not with an IF or something like that. And they was trying to cut this man with like a knife or something, but they did like the knife didn't cut him. It was like some funny stuff. I don't know how they did it, but it was kind of cool. It was funny. It was like it's a spiritual thing. I don't think he's cutting it deep enough.
So tonight, what's the point of this video now?
No, you just relax to slow down a bit. You want to carry on. I can stop it. So you carry on.
All those job people, they are, if you want to just
where are you from? Where are you from, Mike?
I am from Oyo.
I know you are Yoruba. I just want to be.
My father is an indigenous of Lagos. My mother is Oyo.
You do festivals now, don't you?
We have Eyo. When you talk about festival originally from Yoruba land.
Eyo is crazy. Eyo is crazy, man. That one, man. Now they are stick. Oh God, they got me with that stick once.
It's Salakwa.
This one, you guys don't have a clue. You see, this guy is from Nigeria, but he doesn't know anything about these people here.
So who are these ones? Who are these people? Who are they?
These ones are Opobo people now. Opobo in
What are they doing? That's what we're asking you.
oh, it's like masquerades. They are going. They are trying to start dancing. You just watch. You see what they're crazy.
Well, are you from? Are you Joe or you Asaba?
I'm part Ijo and part the Igbo
Yeah, yeah,
Anyocha area.
yeah. I know you have that Kwale accent, you know.
This is the first time I'm hearing two Niggas, talk about his ethnicity. It's crazy.
Yeah. He's got the accent, man. The accent, man.
He never said he was Ijo and Igbo. He just said that he's just Nigerian most of the time.
No, I'm mixed. I'm mixed in that area. No, I normally say that actually. That I'm mixed.
Yeah, Nigeria, we have a lot of ethnic groups, man. A lot. And they all originate from the same source, though. At the end of the day, we all come from Ile-Ife. You know that, right?
No, you come from Benin.
No. Everybody see, Benin.
Does that include your northern brothers, Mike?
Yeah, but unfortunately, they've lost it. The Northerners, they've lost African since the Arab brought Islam to them. They've lost their African nature, man. That's why they build like the Arabs, you know, with all that terrorism and all that stupid shit. The Islam came to destroy them, man. The Islam that the Arabs brought to Africa, they came to turn Africans upside down.
Looks like the boyfriend. It's the boyfriend.
I just like the one with the braids though. That's nice.
So Tunaja, you just Biafrans. Which one?
They do strange things. This one I know the Opobo people, but I don't know them.
I know they like to drink.
Yeah, some major people like the Bayelsa side.
Well, my question is, how strong is their spirituality compared to Yoruba people?
Don't get started.
I don't get jobs for that side, man.
People, they believe a lot. Oh my God, these guys, they're water people now. Come on, they are water people.
Nah. So my question is, if you guys have so much strength, why is the white people there taking your Hoy there? You know? The white people are just taking your Hoy, man. The Nigerian Hoy is in Ijo land, and the white man is just there taking it. Come on, man. You guys don't have power like the Yorubas.
Now Nigeria they take them from, not only us.
No,
Nigeria they take them from.
the Yorubas. Let me tell you about the Yoruba spirituality. It's so powerful that it's spread all across the diaspora. You go to Brazil, you go to Cuba, you go to Haiti, you see Yoruba spirituality, and white man will run from us. See, in Yoruba land, when a white man comes there, he's scared to even dig anything, so he want to take anything. Because they know that those girls will strike them, man. The last time a white man came to Yoruba land to dig, trying to take something out, the priest told him not to do it. He went and dug it, he became blind. He went back to Europe blind. So don't joke with Yoruba people, man.
Yeah, people. I heard the juju was strong over there.
The Yorubas got the original one, man. Don't joke with us.
I think every part of Nigeria they have their own. Everybody has
their
own.
No. The origin of it is from
Muslims. But you know that Ife was founded by
no.
by Benin Kingdom. You know that.
You don't know what you're talking about, man. You know what Ife means?
Ile-Ife.
Do you know what Ife means?
I know Giso from Benin went. They said
Tunaja, forget that. Tunaja, Benin people just get so much pride, man. It was Oromiyo from Ife that went to discover Benin Kingdom. Even the Jordan area you are talking about.
Wow! Now, from what I hear, is the opposite to you. Know that when today Lagos gives tribute to Benin. Why do you think they do that?
Yeah, you're right. You see, you don't know the story of Oromiyo, the ancient story. See the story of creation. Actually, originally,
I have a question. Can I get this clip? Can I get the clip for this?
Is it River Delta State or River?
This one is Rivers. This one is
River
in
State.
under River State. Yeah.
That's where Asai Dokubo is from.
Yeah, I think they don't allow cars into this town.
Cars?
They don't allow cars into the town.
Like
And
vehicle.
they said something about you don't sleep with your wife the day before or something. They have very strict rules, in this town, which is weird. These are Bobo people. This is where King Jaja for Bobo comes from.
I know now, I know. Yeah. So I think Nigeria will split or Nigeria will win one. Which one? So now Jamu, I go still go sleep, man.
Okay, hold on. No, I think it's gonna end very soon anyway. Good.
It's amazing how the cultures. It's amazing how the cultures across the continent differ as well. I like that. Yeah, I like that. Seeing different.
Have you brothers been to Africa before?
Yeah, I have.
Where did you go?
Mainly the eastern part. I went to Egypt, the Sudan area. I went to Kenya. I went to Botswana, and I did a little touch of Tanzania.
A lot of Black America. I don't know why you guys like going to East Africa and North Africa. When you guys originally came from West Africa,
Actually, let's get correct again. I love correcting people. West, Central, Southeastern Africa, and Madagascar. That's
no. You guys are from West, particularly
Central.
When you say Central, like give me an example of
Central Africa, meaning basically Angola, Congo, and it's further afield as Zambia possibility, because they had to carry those slaves, get more of those slaves to come across.
Like the only people they had to get, I believe they got from like places that are lower. Actually, there are people that were taken to
I would
more
say
like South America.
If you look up the Stonewall Rebellion, right, in South Carolina, and if you look at all the different manifests in South Carolina, you have to take things in context of the regions and which groups of people were in demand in particular fields. I mean, Africans who came to the Americas, or I'm going to say specifically the United States, they knew what these people did in the continent. So a good percentage of Central Africans went to places like South Carolina. If you look at the Stonewall Rebellion, spelled STONO, that was started by Central Africans. Central Africans basically, from like Angola and Gabon, and also the Congo region. That's just historically facts.
Well, you have to admit that the majority of the slaves were taken from Western
It
Africa.
depends. No. If you look at this caption, I could give you the stats right now.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to argue that.
A good percent came from Central Africa. Then it's West Africa. Then lastly, those West and Central Africa is pretty much almost as equal. Then lastly, Southeastern Africa, which is the coast of Mozambique and also Madagascar. That's just facts. You can look it up, the historical data, the historical facts.
Well, I always believe the African are all the same anyway. So
right. That's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you context.
But I just don't like my main argument was
think about it. Over 20 million people, or some people say 15 to 10 million people, were sent across the Americas, and in the United States got only about 3 to 5%. 380,000. The rest went to the kingdom. Out of all those millions of people, do you think they all came from West Africa?
I mean, I believe them. I mean, a lot of them came from Central as well, but I just know they didn't come from East Africa, though. East and North Africa. I just know that one for sure.
The problem is, you can say that all you want, because we can look at it one way.
Because with me, I deal with historical facts, and then when I see my DNA, right? When I see my DNA to Niger, I try to ignore it, the Central African component, which was huge.
Yeah. It doesn't
because I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this, to Niger. What advantage would I say I'm from the Congo, Angola area versus Ghana and Nigeria?
I understand that. See, I know, but you like to emphasize that area, like people are trying to deny it. I don't think people are actually trying.
The thing is, we have to give it more acknowledgement of it, because people. I remember I was talking in a training African Americans, and we all agree. It's like people discount that region, even though that is a significant part of our DNA and part of our history.
Even on the list, on the manifest. They still, they just.
I know. I mean, we're trash. We're trash. We're the Congo.
Oh my God!
No, the fact of the matter is, if you go to Africa, right, the places where you see the evidence, you still find the chains from the slave trade, largely will be in West Africa.
I say like that. You still do find a change. You still do find a change, because who have direct ancestry from Angola is Christopher Tucker. The whole series on that shit. You still have a lot of chains and evidence of the slave trade in Angola. And the good thing about Angola is they have a lot of fucking records.
Oh man, trust me, where I'm from, we trust me in Lagos.
They have a lot trust me on this one.
We still do you know that in my family we still have people that we know that were taken. Like
so the other regions as well too, in Africa as well too. Like I posted something on some people who, a few African Americans are descended from Madagascar. And, for them, it's easier, people with Malagasy, ancestry and origin, because they have a unique DNA. And about 17% of slave ships came from Madagascar to the United States, and mostly in New York and Virginia. So for those folks,
that's high. I doubt it.
It was. It's historically, it's correct.
That's
17
massive.
slave ships, and I think according to statistics, it's only about 7,500 people came from Southeastern Africa to the United States, and most of them came from Madagascar, and very few came from Mozambique. Whereas for Mozambique, a lot of Mozambicans have been sent, because you remember the Portuguese were doing a whole lot of fucking trade over there. They were doing a whole lot of fuckery, in that part of East African coast. Whatnot.
But they went mostly to South America, because it makes more sense that they go to South America, because it would have been a long journey.
It's like this. It's been a common fact in U.S. history when you hear, like, if you look at the news, because I look at news clips and stuff like that from the South Carolina Gazette and Virginia Gazette of runaway slaves. And they were very, very specific as far as where these runaways Africans' origins were. Whether they were from Ghana, whether they were Igbos, whether they were from the Congos, whether they were Fulanis, whether they were Malagazis. All the groups. They were very, very specific in detail. You can look at it yourself and look at the information yourself. It's all there.
Yeah, it's there. The information is there. It's just that it's not as emphasized as what the point we are trying to make.
What I'm saying is it should be emphasized because
you don't like me to make that point. The point
no, I'm saying it should be emphasized because that's an important component of our history as far as learning who these people who came from various different Africans came from. And once we understand that, then we can understand, in essence, all the different ethnicities and combinations that make up various different African Americans.
But
you know what I mean?
If you look at the ocean currents and the way they are shaped, it doesn't make sense you go to the Congo to take people and then take them to the Americas. It makes sense you come to West Africa because
the distance is too far, man. It's like twice.
It's an absolute fact. You want me post documentations for you guys so you can read it for yourself? Because I could do that.
Who's making up this documentation, man? I don't think they did it with picking split. They were writing it down like, okay, yeah.
Today I have the clip notes to prove my point. I mean, like, for example, if I Google,
let me tell you something, man. A lot of the stories we hear about.
The thing is, I have my cousin and me, especially my cousin. She studies this stuff a lot more than any of us.
Well, guys, here's the deal, man. Here's the deal with black people. The thing is this: we go to read things written by someone else. Like
no.
Most of the accounts of what happened during that era, usually some white people just put it together.
You like to make it pretty much simplistic. It wasn't simplistic.
Okay,
there's a lot of complexities in it. Like, for example, I don't go for when people said 20% or 30. I think it was 35 or 40% of slaves were Muslim. Some people. And that belief. I mean, yeah, there were Muslim slaves, but I don't think it was that high. I think it was more probably like about 20%, 20%.
Okay, for example, the book that you read, the document.
No, it's not a book.
Who was the author?
No, it's documentation. You could look at any documentation from any of the library, from any of the libraries, from any of your towns and stuff like that. Look at old newspaper clippings from microfiche, which my cousin done, and I actually did a little bit. The good thing about online is you could get access online, and you could also fact check as far as what someone posted by looking at and going to. If you inclined to do that, most people are lazy as far as getting that through microfiche. That's all. The information is out there for you. You just have to look for it.
Wow. I think that the numbers that went from West Africa to America seems higher than from Congo to America. Even if Congo is quite
it was very in South Carolina. I say in South Carolina, it was very, very significant. Very significant. With numbers with Congolese and Angolans.
That's may be right, man. You know that Mike Tyson did his DNA. Mike Tyson was from the Congo. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know that, but that's not surprising.
Yeah,
how is that surprising to people?
But the point is that it's about, let's say, 50-50, but it's not. It's around 60 from West Africa and.
But still, let's say it's 60. Look, what I'm saying, it depends on. This is the problem with you thinking. It depends on what area of the United States. True. That's what you're fucking missing the point.
But how about the entire
Southern planters had demands of certain groups. They, that's why you had slaves from the Guinea area was house slaves because due to skills they had. They knew about like the Bantus or Bantu groups in Central Africa was farmers and all that type of stuff. They knew about the people in the Windward Coast.
Just like the Galagichi people were rice farmers.
Let me go on, please. The Windward Coast were rice cultivators, which is
So now you pauses your village stuff, man. Come on.
Really hearing it,
right. I was like, what the hell?
Okay, you're hearing it through this thing, yeah. Because I was just checking something from this. This one is not my village. This one is.
You just have to.
I'm trying to find your one now so that I can, because you have to share cultures. Are we not the one talking about how we need to share cultures and all the rest?
Well, right. They have to understand what they're watching.
You have to ask yourself this question too. Okay, when you go to New Orleans, right? And I think I thrown it through at you a few times. Why is it not called the Yoruba Square? Why is it not called the Calabar Square? Why is it not called the Yoruba, the Igbo Square? It's called the Congo Square.
Because they were Congolese that founded that area or were there at that time. No, I'm not. I never.
I mean, it's a lot of Congo names.
But the question is, who named the Congo Square, though?
Maybe one of them, one of the prominent
slaves named it.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, they did.
Well, how come in New Orleans they practice the Yoruba religion, the West African voodoo religion?
Some people do, and some people don't. It really depends. The Yoruba came later in the game during slave times. I mean, really late in comparison to other groups that came, especially like in Virginia.
Why you said they came later in the game? I'm trying to see.
Especially like in places like Virginia, where Igbos were, and people from southeastern Nigeria was pretty much dominant, along with Congolese, in Virginia. Igbos. I mean, I forgot what I was reading. The history of the Yorubas. It had to do with some type of war where a lot of them been sent.
Between it's all York Kingdom and the Black Kingdom. Yeah.
Right. But you do have Africa Town, which I think was in Mississippi, was the last slave ship that came here legally from Africa, and you did have people who are of Yoruba ancestry, and also from and from Benin as well. That was the last slave ship. Because who's that guy in Quest? His name I forgot. It's Quest something. He is descendant of the people in Africa Town. So like what I'm saying is a lot of African Americans.
You can't run away from it. The number of people that are coming up with DNA tests that shows high numbers of.
I mean, what I say, as DNA improved, like I say, for me in South Carolina, every person I know in South Carolina, and I have to admit this myself, and I try to avoid it. And we say we come from the worst area of Africa. We're predominantly Congolese and Angolans. Not every person in South Carolina.
You are the only African American that we know so far that has
look at the DNA. I would say look at the DNA.
Well, can I finish one comment?
Look at the DNA online on YouTube. Look at the DNA online on YouTube and look at South Carolina. Pacific. I can throw one out with you right now.
Yeah, I'm not something new today, man. Most slaves came from the Congo. Wow, that's amazing.
No. It's not true. Actually, it's
a large group of slaves came from the Central African region.
Actually, the numbers I did the calculation. Actually, it was slightly more from West Africa. You remember we did that calculation the other day.
Hey, you guys want to agree with me that maybe we black people need to stop calling our people slaves anymore? Like we need to.
I agree.
We have to say. Victim or captive or just different terms.
Yeah.
Because to me, I always feel like we're giving white people credit by just making them look like conquerors. They didn't conquer people.
Enslaved.
I would say more like enslaved people.
Yeah, enslaved or victimized people. They were criminal. It was a crime committed against them. So you can't call a victim a slave. It's an insult,
Yeah, I never call it. I read it's like what they say colonial masters. I'm like, what is that? Colonial master? Who's master? They are not my master.
It's kind of like I kidnap you today. It's like I come to you. It's kind of like I come to kidnap you and take you somewhere, put a gun on your head, and make you do some work, do some shit, do molesting and things like that. And then after your rescue, after we move on, they label you in history book as a slave. Come on, man. That's like it's like I didn't insult upon injury. The
English were once slaves.
we need to hand out what slave. We just got to come up with something
better than that.
Yeah, more like victims. Like the people that were some different word for them. Because I can't be calling my people slaves. I just don't like that word, man. They were I mean, not to deny that what happened was slavery, but we because to me, and then when we African, a lot of you African, when you start calling white people colonial masters, I'm like, you crazy? Are you calling these people masters, man? No,
I don't like that.
They committed crime. They were criminals, not masters, man. Come on.
You often find that people that do that have some kind of benign. They don't see the Europeans as a threat. They just see them as people that are guiding us, that kind of guiding hand, which is really terrible. You see that, but it's not. You don't hear a lot of it anymore, which is interesting. I've never heard Nigeria use the term colonial masters anymore.
Oh, really? I didn't even know they used that term at all.
Oh my God, they used to use. Oh my God, when I hear it, it gives me the EBGBs. This is when they do that. You see here the old ones when they are talking because they don't know the right word to call them now. They just use colonial, but I just need the colonial powers to because to this thing give it what they are. That's what they are. They are not masters. They just had power to colonize people, and so
A bunch of tricksters. Tricksters. So most of the things they did was just trick people. They tricked the Africans. That's what they were doing. They were tricking. They were going to places lying that they were coming there for this
What
and that. They
stopped
were
us
just
from
tricking.
tricking them? What stopped us? It took 300 years con. What kind of long con is that? 300 years we're trading with them. We didn't know what we were doing until they colonized us. You know that for me, you have to hold our forefathers
No,
accountable.
that's the deal. Do you know like why scientists are trying to go to other planets right now? Right? Because they're
Mhm.
saying that listen, we need to go find them before they find us. Right? They're thinking if there's some life, because they say whoever find who first is gonna it's gonna have the
Oh,
advantage.
God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bad idea. You could
No,
go
they
and
say whoever discover who first we have the advantage. Because now you go into them, you know what their society is like. They don't know where you from. They don't understand
find.
where you coming from. So when they got there, the Africans didn't know anything about Europe, what their culture is about, what their their goals and what they're trying to do, things like that. So now they will bring things from where they come from to show you that you don't possess. But now you also have things that they don't have, but now they know what you have, right? So they had the
Right.
advantage. So that's why they were able to take advantage of us, because they came there, they had the advantage of okay, we here now, we know we come to spend time, study your culture, study how you guys behave, how you move, everything. They took time to study us for at least 100 years before they began the whole slave trade. So now,
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, even back in that time period, they knew exactly which Africans did what. So when they came here, those Africans were pretty much utilizing their skill sets, which I already knew from home, to do the work, the dirty work here.
yeah, so it's not like they were outsmart us. They just had the advantage of being in our midst. And the funny thing, me coming from Yoruba land, studying my history up to within my tribe, they say like, because in my tribe we actually keep our Asian history. They say when the Europeans were coming in, like the oracle, we have in our spirituality, the oracle told the people that hey, don't let it give them instruction. Don't let those people that are coming in your midst. Don't let them in your midst, and don't accept whatever they present to you as gift. Unfortunately, our people were too greedy, man. As soon as the white man came over with some goods and things that were so flashy, my people started taking it. And the white man said, "Okay, allow me in your midst." They let him ride in their midst, and that's how the white man studied everything about them, studied the environment, studied the territory, and just study who's the criminal, who they can potentially use for their plan and everything, and team up with them and just started their operation. So
Right.
we the Africans screwed up.
Well, look at this though. Look at this. This is a tale that maybe our generation will really need to learn. And look at this. Let me just read this chapter of the story of the Mali Empire in the dying days. Mansa Mahmud II, known as Mamadu in Portuguese account, sought out Portuguese assistance or at least firearms that same year. The Portuguese responded in 1495 by sending an envoy laden with gifts but no weapons. Firearms in the hands of Mali Empire might have changed the history of West Africa if their track record with native weapons is anything to go by. However, Mali never became a gunpowder state, and military Mahmud II passed on to his son in 1496 was virtually the same as the one inherited by Musa I in 1312. This is like 200, almost 100 years, more than 100 years, they never made one advance. And they were working with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese didn't give them
Exactly.
weapons. What was the dying days of the Mali Empire? They
And the
brought
funny thing, Sunaja, they make it look like it was what they did to us was so simple. They simply just did it, just came there and did it. Well, most of us don't understand that. It took them a long time. They planned it, and it took them decades, even like hundreds of years. Because when I go in my culture, we learn in the history in Yoruba, they teach us that before slavery began, the Europeans were coming at least hundreds of years before, like trying to start the whole slave process, but they were constantly failing and failing and failing until they finally figured something out and started happening. But today we black people just look at ourselves as they easily just went there and did it. But we don't know that no, these
It
people
wasn't that. It wasn't that easy.
yeah, like and if another thing I would tell black people is stop calling yourself conquer people because everywhere white people go and actually conquer the people, they took over their territory. Like for example, in North America, when they conquered the Red Indians, right? They took the land. In Australia, when they conquered the Aborigines, they took the land. But today, Africans, we still possess, we still control our land, you know. But so when you telling me that they conquered us, that's why I always tell you soon. I stop saying they conquered us. These people failed. Where they came and victim, they committed a crime, but they didn't successfully conquer us because we still possess our land. Even, 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 even. Let me give you a last example. The Caribbean island where the Jamaicans and all these people possess occupy today, the people that used to be there used to be some Indians. Do you know the white people kill all of them, right? But today, the blacks occupy the land. So the blacks actually were victorious. So we should start looking at the story in a way that at the end of the day, we may have suffered losses, battles, but we are victorious in a lot of ways, you know. So that way they can lift our spirit and let us know that we're not victims. We're not, I mean, we're victims, but we are not conquered.
Is this what victory looks like? See,
no, it's not victory, but we are not conquered. We are not conquered. That's all we have to
what do you
accept.
understand by conquer actually?
I understand what
when
you
you
mean.
yeah.
I give you a perfect example. Like, if you look at the Americas, right? I mean, I'm talking about the Americas in its entirety. You're not just United States, but the Caribbean, but Latin America, what have you. Even though you do have a large, like let's say in places like Peru and Bolivia and Mexico and Guatemala, people of indigenous ancestry, due to the fact that the shame of being a conquered people, they had to assume another language, even though they do have a lot of indigenous languages, and become ethnicity and have a religion that is not theirs. And they have a group of people who is pretty much look predominantly Europeans in various different countries, who pretty much control the country, where a lot of the large population look like their ancestors who they conquered. Now, if you look at an African situation, that's not the case. You have your leaders who basically look like you, not a part British or a person who is of entirely British ancestry. Versus in places, let's say in Peru or Bolivia or Ecuador or Mexico, it's totally opposite. Almost similar to like a South African population, whereas in most African countries, you could turn your shit around and you still have a lot of aspects of your cultures within your society, but it's just, what I mean, you could become like, let's say, what the Indians are doing. Well, the Indians not doing bad job, but they're not doing a great job. Or what the Chinese are doing, or whatnot. You could turn your shit around 360 degrees with the proper leadership and the motivation of the people.
You're right, but now there's the deal. That's why it's very important that we actually travel to and study the dynamic of different societies. And that's the reason why people like myself, like always say, we need to go back to our recognizing our indigenous societies. As the end, the advantage and what's hindering Africa from doing what you just suggest that we should be doing, right? That we can easily do is the fact that Europeans create these countries, right? That we currently have, right? Where they put a bunch of ethnic nationalities with different languages, different nations together, right? And then they give them a European system, European language as the official language. And the people themselves haven't looked into it and say, oh, how does this really hinder us from progressing? It's kind of like me go to Europe, right? And I take France, England, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and make them one country and give them my Yoruba language from Nigeria as the official language and tell them that, listen, it's a constitution from Nigeria. Practice is the way to go. Do it. It's going to be very difficult for them to easily break away from my indirect rule because I can indirectly be controlling them. So that's what Africans dealing with.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with in the continent. Until Africans come to that term, like, listen, just like Tunaja showing you the Jaw festival and everything. I'm from Yoruba land. I can't really relate much to that, I can't really understand what's going on because it's like we're in the same country, Nigeria. But I'm from a whole different side of Nigeria.
I get you. I get you.
Yeah. So that's what we're dealing with. And in Nigeria, the official language is English. The constitution, the curriculum, the system we are practicing, we're using is from England. So you have a country where nations are within nation and they don't understand what they're practicing. And that's why a lot of intellectuals like myself, a lot of scholars, a lot of philosophers are telling Nigerians, like, listen, you guys need to go back to take steps back to where you were before the white man came, and you can remain Nigeria, of course, but you need to come together as different nationalities and learn about, understand each other's cultures and each other's ways and each other's thing and design something new.
Oh, you just stop on
You
that point.
understand? Design something new that's organic, something you organically design for yourself. And that's when you can start moving forward. If we continue to use this English, what Englishman creates, to try to move somewhere, the Englishman can always come into that system to poke something, to do whatever he wants, and manipulate the system. So that's what Africa is stuck with.
Just look at this again. You see, the Songhai, this in the Mali Kingdom fell at around 1495 or 1496.
Right.
And from then till the fall of the Songhai Empire, too, which was around 1591, Africa did not master any gunpowder weapons. They had 100 years. They still did not move. They sat there and watched the Moroccans come acquire that technology that they didn't have before when the Mali Empire fell. The Moroccans got it and used it to defeat them. It's almost like we are still doing the same thing today. Everybody kits themselves up. We don't kit ourselves up.
You know, you need to get a book. I got a book. Unfortunately, written by a white guy. He got some information. I think it's called. God, I have the book in my apartment. I mean, in this place. Hold on.
It's really
So now, the root of our problem is we are not doing critical analysis of the big picture of where we are coming from, where we are and where we are going. We're not doing it. What we have in Africa is everybody wants to make money. Everybody just wake up. Okay, everything's about make money and build your life, make family, and that's what we are thinking. But we're not understanding that that's not the way this universe works. You understand?
100 years they couldn't figure it out.
But if you understand what I'm saying, like we are not looking at all these things. The average mentality of a black person today is, let me make money and buy a house and just be financially good, and that's it. The final thing in life is to be financially good. But the life is beyond that. You got to understand the whole system, what the domain of where you exist and how it operates, the system, who's controlling it and everything. We don't do that. We've been conditioned to just believe that this life is about, make money, get married, have children, and raise your children, send them to school. But we need to understand, where are we going as a people? Like in Chinese society, for example, their government, there are people that run their society. They already designed a plan for the next 50 years. They know where they're going to be in 50 years from now. The Europeans, for example, they're creating a new world order. They're strategizing where the world will be in the next 50 years. But we Africans, that's not what we're doing.
There's no plan. Nothing.
There's no plan because your leadership is pretty much something that was created by the British. Our leadership system, our governmental system, it's just something. It's that template that was created by the British, what we are practicing. And unfortunately, should I say rather, fortunately, our whole system is still in place, but it's being pushed aside. Our kingdoms are still in place. You just play a video of the Ijaw kingdom, what they're still doing their Asian Ijaw, they still have it in place. In Yoruba now, we still have our Asian system in place. Our traditional rules is still in place. But guess what? In the Nigerian constitutions, those groups are not embedded in the constitution. The Nigerian constitution just say they're all Nigerians. Now remember, it's the same constitution before the Nigerian flag was lifted, or it was a British flag. And that constitution used to say you're all British. So it's just a name change. They changed the name
Yeah,
from British to Nigeria. So we are basically British. We are
yeah.
practicing. We are being British systematic in constitutionally, but traditionally we are still who we are. I'm still a Yoruba man. You're still an Ijo man. Another Nigerian Igbo. We are still
Now
who we are
imagine,
traditionally.
imagine if you lost those identities in your own
Yeah,
country. How would you
thank you. That's why I told you that European haven't conquered it.
That's what happened to a lot of indigenous people in America, especially in places like.
Thank you, and that's the point I was trying to say to Nigeria. Listen, stop saying we Africans are conquered, because we are the only people the Europeans have invaded. They never lost any of their Asian traditions.
Like if you go to Peru,
But they invaded India though.
Well, okay, the Indian situation was more of they didn't. Well, let me say Indians also survived. I can give it to them, you know.
right? Like I said, if you go to Peru today, I mean, you have people who speak Quechua. You have another half of the population who have indigenous ancestry, who don't give a damn as far as knowing it, and they would rather be part of the Spanish crown, even though they might score 80% indigenous, Native American.
The thing about the African spirit is it's so powerful. You understand?
What is
That
going on here with this Oyo? This one is Oyo. Is it a Shango festival? It's Shango. I'm just checking out some of the cultural stuff in
don't
Nigeria.
joke
I
with
think
Shango. Shango is celebrated all over the diaspora, man. You go to Brazil, Shango is heavily.
it's a popular god.
Yeah,
Is it the
especially
god of
Brazil and
If
Cuba.
you're from Benin Kingdom, you know who Shango is. And Shango is in Benin now.
Right. Yeah,
Yes.
Brazil, Cuba, especially Cuba too.
Cuba.
You mean Benin Kingdom. Now you know this is we are the founders of the
These guys thought
we gave you people civilization.
this guy,
These two kingdoms keep
the
arguing.
gods are
Who
for
gave
Ife.
birth to who? Africans are there. We are better than you. We gave birth to you.
Oh yeah, tonight I left a book in the private chat. You can pretty much read that. It has a lot
Oh
of good
yeah,
information.
I will
When
check
you was
it
talking
out.
about the Sun Guy Empire and all that.
Man,
it's fun.
it's a tragic tale. It's a tragic tale of. This is what makes me a little bit paranoid, because you watch this 100 years gap, you can't acquire one technology. What is wrong with you? You are an empire. You have people. Why not send them around the world to go and acquire this thing for the first 10 years after the fall of the Mali Empire? They didn't do anything. They wait for 100 years to be defeated with gunpowder again from the north. It's like
Who was the very gunpowder?
the Songhai Empire
The Songhai in Nigeria.
1000. No, Songhai in next to the Sahel now.
On top of Benin Kingdom, Abi. On top of Benin, right? Right above.
Yes.
The middle belt today, Abi.
No. It's not up to the middle, but I think it's more of northern Nigeria and Mali, all those areas. That's the area. It's quite large. The Songhai
But Tunaja, I'm
is
sorry to
all the
say
way
this.
to
Tunaja, I'm sorry to say this. See, Europeans will give you accounts of how they conquer a place, but a lot of it is a lie, man. I'm telling you. They will tell you that they use gunpowder to conquer people. Well, in reality, it may not be that. A lot of the account of history we are reading today, Europeans twist things, man. They twist a lot of things just to make themselves look mighty. That's what it is. A lot of
there is some truth there. There is some truth.
there's some truth, but what I'm saying they twist it. They twist a lot of it is propaganda. They will say, "Oh, we went there with Gatling gun and we just conquer a whole place." Just like they would tell writing. I read one story. They say they used 2 Gatling gun to conquer Nigeria. I'm like, what? How can you say you used 2 machine guns to conquer a land that's as big as like they'll write story, give you their own account of history, but they won't tell you the truth.
Well, okay, I will find the one of Oyo, but you don't see. You don't
listen to me.
You can't be sure though. You can't be sure that.
Listen to me.
Why would they lie? That's the question you have to ask yourself.
Tonight, if you come to Yoruba land, you heard of Ayeta, all those kind of things, right? Like charms where you shoot at people, the bullet won't go through. You know about those, man.
Yeah, but me, I don't buy all those things, man.
Yeah?
I don't buy it. If
you don't buy. I mean, people have shown on video already.
He had invisible body vest before when the white people came. Why did we lose?
What do you mean we lose? We didn't lose.
Oh my God!
And it goes back to that. How do you? Okay,
we are speaking English.
What's my brother's name?
We voluntarily gave up our language.
Hold on. You know what? Tonight, let me talk to my Black American brother, man. See, are you still there? What's his name?
Grits.
Great. I don't know. It's muted. But yeah.
Chitlin
Are you
grits.
still there?
Chitlins and grits. Go ahead.
Yeah, children. See, the reason why. See, I think we're going to need the diaspora's help on the continent in terms of just going to let the Africans know that they should start believing European what Europeans are telling them, because the real key why Africa is not moving forward is because they have so much. A lot of them have so much trust on whatever Europeans tell them, and they've invested so much belief in the European knowledge. Europeans, a white man being a trustworthy man. You understand? I used
Yeah.
to reason like that until I moved to the West and met white people and realized this bunch of people, a bunch of liars and a bunch of pathetic propagandists. And in the continent, they invest billions of dollars using propaganda to condition the Africans to believe things in different ways. And that's why I'm trying to convince my brother to Nigeria that when a white man is telling you that this is what happened when he came to your land 200 years ago, you don't have to believe him. He could be making shit up. Because if he tells you that he came to
That's
your
true. That's true.
yeah. And that's what I'm trying to tell him, because the white man will give us story, exact same story, how he came to Australia, right? When he met the Aborigine. Oh, he came there and this and that. And then he give you the same story how he came to Yoruba land. He came there and he pumped his chest. And I'm wondering, like, okay, how come when you went to the Aborigine in Australia, you're able to take their land from them and push them? But you're today, you don't exist there. You're not there. You left. But you're telling me that you can't. And I'm trying to tell Tunanja, because a white man said it doesn't mean it's true. So what we have in Africa is a lot of African children reading books that white men wrote, telling them that, oh, we have conquered you. We conquered. This is what happened between our encounter with your forefathers back in 200 years ago. Or we conquered your forefather. Conquered your forefather. We're kissing our feet. He has the truth. Where's the video? So I'm trying to tell Tunanja, like, listen, the game they're playing is the condition. Wait. The game they're playing is to condition you to believe that they are superior to you, and you need to dump that. You need to stop. You need to dump that, and to keep your low self-esteem low. And the longer the Africans continue to have that low self-esteem, you continue to submit to them. So it's a mind game that they're playing on you, man. And one thing I swear about diaspora people, especially my black Americans, is they don't trust what the white man tell them. They don't. The African American will never trust what the white man says. You go investigate it or dig deeper. Like you never, even if you accept it, you won't accept it fully.
How can
When
we not?
African, somehow
See, come on, man. We know our chiefs and our OBs that were sent on
you
there.
don't know the ones. The current one is one you know. The ones back there are different from the ones
You
today.
need to stop it. You need to stop it. Come on. We know where King Jaja Bobo was sent. That
You
Bobo
know, were you there? The account of that
But
King Jaja
the
was,
people there had know their history. Come on.
but
Let's not.
the account is based on what the Europeans said.
Wow.
Yeah, it was based on their own account. So
You know they have leaders that live there. Come on, man. Let's not do this. The Benin people know their history. They didn't lose their history. They were there.
listen, Tunaja, you know what they are succeeding in turning everybody to Christian in Nigeria. Well, let me ask you a question. Are you a Christian?
No.
What are you?
Man, you want to consider me an agnostic or a Christian because I was born in a Christian family. I don't
So you
like
are a
to.
Christian.
No, I'm not a Christian. I don't do
But you just
Christianity.
said it now. You say you're born in a Christian family.
I was born in a Christian family now, but is that not what? Were you not born in a Christian family?
So how did you become a Christian?
If you are
Sorry,
born in a
how did your family become how did your family become Christian?
because you are if you are born in a Christian family, you grow up a Christian.
But what I'm saying is, how did your parents become Christian? How did your
I think they too were born. I think my own parents, I would say she converted. I don't think my grandmom was a Christian. So
okay?
families within this thing. If you go back in time, you find that you have less Christians. As much as well, the expansion was happening even through in the last 50 years. You can see that the religion was still expanding in the continent because they were taking over the traditional religions.
Thank you. So whose agenda was that?
Of course, it's the Western agenda.
Okay, but you and I, growing up in Nigeria, we saw people that were actually pushing the Christianity to us, right? But who did it look like? The people that were actually pushing the Christianity to us, who did it look like?
Pushing Christian, generally they are Europeans.
No, it's a lie. Our own people. The person that
The
remember
Catholic
when you're a
one.
little boy. No, no, no. Remember when you're a little boy, the person that will come to the neighborhood to give you useful to bribe you to come to become a Christian, come to church. It's our people.
But it's tied to Europeans. It
That's what I'm
ties
saying. But they started
Yeah,
it. What I'm trying to make good, I'm trying to prove to you is that
you know, like those
they came there. They came
like
there.
those
They,
Afro Brazilians who came to Lagos, correct? Because I heard a lot of them were missionaries as well too.
yeah,
yeah. Part of it they use a lot of some diaspora that came back to Africa. So
Right. But the
they
interesting thing about Afro Brazilians, they pretty much integrated within Yoruba society very well.
yeah. A lot of them, most of them still practice African spirituality. Now the roots of the whole. Which the video we're looking right here, a lot of them are those Brazilians are coming to Nigeria to learn the Yoruba religion. But the root I'm trying to make is the Europeans knew that the African spirituality is so powerful, right? And it's something that worked against them. And they wanted to eliminate it. That's why they were trying to push the agenda of forcing Africans to become Christian. And the agenda began on the plantation. It started on the plantation where they knew that these Africans here, our goal was to enslave them and kill all of them. But somehow they have these special powers is just working, like protecting, like kind of working against their old agenda. And they knew that, okay, we not only do we, if you're going to conquer the continent, we have to carry the same agenda to the continent. And that's why they came and started the whole agenda of converting every African to Christians. And that's why I was asking tonight, John, how did you become a Christian? How did your family become a Christian? And he's like, oh, wow, wow,
most of them
wow.
were
He's not even
converted.
sure.
Most of them were converted. What do you mean? Wow,
And,
wow, wow.
and that also has to do, that's what, that old, they use propaganda to try to convert us to Christian because what they will tell us is that our African gods are demons, right? They will tell us, they will go to the Bible and show you story of Lucifer and tell you that Lucifer in the Bible is your ancestors, your African deities, your African gods, just to chase you away from it's propaganda. And that's the same thing they do with your history. They'll come and tell you that they came and kick your king's ass 300 or 400 years ago. We pull a gun on him and he started pissing on himself. Yeah, tell this rubbish story
See,
just to make you
come on,
feel.
you have to have some level of a kind of, how do I put it, way of ascertaining what is true and what is false. You can't just dismiss everything that okay, what they said all.
No,
It is
you
tied
can
to
accept.
events that your people tell you on the ground that happened to your forefathers. You know, some people, their
But is it
fathers
okay?
are
Okay.
telling them what happened to them,
Oh,
what they did.
okay, but isn't it the same father that telling you that to become Christian, like Jesus Christ is the way? Isn't it the same people?
Yes, and they are telling you.
Exactly.
But
So
when they are telling you that, well, how does that prove anything? They are telling you
but it's not like
what
this. Listen
they
to me.
they are not telling you
It's
any
not like this.
information.
Listen, it's not like this. It's not like this, right? I'm telling my children, like, hey, Jesus Christ is the way, or Muhammad is the way. Because I'm their parent, they will believe me. They will say, oh, my father told me this is the way. I have to accept it, right? But they don't ask me a question like, "Hey, Dad, well, where'd you get this information?" And I would have told them, "Oh, I got to get it from my dad."
Hold on for a second.
No,
Let me
no,
just say something.
no. Wait. Let me learn. I would say I get it from my dad, and they will ask, "Where did your dad get it?" And we'll go investigate. My dad would say, "Get it from another dad, from his dad," and his dad all the way. We get to the beginning. It started from a white man with a whip or something, or just some kind of. So it all began from a white man. He pushed that brainwashing from generation to generation, and it got to you. And that's why when you always tell me that, oh, I have to believe it because that's what your father told you. You can't say because your father told you automatically means it's the truth. You say, my father told me, my father became a Christian, so he told me that Jesus is my God, Lord and personal Savior. And I became a philosopher, and I'm asking myself, why would a white man with blue eye and blonde hair that historically has never loved a black man will be my Lord and my personal Savior? So I became like, I started asking questions. But it was difficult because naturally you want to believe what your parent told you because the natural order is to accept whatever is being passed down from generations, right? But when you become a philosopher, you ask questions, and a lot of things will not make sense. And that's why I'm telling you that because something was passed down to you by your parent that, oh, your parent told you that European came and conquered you, doesn't mean it's true. They may have been brainwashed to believe that. And if evidence, empirical evidence showing that these people, historically, whoever they conquer, they usually take the land from you or they wipe you out. But if you're still existing on their land, it suggests that maybe they didn't conquer you. Maybe something kicked them out. Maybe they think they didn't successfully conquer you. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, man. I don't know if I make sense. So we have to
No, you
change the
do,
way
you
we
do
think,
make
you
sense.
know. Yeah, we have to change the way we're thinking in Africa because we've been so conditioned by this Western. They give us so much information that we swallow, and
So
those information
how
only.
do you know what is true and what is false then?
That's why you have to be open minded and be free minded and just don't.
You
You
can't
have
just
to.
open your mind to anything. How do you know what is true and what is false? Is it not by
Tunanja,
what you
Tunanja,
people tell you?
your Asian knowledge is still there in Africa, but most of us are ignoring it. We look at it as we call it primitive. Don't lie. Those videos you are showing there is just to, many of us will say, "Oh, look how beautiful it is." Oh, well, those festivals we all attended because it feels so good. We feel the spirit of our ancestors in a place, and we feel that level of spiritual high. But after that festival, everybody will say, "Oh, okay, we're going back to church." You know that, right? You know
Yeah,
that.
yeah. No, that one is true now. Oh, no,
Exactly. Yeah. We go back to church. And then I used to have my mom that question because my mom, when I was growing up, when it's time for the Orisha festival, she would go there. Oh, it's time because she feel that spirit of the ancestor. She would go to the festivals. And then after the festival is over, we go back to the Bible, we go to church. And I asked my mom, but what that when I asked her about those deities, she was like, "Oh, no. The Bible says demon. The Bible says demon." But I'm like, "Oh no, it's not making sense." But whenever the festival come, you go there. What if it's demon? She said, "Oh no, we just having fun." I'm like, it's not making sense to me. We start for your ancient festival. You all go there to enjoy because it feels so good. Your African spirit feels so good. But then the next day when the festival is over, oh, let's go to what the white man told us because the white man told us that the white man's way is the way. So we're confused, man.
we see we are not that confused.
Um,
I think there are some facts that are out there. You can't just write them off. These are facts from families, not from Europeans. So if somebody's telling you that this is what my grandfather did, this is what my one lady came and testified to what her grandparents did for where they were selling slaves. So what do you make of that? You're going to dispute it that they didn't do it. So there are some basic truths, and generally what the Europeans have done wherever they went, by and large, they didn't lie about it. Some of the worst atrocities they've committed, they didn't lie about it. They didn't hide what they did to the African Americans. They didn't lie about what they did to the Red Indians. They owned up to everything, smallpox, everything. So why would they lie about ours now?
do you know that when a man named Bishop Ajayi Crowther, man, a slave that was it was the first African bishop. It was captured in Nigeria. It was moved to the United States during slavery. But then not too long after it was captured, or slavery was abolished in America. But then he was one of the people that returned back to Africa and came back to Nigeria. And some of his accounts of what was going on in plantation in America was that they used to use padlock to lock the mouth. The white people used to use padlock. You know what a padlock is, right?
Yeah.
They used to pierce the mouth of the slave and lock because of just to evil to lock their mouth. So that way they won't eat the crops, the I guess sugar cane, whatever it is. That's how cruel it was. Do you know that there's nowhere in the Black American history they put out information there in America that part of atrocity existed? So just to
It's
tell you that
not.
white people will actually take out some atrocities that they commit out of. They're not gonna give you the whole story. Is the point I'm trying to tell you.
I
And
agree with you that some
so
details
so
might
so
be
the,
lost.
and also there may be some things that the blacks were doing that were fantastic during slavery. They won't put any history either. So what I'm saying is they're not gonna tell you everything. They'll take the one they feel good about, the one that make them look glorious and superior. I mean, what I'm saying is don't you should read a story just to get an idea, but don't read it as this is a factual event or just read. I read white man's account of story just to get an idea of what was going on, but I don't accept it as the complete fact of what happened. Like throughout history, and people were just docile, they were just conquered, and they were just you know they were the white man's prima account. It's kind of like me and you getting in a fight, right? And then somebody asks you, okay, what happened during the fight? Of course, I'm going to give them, I'll whoop your head, I'll punch you in the nose, I'll kick your butt. And I'm not going to tell them when you punch me in the eye or something. I will give them my own story the way I wanted to hear it. So what I'm saying is our account of history is entirely, most of it, maybe 99% of it is white people's accounts. And they will give you their accounts to make you feel like they was just superior. Everything was just their way. They were the glorious people, you know?
I think they were glorious for the facts of what they did already. I don't think they need to worry too much about embellishing it. And we have really caught them lying about certain things. I don't know. Do you have any historical, you know, inaccuracies or falsehoods that they have perpetrated that we've just found out recently?
If I don't have it, it doesn't mean I have to accept the one that they present to me.
Yeah, that's interesting. See, okay, fine. If you want to put it like that, because okay, I can give you one that maybe you can say, maybe you can even accuse them of being false, like making Jesus Christ blonde hair, blue eyes. That they are not telling us face to face, but they gave us the impression that that's how Christ actually looks. You see what I mean? So that is, you can you can argue that that is falsehood to an extent.
The history of the Nile Valley.
Yeah, that one, Nile Valley. Okay, okay. What did they actually deny that it was in Africa? I don't know.
A lot of times, and they try to do these demarcation marks between the two regions, what is now Egypt and Sudan, which did not really. It was a lot more complicated as far as what they try to present it as far as history. Like, I give you a perfect example. I remember I was telling you that the 12th dynasty was also run by a group of people called Tasseti, which scholars call a Nubian group that ruled all of Egypt, but did not allow Kush, another group of Nubian people supposedly, to enter into Egypt. But it was the 12th dynasty or 11th dynasty Nubians who ruled during that time. But they make it seems like it was only the 25th dynasty that was supposedly a Nubian dynasty.
Okay, I get your point. It's true because they had multiple Nubian rulers in Egypt. Okay, but even to be fair, even today, okay, I'm not sure that is a clear lie if they didn't highlight it.
It was a clear lie. I mean, if you look at it, it makes you. Everyone says, and you hear this verbatim. Oh, it's only the 25th dynasty, only the 25th dynasty, only the 25th dynasty. And then when you look further inland, as far as really, really introspective their history, it was pretty much people of Tasheti origin, and they would say, oh, these were Nubians who lived in Egypt, and they were, they was Egyptians culturally, therefore their policy was this and that of Egyptians. That doesn't fly.
Yeah, I think okay, that could be. Okay, that's a tricky one, isn't it? You can't, because the way academic people, the way they do their thing, they tend
No,
to
I'm
be.
just saying if they were really, really wanted to be really honest, they could say the complexities of it, and they could eliminate these demarcation marks, which they pretty much put there.
It's similar to Jesus Christ, where they made Jesus Christ.
No. I mean, because even African blacks, Egyptologists even point that out. What I'm saying.
And let me add to that. Let me also add to that. Just, it's so easy to even understand the nature of these people. If you notice today, what do they do? Even for the past, growing up, every three of us can agree that when white people are presenting blacks on TV, it's always in a negative light and in a way that to convince people that okay, these people are a bunch of um just the way they want the world to see us, just you could tell that they're suffering from their own inferiority complex, just to make black man look in a very way they want us to look. So that alone should already suggest to you that our history, they are doing the same thing about it. Like just to make us, they're not gonna if they're doing it now, that should suggest to you that the same people that are doing it today, telling our story, telling us that every black man in America is a crook, a criminal, a stupid guy, a father, a guy that don't care about his woman, and then everyone in Africa is just a bunch of people that walk around naked, those kind of stupid. The way they're telling our story today, when we are alive, when it's obviously clear to us that they're not telling
to be perfectly honestly, who started this baby mama drama?
Thank you. Exactly.
I mean, when they had sex with, let's be honest, when they had sex with their slaves, whether it be black or Native Americans, did they take care of those kids?
They're not. Thank you.
They say
exactly.
they sold their own children to somebody else.
The way they are telling our story.
Think about it. Could you even if I had a child with a white woman, right? I would still want to take care of my child because at the end of the day, regardless of how the way I feel about that mother, that kid is part of me.
Exactly.
But did a lot of white
these
men?
people are savages. They're very when I look at the way white people present blacks as the most wicked group of men, but when you look at what they do, like even like look at what's going on in Ukraine and like the way they don't care, like they don't care how many children die or how many, like they just launching those bombs and I'm like, these guys are very heartless, man. Like you don't care. Like you see the president of Ukraine, president of Russia, even United States supplying more weapons, and they know that children are going to be bombed to pieces. These people are very, and the same people will come on, use the media to kind of convince the whole world that the most evil man is the black man. But their own action suggests that they're more evil than anybody else. And the point I'm making, like the way, like, and to let you understand that you can't believe what they're telling about history because if in today when you exist, they're telling you your own story today, your president's story, and they are lying about who you are. They're trying to convince you when they want to talk about black men today. They're painting you as who you are not. And what does that tell you about the way they're painting your Asian ancestors? Doesn't that suggest to you that they're also painting them the wrong way?
No.
So, and you
Hold
have
on.
if these people that are telling your own story, you can't trust the way they will tell you. If white people have to describe to Nigeria today on CNN or anything, trust me, they're not going to talk good. They're not going to talk about the good side of good to Nigeria. They're going to find something bad about you to talk about. It's the way they do about the black athletes and everybody. They look for whenever they get in trouble, they put their story on the headlines, but they don't talk about the donation they give to charity or good things. So if they donate to us today, what makes you think I have to believe that they are not doing it to our ancestors?
Okay, I say that to an extent you are correct. There is no reason to believe that they didn't exaggerate some of the weaknesses that our ancestors had.
I
Obviously,
mean, think about it like this too. I mean, can you imagine not taking care of your child, even though you don't like the mother, but you're abandoning that child? A lot of them did that during those horrible years, whether it be a African person of Native American ancestry. Who does that?
to them, they don't see. You see, you have to understand at that time they don't care about their so-called people that they have enslaved. So they don't care. They just do whatever they
Right,
like.
but but some of them did care for their slaves. Some, like if you go to some parts of Spanish, the New World, they did put their kids in the top schools and all that type of stuff, whatnot. Same thing they did in Louisiana, but the English and British ones, they were fuckery.
Yeah, the British people, they are a little bit. They are different the way they approach the whole episode. See, okay, I don't know how to look at it. How do you pass which is right and which is wrong? Because they did some things that they owned up to. They are not hiding like a
Right,
report.
but they don't admit their responsibilities that as far as they own responsibilities as far as having mixed race kids.
Oh yeah, they own the
They don't own it. They don't own it. But not back in slavery.
But that doesn't mean they are lying about it that they did those things.
I mean, they don't look at the reality of the situation. That some African Americans, like 30% of African American male, unfortunately, 30%, only 30%, thank God, could trace their lineage to a European male. That's their Y chromosome.
Or did they lie about it though? That's what I'm trying to get to. Did they
They,
lie about it?
they deny it all the time, but that's the facts. Look at Thomas Jefferson. There was so much denial among the whole Jefferson thing that he was fondling his slave or had killed children with his slave, and this slave was actually only a quarter black, was Sally Hemings, and that was a sister. That slave was his sister's wife, a wife of his sister, but his wife was actually was white, and his and the wife's sister was actually a slave, but from the father. But Thomas Jefferson never really fessed up, or the Jefferson Society never fessed up into DNA. DNA proved that it was on an Oprah show. It's online. You can look it up. Prove that these people are also descendants of Sally Hemings, both the black ones and also the very, very admixed ones who was pretty much passed for, I'm not gonna say passed for white, who's pretty much, became part of white society and are whites today.
Okay, six. It says six on Egyptians may have had Nubian ancestry. Okay, yeah. Imhotep. Yeah, they were talking about how they shared some Nubian ancestry. I think there was a Greek philosopher or something that went to Egypt and he was told that Egypt has had about 16 Nubian pharaohs at his time.
Right.
So
What I'm saying is, when you hear in the media, you only hear about the 25th dynasty, and then they say that's the black pharaohs who ruled Egypt. They have that in as far as like advertisement for National Geographic, as if they're trying to give us like here's a chip for you black people. That's what you got. That's what we're
So
gonna give
basically,
you.
tonight, white people are the ones telling us history in their own
Exactly.
favor.
what do we
So
expect?
I'm,
We
I'm
don't
not
have
saying you shouldn't read the
we don't have
history and not listen,
archaeologists now.
but you
We
have
are
you
not,
have to listen to it with wisdom.
see,
And
why are
don't
we
don't
blaming
just
them?
don't just read it and accept it the
We are
way
a
it is.
billion strong. We don't have an archaeologist going to dig the ground to find any
Oh,
But it
they
information.
doesn't
do.
matter. It
They
doesn't
do. They
matter.
do.
You have to use your own intuition and
No,
just
they.
your own
I
wisdom.
would say. I would say you do have local archaeologists. Let's not discount the people who live in the region, like mainly from Sudan and stuff
Yeah,
like
but they
that.
are not publishing their findings. So
Well,
for
they
people
do. They
to
do publish
find,
their findings. They do, but you just have to read for it. Both in English and in Arabic. I get a collection of it all the
don't they
time.
understand? Black people don't read. They should put it on YouTube so that we check it out. What is wrong with
Actually,
that?
actually, it's an African American archaeologist too.
Mm.
I could post him here too. He actually do a whole entire thing about that, and it was pretty good. He actually draws connections with West Africa. You should look at his stuff. I mean, if I post a video,
Mm.
look at his video. I think you already seen it. You already seen it because I seen you commented on that page one time.
Ah, I probably have seen it then. I would like to check it out just to confirm. Yeah, because some of all these, why would we expect to know history if we are not doing the findings? And you see, look at those two, paragraphs that I just read about the Mali and the Songhai Empire. It's just a tale of Africa's failure to do what they need to do, and I
Well,
don't
you can't, you
understand
can't,
what
you
is
can't, you
happening to
can't,
us.
you can't. Well, you can see whatever you take from now. You can look at it as a theory, or possibility, but you can't accept it as a factual thing. Like, okay, this is where it actually happened. It could have been something different. It could have been the fact of the what happened at that time could have been different from what the narrative is. But the narrative the narration that they gave you, you got to look at it as okay. It's not. You can't accept it as a fact. Just look at it. Okay, well, if this was the case that our people did this wrong, what can I learn from it? But it's possible that it wasn't that way. But don't accept it as that's the way it happened. You can't
Yeah,
accept it like that because if you accept it like that, then you begin to look at yourself like, oh wow, because it can affect you subconsciously. You understand? Like, why if my people are so this stupid, our people are just stupid. Because I used to think like that because growing up, I read European books about how they came to Nigeria, and they would tell us that oh, they gave uh, our forefathers mirror, and our forefathers told them to take the whole land that's acres of miles away. And then when I begin to look like our people are not this stupid, and I begin to ask questions. But as a child, I accepted it as a fact. And I'm like, damn, our people are so stupid. I began to look down on the whole people in the village. When I say whole, our Asian, our African elders, I begin to look down on them like, it's a foolish old man. It's a foolish people. You understand? And then I started to look up to anyone that speaks English. I was quite white man's education because I thought the white man was just smarter, that he could use a mirror to deceive my Asian forefathers. But then as I got older, I begin to look back and realize that those old people in the village, they have so much wisdom. They're actually way more intelligent than I thought they were. They have so much, I learned so much from them. But because I went to white man's school and I learned, they were telling us that our forefathers were so dumb that we showed them a mirror and they started dancing like fools, like monkeys. And they say, hey, give me the mirror. Take all this land. It's yours.
yeah.
So it's called programming, brainwashing.
I think that one, yeah, there's some element of the kind of embellishment there. I don't think it's actually accurate to say that we just gave everything away just like that. It wasn't that straightforward. I don't think so.
If you're gonna read the story of the Chinese, the Asians, like the Chinese, Japanese, it's very similar. When the Europeans came there, they were playing the same game. Until some Chinese and German philosophers realized that these people here, they have an agenda, and the quick thing they did was to ban, like they literally kicked all of them out and banned like European everything European will bring. They ban everything. Like these people are here to brainwash our people. It's a game. If you're gonna read the story, you find out how the Asians, the Chinese, and the Japanese, they kicked the British out because these people here came with. Today they call it information war. Remember when the Ukraine and Russian war started? When the Western journalists started asking the Russian, I guess one of the diplomats question. He's like, yeah, I know what you guys are doing. It's information war. This is information war. There's only got information war tonight. Chinese understand this, So they've been playing that information war against us for a long time, dude.
Yeah,
I,
the link is there, Niger. I just put the link on there, out there.
I agree that they play information war, but we have to know where the lie can come in. Like if they say a king was removed, question you have to ask is, was the king removed? But you may not believe the circumstances that he was removed, but you have to acknowledge that that king was removed because he was actually removed
Tonight,
from that.
I'm about to go to sleep. I'll give you one last advice, one last word. If you take
We're
it
about to
through,
go to sleep.
I hope you give this information to your children to growing up as they grow. Listen, in philosophy and metaphysics, tell you one thing. They say, listen, don't believe anything, just experience it. In life, whatever you see, just take it as an experience. Don't take it as a belief. Belief equals submission. Whatever you believe, you submit it to it. That means a belief cannot change. So everything you consume in life or experience in life, just accept it as an experience, not a belief. And that's the secret why scientists keep advancing. When they make iPhone today, they don't believe that's what iPhone should look like. They start to look for the next iPhone, and that's why they keep on improving in technology. That's the doctrine the scientists adopt. That's why they constantly upgrade in their technology. It's same thing in knowledge. When you receive knowledge, don't accept it don't accept it as a belief. Just take it as an experience. So when I read all these things, I take it as an experience. I don't take it as a belief. I don't believe it. I just experience it. I accept it as, oh, it could be true, it could be a lie, but I don't have to believe it because once you believe it, it becomes your reality. And once it becomes your reality, you become a slave to it. So that's what I will tell you. So let me go to sleep, man. Next time I'll come back. Yeah.
Let me just answer it before you leave,
Oh my
because
God.
no. Because before you leave, I'm gonna make it brief. Because what he described is what I believe in. Because I change my opinion. I don't hold on to opinion just because I believe in it. So I think he was implying that because I believe in it, I'm not going to change. If I get an information that is better quality than the one I believe in, I will disregard the old one and take on the new one. So I'm not welded to any information that I have. It would be stupid as a man of from the field of engineering. That you can't just pretend as if there is no better information out there. So yeah.
But that let me say that, let me just a quick response. So that means you're waiting for another savior to save you because for you to get that new information to change your mind, another person has to present it to you. And if
Wow. Oh
unfortunately, if
God.
you don't get it in one life in your
That is
lifetime,
what you
that
had from
means
that. Wow. Is that what you
you
got
need
from what I
another
said?
you need another savior to come and give you the contrary.
That's not
So
what I said.
because no, because you said until you get another information and prove otherwise. So if you have to wait
Yeah,
for that, then you'll be a slave until you get it. You'll be
I was the one
but
that saw
anyway,
that
good night, man. Good night, my friend.
empires. Good night.
Have a good night, Mike.
I was the one that saw that information of the two empires. So I do seek out information. But if somebody comes and say this information that you have is not accurate, this one is better, and I have reason to believe so, I will change my opinion and I'll go with the new information.
Right.
It's just a simple logic, isn't it? So
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
They,
go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I say like there's been a lot of deceptions when it comes down to knowledge history. A lot of it. A lot.
I guess in time we'll have to learn to filter out the fake information from the real
Well,
news.
a lot of it is built on racism as well too. You
Oh
could see the
yeah,
tinge. You could, oh yeah, like certain books from slaves to Pharaoh. I'm like, what type of shit is that? There's
they
this
don't
book
mess
on it.
about. They don't mess about without their racism. They don't joke around. I think anyone that deflates our ego, yeah, they are good with that one. That gives us the impression that we are not a great people. They are good with it.
I would say the Bible tell a better history about, I would say we call black people than scholars do. And it's weirdly enough, it's just strange.
Yeah, but sometimes they too are patronizing the Bible. They make it look like, oh, the dark skin is this, the dark skin is that. So
No, the
you
Bible
don't.
never even mentions skin color. It mentioned certain people who ruled
With
this and
Solomon,
ruled
they
that.
did. I think with Solomon they did. There was a part of Solomon where they was like, because of my dark skin, something like that I'm fair or something like that. It's just a bit,
I'm black, but I'm comely. That's
yeah.
what I remember reading.
So
Black,
it's
but
like
I'm
you're
black.
black,
I'm
you're not
handsome. I'm
comely. Why
very
you see?
attractive.
Why? So in other words, I'm black. Normally, black is not comely. So, but that's not the case. It's like saying, oh, I'm not like your everyday black. I'm
No,
black.
I don't think so. It depends on the context where you look at it. I mean, nowhere in the Bible does it denigrate someone for their skin color. Nowhere.
True. It could imply some of the way it comes across on that. You see, and that too is going to be
People might
interpretation.
try to interpret it, but
Yeah.
nowhere does it denigrate someone being a specific skin color or national. I mean, certain nationalities, what they did, like the Canaanites, they practiced child sacrifice. And then also, the whole issue with Sodom and Gomorrah, and what gays interpret it as being it was violence of rape, but some people interpret it as being homosexual rape, that type of thing. But a Sodom, I don't know if you know the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, but
Oh, I know. I
yeah,
know
that
about it.
story, that story.
The angels go in there and did their business. They saw that the people were like gays and all that. They're like, okay, we don't like gays.
Well, what gay people say.
In a way, that's what they did though. They were like, we don't like gays. God doesn't like gays. So we are gonna destroy this place. So they just went like, oh, you know what? That is like Old Testament punishment for gaydom. It's like they are like, okay, we are gonna. They asked God as I think they asked God, what if there were 10 people that were righteous in the town? I think God did say that He was going to spare them if they
Yeah,
had
he was
some.
just sparing, right?
Yeah, but it's like there were none. And like that's why He smite the place. None. Unbelievable, man. I don't know how that is possible. There was no good person in that town, and
I don't know.
man, he smited the place like nothing. And man, that place was anti-gay, isn't it? It's like saying, "Oh my God, this is decadence. Look at them; they are gay, and let's go and God will judge them." And God judged them harshly. The only place where they showed gays, God exerted serious judgment. That's Old Testament stuff for you, man. You see, this is why this topic in modern times one has to separate it from religion, because religion is very harsh to some of all the beliefs we have today, because of it, I ask many Muslims on the continent to temper, because the world now has changed. That things that we accept now, Christianity has attracted so many. Can you believe even churches are wedding gay couples? So when is Islam going to follow suit? If they are
I
not
don't
going to
know.
follow suit, where are we going to go? Sooner or later, they have to a kind of mellow down a little bit so that things flow. I don't know, John. I don't know where all this is going to go. But personally, Africa, for me, the priority now is I have one task to do. I don't care about whether this one is gay or that. I don't have any issues with any of them. Let them do their thing. We do our thing. So I just want our own people to do better for themselves. That's all.
Right. But going back to the history as far as the Nile Valley, they did really do a number on it, and there's people as far as scholars who are doing pushbacks, but not only just African scholars, but white scholars, as far as bringing it more as far as what the texts really say, and not coming up with our own conclusions for what they want it to be.
Yeah, okay. The Nile Valley one, I think they twisted it a bit. It's more recently the actual information came out.
No, it's been around. It's been around for a long time. They just
Kept it
basically,
quiet.
well, they just made it say like, well, these are like I'm reading it right here. If we read it, and this is the key phrase here, and if you listen to it, some Egyptian pharaohs may have Nubian ancestry. Menhotep, the 11th dynasty, and all his wives was pretty much black. 11th dynasty was quite possibly Nubian origin. Amenhotep, the 12th dynasty finest may have had a Nubian mother. However, according to F.J. Yonkel, just listen to this. Egyptian rulers of Nubian ancestors have become Egyptian culturally. As pharaohs, they exhibited typical Egyptian attitudes and adopted typical policies.
So they clearly know that they have Nubian pharaohs, but they kept
Right,
it
but
quiet.
then again, why they never say that? Why they never even talk about the complexity of that, or discuss the complexity of that
Why would
between
they?
Kush? No, they haven't.
No. I said, why would they do that? They have blue hair, blonde eye Jesus. They think they will come back and start telling you that they literally play pharaohs with blue hair, blue eye, blonde hair people. So they don't care about associating those people with black people. That see, we know they don't. They don't want to promote our culture. They don't want to promote us. Especially we as a people, they don't want to do that. But I think that's how you study how they, what they reveal and what they don't reveal. If you look at the
Right.
patterns, it will repeat
Because
itself.
this been known for centuries.
Yes.
It's not new information.
But it didn't come to the consciousness of our people. Yeah,
No.
and maybe
I mean,
there's
to be honest with you, the whole Nile Valley region didn't come to the consciousness of our people until, you know what I mean, people started looking at it. The conscious movement of the 1960s to a certain degree.
Yeah, that Geop guy. What's his name again? Amanda Geop or something. That guy did a lot of good work to bring the consciousness of Africans to this topic.
Right.
And I think he was one of the first. Then later on, others did.
And also local people from that region too. Thank God they still exist. From those regions too. Kind of, studied it themselves and studying the languages and doing the research themselves, and they seen a pattern as well.
Yeah, what they saw was that, you know what, but you don't hear people from. It's a bit of a shame, really. People from South Sudan or Sudan itself, they don't come out to talk about their own culture in their own way.
They do. If there's some YouTube videos on there.
I don't see them.
There are YouTube videos of them, writing papers. A lot of them write papers. I mean, they have an Egyptology department at the University of Sudan.
Don't they know how to make documentaries with mobile?
They do. They do write-ups. They do peer reviews. They are in Europe. They go to all those, like meetings when they talk about the history of the Nile Valley, all that type of stuff. They do the archaeological research. It's like a collaboration between, like a British university or a French university or Italian university or Japanese university, even Dominicans from the Dominican Republic. Dominican, university. They do collabs with the, Sudanese archaeologists and all that.
Yeah, but is it that when we see any of this in documentation, like now, I just type Nubian pyramids, all you see are from Western people. How do you find the ones that are of African people, the ones that they made themselves?
Oh, talking about the archaeologists?
Yeah, the archaeologists or any African that have made documentaries about African pyramids or African civilizations,
I guess you have that one Sudanese lady, but she was all right. She tried to do the whole African continent. That's Zineb Badawi.
Oh, through the CNN, the BBC, isn't it?
Yeah, BBC.
Yeah, she did it too. Yeah, she did it. You see, but then why would you believe her though? Because she's doing it for the same establishment again. You see what I mean? So
I mean, but I would say her show documentary wasn't so bad. It wasn't
so bad. Okay, because you have been there, I guess. So yeah,
well,
she did share good light on it to an extent. But I think
I think she had to pull back a little bit because I think she was really, really getting to Africanism when she started asking the people in Upper Egypt, who was there? What color were they? The ancient. And next thing you know, the lady said, like me and you, brown.
That's surprised I bit now.
Yeah, but she had to do a little pullback.
How?
Well, not really go more deeply into it. Just ask the question.
Yeah,
And then,
exactly. No, because she
yeah.
can't just say, "Oh my God, why is it that we don't know more about this?" Well, she doesn't want to do that. Otherwise, she's gonna like look like she's trying to call out her bosses.
Right, exactly. I mean,
Nobody likes
there's limits
that.
what you could do. There's limits what you could do.
Okay, so they embellished that one a bit, and I think part of this is mostly our fault. I think that's the point I was trying to make. Actually, that it's our fault that we are not doing the work. We are not digging the ground, finding out. They even talked about how the Sahara has a lot of secrets that we haven't even started exploring at all. And
Doing a lot more archaeological digs.
yeah, we need to do more. And our leaders, my God, what is
I
it
mean,
with our?
I would say the Sudanese Antiquities Department, they're doing a pretty good job as far as uncovering stuff. They are.
Okay, I don't know how I'm going to find them because I'm trying to find them because all I see is the people covering their country. Europeans are the ones doing the work for them. So,
No. There's a lot of Sudanese archaeologists. There are.
Okay, should I type Sudanese, Sudan, this archaeologists?
I'm gonna try to find it for you where you could look up the information. But like a lot of that stuff is in the Arabic language.
Oh God. These people, did they ever want us to know the truth or do they want people to know the truth or what? Do it and publish it in English too, and get somebody to make a video, YouTube video.
It's either French because a lot of the French are really into Egyptology. A lot of French and Germans are really into that history. They dig, and even the Polish. The Polish are really interested in the Christian kingdoms in Sudan and Upper Egypt, Makuria and all that. They do a whole lot of archaeological stuff in that period. I mean, because one thing good about that country, it depends on what period you're looking for. Are you looking for the Meroitic period? Are you looking for the King or Kerma period? Are you looking for the Egyptian period in Sal Island and and what's that, Amara West? I mean, are you looking for during the like the Meroitic period? During the Roman period? It's so many different periods where people specialize in. It's not just one period. It's just like one group of archaeologists might be focused on the New Kingdom, ruins there. Another one might be focused on a Christian part. Another one might be focused on like the city of Dangal, during the Meroitic period. It's so many periods that they might specialize in, and then some of them might be into as far as looking at the bodies of the mummies, and trying to figure out how the way these people look like and what diseases that they suffered from, and and mummification. Another group might look at architecture. Another group might even look at the writing system and how the way that developed. It's so many specialties that they have when it comes down to that.
Do you know this guy channel, the Bright Insight?
No, but I got that dude. Did you see that dude? I got the YouTube video of that dude I was telling you about. It's in the private chat. When he was talking about when he was breaking down the Nubian groups, he broke it down very perfectly. It's in the private chat.
Oh yeah, I got him now. I got him now. Yeah, we'll look into that actually.
I think you've seen it because I think you commented on it.
Let me see if I did. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, the last 3 minutes made some powerful points on how Egypt's history is misunderstood as it relates to the Numia, Kush, and the Levant. Yeah, the mixed race fellow definitely should be highlighted more. Yeah. The election. Yeah, I think I probably listened to it and I had a very good impression of what the work he did. This type of stuff is what is needed. Revealing all these facts to our people, and they need to start thinking about going with these lidars into the Sahara. Dig into our own towns because there are so many things we don't know ourselves. And did we even know that the breakdance, Africans were doing breakdance before? We didn't know. We just like passengers to everything. I don't even know how people lose that kind of information.
No, I mean they still have it. Like Angolans claim capoeira in Brazil. That's their shit.
Yeah, but now I'm talking about Nigerians not knowing about breakdance. How did they not know that they were doing it? That it took a Western person to bring a video from 1950s showing them. So how does that happen? I don't get it. It's just strange. How
I mean,
the
like a
people
lot of
that they spend
Nigerians
what
don't
they
know
build.
about the Igbo pyramids in Igbo land.
Yeah, that's another one too. Some weird stuff goes on sometimes with human memory is weird, you know. They do
Right. I
they
mean,
forget
like
things.
Nigerians totally abandoned those Igbo pyramids, but Europeans is weirdly found value of it.
Yeah, because they saw resemblance of it to some of the things that they've seen somewhere else. So they're like, okay, they highlighted it and they made sure they let it flounder and fall to pieces. They made sure of it.
Yeah.
So it's not their business to, glorify us. It's for us to glorify ourselves. But do you think that one of the reasons why you don't see so many civilizations like great stone buildings in the, let's say, the Niger Congo area is because there's not a lot of stones there, or it's because we just use the other forms of building materials to build?
It really depends, on what part, because if you look at the Sahel region, that's totally different. They did have stone buildings and stuff like that.
You know
Not
what?
not as much as the Nile Valley, but they did have it, and they have the cities and stuff like that to back it up. And if you look at the city of Benin, that was a well organized city.
Yeah.
With kind of like stone, they did have stone and mud brick buildings. I think I remember being.
I think if we didn't had access to like limestone and all those big rocks, they would have used it for their building because it
Now,
makes sense.
one question: doesn't those big rocks, let's say from the pyramids in Egypt and Sudan, wasn't
Yeah,
that pretty much from the desert anyway, from sand?
yeah. From Aswan area, they used it, then they put it into the water and just moved it towards the building sites. So they did a lot of work to do that, but they had access to it. And I think because they had the waterway that helped too, and they had open spaces. But when you are in Benin, where you have forests and everything, and you don't have a lot of rocks all over the place, so you make do with
Mhm.
mud. And I know the soil there because we are from that area. The soil is red and often very soft.
Mhm.
Sometimes you can see some massive sinkholes just show up from nowhere. So you can understand why they didn't build with massive rocks, because the ground is giving way sometimes. So
Mhm.
maybe that informs why you don't see a lot of massive buildings because the city they built around the city was massive. They even
Right.
said, I still can't get it around my head that they actually stated that that wall that I don't know whether you call it a wall, that the Benin Kingdom built was longer than the Great Wall of China.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
believe that. Yeah,
I heard about that.
I couldn't believe that. I was like, is that possible? Because the Great Wall of China was long. And when they
Yeah, I
say
heard
it
the
was
Great
longer,
Wall of China was also oppressive too. People were talking about
mm, you can see it
that.
from space, for crying out loud. You can see the Wall of China from space.
Yeah.
So, and these guys built that, but because it was based on Muslim mud, it
Mhm.
didn't skip for long, and it went again. So these are the kind of things if African people start looking into it, we don't have to rely on foreigners to tell us our history anymore. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I don't even know whether any African guy is studying archaeology at any Western university.
I mean, you do. Like I said, in Sudan, you have the Sudanese doing it. They have like a Nubiantology, Egyptology department,
Mm,
where students do graduate, and they have a lot of work to do in that country. As far as there's a lot of stuff they uncovered all the time. They have a lot
mm,
of monuments in that country. That's why I'm saying it'd be an interesting place as far as tourism and all that type of stuff. It would be almost compatible to Egypt, but they don't have the infrastructure for it.
mm. If you go online and you can't see any of their work, they don't publish it so you can see it. It's not very helpful, is it? If you, and it's not only them, the Mali areas, the Nigeria, Niger, there is a lot of history that's happened in those areas. Those people don't care. They just are bothering about suffering, kind of
Oh, you talking about
survival.
the locals?
Yeah, the locals, they don't care. The governments don't care. Not, I don't
I
even know
would
what
say the
American
government. I
government is
would say the
funding any
local
archaeological
people.
stuff.
I would say some of the local people do care. Um, but
Eh,
you're right. A lot of the government people don't care.
they really
You
don't care.
know,
They don't want to dig into anything to find out anything about our history.
I mean, but they do. They do have a lot of I'm talking about the Sudan case. They do have a lot of
Archaeological.
archaeologists. How that
Mm,
go there? I mean, because it has like a lot of Egyptian things there too, where they have to look up and dig up and find
yeah,
out, get a clear picture.
good for them anyway. our truths. It was Mike that brought it because that guy likes to say, "Why do I say they conquered us?" What am I supposed to say? That we fought them? No, do you have the word to say? He keeps saying, "Don't say they conquered us or they defeated us." What do you want me to say that they did? They came and threw flowers, then took our people to go and enslave them. What do you want me to say? I have to say it as it is because we fought, and the battle was won by one side, and then some people were enslaved. I'm not going to say what side was enslaved because it's up to anybody this is judgment, and I'm not going to say what side won the war. That's the kind of conversation he wants to have with people. You can't do that. You have to sometime acknowledge that there was a loss somewhere, and we have to fix it. Are we that fragile? Our egos that fragile not to understand that we actually suffered a lot. The English themselves were enslaved by the French. No, not the French, the Italians. That's the Romans at that time. So
Right.
how is that a mystery? They too suffer the same fate. So it's not entirely here or there. You just tell the story as you know how to tell it. I don't know. Do you have any better way of saying the
I
Western
would
people?
say the good thing about Africa, I mean, like a lot of cultures lost. I mean, China and India pretty much lost against the British, but they were able to turn themselves around. And I think it's a good chance for Africa to turn themselves around, just like various different African countries. I mean, just like China and to a certain small degree, India. I mean, India is definitely not there yet.
India is
Going to
not
India,
there.
they're not there. They're not there yet.
But in
It's
terms of
still,
self-determination, are they not there?
I would say it's there to a certain degree, but in terms of their, as far as people living a quality life, they're not.
Oh no, they are not there. They are not even close. But for me,
Yeah.
that's the one I watch most, self-determination one, because when I think one of our biggest problem is that we don't determine our destiny. Anytime if we want to move forward, some other person can stop us. I don't like that. The Indians, if they want to move forward, they can do that by themselves now. It's up to them. That's why I envy their position. That's all I want us to have, the opportunity to determine our destiny. And shamefully, we
Yeah,
are
because
not there.
they have nuclear weapons now too. So,
Of course, they have
and
solid ones. They have space program. They have a
yeah,
large
yeah. I
army.
mean, it's kind of weird. I hate to use this term, like queso. It's a dusty country, but they have a space program, and Indians are really into space. I'm really
Yeah,
surprised at how many Indians are really. I'm talking about like really into the space program.
I forgot
Given their
what I was.
country.
um, I was talking to Dr. Kezo or someone that person the other day. I was telling them that India had nuclear weapons. They were like, no, England didn't have. And I think it was an American actually. Like India doesn't have. Like you didn't know. They got
Right, they
nuclear
do.
weapon a long time ago. They got nuclear weapon a long time ago, and they have been building on it and space program on top of it. So yeah, they got their stuff, and they are I envy those guys because they took their opportunity in the 60s and 70s, 80s. Africans just man, these two quotes. I will keep it to be reminding me of the woes of two
Mhm.
great empires in Africa that didn't do their due diligence. They let things slide over and over again. Something they could have learned. How complicated? If you think about it, now gunpowder wasn't that complicated. They couldn't figure it out. Hi. They
Yeah.
couldn't figure gunpowder out. It wasn't even that complicated. All you have to do is go to track them back to where they came from, track them and capture one, capture 1 or 10 of them. If you have to send 10,000 people just to do that, you do it. You learn what you need to learn. That's it. You disappear into the woods. They will not even know who did it. Learn what you. How come they didn't do that for 100 years? Forget it.
I
And
understand.
today, you see our fellow Nigerians when you tell them, "Oh, these Northerners are not your problem. Fulani is not your problem. Look at the real problem." No, they are still distracted. It's like a people that have been charmed, like somebody did voodoo on them back, and suddenly they've forgotten what their priorities are. They still talk about petty things that shouldn't, you know, even take our gaze in any way. But they, how can you if they don't know this history? That's why. They don't know this history. For me, when I read this history, and it makes me look weird, like it's some kind of nerd that knows these things. But if they all knew the kind of mistakes our forefathers made, and how things got bad, their way of thinking will start changing. Like, okay, this is not good. Why are we defining ourselves? This is bad. This is exactly what our forefathers did. We don't want to repeat it again. Because we're going to get worse. Because I like the way this guy wrote it. The guy, it's almost as if the guy is a black guy. I won't be surprised if a black guy that wrote this quote. Because he said, if the Mali kingdom had access to gunpowder, that it could have done serious damage. And you know what? I'm beginning to think that I understand why they didn't give them gunpowder. Because that wasn't very long after the Moors went into Europe, was it?
No, it wasn't long. I mean, well, you mean got kicked
Why
out of
would
Europe?
Europeans? Yeah, you can see why the Europeans wouldn't want to give them gunpowder. You know, they just kicked the Moors out of Europe, barely 100, 200 years, and you are telling them to give you gunpowder. You can see why they didn't give it to them. So that's interesting, actually, when you think about it now. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Even your allies won't give you gunpowder, and this is what I didn't like. I didn't. That's why I say if African countries want to sign deal with Russia, in China, India, any superpower, the only thing you should accept, if you want to change from your non-aligned position to aligned position, their nuclear tech. If you're not giving me nuclear technology, bye bye. I prefer where I am right now. If you're not going to give it to me, because what's the use? Because that guy, this Mali king, was an ally to the Portuguese. They sent him gifts, but they didn't give him the weapons that he needed, and his kingdom fell. That's a lesson from history. If we repeat that history again, there's no point. You're just still going to lose. They're going to come and say, "Oh, we're going to help you," like the way the Russians came into Mali. It didn't do them any good. It's not going to do them any good until they tell the Russians, you know what? Now that you are here, I just remember that we need ballistic missiles. I just remember that we need ballistic missiles. And this is very important. It's a make or break agreement. If you don't give me, that's it. Bye bye. That's the kind of stuff you should be doing, not like making the same mistake and bringing people into your country that will never want to give you anything to liberate yourself from their help, from their control. It's not a deal. Go away. You are not my friend. If you want to be my friend, you will arm me to be able to defend myself. That's what a friend does. Not leaving me to be vulnerable and asking for help every day, coming to beg you. Where have you got more soldiers for me? And I pay you. That's rubbish. And I don't know why our African leaders ever accept it, because the dial doesn't change. It's just a little bit of comfort you get. Like this people now, if Mali doesn't change his tactics and they say, okay, the Russians come, kick the French out, kill the jihadis. Yeah, you might be comfortable. What has changed? The dial hasn't changed. You still don't have control over your destiny. You don't have a real control over your country without the Russians. So you don't have anything. I would rather sell, like, if Mali must have natural resources, I would rather give Russia, like, if they have iron ore, take all of them, but give me nuclear technology. Take all forever. We are never going to mine this thing under our soil. It belongs to you. I will give it to you. Just give us nuclear. That's what I will tell them. Just give us nuclear technology. The iron ore under our soil is yours. Take it. That kind of deal. That's bold deals. You don't take nonsense. We shouldn't be accepting nonsense. The Pakistanis got it from the Chinese. The Chinese were like, you know what, we hate the Indians, and so we will give you this. The Pakistanis didn't even have to beg for it, because the Chinese didn't like the Indian. They just gave the Pakistanis the technology, and now the Pakistanis are nuclear powers. That's what we need to become. We have to know how to play these games, and our leaders are so. I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? You never know. Tomorrow they might just announce that one country is developing nuclear technology and they start putting sanctions on them in Nigeria. In Africa, I mean. I pray to
South Africa had nuclear weapons, didn't they?
They had it now until they sniffed the idea that Mandela is about to come out of prison. They were like, oh no, we are now supporters of non-proliferation treaty. We have to dismantle our nuclear weapon quickly. They destroyed everything, but they still have the fissile materials, though. That's the enriched uranium.
Right. They could always develop it.
Yes, And the truth is, Nigeria can develop it too, because Nigeria had a nuclear reactor in Nigeria, and in Ghana, Ghana had a nuclear reactor too. So there are people in Africa that can build these things. They know how it works. So, but they gave all of them away to the West. Nigeria in 2018 decided that, you know what, we don't need it here. Boko Haram is in our country. America, come and take it. Ghana 2017. This stuff is too hot for us. We don't need it here. Take it away, please. The Chinese gave them money and they just took the whole plant away. I was like, wow. Did these people ever read history at all?
No, they don't. But anyway, let me end that note, Nigel, because I have to get ready for work in a few
Of
5 hours.
course. You've been here long now. You've been here real long.
I have been here a
We
long
went
time.
well over time. I think I'm turning to African millennial now.
Yeah.
So
You're
like,
lucky that my lady's in New Orleans with taking care of her sick mama. But I would have been off this thing a long time ago.
that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, that is nice. Yeah.
Going out to help the ladies. It's good when women just go out and help, grannies, and you see that happen. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, it is. And she's been there for a little bit, and I go back and forth to New Orleans a lot.
New Orleans.
Yeah,
that's one place I would definitely like to see.
You will like it, even though it's a little bit ghetto now. It's ghetto, but it has a lot of history, a lot of music. It's a very musical city.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
really
got these vibes about it. America is like, I don't know how America has a way of having different things in the country, even if it's from one culture, but different states have their own thing.
Yes,
They
they
have their
do.
own.
Yes, they do, bro. Like if you go to New Mexico, it's basically it feels like you're in the old West. You know how like in those Western movies and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I would like to see that.
Yeah, it looks exactly like that in a lot of parts, and you do have that Native American culture, and you see Mexicans there who are you can't tell the difference between the two really, but that's there as well. You would like it. It's nice. I mean, not many people live there, but it has that feeling of the old West with the
that red soil, and man, that old West, that when you see all those pictures and adverts, it's really really seductive. You have this wild land, open free range, and it's really cool. And the cowboys
cool.
and all that stuff. It's really
right.
Man,
and then you go to other parts, like you go to the border towns like El Paso. That's pretty much Mexico. Is no different from the other side of the border of Mexico, so it's very close. Same thing, but San Diego's different. San Diego looks like United States, where you go across the border of San Diego was Tijuana, which is Mexico. It's totally different worlds. You could see it.
Yeah, life is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
And then when you go to Florida, Florida's like a Caribbean and Cuban city. Like the first language there is like Spanish. You could take a boat ride from Miami to the Bahamas for one day. Yeah.
So many things to see, so many beauties, and wow, there's so much richness to this world. Sometimes we forget it with all this nastiness that just keeps going on.
And when you go to Hawaii, that's like a different world itself, right there. It's like I would say that Asians and Native Hawaiians are the majority in that island, because Hawaii became a state in 1950 or 60. But it's very different, very
different too. It's like American states. You go to one state to the other, they are so different, and that's why I feel like if I go to America, I don't want to just go because when people just go what New York out, go California out. It's like how do you don't know? America is so different in so many areas. I feel like I need to go everywhere, just check them out one by one.
Even Alaska. Alaska is really
exactly, and I was thinking about Alaska in my head just now too. I feel like
people, there's a lot of vacations going to Alaska, a lot of cruise ships. I mean, because Alaska also experienced like some parts of Alaska also experienced like Norway. They might have 6 hours, a whole month of daylight and a whole month of light. That's why, like when what's his name, H Block, when he's in Seattle, I was surprised that it was still light outside where he was at because he's more further north than obviously I'm all the way down the south, where we live in the same time zone, but it was light around 10 o'clock at night. but it was dark where I'm at. Because in Seattle, it stays a little bit lighter, especially during the summertime, close to like 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. It gets dark. Yeah.
It's a bit of a mystery, really, because if you look at for me, if I look at the US, I can go to the US and stay one day, and I really feel like I need to spend some time there. That's why I'm looking for an excuse to go there for work. So,
I mean, what part of the United States would you like to, like stay at?
you know what? I can't pick. There are too many options. I'm not even sure I care much for New York, but New York is also very attractive for so many other reasons. So
New York,
I don't know.
I would say New York is a lot of things to do. One thing about it, it's an international city. You get around the city anywhere you want. You have so many different nationalities. You're gonna see so many black people from different countries and cultures, and
yeah, but is that new? You see, that's why I feel like if you go to the US, you just see New York. You don't really know the US. The real heart of the US. So that's why sometimes I really feel like I need to feel it. The roads and traveling and everything. But one thing that scares me though is the rate of gun violence. Because
I know that's right.
45,000 in 1 year. That's like anybody could get one. You can get one. You could get one. Somebody could fire something from here.
Even H Block got a gun.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you didn't see him.
That stuff is one of the only thing that scares me in America, because you can't just go anywhere you like.
H Block is definitely American. He's American all the way, man. He is.
Well, how do you guys live in an environment that you are hearing 45,000 a year gets killed? How do you live in an environment like that?
It's just kind of like weird. It's like weird. You just don't think about it. You're like, it's not going to happen to me, but when it happens to you, that's different. But we just don't think about it like every single day. You know what I mean? Like the day to day. You'll see when you get here, the day to day aspect of life. One thing you do notice in California, LA, we do have too many homeless people. We have too many. That's one thing you're going to notice, and that's going to like really annoy you. That annoys me a lot. Is seeing homeless people a lot. We have a lot in comparison to most states. Yeah. I think
houses are expensive there. That's why I think, isn't it?
I think what a lot of times what I'm learning from these homeless people, they come from other states. Where, in other words, they give these people like from other states bus tickets, and they tell them to go to California.
Why?
I don't know. They just don't want to take care of them anymore in those other states.
And they send them to California, and California takes care of them. Do they?
I guess they do, but it don't make sense for them to send these people all the way over here, since we might not have everything for them here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
California is, oh my God, California, from what I hear, is stupid expensive though.
Yeah, it is. It is very expensive. I mean, it depends on where you live. If you live in a desert area, it's going to be cheaper, obviously, because you're going to be away from the city, or away from like LA or San Diego or what have you. Especially if you live like in a border towns next to Mexico.
Okay.
It's going to be cheaper, but it's going to take you probably like 2 to 3 hours to get to LA.
And they said that in California they have this water problem where they can.
Well, particularly in LA, yeah, we do. Where there's certain times of days, especially if you have lawn, you have to like, as far as watering your grass. I mean, I live in a condominium, or we do.
Yeah.
We live in a condominium.
You must be doing well for yourself now to be living in LA. LA is stupid expensive, and there, Silicon Valley, all those areas are, from what I gather, is so expensive. It's ridiculous. I mean, even the rich is living those areas. You must be well off to be living in that city then.
No, I mean, because you're getting the real estate market, but now the real estate market is slowing down. No, it is, and right now because and they raise interest rates. Along with, you're going to notice like pending home sales, like houses that was, like flipping around as far as being sold right away. It's pretty much, is close to like 20 or 30 days in the market. So there's right now a slowing. Everybody's unsure what's going to happen next since the Feds raised interest rates, or whether we're going to have a recession. I mean, the R word that's going on. Because I prior to listening to you guys, I talked to my real estate team, and I watch a lot of real estate related stuff. I would say half of my YouTube time is real estate stuff and checking out every single day, every day. I check on the Feds, and I also check on the interest rates, and I also check to see how the market is going. And right now, my team is learning more about short sales.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what short sales are.
Let me just enlighten me again. I think I have an idea, but I'm not
Okay,
sure.
short sales is basically is when let's say your house was like you like let's say you got a loan from the bank and your house was like let's say $500,000, right?
Okay. Yeah.
You put in $50,000, right? So the bank will give you $450,000, right? For a loan. Okay.
Okay.
So that'd be like what, about 10-20% on there. However, what happens is whenever a short sale happens when the market price of the house it depreciate. Let's say the house depreciated, like you got the loan for $450,000 to cover the $500,000 of what the house was originally cost. Now the market, due to the crazy market, the house price went. The market price of the house went down to, let's say, $300,000.
Okay.
But you owe the bank $450,000, which you promised to pay.
Yeah. Oh my.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking might happen. So what happens is the only time the bank will tell you still owe us money. You still going to have to pay that promissory note to us, unless you are experience difficulty, and or you're unable to pay your bills. Then we'll usually with us real estate agents will petition the bank to allow the house to be sold, because this person cannot afford to pay him anymore due to the fact they're facing difficulties. And that's what we call a short sale.
So this short sale is based on the bank now having an idea that the property value is going to depreciate. So they sell it to you at a higher price than the actual value of the property.
No. I mean, at the current price was $500,000. Think of it like, the market got all screwed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, then houses start to fall, just like the stock market. Houses prices fall.
Yeah.
And now the house is no longer worth $500,000. Now it tanked down to $300,000.
So where does the short sale come in? Is it that the bank knew that the price?
The bank didn't know. I mean, because like the stock market, the market always changes.
Okay, so
is it think that of it like
selling for 350,000? Is that where they made their profits?
No,
because you said short sale, so I wanted to know how does the bank profit?
It'll be like forgiveness, not necessarily forgiveness, but the bank will pretty much say, okay, because you promised to pay the $400,000, but the house depreciated unknowing to the bank and unknowing to everyone else to that market rate. But due to the fact that person, let's say he lost his job, and he's unable to pay the loan anymore of the $450,000. So the bank might give him a relief and relinquish that property and allow that customer to pay to sell it for $350,000.
Okay.
Right.
So how does the bank gain from that then?
They really, I mean, I'm not a lender. They really don't gain from it. Usually from I don't know how it really work because I'm not in the lending side of it. It's usually if it's an FHA loan, they usually secure it. You know what I mean? Because the FHA loan usually secure it. If I don't know, that's a good question too, Nigel. I mean, I have to ask one of my loan guys, because I'm trying to learn more about short sales, because I have a feeling that that's going to happen soon. Because they're talking about the country might experience another recession, but it's not going to be like 2008. Because in 2008, a lot of people, they gave loans to people who couldn't afford it. Most people now, they have high equity in their home, so it's not the same story. People keep on throwing that out, but it's not the same thing at all. Not the same thing at all.
Whatever
2008.
financial problem that is going to occur is going to affect quite a lot of industries. It's not going to be restricted to maybe the housing. It's going
Oh,
to.
I mean, I'll say like commercial here in LA, man, it's sad. I mean, like if you walk around in LA, there's a lot of empty leasing buildings around.
Yeah, a lot of offices are downgrading and reducing the number of space they require
Oh,
because
is that the same way in England, huh?
yes,
It's all over. It's all over LA here, all over. That's why I'm not saying that the commercial industry is dead, but I kind of like side eyed it a little bit because residential is doing it's going on and off along with mobile homes and and it's probably they probably said it might be a stoppage of doing people doing building homes because at one time during in this economy it was low inventory. But now, since inventory is coming back, and prices starting to become, because the market price was really, really high, people are overinflating their prices. Now it's starting to be a trickling of leveling off. Because I'm supposed to be going to a real estate meeting tomorrow, for California realtors, because I want to deal with flippers. And I'm wondering with the flippers, the house flippers, these are investors. What are they doing right now to weather the storm about what's going to happen? And what I should do as a real estate agent, to work with these investors, and so we all could together weather the storm. Well, for me, I'm learning more about probates. As far as dealing with attorneys and stuff like that, that's a totally different thing altogether. Especially when you're dealing with people in probate court. Along with short sales, I really, really want to learn more about short sales.
Yeah, short sale is a little bit of a complex thing from what I can gather here. It's like where you I don't even know how to explain it because it's really weird. Where you borrow money from somebody to borrow to some other person based on the fact that that money you borrow to that person is going to lose value, or the thing you borrow to that person is going to lose value. Then you get profit from it because when you collect it back, you get it for cheaper. Then you go and give the person the original money that they gave to you. So it's a bit of a wizardry, really.
Right. Some banks don't even allow it. I mean, they say nope, you got to pay. You have to pay that promissory note. You have to pay that. Let's say that $450,000 we loaned you.
Yeah, it's not good because in a way they can create their own market because they can buy something betting on the idea that that thing is going to lose value. That's how dangerous it is because now they can engineer the market or start a rumor to make that thing lose value. So now they can now buy back the shares cheaper and go and give the other guy back his shares and whatever interest he wants, and they have money in their pocket for doing almost nothing. So, and it's a bit of fancy this thing. I remember I saw some video about this some time ago. The fancy gymnastics, this financial engineers do. So, but you see, finance is one area that people underestimate. They know it's big, like venture capitalists and all this. They know those things are big, but those things are really big. Those guys, they just come up with ideas of how to.
Yeah, but truth be told, the lenders don't know as far as like right now we're having like a downside of the market. Since the Fed's raised interest rates, inflation is going up, and the housing bubble is going down. I mean, the bankers don't know that. I mean. Because initially early this year, interest rates was like at 2 to 3%. Now it's at 5%, and people are kind of like worried as far as what's going to happen. Interest rates are going to go up higher, and then with the whole pandemic and all that, when interest rates go high because when you pay interest rates, you're paying more rent, to buy a home. So it's just kind of like it's dissuading buyers, and that's going to increase the inventory. And when houses, let's say your house would be worth $500,000, they're going to be probably tanked to $400,000, and then later on $300,000. So, but that person who owes that money, who made that promise on a promissory note, still have to pay. They have to pay the money that was the value of the home, although the home did tank.
The last inflation figures for the UK is around 9%. You know of the US one?
That's a good question. Well, let me look it up.
Yeah,
because I know right now, as far as interest rates goes, I'm looking at that mainly. It's about 5%. It's close to 5%, over 5%, 5.3.
Wow. Yeah, UK is racing ahead then. UK is winning that race.
Look it up. 8.3. No, not 8.3. What is it? 6.3.
6.3. Okay, that's rising.
Mm-hmm.
That's rising. And the UK, if it crosses 10%, that's going to be one of the highest they've had in the last 30 years or so.
And I would
So
say gas prices in California. See, it seems like California, we get the manure slap on us all the time. Where the rest of the country is paying for like $4.50 worth of gas, we're paying close to $8 worth of gas here.
oh no. Nigeria, we don't even have gas in Abuja right now. We keep trying. Man, forget it, man. If you guys think you have problems, come to Nigeria. You know, I told you I work with the Nigerians quite a bit. We have to be looking for fuel, and the fuel price now is more expensive to buy for the generator. So you have to have a generator to get power. Now, to get fuel for the generator is a problem. It's like the problem just keep multiplying itself in that country. It's like, how do you do anything here? Without, but you know what, this is why I say I put my money where my mouth is, and I put my annoyance where my mouth is too. This is annoying me, but I have to do what I need to do, because if somebody doesn't do these things, who is going to do it? You have to work with people on the ground, teach them stuff, do stuff, and but it's frustrating. It's really frustrating, you know, when you hear
I mean,
about
like right now, everybody, all us real estate agents, we're kind of like, I'm not saying I'm nervous, but you know, I really know I have to sharpen my skill sets. Like I said before, I have to learn about short sales.
yeah.
I have to know, you know, I have to learn more about probates. I have to, you know, start getting more into. I might have to, you know, as far as you know, because a lot of people rent, leasing, even though you don't make much money as far as leases or whatnot. And possibly mobile homes, and definitely short sales, because I think that is going to be a lot. It's going to be happening around here, because they're talking about people. It's going to be like a recession, and people might be losing work. So, and you know, that means people won't be able to, you know, as time goes on, pay their bills. So I'm really, you know, like every single morning I'm listening, I'm looking at Meet, you know, I don't know if you know Meet Kevin. He's a weird kid, but he's good. Meet Kevin, a guy named Jeb. I look at a whole lot of people who are real estate agents. And I also talk to real estate agents as well too when we get together. And you know, especially my real estate agency I work for Keller Williams. And I also right now I'm in Hollywood. I'm, you know, working in one of the buildings. Keller Williams is, that's why I'm here. Who we do business with, because right now we're looking for apartment managers or residential managers. They've been interviewing, and people have been kind of coming on and off, on and off, on and off. You know, I usually cover for you know, for when, you know, when these people get their days off from work. You know, but yeah.
Okay. I guess, you know, working these days has changed quite a bit, and that's the beauty of life now, where you can just work from anywhere, and employers have decided to enable employees to do that. The world has changed drastically because of the COVID-19. However, though, there's a new trend that is happening now. I don't know what I should open it up now for. Is for the children now. There are some children they call emo kids. They don't go out anymore. They stay indoors. They are like you know, like almost like depressed children, but I don't know whether they are depressed, but they stay indoors a lot. They do online stuff. They don't interact. Their social skills are reduced. So it's like a thing now that they have a name for it. And you know, because they tend to look depressed. There was this video I had somebody sent to me. It was like, oh, look at this video of some emo kids, and hear what the other boy was saying about it. And the boy was like, the girls were just walking past because they were like emo girls, and they were wearing black. He said these are the suicide squads. So in other words, they are like depressed, and they are the kind of people that are prone to committing suicide. And that's the way they describe them. And like, this is a thing. You know, there is an undercurrent of consequences from COVID-19 and this, work from home culture that is coming up right now, and they are not going out. I know of teenagers that don't go out. The parents want them to go out of their room. They don't want to. They just want to stay in there and talk online and do their stuff online.
It's kind of funny. It's actually a real estate agency. It's kind of weird. I can't get with that program yet. It's called XP. Now they have meetings online and they use avatars. They have their meetings at their real estate agency. That's XP Realty. It's cool and all, but for some weird reason, I can't see myself creating an avatar, going to a meeting in a virtual world, and communicating in that way. I mean, they're able to hear you speak and all that stuff through your virtual avatar and all that good stuff. But it's just kind of like I really can't get into that yet.
You see, one I saw one opportunity, but I thought when I said this to this friend of mine, she was like, nope, I don't like the idea. Some women, they don't like certain ideas because they felt like the idea was that, because what I saw was that a lot of parents, especially in the West here, they are struggling to manage, take care of their children. They have to work. They have to, do so many things. And I was like, but what if somebody created some kind of something similar to Echo, but slightly more innovative to help parents manage their children, and that this stuff will have, some kind of AI that has all the knowledge of the best practices and of managing children, incentives, and all the rest. That will that help parents? She was like, no, you can't do that. The parents, I hate it, But I'm like, but it looks like when you hear about these emo kids, now you hear about parents are being outpaced by the changes that are happening around their children, around society. How are parents supposed to cope? They don't know how to get their children out of the house. They don't know how to relate to their children properly. I know so many cases where parents are struggling, in London anyway. I don't know about America. If some of the gun violence is anything to go by, they are struggling too in America. So they don't know how to give their children healthy instructions that they can follow. Because of the trends that are going on now, that sometimes parents have to go to work, the children don't want to leave home, there's the internet to keep them entertained. So I thought if one had this type of app, maybe it will help. Maybe the app will be an expert and know something that the parents will never know, and incentivize the children to go out, or threaten them to go out, whatever. I was like, that could be something, especially for parents that are highly pressured, they are not very well off, and you don't want them to just leave their children, to some kind of not a careful or somebody that doesn't know what they are doing. In other words, but she said she didn't like it, but I feel like that is going to come. Parents are not free anymore, and they don't know what they are doing with their children anymore. They can't understand them. There are too many angles. Internet browsing, name it, the kind of clubs they go to. There is one of them. They sent me a video. It's like the guy was like, I woke up this morning, I had my cereal, and I wished I was dead. I go to the club, I walk to the road, I wish I got hit by the car. I imagine myself hanging from 5 foot from the floor. It's like, what kind of children are these? When we're listening to hip hop, we're listening to I shoot you, I shoot me. This was thinking, let's kill myself.
Right. That's true. That is so true.
What is that? At least hip hop had the decency of wanting to shoot some other person.
Yeah.
And people were complaining about hip hop then. So yeah, I just thought I should highlight that anyway. It's one of it's for me, I think it's a business opportunity that I see signs of it coming to be, where you see some apps that help parents organize, like what they call it, appointments and stuff like that for children. But nobody has thought about it holistically to see how to help parents out these days, because there are so many things parents do that are repetitions that something like that could help with. But
Right.
who knows? Who knows these things? We'll see how it goes anyway. Because most of the time, when I have an idea, it actually comes to be, but I'm not the one that does it. It actually comes to be. I'm not the
Right.
one that does it. So
It's just implementation and just being, just aiming for that
yeah,
goal.
yeah. Because what happens is that I have too many things on my plate, and I have ideas one like that. It just comes like that easy. But you can't do all of them.
Yeah.
You have to just focus on one, otherwise your brain is going to just explode. So, but I see them come to be like one guy when I gave him one idea about augmented reality, but it's not actually augmented reality. It's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do augmented vision, and he was like every time because he wanted me to come and do it and do all that stuff. I was like, no, 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 I don't want to do this now because I'm busy with so many other things. Then every time anybody comes close to making that technology, he sends me a WhatsApp message about it. I'm like, let it be. There's no need to be rubbing
Right.
my face in it. And this was something I had an idea a long time ago. And but it's just one of those things. Many of my ideas have died of old age, man. This is just normal now. And but I really was passionate about that one about the parent this thing assistant. And she was like, but no, 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 I don't like it. I don't like it. She just talked me out of it because it's just software. You could just have people just do some software work, put it inside Echo, and it's a trial. Then you never know where it runs to. One of those things.
Yeah. So
All right, man.
Nigel might go to the United States. That's crazy. That's cool.
Oh yeah, if I will find out, I will look for an excuse to come so that I will actually enjoy it. I don't want to just come and leave. I will look for an excuse to come in. That's the best way to visit.
That'd be cool if you moved to Hawaii. I go and visit you in Hawaii. Then I'm like, the hell with that.
Hawaii, not likely. Hawaii is too non. Hawaii looks like another state that's not even inside the United States at all. Because they are like the race of people that are there are different from the other races that are in the United States, isn't it? They tend to be like Chinese.
There's Chinese, Asians, Pacific Islanders.
If I go there, how do I feel like I'm in the United States? It feels a little. I want to go to the United States where you see African Americans, cowboys.
I mean, you do have white people and African Americans in Hawaii, though. You do. But smaller numbers.
Yeah, if I was in the United States, I would go to Hawaii for a brief holiday, like weekend holiday, then clear out again. I really want. You know what? There's so much to see in America. Let's not even get started. Just go on a road trip. Can you just like drive around the US, stop from town to town?
It might take you weeks.
That's the point now. I'll look for an excuse just to go in there. And technically, I'm the kind of person that can walk anywhere, anyway, as long as they have internet. So I can just go around, boom, 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 just check the places. I've not had time to travel. Man.
I mean, one thing about the US, you have a lot of diverse climates, from very, very cold to very, very hot to desert. You have deserts. You have places with a lot of green. Places that's tropical, places that's semi-tropical, places not tropical, places like Arctic. You have all that there.
All those gator areas where you have those like swampy DC. What area is that?
That's Louisiana. That's Louisiana.
Oh my. Yeah. I don't think I want to go in there though. I just want to see it from afar.
I mean, one thing about that part of the country, man, it gets really humid, man. It gets humid as hell. I mean, it's like sticky humid, nasty humidity.
You see, that's the thing about US. You are not there, but we see so much of it. I've seen so much of the US. It's like I can't. That's why I can't just go to the US and just think I've been to the US. Just go to New York. That's not US.
No, it's not.
It's got so many things in it. Only my fear is the gun, though. It's still there, but I guess you guys are surviving. Maybe I will survive.
You'll survive it. You'll survive it.
Once I see an African American that I know has, sometimes there's a way you dress. You never look threatening. That's the way I would dress.
I mean, I say a bunch of my friends carry guns. They do.
No. That's another thing. I'll go to the gun range to shoot. Oh my God,
Right.
US will give me an excuse to go and learn how to shoot. You know,
Yep.
I'll test.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
the gun
test.
ranges are cool. I mean, a lot of the gun people, they're very supportive of each other, actually, when you go to the gun ranges. They are.
Yeah, I will learn how to shoot. You know, I always pride myself on being a natural shot. For whatever reason, I don't know.
And,
I will
one thing
go and,
I like doing as a hobby, I go horseback riding as a hobby. They have
you
horse.
do that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool going horseback riding.
Yeah, the other time I got on a horse, it was not very, very comfortable.
Really? I mean, you got to get used to it, you know. And the
Yeah.
horses. One thing about horses, they can be finicky. You know, I mean, the horses are not dumb. They have their own personalities and all that type of stuff. And
falling from that height is not a funny business. You know, those things are big.
yeah,
And
they are.
wow.
Yeah, you ridden on a horse before, right?
Yeah, I've ridden on a horse, and because we used to, where we live in the UK, they have horse riding this thing around the area. So
Right.
yeah, we normally go there. I normally just watch. Really, I don't get involved much, but I do get on now and again. And yeah, it's a big beast, man. And I look at it from a height. I was like, okay, this
Yeah.
stuff is moving around. I don't know, man. Where is the fancy here?
Yeah. And the cool thing about the U.S., we have both the Atlantic Ocean, which is the East Coast, and the Pacific Ocean in the West Coast.
You see that? I think in the UK, the thing about, I think when you want to enjoy horses is where, like in the US, where you have open spaces, it's warm too, and you want to be able to ride. I think it's something you have to get used to. Really, you have to get used to actually moving with it. Because we here in the UK, you know them and their safety. This in the way we're just basically strolling along with the horses. We couldn't run this ride fast or anything like that. Not that I will ever want to do that because I don't know how to ride. So yeah, that's my experience with horses, not proper riding.
Right.
So have you been riding long?
For a little bit, you know, at the horse ranch where I live near. Not too
And
far.
you're good at it?
I'm okay. Yeah, I learned how to ride a horse.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
You basically live like I guess if you're in the UK, you live like a mini aristocrat. And living in California, clearly, you were like
I mean, one thing about California, you have a lot of activities here. One thing I like about living in LA, even in Crenshaw, I mean not the Crenshaw, the Hood, like the Compton. I didn't know Compton had farms, and I've seen a bunch of black guys and Mexican guys riding a horse there a few times. I said, "What the hell?" And then I seen that they do have farms in Compton. I was shocked.
Yeah, you see the thing. Whenever I hear the African Americans do stuff in America, I'm like, okay, where are the ones that build bridges? Where are the ones that build big things? That build the planes? I'm looking for African Americans that do big things because they tend to be. I don't know why. Whenever I hear of African Americans that are successful, they tend to be doing things that are not needed by the continent much. I want to see things that are needed by the continent. I wish I can find one. I still, why is it so hard?
I mean, you find, you know, if you go to like if you're talking about like STEM fields and stuff like that, you have schools like AT&T, where this was an agriculture school, a tech school, where they graduate a lot of African Americans graduate from you know, in the STEM fields and stuff like that. You even have a number of African Americans, like my cousin, who work for NASA or who used to work for NASA. So, you know, we're kind of like everywhere in the industry. You just have to, you know, like, you know, if you go to places like Lincoln and stuff like that, you probably find various different African Americans.
Yeah, you are in the industries, but you're not owning any aspect of the industry. Like, oh, you know,
I mean, you might have like, I'll give you a perfect example. Like some of my one of my friends, he worked for the NSA, and there's a lot of African American businesses that contract with these government agencies, and they have their own employers and stuff like that. So you know, you got to be kind of like in the know in certain things. You know, it's like a lot of African Americans doing a whole lot of different things. It's, you know, it's not just one thing. like prior to me being in the real estate industry, I didn't know a lot of African Americans in the real estate industry, nor did I know that we have our organization, prior to, they didn't allow us to get in the industry called NAR. And you would have known that. You see, I know a lot of African American males, particularly, who are title reps. A lot of African American males are title reps. It seems like they kind of do a little bit of nepotism as far as getting each other in, as far as being title rep people.
What do you mean they have cataracts?
No, title reps. Like people who, like a person who, like a title rep is a person who, let's just in case they look at the title of the property and making sure that it doesn't have any what they call encumbrances or liens or foreclosures in there. They do the proper research in regards to the property. Let's say you was buying a property, right? From me, and I didn't know that I might have some type of liens or money owed, or the next person had money owed. What a title rep does is he does his full investigation of of whether it has any type of thing that will prevent you from buying a house.
Yeah.
And then they clear it. They say, okay, Mr. Tunija, there's no outstanding warrants. There's no this. They know that. They can't know everything, and then they'll probably let you know that, okay, however, there's certain stipulations about this property that you can't do this, you can't do that, since this area is a HOA or something like that.
I see. Okay, and then it's a good thing that they have those title reps then, because I don't want to delve deeper into this thing, because I'm one of those people that, as a man from my own field, I always feel like real estate agents, why can't their jobs can't just be automated? You can have all these.
You know what it is? It's kind of like this. With a real estate agent, it's kind of like, it's a lot of rules and regulations. I mean, I have to, like, for example, if I'm representing you, I'll have to give you full disclosure of everything. I cannot make no secret profit against you. Unlike an investor could make a secret profit against you. I will have to give my fiduciary duty, which is my loyal obedience to you, and make sure I represent you the best possible way in order you get a fair, you sell your house in a fair market value of the property. There's a lot of things where a normal person won't know. Like, for example, I might say to Niger, okay, in order for you to sell your house, you have to pretty much give me a disclosure, or what we call a TDS form, a transfer disclosure statement, where you have to state all the material facts that might affect the person from buying your property. Anything that was wrong with the property, anything that's not wrong with the property, you have to state it on there. I will have to explain to you the contracts, what each of these crazy terms might mean. It might be 25-page contracts that, like stuff like, okay, do you want this other guy to pay liquidated damages? Where if he put his EMD or his earning money deposit, if he backtracks on a deal or buying a property, you could keep that money he put in there. As far as, EMD is basically, money telling you to Niger from the buyer that he is serious about buying a house. So that's a deposit. However, you both might sign it and says, okay, if you screw up in regards to not fulfilling your part of obligation, then I'm able to keep your earnest money deposit.
That's very interesting, but all that still technically need not be somehow automated.
No. It's so much to it. It's so much to the contracts. I mean, because when you make a contract, it's you negotiating and you're doing all that type of stuff. I mean, mind you, people do sell their homes by themselves, what we call FSBOs, or for sale by owners.
I see.
For FSBOs, it's for sale by owners. So if you're a seller, or you're seller, or you're the seller who want to sell your home, you can sell it by yourself. But how are you going to market it? Are you good at marketing it? I mean, as far as real estate agents, we spend the money to market your property, and then plus we do have something called an MLS, where where other real estate agencies will see your property, and they have a buyer, and then they probably might contact me. Because if you sell it by yourself, you won't be part of the MLS system, where all the real estate agencies, especially around California, you might have somebody who might want to buy it. I mean, you could put it on Zillow and all that, but sometimes you might have many days on the market. But
but it looks like you are making a lot of effort to explain a dying profession, though, because
no, it's not. It's not.
I fear it's a dying profession because see, there are legal situations, there are legal cases that are being decided by machine learning right now, and
I mean, but it's a lot to explain to a person, because a lot of things in a contract, a lot of people do not understand.
Yeah, because they made it complicated. You are just buying a property like everything else you buy in life.
It's a lot of legality. There's a lot of legality to it, bro. It's a lot of
I
legality.
tell you, soon you will decide there's rituals that need to be carried out. They need to pour libation here. They need to do this for here. Let's face it.
They're not gonna make it. They're not gonna make it simple. And then plus, as a real estate agents too, we also deal with court cases.
You deal with court cases. Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's what we call it, probates. I mean, because technically speaking, when a property is sold by the courts, they usually assign a real estate agent to sell a property. And sometimes with the court contracts, we have to explain that to the people. I mean, not as lawyers, but as what they could do and what they can't do.
Okay.
I mean, real estate agents is not just, like residential property. It consists of so many different things. Like, for example, with short sales, they won't listen to it. They won't listen to, a normal seller. A seller will have to usually go to a real estate agent to have them represent them, to explain to them, to the lenders. Because unless you're a seller, you could talk lender language. I could talk lender language.
Yeah.
And to try to protect my my customer as much as possible, to make sure they be able to get out of the promissory note, which they promised the banks.
True. You'll be able to do that, but see, this is still okay. The legal part is a bit tricky in terms of how these things work. But but how long do you? But eventually, these things will become more automated.
I mean, but it's not. What I'm saying with a real estate agent, it's not just selling homes. We deal with commercial property.
It's true, actually. It's true. I remember that, like you guys manage properties, isn't it?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, you manage property. That one, I really see the value in it. I see. Yeah, can somebody manage the property by themselves? But still, okay. You know what I say?
Mm-hmm.
Real estate agents should evolve too, because I believe that every group that is practicing a specific field, their job is to provide this service to customers for their properties. So don't let technology change you. You change.
Actually, no. Actually, technology pretty much enhanced our work.
Okay.
It really did. It really did. Like, for example, I'll give you a perfect example. We used to have to do like a whole lot of, like faxing and all that type of stuff. And I mean, it was a long process. And then plus we had to mail everything and mail the contract. Now we do everything by, DocuSign. We send the contracts right away. Or, without going through the mail list as far as this many days in the mail to, we could do everything instantaneously. What I'm saying is technology actually helped broaden our job a whole lot faster. Now we don't have to necessarily go to the house. We do everything virtually now.
Okay, that's good. You see, that's just one. That DocuSign one is just one. I think that you guys can start looking to automate the process, whereby you can also start automating some of all these processes.
And how we market property is a little bit different. We market stuff on Facebook Business, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever we could get. We have our own websites, whatever, everything.
Yeah, it's true. To be fair, I've seen a lot of real estate, even using 360 degrees videos now, some kind of way of looking at
we do YouTube videos. Even I have a YouTube video, which I will not say, but
presented the property for sale. Wow. For me anyway, if I was in the field, I would be looking at, okay, the world is getting more and more tricky with AI and all this automation going on everywhere. So you want to look for a niche where you say, okay, this is the job this algorithm can do for us, and you use it. Because what tends to happen is that the people that create those things are not from the real estate market. And I find that odd, because if the real estate people that were in the market were thinking about it, they will capitalize on it and grow from there. So it's like like the people that sell online video, audio, when iPhone and release the iPod, Apple, I mean, release the iPod, they were selling music on their stuff. People that used to sell like CDs and cassettes and vinyl in the shops, they sat there and watched Apple do that. Do you know how many years passed before Apple did that? I think at least 5 years, because people were already downloading music with Napster and all the other stuff, and they didn't do anything about it. Like, why didn't you see what was happening? You sell music, go to Napster and look for a way to start selling music that way, because that is your job. You provide music to people, but you left it for Apple to start doing for you. Hence why all those people that used to sell music before just went extinct completely. So
Like it's a lot of things as far as a real estate agent, especially contractually. I have to explain to customers. Like for example, what the promissory note is, people don't know what that is. The deed, recording with the county. You know what I mean? As far as recording, as far as giving the county constructive notice that people be forgetting that they're the owners of the property now. Telling my customers that, okay, even though you pay the tax rate of this property that was sold, since your property is a different price, you're going to get a supplemental tax rate, which is going to be according to the property you have now. A lot of people, don't know that, or telling them, okay, we do have Proposition 13 in California. They only could go up to 1%. However, once, if you're older than 65 or whatnot in California, you could transfer your property taxes from your old property value. If the property value is the same value in another county or something like that, you don't have to worry about having your tax reassessed to the new tax value. You could still keep your old tax value with you, which a lot of people don't know. So as a real estate agent, I have to explain every single thing that's on a contract. What's the possibility of the contract? Even what type of, I cannot advise them with how the way to hold title. Like I might tell them, okay, you have joint tenancy where, let's say it's two or more people where you have the right of, possession and time, possession and, interest. If you own the property at the same time. However, if that person dies, you don't have to pay that person's bills of that property. However, if you get something like joint severalty, whatever that person dies, let's say, you and Miss Two Niger and Two Niger dies with ownership of severalty, you're going to have to pay what Two Niger missed.
Me die, we shall live forever.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so much things that I have to, explain to people. That the real estate agents, people don't know. They don't speak real estate language.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the real estate language is quite convoluted, and I agree with that one. And I also think all these lawyers too, they are cheating with their legalese that they use. They're like, oh, you can't understand legal language. Just make it plain, they will understand. Just make it plain, they will understand. Stop trying to cheat people with fancy language.
Right.
So I feel like society, I don't know. What do you think? Do you think all these processes are necessary to have the system?
I wish we could be honest with each other in society, but everything has to be written in the contract to make sure to keep everybody's honest.
That's true. To an extent on that part, the contract part, but we sign contracts every day when we buy stuff online. You read the agreement.
Yeah, but it's different when you do a real estate contract. It's just kind of like on there, and if you take it to the court of judges and all that, you get in trouble.
Real estate agent says so.
I'm just saying, I've seen situations where like you sign a contract, and if you don't go by the contract, let's say I wanted to buy your house, and you decide to change your mind that you don't want to buy it at the end of we made the contract. I could still go take you to court and make you sell your house. You know, that'll be for specific performance. You breached.
I see. I get your point that they have their importance, but I strongly feel that that importance is based on some level of inefficiency in how societies are functioning, and it
I
doesn't
totally
lead
agree,
to.
but you know, in society, we don't trust each other.
Uh,
We don't.
that's why you have software. Software will, and these things you can enter. Okay, let's say your property develops something now. You can have a system whereby the person has their kind of online detail this in avatar for their property. They just enter the details that okay, I just discovered that my property did this, blah 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 blah. All the details of their property will be there. So if somebody wants to buy, they have all the information that they
I
need
mean,
for
we have that already. It's called Zillow, and it doesn't work.
it doesn't work. Oh,
I
sad.
mean, you know, because Zillow pretty much screwed up. Like, for example, with a lot of times, what happened with Zillow this year, they was buying and flipping properties, you know, according to their computer. And the problem is you have to, when you go to the property, you have to send an appraiser. An appraiser have to figure out the value of the property. And what Zillow they didn't do that. They overflated the properties without having an appraiser go there. You got to have an appraiser. You got to have that person who look at the property, who do the comparables of the property who's recently sold. And, you know, not all properties are alike. Let's say one property have a swimming pool and another property don't. And they have the same size, but one have a swimming pool. So you might have to add and subtract, you know, certain, you know, of the value of the property, even though they probably look the same. You know, the what do you call it? The swimming pool adds a little bit more value to the property.
But see, the owner can decide. Okay, I have this property. I think it is worth 500,000.
Yeah, but we can't rely on the owner. What we have to rely on is
Exactly, but that's my point. The owner will say, "I want 500,000." You might decide that no, this property is not worth 500,000; it's worth 400,000. And
right.
then the software, then the owner will decide whether they agree with what the evaluation.
It would have to be a licensed appraiser, because a licensed appraiser will look at all the different. They're very, very thorough in their work, and they do different approaches, whether it be the market data approach, the income approach, or the cost approach, especially if it's an investment property.
But you think AI cannot evaluate that? AI can technically have an idea of
no, not really. Not as much as an appraiser, because appraiser is basically, technically speaking, to be perfectly honest, is based on opinions of one particular character. But he do use all the
Is
different.
that not a problem though? It's not a problem. He just revealed the problem. He said based on opinion. That is a problem. You reveal a problem there. You could just evaluate something wrongly based on the AI would take data from thousands of sales or millions.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but will the AI know everything about the thousands of sales as far as what type of improvements that that person put in their property?
Exactly.
I mean,
The moment the person is they want to sell their property, so they will put the details that they've done. Then the AI will just by default guess the amount. I wouldn't say guess; it's more of an informed guess. Guess the
no,
amount.
I rather banks would rather fee appraiser, a property appraiser to do it. I mean, they're a lot more professional. They have a lot of the different methods to, you know, in their arsenal.
You could have a camera in the house. You know, most houses have CCTV these days and stuff. You can't put it in the house. The AI just takes a picture. Man, this house looks dirty. It's not what it's what crap. The AI will just like this stuff is what nothing is garbage. But if the house is looking good from the CCTV cameras, it can do its evaluation. I'm like, okay, I can see enough. I know enough now. Okay, bye. Bye, 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 bye. Boom. Data.
It sounds like you don't want to be dealing with real estate agents.
I'm just saying. I'm just
you don't
saying.
want to deal with real estate agents.
I'm just saying there are some jobs out there. I wonder why you exist.
No, real estate agents it's a very good profession. It's great. It's
no, the property management part. I think that one. I don't know whether anything else can take over that. But look at it.
I mean, like I said, real estate agents don't only do with residential; they do with commercial property. They do with developments. They do with subdivisions. We deal with mobile homes.
Look at the signs that are knocking on the door. What's the name of that one? B&B. That's another sign of the like knocking, telling real estate agents. You might not be necessary. These people, they just like have people go to houses to go and stay, and they don't even have to manage it that much. It's not like micromanage. People move in, move out, move in, move out, and that's property management to an extent, based on you bring people in, you keep people out. So you can see the trends are already showing that there are so many middlemen now that are being cut out of the system because AI is in the middle now, and sometimes you don't even
Well,
need
to a
AI.
certain degree, I mean, the good thing about us, real estate agents, we have a certain criteria we have to fill in regards to, like I said, we cannot make secret profit because everything has to be disclosed to you. As far as we have to come up with agreement as far as how much commission I'm going to make prior to you being my client or being my fiduciary duty, we call it.
Is it like the Hippocratic oath of the medical profession?
Pretty much, pretty much in a way, yeah.
The only difference is that you're not saving lives.
Right, but we're saving you money, and we're trying to make you get money.
See, I agree that the real estate these agents can remain in profession for the next 20, 30 years. But after that, they should cut their losses and move on to something else.
I mean, the real estate agents don't only do with houses, man. We do with so many different things. Like I said, commercial property. We deal with investment properties. We deal with it depends on what type of agent you are. I really want to learn about short sales. Some real estate agents are brokers, where they help people qualify for loans and find different loan arrangements for potential clients, because not all clients do qualify for the traditional conventional loan or FHA loan. They have to probably provide other means, even though this person might not qualify or his debt to income ratio might not be good according to the underwriters. But we fight for them to try to get a loan for whatever means possible.
Okay, you fight for them. All right. Software cannot do that. Okay. We'll see.
Right.
I say I give you 20, 30 years at most, at tops.
And then also we deal with the courts. So if you're that type of real estate agents where you deal with the lawyers and all that type of stuff, that's a slower process too. But I talked to all type of real estates. They told me all type of stories about husband murdering a wife, and then money and property.
Wow.
And
okay.
all
That can
types
get
of stuff.
confusing. Yeah, that can get really messy. Yeah, I guess lawyers will be needed, but that doesn't say anything about real estate in there.
No, because who's going to sell a property? A lawyer's not going to sell a property. It's usually the real estate agent that do that. And like I said,
will be like, I know exactly who needs it in the globe. I will send it to that sheikh that I just contacted, that this estate agent would never be able to know. You see how powerful softwares are. They were like, I know, because this sheikh just said he wanted the property that looks exactly like this one. Like, boom, 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 boom. Give it to the guy. Case closed. I tell you.
I mean, you one of these days, I'm going to show you how these contracts look like. You'll be like, oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm going to see it, and I'm going to say, rip it up, simplify it. Simplify it, because you're just making things hard for no reason. You're just making life difficult.
I have to admit, some of the contracts is definitely, that's why, you go to real estate school. It's definitely lawyer language. It is.
Stop it. You're just making life difficult. Stop doing this.
And they do that, purposely. They do that purposely to confuse people. They do. They do.
I see that in legal lawyers all the time. I look at lawyers like, okay, you guys, there are simple things you could just say in plain English, or you just put it in legalese language, and you have these traditions that you have to fulfill to make yourself seem relevant. I don't understand it, because I feel like societies that really want to grow will look at things and say, okay, this is not relevant anymore. Move on, and let's just do things properly. And I feel like some of all these things are going to change in time. And it may be
I would say the real estate agency would change, but we all adapt. I mean, they've been saying it for a long time, but it became very, very adaptive, especially with new technology.
Exactly. That's when people with that eye, that foresight, will know where to go and wait. They will be waiting for it. The market will always be coming to them, not the other way.
But I'm gonna say this: you still do have a whole lot of new home buyers, who know nothing
Of
about
course,
real
of
estate.
course. I didn't say 30 years. It's not like
Yeah.
I
I
didn't
mean,
say
you know,
20,
no,
30
a
years.
lot of laws that we know that we help
Mm.
clients, like if you're investing in property, we say, won't you apply for a 1031 exchange where you could buy property of higher value and defer from paying taxes.
Mm. It may not see. I'm not even sure it's going to be up to 30 years. Machines are getting smart. Some of them are even like they know how to think better than human beings sometimes. Some, at least some human beings anyway. It may not be as long as you think, because the thing with machines have is that they have reserve of knowledge, and investors would think, okay, this guy know better than any real estate agent because they have all the knowledge of all the real estate agents. So they will just like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah. This guy wants your property. I'll sell this one for you. Oh no, I will buy this one instead because this is a good
But
investment."
still, they're going to have to go through what we have in the real estate agency. We have the MLS system, which is, I mean, a lot of real estate agents, put the price, put the not the price, put their houses up for the MLS system, where most people in society don't have privy to. Zillows and stuff like that will get that later on, unless it's the person selling the houses themselves, they could do that. But the MLS system pretty much trump everything any AI system have in its arsenal.
So what does the MLS system do?
MLS system basically is where real estate agents pretty much, communicate with each other, and we also, post properties and stuff like that.
You communicate with each other.
Yeah.
To make sure your profession stays relevant, isn't it? That doesn't say anything about making. Okay. Let me put it this way. I think I'm done attacking real estate agents because I'm done attacking real estate agents. So to be fair, okay. So the idea in the MLS is to like pass information to each other to give you an idea of who is selling and who is buying.
Oh yeah. We usually for our clients and stuff like that. We usually post that on the MLS system, and then that's when we other real estate agents will who are who represent the buyers will either like want to purchase the property or not.
I see. Okay.
Right.
I guess is use of technology, to get the job done. You did say that you guys use technology to make things more efficient, so it's all good. But for
we
my
use a lot of as realtors we use a lot of we don't do the old method. We I said, we do DocuSign and all that type of stuff. And
how about which one is those people that develop properties? Is that okay? They call them property developers, isn't it?
Right, yeah, property developers. I deal with some of those.
Yeah, I think that area has a future, obviously, because
Of
people
course,
have
those are investors and all that. They utilize real estate agents to sell properties.
Yeah, because people have to build, and we are not going to
Right.
live in the air. So I think, yeah,
I mean,
that
like
one
I
has
said,
a future.
where there's, everything in this economy, if people like it or not, involves real estate.
Okay, the way you're saying it,
everything.
it has a tinge of desperation in there. I have to tell you.
No,
I tell
I
you.
mean, I'll say it like this. Like, for example,
Yeah.
if you go to any warehouse or Amazon or Tesla or what have you, I bet you a real estate agent was involved for them for leasing that property.
Hi, yeah. See, I'm telling you.
And those are
argue.
leasing agents. Those are leasing agents, and I know tons of those.
You are the last generation of estate agents and real estate agents. I can tell you right now. Never encourage any of your offspring to go into real estate.
Real estate agents will always be around, brother.
No way. Never encourage any of them.
We will always be around, man.
Except
we'll always be around to fight for you to get land, to fight for you to get a loan. VA loans. Or we help a lot of VA people. I mean, but they need to do a lot more better to veterans. That's one thing they do need to do a lot more better, because veterans usually get a guaranteed loan. They don't have to put down payment, but it's a lot of politics of getting a veteran loan.
I don't even know how politicians can touch this in anything to do with veterans and put politics in there. I don't even know. Some politicians that they are bold, they are crazy.
Yeah.
People that are willing to put their life on the line to do, for their job that they are not even paid that much for, and the little thing that they want to get, you want to play politics with that. I don't understand how people do these things. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, yeah. I really feel sorry for a lot of veterans, man. Because they don't think, some of them don't even know that they have that option as far as if they work, they don't have to put a down payment in order to get a house.
You see,
And
and they don't, because they don't even that they barely have time to look up, because they look down so much, they don't even know what opportunities they have out there. And I don't blame them with the way people are treating them. And you hear some police. I even heard about the one where the 9/11 people that helped clear the rubbish, they became ill, some of them, and the state didn't want to compensate them. It took John Stewart to get involved. It's like, what is wrong with politicians? I don't understand them sometimes. They
it's all
just
about
delay
their
stuff.
money. It's all about money.
They are gangsters. I think politicians are more gangster than people think. These people, they do stuff. They literally deny soldiers. Who has the gall to deny soldiers what they
They
want?
do. They really
You are
do.
not afraid that they can come to your house and gun you down. They are gangsters, man. I have to give that to them. Because they have the gall. They talk about how they don't pay vets, their DLA, their disabilities. They delay their processing and all. Jesus, like these guys. And in Nigeria they did the same thing. We have the lecturers going on strike. Okay, hear me out. This one is another one that puzzles me, and in Nigeria just revealed this to me. I didn't know that they used to go on strike. Lecturers, universities, and they've been on strike for the last 5 months now. And it turns out that whenever the strike ends, let's say it even ends, like they said there was a time they strike for 1 year. Like after it ends, they still get paid for the period that they were striking. So is that not an incentive to go on strike?
Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah.
I was like, how can you pay these people for destroying lives of the youths and the young people, the future leaders? They don't go to universities. They claim that they want something from the government. They go on strike for how long? Then, when the strike ends, you still get to pay them. That doesn't make sense. Because next time they will look for an excuse to go on strike again. It doesn't make sense. And that's what I had to. When I found this out yesterday, I was like, whoa, that doesn't add up. For me, it's already bad enough that they have to go on strike, because I know one of the prospective this is master's student that wanted to study his master's. He just started his studies in February and he just went on strike that very month. Till date, he hasn't gone to school one more day. I was like, how is it that you are able to go on strike so easily? You don't care about the need of your students for 1 year, and then you have your dispute, and for you to come back to work, you make sure the government pays you for not working. And you do that repeatedly and get away with it. Then I asked the guy, who is suffering here? The government is not suffering. The teachers are not suffering. The students are the ones that are losing out. This is stupid. You can't. And you know why I say it was stupid? The student actually was sympathizing with the lecturers. I was like, that is why I don't see why you should be sympathizing with them. That there are soldiers dying out there right now. They can't go on strike, trying to defend a country that needs them to defend more than 1,000 citizens for one soldier. There are police officers that are being killed by these so-called mysterious gunmen. They don't go on strike. Yeah, these lecturers will go on strike and they still get paid for being on strike for 1 year.
Wow.
For 1 year. They make students that are supposed to finish their university degrees for 4 years degree, they make them stay in university for 6 years sometimes. So it's a travesty of what you see in the country. And the fact that what annoyed me about it is that the people were supporting the lecturers. They think the government is at fault. I was like, but if you look at this, there is no incentive for the lecturers to go to work. There's an incentive for them not to go to work, because they will go on strike and they still get paid. Why should they go to work then?
Right.
They don't have any incentive to come to work. And I'm like, do you see anything else that I'm missing here?
Wow.
I don't understand that. I don't understand how we have a system that is working like that, and people are sympathizing with those professors of strike, as I call them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the UK, when they go on strike, 24 hours strike in the UK. America, you rarely hear of strikes in America.
I mean,
France.
you have different types of strikes in America.
How long do you know? How long do you normally get your strikes for?
You know, it really depends. What's the cause? What's the reasons? Sometimes it could be like for months, or for for a few days or one day. It really depends. If I'm seeing like a hotel strike, with hotel workers, it's usually a day.
A day. How
A
how
day, a
can
few
somebody
days.
go on strike for 5 straight months and counting? You see why Africa is suffering.
Well,
They
the
are not
Sudanese been
educating
doing
our
it. Sudanese been doing it for almost a year now.
Sudan.
Oh yeah.
So okay, have you seen this stuff going on in any other part of the world other than black countries?
Let's see. What was it? What's that country? That Asian country?
Is it Hong Kong?
God. It was Burma.
Burma. Okay,
Yeah.
that's Myanmar now.
Yeah. Myanmar.
Oh, they went on strike.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Protests and everything.
Oh no, that one is they are protesting the government, isn't it?
Yep.
That one doesn't count now. We're talking about people that are just looking for salary for like.
Oh no, the Sudanese one was protesting the government.
Okay. Then Nigeria is unique. Then this one is just school. They say, oh, we want to improve the school. This thing. We want the government to pay us more, change the payment system for our salaries, and change help. Then they also demand that the government fund free education for Nigerian students. Or like, where do you expect the government to get all that money from? Our national budget is $26 billion.
And nowhere near.
California's budget for healthcare is 200 something billion. How can it doesn't add up? How are we supposed to fund students for free, man? Forget it, man. This is just one of those things I just heard yesterday. I just thought I should share it because it's one of those travesties that has been keep destroying our countries. It's eating us alive from the inside. And it needs to stop. It really needs to stop. People need to call them out. And when I heard it, I couldn't believe that the students were supporting the lecturers doing that. How can you not know that you're incentivizing them to go on strike?
Wow.
they are not losing anything. Wow. How can you expect somebody? How did they brainwash Nigerians so badly to believe that they are mourning for Nigerians when they go on strike? So when they return, even when they pay them their salary, they taking their salary with mourning for the students. How did they convince Nigerians to believe that? It's a con. You get paid your salary for not going to work. What kind of that? It means you can do two jobs. You go on strike for one, the other one, you actually go and do the job. Oh, forget it. I think we have been here well past our duty in due time.
Yes, yeah. I have to get my little nighty night. I got a few hours to wake up.
Yeah, we are supposed to be done, man. You stayed here long, and I really attacked your profession. I'm just trying to. I don't know why, man. It's a force of habit, man.
Right. Well, you're not gonna get rid of the real estate agent. We're gonna be here for a little bit.
Yeah, 30 years max. 30 years max. And that might be generous, really. With the technology is going, it might be generous.
People gonna have to learn that lawyer language, man. But I don't think most people are willing to do that.
They will simplify it. If they don't simplify it, we'll get an AI to read it and simplify it. Enough of this funny language. Funny language people use. We herefore do this, therefore.
You know what it is when the United States too. A lot of people get sued a lot, and we don't want those lawsuits. And people are too happy here.
It would be funny though to get an AI that reads lawsuits. It will check the lawsuit and it's like, babe, this guy wants to sue you for so.
Oh yeah, I mean,
the AI will just interpret it to a common language. I think that would be cool software actually. You see, I come up with ideas. I come up with ideas
It's
all the
just
time.
too many. It's just too many lawsuits in this country, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be cool software to be able to interpret this thing so that when the lawyers like you want to tell the client what to do, the lawyer will just put the document inside the this. It doesn't even have to be a document; it just have to be
Yeah.
electronic document, and the AI will just tell the person, "This is what they are doing. This is what they are doing. I recommend you do this, do this, do this, do this." And that AI will probably be more correct than the individual right now.
Yeah.
So it's really, really, you see how technology is really tearing into everything. Like I said, 30 years max. The
We'll
last of
see.
your kind.
We'll
The
see.
last of
We'll
your
see.
kind will be
We'll see.
thinking, oh, this was a long ride.
We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, we still do probate courts. We still do probate courts. We still do. We are loan brokers, property management. We work in subdivisions. We do it all.
I
Commercial
think you
property.
see you do all those things, but see, AI has a way of traveling fast. I recommend you think ahead of the curve. It
Right.
has a way
Right.
of this is consultation for free I'm giving you here.
All
And
right. We'll see. We'll see how far. Like I said, one thing about this industry, it's very, very adaptive.
yeah. I will see how adaptive you get with that.
Right. We like I said, we even doing things like virtually and
You literally have to be going to bought
and like
people's
I said,
house now.
even real estate agencies today. If you look at EXP, is a virtual real estate agency. We do everything virtually. Everything virtually, even meetings virtually. We have to create an avatar. We have to create an avatar to be in a meeting.
Okay, let me tell you. I think probably one of the reasons why my this thing kind of I wouldn't say low key resentment of AI came out today because I had a lady buy a property recently, and it took how many months? I was like, what? To buy a property? What is happening here? They say they have to check this, they have to check that, they have to check the other one. Like, what kind of inefficiencies are these? It's crazy. It took months, and she almost lost her mind because she has never done anything like that before. I'm like, this is too much.
Was she doing it by herself, or she have a real estate agent?
She has a real estate agent. That's the worst of it. The real estate agent, that one went on break, came back, and didn't know what was going on because he handed it over to some other person. It's just one of those things that just get complicated because of COVID too. And it's like, I was like, this went too long, man. And the processes were still all over the place. I was like, they are just buying a property. How have they complicated this process so much? It's so inefficient.
Everything has to be contracts. You have to have like an inspector to go to the house, making sure everything's okay, making sure you don't have any type of, like in California, you have to do earthquake issues. If you're along the San Andreas fault line, or if you have radon issues, like invisible gas, or like if the house is built prior to 1978, you have to disclose about lead paint, termites, like all types of mold. Make sure you don't have no mold in the house. It's just all the type of stuff that you don't want to have because you don't want to be going through those issues when you're buying a house. That's why you have to have an inspector who to check everything, make sure the roofing is okay, that your roof don't collapse on you. Check that, check everything around the house.
But you can have inspectors visit properties every 6 months or 1 year to do their checks. You see, this thing.
No. I mean, real estate. I mean, as far as a buyer, will have his own inspector to check everything out before he even make that decision. I mean, that's a contingency before he make that decision whether he's going to buy that property or not. I mean, the seller could say, "I'm not going to fix anything." Then you're going to have to take the house as is.
True.
Then you make the repairs.
See, one of my solutions to that is to just make the house has to have internet, which is something that will become like commonplace.
All right, what about termites? Having insects.
Okay, that has to be inside the walls. But first, you have to get a camera in specific rooms that are important to evaluating the property, so that whenever it's time to evaluate, the cameras has to be exposed. That's all the owner needs to do. Then the software does the rest of it. Case closed. But the termite bait, obviously, the inspectors that come in every 6 months or so, depend on what they think of the area. They'll come inspect it, and that is a new profession that is being created. That's not real estate. That is a new profession that is being created to inspect properties based on their report back to the system, and the system will get information. Okay, there's termite in this building, and it looks okay, but that termite will reduce the property price by about 5%, 2%, whatever. Then chuck it into the price and forward it to the buyer. You see what I mean? The solution, I can sit here and create a solution that will kill real estate. And the software is not a fictional software, it's possible to be done. If I can think about it, yeah, I'm not the most clever guy out there. There are people that are more than me, and I'm sure they are doing it right now. So it's just what it is. It's one of those things about life. And like I said, when the people that sell records saw the trends coming, they didn't move. You move. I say you move and get ahead of the curve. Get to where it is going, because then you don't need to walk. Everything is just coming to you. See what I mean? Is that so profound that you are completely silent? You are muted or something? Cannot hear you. Oh my God. It's been 11 hours. Wow. That's a long time. All right then. So, people, we are going to round up now, because the show has gone on well too long. Well too long. We shouldn't go on any further. I think, yeah, I think we have to cut it. We have to stop. We have to stop. We are supposed to do 4 hours today. I think we went way too far. I wanted to break once, then suddenly we started talking about something. Before you know it, I came alive again, and here we are. So we have to close now. I guess the original topic was about how we can relate to our fellow black people and Africans that believe in tribe and religion supremacy. People like Nak that believe in ethnic supremacy, and the things that, how do you relate to someone like him? What kind of language you use to convince someone like Nak to behave like as part of a group, other than just behaving like an ethnic group, a part of an ethnic group? I guess we talked about using some form of empathy, where you try to see from their point of view, and not judging them, not judging people harshly, um, uh, not judging people harshly. If they don't agree with us, if you believe that your job is to um, help bring the family together so that we can be able to fix our issues, then you don't necessarily want to alienate people. You want to understand where they are. They may not necessarily be where you are. And even if they are not with you, you don't want them to dislike you. You don't want them to even go further than that and hate you, so that they will try to stop you. What you could do is just have them be lukewarm. They will be lukewarm towards you. They will be like, you know what? I'm not with you on this one, but you can go ahead, do your thing. I know you mean well. It's all right. That is better than hatred, because we've had cases where people accuse Pan-Africanists of being very, aggressive and dismissive of their views. Like, when some Pan-Africanists dismiss North Africans as not part of the continent, or they dismiss East Africans as traitors, whatever. So that kind of thinking, we have to also look inwards to understand that if you want to persuade people to come to your side, and we want to, so that we have as many people, be part of the movement, you want to also understand that you don't want to alienate people while you are doing that, because those ones that you alienated will go and tell others to not even listen to you, and they may not. So you want to use tempered language, and even when people don't agree with you, you still, agree to disagree politely. That is a good way to go about it. And one of the ways we discussed was also to help them understand that by working together, their religion, their tribes will be better off. You have to help them understand that their religion and their tribes will be better off if we work together. Because when we work together, everybody rises, everything is better off. And yeah, yeah, about who thinks owners are traitors? They are the ones preventing them from moving the AU to Cairo through regime change. Okay, they are the ones preventing them from moving AU to Cairo through regime change. That's interesting. Who was trying to move the AU to Cairo? Who dared to think that? That's crazy. Why would they want to move the AU to Cairo? Okay, so when majority of the population that are in Africa are mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, it doesn't make sense. AU is basically Cairo is basically in the partly too close to the Middle East. So yes, you don't want to dismiss any group of the Africans on the continent, and neither do you want to dismiss any group of the African diaspora, including Nakmizi. As much as a lot of people want to, Nakmizi is still part of the family. So we can't dismiss Nak, but we have to watch him with a side eye, double side eye, always. However, the when it comes to the people that want to do these things, it also dawned on me today that the so-called Pan-Africanists that you hear people talking about, like, you people are rubbish. Pan-Africanism is dead, and all kinds of crazy stuff they talk about Pan-Africanism. You know what dawned on me today? Pan-Africanists are extremely important. As a matter of fact, they may be the most important thing we have. What else is going to fix anything if not Pan-Africanists? Who else is going to do it if it's not the Pan-Africanist? The Pan-Africanist movement is what is going to fix it, because the whole point of it is to fix things. It's like saying you have a problem in your house that needs fixing by a carpenter, but the carpenter shows up and you say the carpenter is rubbish, is useless, and all the rest. You can say that all you want, but you still need a carpenter. It's literally the most important thing that you need at that time. So we can say what we like about Pan-Africanists, but they are exceedingly important. Maybe the most important people in the family, because we need people to think outside the box to avoid the mistakes of the past. Because if I look at the mistakes of the past, it is something that is lamentable. The African continent has experienced some things that the younger generation and the ones around today should find very lamentable. We spent more than 100 years dealing with the Portuguese, and we didn't acquire the technology that they used to fight war, which was the gunpowder. We didn't get it. And then the Mali Empire fell in a disgraceful way because of it. And the Songhai Empire came on. 100 years later, they still haven't acquired the gunpowder technology. And it destroyed the Songhai Empire too. How did we not learn the lesson from the Mali Empire? And with this in the Songhai Empire didn't learn any lesson, and we still today haven't learned that lesson because we are still behind. A lot of our people preoccupy themselves with being tribes, being religious, and being ethnic, being unique. Uniqueness in failure. Uniqueness of extinction, really. What is the point of being unique when you are just a flash in the pan? Soon you'll be forgotten if you don't get your act together. So I say, Pan-Africanists, for all people can say about them, is just an essential ingredient that will be the salvation of us all, or the lack of them will be our doom. They are not just human beings, they are a need. They go beyond being a human being. It's about fixing things. How are it's my patch of land, it's my tribe, it's my religion. How is that going to fix things? They won't fix things. They will just make things worse, because a matter of time they will start another fight with each other. That's what tribes do, and that's what religions do, until a greater force comes and sews them together. This is what the Pan-European force did, and they created the European Union and created NATO. They needed that, because without it, Europe would have had a third world war. Just as Africans need Pan-Africanism. If you like, call it any name. If Pan-Africanism triggers you, call it any name you like. It doesn't matter. The function is still the same. Without it, forget it. Just pack your goods and make your peace with whatever you get in this world. Make your peace with it. Because there's nothing better you're going to get from what we have been doing in the past. And I will urge anybody that is listening to this, that understands these things, when you criticize Pan-Africanists, you need to think twice what you are doing. You are criticizing the best of us. The best of us at this moment. We need them. You need people to fight for the family. If you're not fighting and you're just fighting for yourself, make way. It's not by force. You don't have to fight. Don't try to stop them. Don't try to sabotage them. And they too, on their side, have to learn not to alienate people. You need to learn how to persuade their fellow Africans and black people to work with them. And that is the only way we can move forward in this struggle, if you want to call it a struggle. That is the only way we can move forward. We can't keep picking at each other and expecting to make headway. It will not work, and it has never worked, and it will never work. So I will close this now and hope that we've learned some things today about how to relate to each other. And as much as we like hard hot debates, and calling people dusties, and name all kinds of names, it's all good. We should draw the line at trying to destroy our best. The people that mean well, we shouldn't try to destroy them. What good does that do us? I guess if you mean well enough and you believe and you have providence on your side, I guess nobody should be able to destroy you. I guess that's something for Pan-Africanists to think about. Why should you let anybody stop you in your vision and if your vision is true? Nobody should be able to stop you. Nobody. Because you have clarity of thought. You know where you are going, and anyone that feels like they can't stand you, so be it. Just stay away from them. It's fine. They will follow when they see the light. when they see what you are doing is actually yielding results. So, yes, Pan-Africanists are important, and so are the family. The family is also important, and they are part of the solution. We always have to see them as part of the solution. We are all part of the solution eventually. Nakmizi is going to be late in the day, but eventually he did say that he was going to defend any black person against any other group. So it's not exactly a lost cause. There are people out there saying vile things about our family members, our fellow community members. We all know them. They say all kinds of stuff that you wonder how we can get here where somebody feels so strongly. That's the one that surprises me. So strongly about it. It's possible, of course, to happen naturally. Then we have to ask ourselves, how can it happen that naturally so in so many individuals? I find that hard to believe. Because you rarely see that in any other community that our people are exposed to. So you don't see the white people coming so strongly against us. We've seen some of the strongest attacks against black people from fellow black people. Thank goodness it's not physical. Thank goodness it's not physical. But it's all good. People do their things, and I can understand it. I can't understand how, at this day and age, in the age of George Floyd, that fellow black people have the energy to attack black people with such venom. I can't wrap my head around that one. What kind of force creates that? But, you know, I'm just a man. I'm just somebody that is saying what I see and what I hear. So thank you for everyone that has come on here. I can't believe we have been here this long. We were supposed to finish 4. I think I'm worse than African millennial now. I need to learn to be, strict, because we made all our points more than 4 hours ago, and we are still here yammering away. We finished all our stuff. Oh, come on, Nak, don't no way, don't try to come on here. It's over. This is how many hours I have to go. Yeah, I have to wrap up. Man. Come on, man. It's too late. You should have come a long time ago. I have to go. This is too much. And I don't even know how I'm going to make it back at this rate. Nak, you are wicked. You you have been around all this while. You are coming to ask for the link around this in 11 hours. This is too much, man. I can't take it. I don't have the stamina for it. I don't even know how Kezo does it, man. This is too much. And I've done worse than African millennial, sometimes 2 hours extra. This one is since for around 4 hours. We are supposed to have ended. We've had like how many hours? 7 hours on top. It's too much. It's just too much. And most of it was just talking about other things that had nothing to do with the topic. How do I owe you, Nak? Do I owe you? I've given you explanation of what our forefathers did. I've told you we sold people, or we took royalties, at least from the evidence we have so far. I won't be surprised we sold people too. So what do I owe you? If I had money, I will give you. Oh, no, I can't give you. What am I saying? I can't give you money. What kind of stuff is that? This guy, you're trolling me too much. Reparations, you've already got half of it from me. The other day, I let you speak. You already got half. So it's only half that is remaining. So be it. All right, man. I gotta go. Bye.